Chapter 1. A Failed Suicide. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Droplets, initially sparse, gradually intensified, relentlessly splattering against Du Long's face and body, soon inundating his nostrils with a deluge of rainwater. Cough, cough, cough. In the Haotian Empire, where martial cultivation is revered, ancient techniques of refining qi are passed down, allowing practitioners to absorb and transform the formidable Haotian Gang Qi from the heavens and earth for their own use, enabling them to reach transcendent realms where soaring through the skies and traversing the earth becomes a trivial matter. Du Long was born into a prestigious family with military ties within the Haotian Empire, a lineage that afforded him unparalleled resources for cultivation. Regrettably, his physical constitution presented a significant obstacle, rendering him incapable of harnessing the Haotian Gang Qi. This very flaw led to the Zhao family, who were to be his betrothed, rescinding their engagement. He would never forget how Zhao Liner publicly annulled their betrothal before his family's elders, an act that caused his grandfather to erupt in fury, resulting in bloodshed and subsequent illness. Ultimately, it was Zhao Liner, in collusion with numerous young scions of the capital's military, including Li Shaojun, who conspired to frame him, leading to the downfall of the Du family, his grandfather's untimely death from anger, and the exile of his parents and the entire Du clan. In his memory, atop the windswept cliffs of Lingyun Mountain, a young man consumed by regret, sorrow, and despair forcefully kicked the ground, plummeting into the abyss beyond the precipice. I didn't die. Du Long, having survived the plunge from a 1,000-foot cliff, felt only a bitter taste in his mouth, devoid of any joy at having cheated death. As he lay dazed on the ground, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm. Glancing sideways, he beheld a small golden snake slowly slithering up his arm towards his head. Reacting instinctively, Du Long attempted to recoil, terror coursing through him as he tried to leap up. Yet, the sound that escaped him was a hoarse whisper, his body barely able to move, only his fingers and head managing a slight twitch before succumbing to fatigue. A wave of excruciating pain radiated throughout his body. He felt as though every bone had shattered, rendering him a mere puddle of flesh, his limbs entirely beyond his control. Damn it! Has the heavens not tormented me enough? Even in Chapter 2, A Dream in the South Valley Goyalu. The protest of an extremely hungry stomach roused Du Long from his state of sorrow. It was only then that he began to scrutinize the valley around him. Clearly, this valley was not expansive. One could see its end at a glance. It was a secluded gorge, roughly a few hundred meters in circumference, encircled by towering cliffs. Within the valley lay a small pool, over 100 meters wide, its crystal-clear waters revealing the silhouettes of numerous sizable fish swimming beneath the surface. Observing the fish gliding through the water, Du Long realized that his meal was within reach. He fashioned a makeshift spear by selecting a slender branch and binding a sharp stone to its tip with vine. Under the curious gaze of the little golden snake, he embarked on the arduous task of fishing. After reaching the first level of qi refinement, not only had his strength increased, but his senses had also sharpened considerably. In less than half an hour, he had speared 2 sizable fish, each weighing over 2 pounds. After scaling and gutting the fish by the pool, he skewered them with prepared branches. He then kindled a fire in a small cave, 2 meters high, where the little golden snake usually resided. Soon, the delightful aroma of grilled fish wafted through the valley. Grabbing a perfectly roasted fish, Du Long wasted no time and began to devour it heartily, having gone several days without sustenance. I am hungry too. Just as Du Long was voraciously consuming the 2-pound fish, a somewhat bashful voice echoed in his mind. It was the little golden snake coiled around his arm. Du Long, not one to be stingy, reached for the other grilled fish skewered on a branch, planted the other end in the ground, and smiled at the little creature. Here you go. This one is for you. Save some for me if you can't finish it. With that, he resumed his hearty feast. The little golden snake, already salivating, swiftly slithered from his arm to its fish, opening its wide mouth to sink its fangs into the tender flesh, easily tearing off a chunk before devouring it hungrily. Unlike ordinary snakes that consume their prey whole, this peculiar little golden snake exhibited an unusual eating style, tearing off pieces of meat like a human before chewing and swallowing. This strange sight nearly distracted Du Long from his own meal. Shaking his head to refocus, he returned to his roasted fish. Ultimately, Du Long consumed one entire fish, while the other was entirely devoured by the little golden snake, leaving not a single bone behind. Even finishing off the remnants left by Du Long. Observing this little creature that had consumed such a large fish, yet appeared unfazed, Du Long was filled with countless questions. Little Jinjing, that fish was larger than you. How could it vanish into your belly as if it never existed? What do you usually eat? He pondered, intrigued. It seems there is nothing in this valley that you could possibly consume. Alas, I typically subsist on roots and leaves, occasionally sipping water. Those sustenances are exceedingly unpalatable, bitter, and astringent. It seems to evoke memories of a life fraught with hardship. The little golden snake, adorably drooping its small head, responded with a hint of despondency. Unable to resist, I reached out to caress the little creature's head. Du Long refrained from offering it solace. Having endured his own tribulations, he had no time to extend sympathy to this pitiable little serpent. Standing at the valley's bottom, gazing skyward, he noticed that the ominous clouds, which had shrouded the heavens for days, were finally showing signs of dispersal, allowing a faint glimmer of long-lost sunlight to penetrate through. Warming his melancholic heart, little Jinjing, the rain has ceased, and I must depart from this little valley. Would you prefer to remain here or venture forth into the world with me? After a prolonged silence, Du Long reached a resolution. Since the heavens had bestowed upon him a second chance at life, he could no longer remain ensnared in this secluded vale. It was time to venture out. Leave? The little golden snake was evidently taken aback by Du Long's sudden desire to abandon the valley. Although it yearned to accompany him and explore the world beyond, a voice deep within its mind cautioning against leaving began to sow seeds of doubt. After engaging in idle chatter for much of the day, Du Long discerned the source of the little snake's hesitation and thoughtfully inquired, Little Jinjing, how long have you lingered in this valley? 10 years. 10 long years. The entity that had once urged it to wait here had likely arrived long ago. Since it had not returned in a decade, it was probable that some misfortune had befallen it. In 10 years, the initial crisis must have long been resolved. No, Du Long mused. But. The little golden snake stammered, struggling to articulate its thoughts, clearly engaged in a fierce internal conflict. How about this? Let us carve a message in the cave, stating that you have accompanied me to the capital of the Haotian Empire. That way, if anyone seeks you, they can come directly to the capital to find us. How does that sound? Feeling a profound sense of solitude in this world, Du Long fervently wished for the little golden snake to accompany him, as having a companion to converse with outside would be invaluable. Is it truly the sole reason that the little golden snake wishes to venture out with me? Du Long rolled his eyes in mild exasperation, relieved that he had previously treated the little creature to a delightful meal. Otherwise, it might have proven challenging to coax it out of the valley. There was little to prepare in the valley. After leaving a message in the cave and surveying the surroundings, Du Long chose a relatively safe location to begin his ascent. The cliff face in this direction was riddled with fissures, providing ample footholds. Having attained the first level of Qi cultivation and experienced a transformation in his physique, Du Long felt as light as a feather, making the climb an effortless endeavor. In less than an hour, he reached the summit of the cliff. Gazing back at the profound abyss behind him, he sighed softly before resolutely striding towards the base of Lingyun Mountain, the imposing gates of the capital of the Haotian Empire. A cacophony of voices filled the air. During this period of peace, security checks were relatively lax, allowing merchants, travelers, and common folk to freely enter and exit the city. Standing outside the familiar city gate, Du Long's emotions surged tumultuously. Overwhelmed by an indescribable and profound sorrow that he gazed blankly at the gate for an extended period, unable to lift his feet to continue his journey, following the direction from which the sound emanated. Du Long was filled with perplexity as he recognized that it was none other than his childhood servant, Ague. What are you doing here? Du Long stared at the familiar figure of his servant, feeling somewhat dazed and sensing that something was amiss. Young master, what has happened to you? What has happened to you? Have you encountered bandits in Lingyun Mountain? Ague finally discerned the disheveled state of Du Long and could not help but exclaim. With a mind full of questions, Du Long was pulled by Ague into the northern gate of the capital, traversing the well-known streets until they arrived at the grand entrance of the Du residence. A place Du Long could never forget. Young master, the madam is waiting for you inside. We should hurry in. Noticing Du Long lost in thought at the entrance, Ague hastily urged him to enter, leading him toward the courtyard where his mother resided. In the eastern wing of the Du residence, Du Furen, Zhou Shi, gazed at her only beloved son, Du Long, with a face full of concern. her hands trembling slightly as she touched his face and body, clearly alarmed by his wretched appearance. Mother Du Long, in a state of stupor, allowed his mother to fuss over him. After a long moment, he finally croaked a response, and in an instant, his reddened eyes could no longer contain the torrents of tears that streamed down his cheeks. Chapter 3. Divorce in the Eastern Hall of the Du residence. Madame Zhou sure looked at her seemingly disheveled son with tear-filled eyes. Although her precious son had gained a notorious reputation in the capital, she, as his mother, would forever cherish and protect him. Regardless of the world's disdain. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their mother. She understood all too well why her son had chosen to spiral downward. It was entirely due to that cursed physical flaw. She also comprehended that her son's outward bravado and bullying of others were merely superficial. He had never truly committed any heinous acts. Many of his actions stemmed from a deep-seated sense of frustration and rebellion. Deliberately preying on the weak to achieve a semblance of psychological balance. Longer. Tell your mother what transpired during your journey to Lingyun Mountain. Why do you look this way? Did you truly encounter thieves there? If so, I shall have your father send troops to Lingyun Mountain to eradicate those wretched bandits. Madame Zhou Shi's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Though she presented a gentle facade, she would not allow anyone to bully her precious son. Mother, what year and month is it in the star calendar? Du Long looked at his mother with palpable excitement, posing a question that seemed to deviate from the topic at hand. His inquiry left both Madame Zhou Shi and the servants standing in the hall utterly dumbfounded. This renowned young heir of the capital had posed such an odd question. It is the year 1005, month 12 of the star calendar. Long, what is the matter with you? Zhou could not help but reach out to touch Du Long's forehead, clearly checking if the boy had a fever or something similar. The year 1005 of the Star Chronicles, Du Long exclaimed in shock, momentarily dumbfounded, pondering to himself. Wasn't it the year 1010 of the Star Chronicles when I leaped from the cliff? How have I been transported back 5 years? Just as Zhou was about to continue her inquiries into Du Long, the old steward of the Du residence hurriedly entered, exclaiming in a state of urgency, Madam, Lord Zhao has come with his daughter Zhao Liner for a visit. The master is currently receiving them in the main hall, and he requests that you and the young master join them promptly. It seems there are important matters to discuss. Buzzing within Du Long's mind upon hearing the name Zhao Liner, he realized that if it was indeed the year 1005 of the Star Chronicles, then Zhao Liner and her father must have come to the Du residence to annul their engagement. What business could Lord Zhao Guodong and his daughter have at the Du family? Zhou furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something amiss, and finally fixed her gaze on Du Long, scrutinizing him from head to toe before saying, You must hurry and prepare for a bath and change of clothes. Longer. Once you are ready, go directly to the main hall. Your mother will proceed first. Longer, you. Zhou was about to seek clarification when she caught sight of her son's despondent expression, and an inexplicable pang of pain shot through her heart. Ultimately, she nodded in response to her precious son's words. Speak freely. Your mother will comply with your wishes. Regardless of what the Zhao family might discuss in the main hall, it would have to wait until her child arrived to handle it. Whatever course of action her child chose to take, she hoped to offer her unwavering support. With eyes reddened, Du Long intently focused on his mother Zhou and articulated his request with deliberate clarity. Very well. Your mother agrees. Zhou, not knowing why she acquiesced to her son's request, asked no further questions and proceeded directly to the main hall. In the main hall of the Du residence. When Du Long appeared at the entrance, freshly groomed and attired, he could distinctly sense the unusually tense atmosphere within. Stepping through the door, he found all the members of the Du family seated in the hall. Their faces darkened with displeasure, including his father Du Zhentian, who wore an especially grim expression, while only his mother Zhou exhibited a look of concern. To the left, the Zhao father and daughter occupied the guest seats, with Zhao Guodong, a second-rank minister of the Imperial Ministry of Revenue, holding a teacup as though savoring tea, deliberately ignoring his daughter's future fiancé. Zhao Liner, on the other hand, cast a sidelong glance at Du Long, her head slightly tilted in a posture of disdain. With a mere glance, Du Long absorbed the expressions of everyone in the main hall. In the past, such scrutiny might have induced overwhelming psychological pressure and anxiety. But as someone who had experienced death, he feared nothing. No matter how dire the current situation might be, could it possibly be worse than before his rebirth? With a gentle smile gracing his face, Du Long stepped confidently into the main hall and bowed respectfully to his father Du Zhentian, saying, Son greets you, father, mother, and esteemed uncles. In the Du family, it has now been entrusted to the second generation, while the elder generation, including grandfather Du Long and his uncles, has long retreated to the background. Unless faced with an extraordinary occurrence, The first generation rarely involves themselves in affairs anymore. Typically, Dulong does not exhibit such formalities. Today marks a notable change, as he greets these uncles with unexpected courtesy, leaving the familiar members of the Du clan utterly astonished. Yet, many quickly speculate that this young man must be aware of the Zhao father and daughter's intentions for their visit and is likely putting on an act to elicit sympathy. After paying his respects to the elders, Dulong turned to face the Zhao pair, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. "Ah, Uncle Zhao, your sudden visit to the Du residence must pertain to a marriage proposal." "Correct. After all, Liner and I are only turning 16 next year. Is it not a tad premature to discuss marriage at this juncture?" Who is discussing marriage with you? Quite the contrary. My father and I have come to the Du residence to annul the engagement." Zhao Liner scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the self-important second-generation heir, revealing her utter contempt. Her demeanor was calm as she regarded the woman who once stirred her heart, a woman she had anticipated marrying. Now, all that remained was a profound sense of resentment and disdain. Annul the engagement. The corners of Dulong's mouth curled ever so slightly, revealing a hint of a smile as he spoke softly. "May I inquire, Miss Zhao Liner, the reason behind this annulment? Furthermore, is your father aware of this matter? It is worth noting that our engagement was established by our two esteemed elders, and should you wish to dissolve it, you must present a compelling justification that the Du family can accept. Otherwise, we shall have nothing further to discuss." A compelling justification? Just step outside and ask any citizen of the capital. And I dare say countless individuals would offer myriad reasons to support my decision to annul this engagement. Wuden Tive, Poison Dragon. Despite noticing that today's Dulong was entirely transformed from his usual self, Zhao Liner remained resolute. She was adamantly unwilling to marry this second-generation heir and cultivation failure. Poison Dragon, ha-ha in front of everyone. Dulong burst into laughter, which continued for some time before gradually subsiding. The smile on his face began to solidify, and his expression turned cold. "Zhao Liner, although my reputation in the capital may be somewhat tarnished, I am still young and underage. Can a few youthful indiscretions serve as your justification for annulling our engagement? What of the dignity of our two families' elders? This is utterly childish," with a frosty demeanor. Dulong's gaze pierced through Zhao Liner. Under his chilling stare, she felt an indescribable sensation. It was not fear, but rather a profound shift, as if today's Dulong was entirely unlike the timid creature she was accustomed to. Akin to a mouse confronting a cat, suppressing her unease, Zhao Liner retorted with a huff. "Humph, this decision is not yours to make. Today, I, Zhao Liner, am resolutely annulling our engagement. Regardless of the reasons, I am determined to dissolve this union with you." As they say, every action has its cost. Since your reasoning cannot persuade the Du family, why not let me find a more compelling justification to convince both the Du and Zhao families? Making this annulment more credible, what do you think? Dulong cast a sly smile towards the guest, Zhao Liner, causing a shiver to run down her spine, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. Whatever rationale you come up with is acceptable, as long as it leads to the annulment of the marriage. I, Zhao Liner, will embrace it wholeheartedly. It seems Zhao Liner is utterly determined to dissolve this engagement, disregarding everything else, as she exclaimed fervently. "Ha ha, splendid." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Dulong's eyes as he surveyed the Zhao father and daughter before continuing. "With so many witnesses present today, let it serve as a testament to my actions. I, Dulong, hereby declare the annulment of my engagement to Zhao Liner." A murmur erupted in the previously tense hall, as the announcement of an annulment in this era was a grave matter. A divorce document must be substantiated with ample justification. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to a crime. Moreover, for a woman to receive such a document would essentially seal her fate, rendering her unlikely to marry again in her lifetime. "Longer, you must not act recklessly, Dumu." Mrs. Zhou could no longer contain herself, realizing that her son had been subtly coaxing her into supporting this decision all along. This is absolutely unacceptable, regardless of the outcome. It would undoubtedly lead to a rift between the Du and Zhao families. In truth, only Dulong understood that even without the issue of divorce, the two families would inevitably drift apart after today. Thus, why not seize this opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the Zhao family? Casting a glance at his father, Du Jintian, whose face was ashen with displeasure, Dulong resolutely declared, "My reasons for annulling the engagement with Zhao Liner are justified. This rationale is sufficient to annul her 100 times over. Dulong, you cannot recklessly tarnish her reputation. Otherwise, I, Zhao Guodong, will ensure you pay a heavy price for this." Zhao's father was evidently agitated, hastily threatening him. "Humph, might I inquire, Master Zhao, is the fact that your daughter, Zhao Liner, is entangled with Li Xiaojun not a sufficient reason for my annulment? With an indignant huff, Du Long revealed the grounds for the annulment, leaving everyone present, including Zhao Liner, utterly dumbfounded, her complexion as pale as death. Chapter 4. The Wheel of Fortune turns nonsense. You speak falsehoods. What would at Du Long? You scoundrel! How dare you sully Zhao Liner's honor? If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall demand your life in recompense. With a delicate finger pointed at Du Long, Zhao Liner's voice was sharp with indignation, clearly overwhelmed by the explosive revelation he had just unleashed. Appearing somewhat hysterical, "Humph, Du Tian, you have raised a fine son. If you do not provide an explanation today, I, Zhao Guodong, vow to pursue this matter relentlessly." The shrill cries of his daughter jolted Zhao Guodong back to reality. And he was no longer the calm figure he had been moments ago. His face darkened with rage as he glared at Du Tian, demanding an explanation. Faced with Zhao Guodong's fury, Du Tian's expression grew even grimmer, his gaze ominously fixed on his son. Du Long, speak with reason. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory answer today, you shall no longer be a scion of the Du family. Nor my son, Du Tian. Du Long gazed in astonishment at the father who threatened to sever their father-son bond, his expression a tumult of emotions, transforming from initial shock to disbelief and culminating in a furious rage. He cast a derisive smile at the woman who, despite her fierce demeanor, was clearly fragile within. Proving whether this woman has been unfaithful is exceedingly simple. We merely need to summon a midwife for verification. I, Du Long, hereby vow that should Zhao Liner still be a maiden, I will accept any punishment, including the revocation of my status as the legitimate heir of the Du family, without a shred of remorse. Silence enveloped the grand hall, palpable enough to hear a pin drop, as all eyes fell upon Zhao Liner. Even her father, Zhao Guodong, could not suppress his bewildered gaze fixed upon his beloved daughter. Anxious and evasive, she avoided eye contact, her heart betraying her as the gravity of Du Long's words became undeniable. Liner, is what he said true? Speak up. At last, it was Zhao Guodong who could no longer contain himself, his voice trembling as he queried his precious daughter. Father, this man is clearly tarnishing my innocence. Whoa, her face as pale as parchment, Zhao Liner stammered in protest, ultimately covering her face with her hands and bursting into tears. It was evident to all that her words lacked conviction. The mere mention of a midwife had rendered her speechless with fear, leaving no room for denial. Zhao Guodong, an astute veteran of the political arena, detected the weakness in his daughter's tone. He understood that lingering in the Du household to debate this matter would only further disgrace the Zhao family. Casting a sharp glance at his beloved daughter, he abruptly rose, feigning indignation as he declared, "Humph, Du Tian, this matter shall not go unresolved. Liner, we are leaving. Regardless of the Du family's stance, this engagement is hereby annulled." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liner could no longer remain seated in the hall. As soon as she heard they were to depart, she sprang from her seat, hastily following her furious father. Not so fast. At that moment, a voice rang out, halting them. Surprisingly, it was Du Long's. The attention of everyone shifted to him as he stepped forward, positioning himself to obstruct the Zhao family's exit. Du Long, do not overstep your bounds. The engagement between the Du and Zhao families is hereby null and void. We shall henceforth go our separate ways. Zhao Guodong's expression darkened as he rebuked Du Long, watching the Zhao father and daughter retreat in disarray. The members of the Du family remained silent for a prolonged period, their gazes lingering on the young heir standing before them, with an unspoken tension in their eyes. Humph, Tian, you have raised a fine son. Indeed, he has managed to drive our two families into enmity. After a lengthy silence, Du Long's sixth uncle, Du Jinan, finally could not help but mock his elder brother. Du Tian, for a long time, Du Jinan had the persistent feeling that his standing within the military was not inferior to that of Du Tian. He believed himself to be superior in martial prowess. However, due to not being a direct descendant of the Du family, the position of clan leader had fallen to Du Tian, which had long been a source of discontent for him. In Du Long's memories, he faintly recalled being framed years ago, with the shadow of this sixth uncle looming over him. You impudent boy! How dare you speak to your sixth uncle in such a manner? Silence at once. Just as Du Jinan was about to erupt in anger, Zhou, seated beside Du Tian, interjected first, glaring at her precious son with a fierce admonition. Although she feigned fury, the glimmer of amusement in her eyes betrayed her intentions. For her, rebuke was, in essence, a means of extricating her son from a tight spot. After all, even if one were to emerge victorious against an elder, it would still invite accusations of poor upbringing. Once Zhou spoke, the previously targeting remarks directed at Du Long ceased, and even Du Zhentian, who had been on the verge of scolding his son, held his tongue. Regardless, the performance of his son today was somewhat justified. Zhentian, though Du Long's antics were rather extreme, there was a measure of reasoning behind his actions, at the very least. Even the cunning old fox Zhao Guodong had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. The Zhao family has long been in cahoots with the Li family, and since the mask has been torn off, it is better to confront them openly than to risk being schemed against in the shadows. Sometimes, laying bare the conflict is not a bad thing at all, spoke Du Zhendong, the eldest of the Du family, the oldest among the second generation of the Du clan. He lacked the high standing in martial arts and military to claim the position of clan leader. Nevertheless, Du Zhendong remained calm and objective in the face of adversity, holding considerable esteem within the family. What the eldest has stated is indeed correct, since the Zhao family has opted to ally with our long-standing adversary, the Li family. Confrontation is merely a matter of time. There is no need for the Du family to continue in pretense. Du Long's actions were commendable this time. At the very least, we have the moral high ground. With Du Zhendong's approval, several other brothers of the Du clan voiced their agreement. The incident today was instigated by the Zhao family's blatant refusal to show respect, publicly annulling their engagement prior to Du Long's arrival. The Du brothers had already been incensed by the arrogance of the Zhao father and daughter. Du Long's subsequent humiliation of them was, to be candid, quite gratifying. It is often said that good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Given the Du family's decision to sever ties with the Zhao family, they had no intention of suppressing the events of today. Consequently, the news of Zhao Linner, the Zhao family's daughter engaged to the Du family, being cast off due to her entanglement with Li Xiaojun, quickly circulated throughout the capital. Even in the households of common folk, a divorce decree would be a topic of lively discussion. When such matters arise among prominent families, it can only be described as sensational. The tale swiftly reached the ears of the patriarchs of both the Du and Zhao families. In a dramatic turn of events, it was the Zhao patriarch who was so incensed that he spat blood. Meanwhile, although the Du patriarch was also furious, he recognized that the fault did not lie with his own grandson. Thus his ire was somewhat tempered. In light of such a scandal, Zhao Linner, who had been eager to dissolve her engagement with Du Long in favor of marrying into the Li family, found herself in a dire predicament. Although she had only a profound connection with Li Xiaojun, the third-generation heir of the Li family, the world operates in such a manner that once one's reputation is tarnished, others will not take things for granted. If one is capable of engaging in an affair with Li Xiaojun despite being betrothed, it cannot be guaranteed that there were no other entanglements with different men during that time. In any case, Zhao Linner's aspiration to marry into the Li family and become the legitimate daughter-in-law was shattered. Although Li Xiaojun trusted her, the elders of the Li family did not, and they were unwilling to accept Zhao Linner as the legitimate daughter-in-law of the third generation. Li Xiaojun's grandfather made it clear that the Zhao family girl could at most be accepted as a secondary concubine of Xiaojun. If she was unwilling, she should seek her fortune elsewhere. With that single statement, Zhao Linner faced a tragic fate, for she was the cherished jewel of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue. How could she possibly descend to a situation where even the position of the legitimate wife was no longer secure? In the capital, at the renowned establishment of Ziyuexuan, a famous hotel that offered both dining and lodging. Within a secluded courtyard room, a man and a woman had spent half the night entwined in each other's arms, whispering sweet nothings. Xiaojun, you are well aware of our situation. I gave you my all the very first time. Can you bear to see me become a mere concubine? Ignoring the dampness of the man's chest from sweat, Zhao Linner pressed her delicate face against him, gazing at Li Xiaojun with a pitiful expression as she spoke. Hee, Zhao Linner, who would have thought you would end up like this? You were so proud when you first got together with me, and now you can only become my concubine. Ha ha ha. Not only do I want you, but I also desire the power of your family behind you. From henceforth, I shall have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and no one will be able to restrain me. Li Xiaojun. Deep within, Li Xiaojun was exhilarated at the prospect of a splendid future. Chapter 5. The sister in the elegantly serene back garden of the Du residence. Du Long reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, basking in the sunlight that a stone table nearby was adorned with an array of delicacies and fruits for his enjoyment, while the servant, a Gui, stood respectfully by his side. With his eyes half closed, he gently fiddled with a dark, coiled serpent ring on his left ring finger, as various thoughts flashed through his mind. The recent occurrences had been exceedingly bizarre, and finally, having some leisure time, he began to meticulously sift through his memories, seeking to unravel what had transpired within himself, for he could not find peace otherwise. To avoid any oversight, he contemplated the trajectory of his entire life, aiming to uncover any causal connections between events in his memories. Prior to the age of 5, he was not merely a cultivation failure, but rather a prodigy in martial arts, having sensed the presence of the vast celestial energy at the tender age of 3 and achieving the 5th stage of Qi cultivation by 5. However, everything changed that fateful year. He recalled a stormy night in the summer of the 995th year of the starry calendar, when the entire capital of the Haotian Empire was engulfed in thunder and lightning. The sound of thunder reverberating throughout the city at merely 5 years old, he was undoubtedly terrified, and thus the memory of that night remained vividly etched in his mind. Following that terrifying stormy night, the Lingyun mountain in the northwest outskirts of the capital split in two, forming a sheer cliff. It is worth noting that Lingyun mountain had no such abyss. It was only after that stormy night that the mountain appeared as if cleaved by a knife, one half collapsing into oblivion, while the other half remained standing, forming a perilous precipice. Not long after that fateful night, on a certain day, while frolicking in the back garden of the Du residence, I inadvertently stumbled upon a dark, coiled serpent ring. Overcome with delight at this serendipitous find, I slipped it onto the ring finger of my left hand, only to discover, to my astonishment, that the ring, which had initially been quite loose, suddenly constricted and adhered tightly to my finger. From that moment forth, no matter what methods I employed, I was unable to remove it from my finger. Indeed, it was from that time onward that my dantian could no longer absorb or store the vast and potent celestial energy. Even the energy I had painstakingly cultivated to the 5th stage began to dissipate. In a moment of realization, I slapped my forehead. As the saying goes, a person in the midst of a situation is often oblivious to the truth. For so many years, I had struggled to understand why my dantian could not store celestial energy, never once considering that it might be connected to this ring on my finger. Unbeknownst to me, this ring was constantly emanating an invisible ripple, enveloping my entire being, effectively isolating the pulsations of the celestial energy within my dantian. This was the reason outsiders could not perceive that I had already attained the 1st stage of energy cultivation. 10 years ago, a flash of insight struck me like a bolt of lightning. I suddenly recalled something and quickly reached out to tap the little golden serpent that was dozing on my right arm. "Little Gold," I exclaimed, "do you remember mentioning that you had stayed in that valley for approximately 10 years? My face alight with excitement, I inquired of the little serpent. Nodding slightly, the little serpent, still not fully awake, responded in a dazed manner. It was probably around 10 years. Why do you disturb my slumber with such questions? Take a look at this ring. Do you recognize it?" I asked, waving the dark serpent ring in front of it. The little serpent shook its head in bewilderment. "Isn't it just a black ring?" Rolling my eyes, I realized it had misunderstood my inquiry, so I hurriedly clarified. "What I mean is, before meeting me, did you ever see this ring? Do you have any recollections of it?" Although I did not receive a definitive answer, I felt as though I was inching closer to the truth, and I could reasonably ascertain why I had transformed from a prodigious talent into a mere wastrel. "Oh, I was wondering who it could be. So leisurely, lying about in this picturesque garden, wasting time, it turns out to be the good-for-nothing knife, just recently rejected by Zhao Linner. Ha ha ha." Just as I was lost in thought, reclining in my chair, a sharp voice of derision jolted me back to reality. Without needing to look, I knew who it was. None other than the arrogant Du Wei from the 6th Uncle S family. My eyes gleamed momentarily, but I remained silent, lifting my cup of fragrant tea to savor a sip, too disinterested to even cast a glance at Du Wei, who swaggered over with 2 lackeys in tow. The servant, a Gue, kept his head bowed, knowing better than to interfere in the disputes between the scions of the Du family. Among the 3rd generation of the Du clan, I ranked as the 9th. Often referred to as Poison Dragon 9th in the capital. Du Wei, the 7th, was a year and a half my senior, and due to the discord between his father and mine, he took great pleasure in finding ways to trouble me. In the 2nd generation of the Du family, the 3rd son, Du Jintian, holds the esteemed rank of a 2nd-grade loyal and martial general, while the 6th son, Du Jinan, also occupies the position of a 2nd-grade valiant general. They stand as the 2 prominent pillars of the Du clan within the military, symbolizing the dual leadership of the family. Consequently, this has led to the emergence of two factions within the Du family, one led by the clan elder Du Zhentian, and the other by Du Zhenan, the sixth son. Regrettably, Du Long has proven to be a disappointment, having become a mere wastrel in his cultivation, which not only tarnished his father's reputation within the Du family, but also stripped Du Long of any respect among the third generation of the clan. This situation has resulted in the majority aligning themselves with the seventh son, Du Wei, leaving Du Long utterly disregarded. A phenomenon unprecedented in the family's history. It is well known that in recent years, Du Long would always take a detour upon encountering Du Wei. Today, however, has he taken leave of his senses? Initially intending to deliver a few scornful remarks, Du Wei's smile began to freeze as he quickened his pace. Accompanied by two cohorts, towards Du Long, eager to discern whether this young man had suddenly acquired the audacity to ignore him. Oh, my, has the sun risen from the west today? An impertinent fool dares to act as if he is my superior? Upon approaching, Du Wei regarded the reclining Du Long with disdain, delivering his cold, sarcastic commentary. Ha ha ha. The two cousins accompanying him erupted into raucous laughter, with one, named Du Kong, arrogantly pointing at Du Long and exclaiming, "A waste rejected by the Zhao family, and he dares to play the Grand Lord here. Humph, it's one thing to disgrace oneself, but to drag our Du family into it is utterly intolerable." Du Long lifted his head slightly, his gaze as piercing as a cold blade directed at the pompous Du Kong. Just as he was on the verge of retaliating, a sharp voice unexpectedly rang out from the northwestern corner of the garden. "Du Wei, what is it? Are you lot planning to bully Du Long again?" The attention of several young individuals, including Du Long, was instantly captivated by the speaker. The tall, voluptuous beauty clad in green strode towards them with purpose. The two young men flanking Du Wei immediately deflated, swallowing hard, visibly intimidated by this enchanting figure, while even Du Wei's expression betrayed a flicker of apprehension. "Hee, Sister Kai and I. How could we possibly bully Du Long? We merely heard that his engagement with Zhao Linner had fallen through, and we happened to stop by to extend our regards. Nothing more. We shall take our leave to continue our training." Du Wei chuckled awkwardly, offering a brief explanation to Du Kai and I, then cast a furtive glare at Du Long, muttering under his breath, "Humph, consider yourself fortunate. A coward hiding behind a woman will have his day of reckoning." Du Long couldn't be bothered to even raise an eyelid, once again dismissing Du Wei. When dealing with such repulsive pests, it is wise to avoid giving them undue attention, lest one's eyes be sullied. "What, do you still wish to linger and incite trouble?" Du Kai and I approached, her beautiful eyes narrowing in displeasure as she glared at Du Wei, who had yet to depart. "Let us go." With that, Du Wei could only wave his hand and lead his two companions away. The glint in his eyes suggested that given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek out Du Long for further confrontation. "Sigh, why do you always get entangled with this fellow?" As she watched Du Wei's departing figure and let out a cold smirk, Du Kai and I finally turned her gaze towards Du Long. Concern etched on her face as she spoke. Leaning back in her lounge chair, Du Long's eyes languidly fixed upon the captivating beauty before him. She was the eldest daughter of Du Zhendong, the patriarch of the second generation of the Du family, and the sole member of the third generation who showed him kindness. Furthermore, she was a second-year student at the prestigious Haotian Royal Academy, renowned as the foremost martial arts institution in the empire, boasting a martial prowess that had reached the second stage of cyclone mastery. With her forthright and fiery temperament, not only could Du Wei not provoke her, but few peers in the entire imperial capital dared to do so. Among the third generation of the Du family, Du Kai and I stood as the most powerful and the eldest, earning her the rightful title of the family's leading lady. Chapter 6. Second stage of Qi cultivation. Straightening up from his reclined position, Du Long spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, chuckling wryly. "Sister Kai and I, you know very well that I find even a mere glance at that fellow revolting. Why would I even consider provoking him? If he chooses to hover around like a bothersome fly, what can I do about it?" Understandingly, Du Kai and I patted his shoulder, leaning casually against the stone table. Unabashedly showcasing her alluring figure to Du Long without hesitation, she regarding the admissions of the Royal Academy. The process has only recently concluded, leaving nearly an entire year until next year's enrollment. This time, 30 individuals were admitted, with the minimum requirement being a cultivation level of at least the 9th tier. "What, do you have any thoughts on this?" Du Kai and I tactfully shifted the conversation. "What thoughts could I? A mere cultivator with no talent, possibly have." It was merely a casual inquiry, perhaps due to the guilt of his untruthfulness. Du Long instinctively touched the tip of his nose, his small face blushing slightly. gazing at his strikingly handsome cousin before him. He recalled a decade ago when he was 10 and this little prodigy was merely 5. Yet even then, his prowess was not inferior to Du Long's. Alas, due to an unforeseen turn of events, his strength had regressed rather than progressed, and overnight, the once most brilliant genius of the Du family had become nearly a mere shell of his former self. Strangely, today, the despondency that once lingered in this fellow's eyes had seemingly vanished, replaced by a subtle confidence. His gaze no longer bore a hint of inferiority, but had instead grown profound, leaving Du Long with an inexplicable feeling of being unable to see through him. This sensation was quite peculiar. That night, within the confines of his chamber, after having dined, Du Long secured the door from within, unwilling to be disturbed. He then sat cross-legged upon his bed and commenced his cultivation. After the encounter with Du Wei and others during the day, he had become acutely aware of his inadequacies and strength. Were it not for the timely appearance of his elder sister Du Kai and I, he might have found himself in dire straits, for Du Wei possessed an impressive cultivation level of the 8th tier, while the other two, albeit a tier weaker, were still beyond Du Long's current capabilities. Entering a state of profound concentration, he felt the immense flow of the Haotian Qi surging into him from the Bai Hui point atop his head, coursing through his body along the Ren and Du meridians to reach his limbs and bones, with a portion ultimately settling into his Dantian space, the center of the Dantian space. A sphere of Haotian Qi floated steadily, continuously absorbing the influx of Qi, causing it to gradually swell in size. The current focus of his cultivation was to expand this sphere to its utmost limit, achieving the pinnacle of the 1st tier before he could hope to break through to the 2nd tier. As he sensed the relentless influx of Haotian Qi elevating his strength, Du Long, however, felt a sense of discomfort. He recalled the days spent at the bottom of Lingyun Mountainous Abyss, where the speed of absorbing Haotian Qi was several times faster than what he was experiencing now. In just a few hours, he had managed to break through to the 1st tier. The time required to ascend from the 1st to the 2nd tier was already several times more challenging than the initial breakthrough. Now, with his absorption rate diminished even further, his cultivation speed had evidently slowed considerably. Unbeknownst to him, following the bite from the golden serpent, his physique had undergone a mutation, allowing him to absorb Haotian Qi at a pace several times faster than that of others. As dawn broke outside, he exhaled a long breath of stale air and opened his eyes, only to discover with dismay that the growth of the Qi sphere within his Dantian space was significantly below his expectations. At this rate, it would take at least another half a month to break through to the 2nd tier. This won't do. I must gain admission to the Royal Academy next year. Fortuitously, I will turn 16 and reach the minimum age for entry. However, at such a pace of cultivation, it is utterly unrealistic to expect to break through to the 9th level of Qi condensation and reach the 1st stage of cyclone within a year. One must understand that while the earlier stages are relatively easier to surpass, the difficulty of breakthroughs escalates geometrically in the later stages. Shaking his head, Du Long began to ponder deeply, contemplating how he might refine his practice to make up for the 10 years lost due to his physical constitution. Clearly, he could not remain cooped up at home, laboriously honing his skills in isolation. He needed to harness every external force available to expedite his progress, for otherwise, a year would be insufficient to achieve cyclone-level prowess. Before long, Du Long reached a firm resolution. If that were the case, he must put his plans into action. Ah, go away. Where has your young master run off to again? Why is he absent even during mealtime? The dining hall in the East Wing was where the Du Zhentian family convened for meals, yet upon arrival at the designated hour, there was no sign of Du Long, prompting Madame Zhou to interrogate the servant. Ah, go away. Enough? Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Let us dine without concern for that wretched boy, Zhang Zhentian remarked with a darkened expression, clearly exasperated by his son's lack of diligence, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. Madame Zhou thought the remark rather harsh. She initially intended to retort, but ultimately shook her head with a sigh. Alas, this child. I had hoped he had suddenly turned over a new leaf. Could it be that I misjudged him? The atmosphere in the dining hall grew somewhat oppressive in Du Long's absence. Ever since the onset of his physical issues a decade ago, true harmony within the family had been elusive. Unbeknownst to Du Zhentian and his wife, their beloved son was not out gallivanting with dubious companions this time. Meanwhile, at Lingyun Mountain, beside the pool of the Absolute Valley, Du Long sat cross-legged, a faint smile gracing his face. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The overwhelming celestial energy within the valley was several times that of the outside world, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed at this rate. He estimated that he would break through to the second level of qi condensation in just 3 to 5 days. Early that morning, he had casually dined on the streets of the capital and purchased an array of provisions to bring into the valley. Clearly preparing for an extended period of cultivation. In recent years, this second-generation heir often reveled in the company of hedonistic friends, frequently indulging in wine and merriment. And it was entirely normal for him to return home late at night. Thus, his decision to retreat to the Absolute Valley for cultivation without informing his family raised no suspicions. As time passed, Dulong devoted nearly every moment to absorbing and refining the celestial energy. When hunger struck, he would pause to share a meal with the little golden snake, and when thirst beckoned, he would drink from the sweet, delectable waters of the pool. The days flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had elapsed. After 4 days of relentless cultivation, the energy sphere within his dantian finally reached its limit, no longer able to absorb even a trace of celestial energy. Following the guidelines of the celestial energy technique, Dulong endeavored to integrate as much celestial energy as possible into the sphere. As time progressed, with a deep exhalation, Dulong wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the unmistakable surge of power as he achieved yet another qualitative enhancement. The energy sphere within his dantian swelled dramatically, finally allowing him to continue absorbing more celestial energy. With a sudden leap, he rose to his feet, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. Unable to contain himself, he let out a long howl towards the heavens, for Dulong realized he had finally broken through to the second stage of qi cultivation. It was hard to believe that in his youth, at less than 4 years old, he had already achieved this milestone. Who would have thought that one day he would have to start his training anew, enduring hardships over the years that few could comprehend? Chapter 7. Old Master Du. In recent days, the atmosphere within the Du residence could be likened to a chaotic frenzy. As a prominent family within the military, the Du household was naturally guarded by a contingent of loyal soldiers. However, in the past few days, nearly all of these soldiers had been dispatched. This old man had been frequenting the outside world in recent years, his sole purpose being to assist his only cherished grandson, Dulong, in finding a solution to his inexplicable and bizarre physique. Yet, despite scouring the entire city, not a trace of the boy could be found. The old master finally grew furious. His grandson was often absent from home, and his son, Du Zhentian, remained indifferent. This infuriated him greatly, prompting him to deliver a stern reprimand to his son. Consequently, the household soldiers were sent out in search, even combing through Lingyun Mountain, which Dulong adored. Yet still, no sign of him was found. As the old master seethed with anger, he began to worry about the safety of his grandson, fearing that something unfortunate might have befallen him. Thus, the entire Du residence was thrown into a state of disarray. On a certain mountain path descending from Lingyun Mountain, a figure gracefully glided downwards. Soon, 2 soldiers from the Du household recognized Dulong. For it was winter, and rarely would one venture to Lingyun Mountain for leisure. He had barely appeared on the path when he was spotted. The 2 soldiers hastily produced a cylindrical device, pulled a wire from its base, and aimed the opening towards the sky. A brilliant beam of light shot upwards, producing a tremendous sound upon impact, and a burst of colorful fireworks illuminated the sky. As Dulong gazed at his mother, who looked at him with a mix of reproach, love, and concern, a pang of pain surged within him. Memories of his past life flooded back, causing his eyes to redden with the glimmer of unshed tears. Struggling to hold back his tears, Dulong grasped his mother's arm, forcing a smile as he responded nonchalantly, "Mother, I'm sorry to worry you. Let us not dwell on this now. I must go inside to see grandfather, lest he become upset. Indeed, remember, do not provoke grandfather's anger. Otherwise, beware of my wrath." Mrs. Zhou replied with a hint of playful threat. Under his mother's guidance, Dulong entered the eastern parlor, where he encountered his grandfather, the very man whose heart he had broken in his previous life. The tears he had been holding back erupted forth uncontrollably. Grandfather, seated in the main position of the parlor, Old Master Du had initially planned to scold his precious grandson upon seeing him. However, he was taken aback when this little rascal unexpectedly burst into tears, flinging himself into his embrace. Throughout his life, he had never witnessed such a display of sentimentality from the boy, leaving the old man momentarily flustered. "My dear grandson, what is the matter with you? I haven't even scolded you yet. Why are you crying? In our Du family, boys do not shed tears. You're grown now, aren't you ashamed?" The old gentleman was evidently affected by his beloved grandson, as his aged eyes turned red. "Grandfather, your unfilial grandson, have caused you concern." With tears streaming down his face, Dulong gazed at his dear grandfather, the one who had showered him with affection since childhood. The sensation of encountering someone who had seemingly departed from this world was beyond the comprehension of anyone else. It evoked both profound regret for his past actions and an infinite yearning to once again be in the presence of his grandfather. These conflicting emotions intertwined within him, causing tears to flow incessantly. In the living room, Mrs. Zhou was already in tears. As a mother, her heart was eternally tied to her precious son, sharing in both laughter and sorrow. Du Tian, on the other hand, was somewhat composed, observing the poignant scene of his son and father embracing in tears. Although he did not weep, his eyes were red with emotion. He witnessed his son's decline due to health issues, a sight that pained him deeply, yet he felt powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as his son continued to falter. Despite appearing stern, his heart bore no deep-seated animosity towards his son. Rather, it was filled with helplessness and a sense of disappointment. Aside from this family of four, no other members of the Du clan had come to visit, as it was not necessary for relatives to intervene in the family's matters. After a moment of shared sorrow, the elder Du's dissatisfaction with his grandson had vanished. In front of Du Tian and his wife, he grasped Du Long's hand and began to inspect him intently, under the intensity of his grandfather's gaze. Du Long felt uncomfortable and, wiping away his tears, shyly asked, "Grandfather, why do you look at me like that? Have I grown unsightly in just a few months?" Chuckling softly, the elder replied, "I am merely observing my dear grandson. You seem rather different from before. Moreover, I have heard about your divorce. Who would have thought that Zhao's granddaughter would be so unhinged? If it weren't for that old man begging me back in the day, our families would never have been entangled. Now that it has come to this point, we cannot be blamed. Look at you, coming in here and crying, nearly causing me to forget the important matters at hand." The elder Du then produced a small box, cradling it in his palm. "See this. I have gone to great lengths to procure this precious item. I dare say it can resolve your physical deficiencies." His words caused Du Tian and his wife to momentarily brighten with hope before returning to their usual demeanor. Logically, such news should have thrilled them, as their son's health issues weighed heavily on the family's heart. "Grandfather, what remarkable item is this? You seem so confident." Gradually easing the tension within him, a smile began to grace Du Long's face. "You always say such things. I hope this time it won't end in disappointment." "You rascal." Old Master Du awkwardly stroked his white beard, clearly aware that every time he spoke with such fervor, he was merely rallying himself. "What a remarkable treasure. Grandfather, please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Allow your grandson to behold it." Though Du Long had already resolved his physical issues, he feigned eagerness and excitement, fully aware that the old man needed encouragement and should not be discouraged in his enthusiasm. Lo and behold, the elder did not keep them waiting. In the presence of Du Tian and his wife, he opened the box resting in his palm, instantly releasing an enchanting fragrance that enveloped the entire living room. Chapter 8. The Returning Essence Pill. The Returning Essence Pill. The living room echoed with the exclamations of Du Tian and his wife. Du Long remained silent, for he was entirely oblivious to the origins of the Returning Essence Pill. "Grandfather, what exactly is this Returning Essence Pill? What benefits does it provide, and why are you so adamant that it can rectify my physical shortcomings?" Du Long curiously gazed at the emerald pill nestled within the ornate box, soon realizing that the box itself was crafted from purple jade. Surely, its value was not insignificant. With a proud grin, Old Master Du declared, "What you may not know is that the Returning Essence Pill, also known as the Vitality Boosting Pill, can swiftly augment the vast celestial energy within one's dantian, thereby enhancing one's strength. According to what I know, a single Returning Essence Pill can elevate a practitioner in the Qi gathering stage by 3 to 5 levels. But if it merely enhances the absorption rate of the celestial energy, how can you assert that it will alter my physique?" Du Long inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. This Vitality Boosting Pill, aside from increasing one's cultivation, also bears the name Returning Essence, signifying its efficacy in foundation building and returning to one's roots. Thus, it should indeed have a positive effect on your physical condition. I dare say there is a strong likelihood it will resolve your issues. Although Old Master Du endeavored to project confidence, a subtle hint of uncertainty lingered in his demeanor. Rolling his eyes internally, Du Long refrained from further undermining his grandfather's concern and affection. His physical issues had long been resolved, and there was no longer any problem. That it seemed time to unveil this secret to alleviate his family's worries. At the very least, they could keep it under wraps for the moment, especially since there were no outsiders present in the living room. Hearing his grandfather's words, Du Long found himself unable to resist the urge to quickly test the efficacy of the Returning Essence Pill. He responded with feigned anticipation, I can hardly wait to try the effects of the returning essence pill. With that, Dulong unceremoniously accepted the pill, completely oblivious to the twitch at the corner of his father Du Juntian's mouth, clearly indicating a pang of regret. Father, you are simply giving the returning essence pill to longer like that. What if it proves ineffective? Wouldn't that be a waste? It was only after Du Long's figure vanished from view that Du Juntian expressed his discontent to his father. Waste? Old Master Du regarded his son with profound significance. If it can cure that wretched boy's ailment, I would gladly sacrifice everything I possess. After a brief exchange of questions and answers between the two elders, no further words were spoken, and an oppressive silence enveloped the living room. All eyes turned toward the direction of Du Long's resting chamber, remaining speechless for an extended period. Within the chamber, having secured the doors and windows and instructed a Gui to guard the entrance against any disturbances, Du Long settled onto the bed, legs crossed, cradling the purple jade box. A whirlwind of emotion stirred within him, with his strength having reached the second stage of Qi cultivation, coupled with the mutation of his physique from the golden snake's bite. His hearing was unusually acute. Just moments ago, as he exited the living room, the conversation between his father and grandfather had etched itself deeply into his mind. In recent years, his grandfather had scoured the world for various miraculous remedies to address his physical condition. The elixirs used for cultivation were exorbitantly priced, many of which were treasures with no market value. For instance, this Gui Yuan Dan likely consumed his grandfather's entire fortune, should he fail once more. His grandfather would find himself powerless to procure any further miraculous remedies for his beloved grandson. The Du family was vast, with numerous branches of kin, and it was impossible to deplete their resources entirely for the benefit of the elder deity. Most, he could only utilize some personal reserves. Alas, this also served as an opportunity for his parents and grandfather to release the burdens weighing heavily on their hearts. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer. He opened the lid of the purple jade box, seized the Gui Yuan Dan, and tossed it into his mouth. Indeed, it was a precious elixir, dissolving instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his abdomen. Without a moment's delay, he calmed his mind and began to circulate the Haotian Gang Qi, guiding the pure energy within him toward his limbs and bones, eventually directing it to the core of the Qi mass in his dantian. The speed at which he absorbed the Haotian Qi through the elixir was unparalleled in ordinary cultivation practices. Vast amounts of Haotian Qi surged into the Qi mass, expanding it visibly, akin to inflating a balloon. Time became indeterminate as Du Long felt the Qi mass in his dantian reach its limit. He promptly recited the Haotian Gang Qi, channeling a torrent of Haotian Qi to impact the Qi mass. In mere moments, the unique sensation of breakthrough surged within him. Surpassing his limits not only catalyzed an incomprehensible qualitative transformation within his dantian but also instigated subtle changes in his physique, rendering him even more formidable. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Realizing he had ascended from the second to the third stage of Qi cultivation, Du Long excitedly harnessed the vibrant energy still coursing through him, continuing to circulate it through his limbs and into the expanded Qi mass in his dantian. This process persisted as he advanced through the fourth and fifth stages of Qi cultivation, ultimately halting at the sixth stage. 1 Gui Yuan Dan had elevated his prowess by an astounding 4 stages. Such a terrifying rate of enhancement was indeed astonishing. Du Long had never anticipated that such a reckless ascent would be perilous, akin to hastening growth too quickly, an absolute taboo in cultivation. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe repercussions for future strength development. However, fortuitously, following the golden snake's bite, the mutation of his physique allowed for this rapid advancement in Qi cultivation without inflicting any damage to his foundational strength. Feeling exhilarated by the surging waves of energy coursing through his body, Du Long sensed an inexhaustible strength within him. After a considerable time, he finally gathered his thoughts and slowly opened his eyes. As if sensing his cessation of cultivation, the little golden snake that had been quietly coiled on his arm could no longer contain itself. "You are awake. You've left me starving." Chuckling, Du Long replied, "All right, Xiao Jing, let us go. We must indulge in a feast tonight." With a sudden elevation of 4 levels in such a short span, Du Long was in high spirits, unable to suppress his laughter. As he and the snake exited the chamber, they encountered a Gui who had been anxiously waiting outside. Since Du Long's disappearance a few days prior, a Gui had not dared to stray far, closely tailing him instead. "Young master, you entered this morning and haven't emerged for lunch. It's nearly time for dinner," a Gui promptly remarked. Nodding, Du Long continued, "Is my grandfather still waiting for news in the parlor?" "Indeed. The old lord instructed that you should go to the parlor as soon as you leave your room. The guest chamber where Du Long resided was not far from the eastern parlor, and in no time, he found himself standing at the entrance. He immediately spotted his grandfather sitting alone in the main seat, gazing at him with a look of disappointment. Entering the parlor with a hint of confusion, Du Long approached and stood before his grandfather. "Grandfather, your grandson has arrived. Ah, it's good that you are here. If there is nothing urgent, rest a while and prepare for dinner." The old lord did not even inquire about the outcome, his expression revealing a trace of melancholy. Shaking his head, he waved his hand and sighed. "Alas, failure is just failure. It's not the first time. After all, my dear grandson, do not be disheartened. I shall never give up. We must continue searching for a miraculous remedy to resolve the issues you face. Grandfather, why do you seem so lacking in confidence this time? Why are you so certain that I have failed again?" Du Long was perplexed by his grandfather's unwavering conviction. "You do not possess even a hint of Haotian's aura. There can be no other conclusion but failure. Aura? What aura? Alas, with my strength, if you had reached the Qi nourishing stage, I could discern precisely which level you had attained. Now, I cannot even detect a trace of Haotian's aura. What need is there to inquire about the result?" After exchanging a few words, Du Long finally understood that the issue lay here, and he began to ponder why, despite having clearly reached the 6th level of Qi nourishing, others were unable to sense the presence of Haotian's aura. A flash of insight struck him, and he looked down at the dark serpent ring in his hand. Could it be that this item is to blame? Grandfather, it seems you've misjudged this time. If you don't believe me, take a look. Du Long smiled mysteriously at his grandfather and began to channel his Haotian aura. Instantly, a wave of pure Haotian energy manifested around him, rendering the serpent ring's aura unable to conceal the essence he was actively radiating. This. The old lord was momentarily dumbfounded, his face a blend of shock, joy, and confusion, utterly bewildered by the aura emanating from Du Long. Chapter 9. Princess of the Fire Phoenix. What? Has longer reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation. In the East Wing dining hall, Dumu, the matriarch of the Zhou family, exclaimed in a rare display of emotion before her father-in-law. Soon, she became aware of her outburst, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she cast a glance at the smiling elder at the head of the table. She then turned her attention to her son seated beside her, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Seemingly attuned to his mother's unspoken doubts, Du Long did not wait for her to inquire. He activated the vast celestial Qi within him, halting at a strength approximating the 4th level. He realized that by releasing a certain level of celestial Qi, outsiders could only perceive him as having attained that specific tier of power. Oh dear, despite Zhou's own considerable strength, she could unmistakably sense the aura emanating from Du Long, confirming that he had indeed achieved the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Overwhelmed, she could not help but cover her mouth and weep softly. "Mother, please do not cry. I promise I will not let you down again." Witnessing his mother tear up with joy, Du Long felt a surge of panic. In his previous life, he had committed grave misdeeds and faced the scorn of the world, yet his mother had unfailingly supported and encouraged him. In his heart, he harbored profound regret and guilt towards her. He vowed that since fate had granted him another chance, he would ensure that his mother would never experience sorrow again, and he would make her proud to have such a son. Enough, enough. Today is a day of great celebration, so let us put away the tears, have the servants prepare more food and wine. I wish to drink heartily with my beloved grandson. Ha ha ha. The elder Du waved his hand, laughing heartily, though the glimmer of tears in his eyes betrayed his emotions. For years, the issue of his beloved grandson's constitution had weighed heavily on his heart. But now that the problem was resolved, he felt a great burden lifted. Bring forth more food and wine from the kitchen. Du Zhentian, seated directly across from Du Long, called out, although he had remained silent throughout. The joy on his face was evident. Perhaps due to his prolonged service in the military, he was not accustomed to expressing his inner thoughts openly, appearing somewhat reserved. "Child, I do not know. Perhaps it relates to my previous constitution. Unless I deliberately project my aura, I might as well be an ordinary person incapable of martial arts. Even grandfather would not be able to discern my abilities." Du Long scratched his head and replied with a smile. "Rest assured, this time feels entirely different from 10 years ago. Such a scene will not repeat itself." In truth, even Du Long felt uncertain, but to alleviate his elder's concerns, he feigned confidence. "Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. As Longer has said, things will surely improve from here on out. Let us begin the feast." The elder Du quickly shifted the topic, wishing to avoid lingering on that subject, opting instead to observe closely and take things as they came. Du Long hesitated as he lifted his chopsticks before finally speaking. "I hope this matter can remain confidential for the time being. Why should such a good thing be kept secret? In confusion?" "Du Mu, The matriarch placed a large piece of meat into Du Long's bowl, while the elder Du and Du Jintian turned their curious gazes toward him, eagerly awaiting his explanation. In those days, I was also regarded as a prodigy in the realm of cultivation, exalted by countless admirers. Regrettably, it ultimately culminated in a precipitous fall from grace, as those who once extolled the young one swiftly altered their demeanor, inundating the air with disdainful, mocking, and scornful remarks. Over the course of a decade, the young one finally comprehended the wisdom of humility bringing benefits while arrogance invites misfortune. Henceforth, regardless of the strength of his cultivation, the young one vowed to conduct himself with utmost modesty. All present gazed in astonishment at Du Long, as this lad had transformed into someone they scarcely recognized, his resolute gaze conveying an earnestness that left no room for jest. "Ha ha! Splendid! My precious grandson has finally matured," exclaimed the venerable Du, his delight palpable as he stroked his beard and repeated his approval. Du Jintian and his wife shared a sense of relief and joy as they observed their seemingly more sensible son. In the dining hall, the family of four enjoyed a harmonious meal, while the little golden snake busily prepared a separate dish. Du Long had already instructed his servants to prepare a sumptuous platter of tender, delectable meats, cut into enticing morsels. Under the curious gaze of the elder Du and the others, the little one unabashedly indulged himself. Although Du Long had not yet reached adulthood and traditionally should not partake in drinking with the adults, the Du family, being of military lineage, held a more liberal stance on alcohol consumption. The elder Du paid no heed to the boy's age, eagerly inviting him to drink copiously. In response, Du Mu, Madame Zhou, could only shake her head in quiet resignation. Today was a day of celebration, and she had no desire to dampen the elder's spirits. Moreover, this lad had certainly indulged in revelry over the past few years. "Du Long, the sun is nearly at your rear. Rise and shine." A voice, resounding with at least 100 decibels, jolted Du Long from his drool-soaked slumber. Clutching his pillow. In a frenzied scramble, he opened his eyes to find his sister, Du Kai, mischievously gazing at him with her enchanting eyes. Stifling laughter, Du Long rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering, "Sister, a wicked person who disturbs a good dream deserves to be struck by lightning. Pray tell, what brings you to another man's chamber?" Giggling. Du Kai was tickled by Du Long's words, her laughter a delightful tremor. After a spell, she managed to compose herself, teasingly flicking her tongue at her left cheek while playfully scolding. "How shameless! You, a filthy man, dare to call this pigsty a chamber? Look at how your drool is nearly drowning the pillow. It's utterly revolting." Instinctively wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Du Long sheepishly queried, "So, what brings you to my humble abode this early? At last, you exhibit some sense. The sun is well on its way, yet you still linger in bed? Quickly, rise and freshen up. It's a rare occasion to have you, so set aside all matters today and accompany me to a gathering." Du Kai finally revealed her purpose. "A gathering?" Du Long inquired, rummaging for his clothes as he spoke. His curiosity piqued. "Indeed, it's a gathering at Longquan Palace. As the new year approaches, this will be the final gathering of the year. I expect a considerable turnout, so let us go and enjoy the festivities. It promises to be far more lively than the usual small gatherings." Longquan Palace gathering? Du Long's heart stirred with understanding of the nature of this event. It was a gathering of the elite young men and women of the imperial capital of Haotian Empire. In his previous life, he had attended several of these gatherings. Though such events offered the opportunity to meet numerous esteemed young heirs and heiresses, Du Long found himself lacking enthusiasm, and his pace in dressing noticeably slowed. "Are you, my dear, akin to a tortoise? So sluggishly moving. Do you expect me to assist you in dressing?" Witnessing this fellow's leisurely demeanor, Du Kai felt a surge of irritation. "You used to pester me to accompany you to the Longquan Palace gathering. Yet now you seem utterly unperturbed." Regrettably, with the memories from my previous life, he truly harbored little desire to attend this gathering, for his reputation in the capital was utterly abysmal. Not a single esteemed young master or miss would deign to associate with him. Upon seeing him, they reacted as if confronted with a repugnant sight. "Well then, are we not finally attired? I shall freshen up momentarily. Dear sister, your eagerness to meet your beloved is rather conspicuous. As a woman, one must maintain a sense of decorum. Otherwise, be wary of scaring him away." Du Long teased with a radiant smile, aware that his sister secretly harbored feelings for Yang Yunfeng, the third son of the Yang family. A blush crept onto Du Kai's cheeks. She had never anticipated that her innermost thoughts could be so easily discerned by Du Long. Her secret affection for Yang Yunfeng was the most confidential aspect of her heart, never before disclosed to anyone. She pondered, how on earth does this little rascal know? What beloved? Mind your words. Be cautious, or I shall skin you alive. Embarrassed and flustered at having her feelings laid bare, Du Caney shot Du Long a glare, raising her hand to pinch his ear. Having been subjected to this treatment by his sister numerous times over the years, Du Long swiftly made his escape to freshen up. Longquan Palace, situated in the eastern outskirts of the capital, is a picturesque destination, home to a royal villa adjacent to Longquan Lake, with the palace itself facing the lake. The mere fact that it shares the lake with the royal villa indicates that its owner possesses an extraordinary background. In his previous life, Du Long had sensed the formidable influence behind Longquan Palace. Riding splendid steeds, he and Du Caney braved the chilly wind to reach the palace, where they were greeted by a bustling scene. Despite the cold, many young gentlemen preferred carriages over horseback for warmth. Caney's sister, you are here too? Perfect. Let us enter together, after handing their horses to the attendants at the palace entrance. A delicate voice captured the attention of Du Caney and Du Long. From a golden carriage adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, a petite girl, seemingly of Du Long's age, gracefully descended. She wore a pink dress trimmed with gold, and due to the cold, she draped herself in a cloak adorned with a fiery fox fur collar. Princess Huofeng, upon seeing this enchanting girl, whose pure visage was laced with a hint of mischief and cleverness, Du Long immediately recalled her title. Indeed, she was none other than the cherished jewel of the current emperor. Princess Qin Huofeng, this seemingly innocent young girl could ensnare those captivated by her facade, leading them to dire consequences. In his previous life, Du Long had suffered greatly at her hands, enduring humiliating defeats. And thus, whenever he encountered her, he would scurry away as a mouse flees from a cat. A new book, updated daily at 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 10. Farewell, Brother Caney had encountered Princess Huofeng. Du Caney bowed respectfully to the young princess. Sister Caney, you're still the same, always so polite. If you keep this up, I shall ignore you. Pouting adorably, Princess Huofeng displayed a delightful semblance of annoyance. Hee, now that the formalities are over, what has prompted you to grace this gathering today, little princess? Du Caney affectionately took the little princess's delicate hand, shedding the formality from before. Today is the last gathering before the new year. And feeling rather stifled in the palace, I seized the opportunity to sneak out for some fresh air. With a playful tug at Du Caney's elbow, Princess Huofeng's gaze drifted towards Du Long. Oh, who is this little brother I have not seen before? Did you bring him out? Little brother, aren't you just a few months younger than me? Du Long rolled his eyes, secretly grumbling, yet stepped forward to politely greet. Du Long pays his respects to Princess Huofeng. Du Long, so you are the prominent figure that has been the talk of the capital lately. A mischievous smile danced on Princess Huofeng's face as her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seeing her expression, Du Long felt an involuntary chill. He had often been tormented by her in his previous life, and it was clear that this mischievous little princess viewed him as a new plaything. Indeed, it is alas. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. Who would have thought that even my trivial misdeeds would reach the princess's ears, tarnishing her pristine image? Such is the fault of Du Long. With the wisdom of his past life, Du Long understood the capricious nature of this spoiled princess. As long as one refrained from giving her a reason, she would not seek trouble without cause. Little brother, be good, stick with your sister, and if anyone dares to bully you, remember to invoke my name. For Caney's sake, I shall protect you today. With a playful pat on Du Long's shoulder, who towered over her by half a head, Princess Huofeng feigned maturity, exuding an overwhelming cuteness that left both Du Long and Du Caney in a state of amused bewilderment. Longquan Palace, Golden Dragon Hall. The Golden Dragon Hall is the largest and most opulent reception area within the entire Longquan Palace. At its center stands a magnificent golden dragon, intricately carved from crystal, soaring towards the ceiling. Its mouth agape as it spews forth a stream of clear water that cascades down its body, sparkling with golden light under the illumination, rendering the hall exceedingly grand and elegant. Surrounding this crystal dragon pedestal are various functional zones, including resting areas, dining sections, and reception spaces. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Hall was filled with a group of elegantly dressed, extraordinarily poised young individuals, the elite sons and daughters of the Haotian Empire. Representing the Armée de la Armée of the capital's aristocracy, the youthful nobility instinctively divided themselves into three groups, one led by the heir of the political family, Fan Tong. A second group headed by Wei Yiming, the scion of a military lineage, and the third group comprised of numerous royal relatives and their followers. While these three factions maintained a facade of cordiality, the underlying rivalry was undoubtedly palpable, albeit discreetly concealed in such an assembly. Brother Fantong. As the new year approaches, I, Xiaojun, raise a toast to you, wishing you an advance year filled with profound cultivation, prosperous fortune, and an abundance of romantic encounters. Allow me to drink first as a sign of respect. Among the group of young gentlemen surrounding Brother Fantong, Li Xiaojun respectfully offered a drink. Li Xiaojun's father holds a close position to Fantong, thus a degree of deference must be extended. Fantong casually lifted his cup, taking a mere sip before setting it down, squinting with a smile as he addressed him nonchalantly. Xiaojun, just the other day, I was envious of your acquisition of Zhao Liner, yet now, how swiftly have matters escalated to such a state. Why, pray tell, did you not bring Zhao Liner along today? Forgive me for the oversight. Brother Fantong, she is indeed present. However, I wished not to disrupt your enjoyment, so I allowed her to remain with the other ladies at tea this very moment. She is conversing with the daughter of the grand historian, Zhang Jing, and her companions, Li Xiaojun explained, pointing towards Zhao Liner amidst a group of women, his face adorned with flattery. It seems that after being cast aside by that scion of the Du family, only a fifth-rank official's daughter would still choose to associate with her. Truly, it is a pity for the daughter of a second-rank minister, Fantong remarked, his gaze drifting towards the cluster of women, revealing a glimmer of intrigue that I must say. Zhang Jing possesses a charming appearance and a fine figure. Let us invite them over for a drink. Leave it to me. Li Xiaojun immediately understood Fantong's intentions and rose to approach Zhao Liner and her circle. In no time, he returned with the ladies in tow. The women, excited to take their seats, were well aware of Fantong's status as the legitimate grandson of the Fan family. Who would not wish to ally with such a prestigious family? To be candid, their families had consented for them to attend this gathering with the hope of securing an esteemed match. Princess Wufeng has arrived, accompanied by Du Kai and I. They are followed by a handsome young man, whom I have not seen before. I wonder which family he belongs to. Amidst their revelry, the trio led by Princess Wufeng soon captured the attention of Fantong's group. A girl close to Zhang Jing exclaimed in surprise, diverting the gaze of the others. Isn't that lad Du Long, the ninth scion of the Du family? I believe he is still underage this year. What brings him to such an occasion? An acquaintance of Du Long remarked. So it is that fellow. With Princess Wufeng leading the way, even a mere child would face no opposition in entering. Fantong scoffed, and the others instinctively glanced at Zhao Liner and Li Xiaojun. Li Xiaojun maintained his composure, harboring a sense of gratitude towards Du Long. However, Zhao Liner's expression transformed dramatically. Upon spotting Du Long, her face turned ashen. Her previously attractive features now twisted with an overwhelming sense of resentment. In her eyes, Du Long had shattered her lifelong happiness, igniting a visceral desire for vengeance. Please, carry on without me. Du Long, reveling in his freedom, truly wished to distance himself from the willful princess, contemplating how to escape her presence as swiftly as possible. As he lifted his gaze and scanned the surroundings, preparing to seek a corner to while away the time, Du Long's eyes intertwined with those of Fantong and his group. In that instant, vivid scenes from his past life flashed through his mind, the betrayal he endured, masterminded by the treacherous Zhao Liner and Li Xiaojun, with Fantong and his associates serving as the accomplices. It was this very group that precipitated the downfall of the Du family, leading to his grandfather's untimely demise and the exile of his kin. Memories of those events flooded back with clarity, causing a glint of murderous intent to flicker in Du Long's eyes. Though he quickly reined it in, he understood well that this was not the time for vengeance. Not to mention, the Fan family's influence was not something the Zhao family could afford to offend. His gaze finally settled on Zhao Liner, and with a disdainful smirk, he turned and made his way towards a secluded corner with fewer patrons. As he walked, he unceremoniously grabbed 2 large platters of food from nearby tables, a bottle of fine wine tucked under his arm, and found a vacant spot in the relatively obscure northwest corner of the Golden Dragon Hall, having been summoned by his sister without even partaking in breakfast. He felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. With no intention of being polite, he summoned the little golden snake concealed in his bosom, and together, they began to feast heartily. Brother, mind if I join you? Just as Du Long was engrossed in his meal, a somewhat coarse and husky voice drew his attention. Looking up, he beheld a young man, slightly older than himself by 2 or 3 years, sporting a fine stubble, standing at the edge of the table with a large plate of delicacies in hand. Upon recognizing this individual, Du Long was momentarily stunned. It was none other than his sole good friend from his previous life, Yu Shaoshan, whose father held the esteemed title of a third-rank general in the empire. In his past life, Yu's family had been embroiled in the calamity that befell the Du family, and Du Long felt a profound sense of guilt towards this dear brother. Not a problem. please, make yourself at home." Though his heart was tumultuous, Du Long maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, gesturing for the other to take a seat, oblivious to the turbulent emotions flitting across Du Long's face. Yu Shaoshan plopped himself down directly across the table after setting down his food and drink. Curiously glancing at the little golden snake voraciously devouring its meal, Yu Shaoshan then turned to Du Long, grinning widely as he raised his glass. "Brother, I am Yu Shaoshan. I am Du Long." Du Long naturally raised his glass in response, clinking it against Yu's before tilting his head back to down the entire contents in one go. Feigning a hearty demeanor, "Haha. I, Yu Shaoshan, truly admire a man of your boldness," Yu Shaoshan exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he watched Du Long finish his drink. "So you are the infamous poison dragon. The ninth. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Our encounter today must be fate. As long as you do not mind, we shall be friends. As for those rumors, I couldn't care less. I find those with ill reputations far more tolerable than those who present a genteel facade while secretly being ruthless predators, just like most of those so-called noble scions in this hall." He gestured disdainfully towards the young lords present in the Golden Dragon Hall. "Ha ha ha. It seems we share the same sentiments. Let us raise a toast to our mutual understanding," with a beaming expression. Du Long raised his cup once more and laughed heartily. Since his rebirth, he had rarely displayed such an unreserved and genuine smile. The two clinked their cups together with a resounding cheer. And the second glass of fine wine was swiftly consumed. "Brother Du Long, for some inexplicable reason, I feel an uncanny sense of familiarity with you, as if we've known each other for ages. This feeling of instant camaraderie is truly remarkable." Wiping the remnants of wine from the corner of his mouth, Yu Shaoshan regarded the newly acquainted Du Long with a hint of curiosity. "Hee. Not only do you feel this way, Brother Yu, but I too share this sentiment. Meeting you for the first time feels like reuniting with an old friend, which signifies that we are destined to be connected. Seizing this opportunity, if you do not mind, how about we become sworn brothers?" Du Long gazed earnestly at the former brother-in-arms before him, his genuine emotions evident in his eyes. "It is already a rarity that you do not find me uncouth. Brother Du Long, let us dispense with pleasantries. With this cup of wine, I, Yu Shaoshan, willingly swear brotherhood with you." With that, Yu Shaoshan drew a dagger from his waist. Its cold gleam catching the light. A few drops of blood fell from his ring finger and into his wine cup. Inspired by this gesture, Du Long, who retained memories from his past life, instinctively extended his hand. The little golden snake, having received the signal, promptly bit his fingertip, allowing him to let his blood drip into his own cup. Completing this ritual, the two exchanged their cups with an unspoken understanding. "Ha. Good brother. Cheers, cheers." Chapter 11. The unveiling of strength in the northwest corner of the Golden Dragon Hall. Du Long and Yu Shaoshan engaged in joyous banter, which irked certain individuals. Among them, Zhao Liner felt particularly displeased, while another disgruntled figure lurked within Wei Yiming's circle, Du Wei, a fellow scion of the Du family, as the son of a second-rank General Zhen Wei. And having long since undergone his coming-of-age ceremony, Du Wei naturally possessed the right to attend the gathering at Longquan Palace. Leveraging his father's influence within the empire, he held a modest position in such settings. When did this brat sneak in? This insipid little whelp has no business being at a gathering like this. And what on earth is that Yu Shaoshan thinking, laughing and chatting with him? Does he not know the true nature of this little scoundrel? Du Wei regarded the distant Du Long with a frown of displeasure and confusion, muttering to his companions nearby, This waste of space entering such a venue is nothing short of a disgrace to the Du family. Come, we must ensure he does not enjoy himself." With a gloomy expression, Du Wei downed the fine wine in his cup and rose with determination in his eyes. The only path to securing his position as the future leader of the third generation of the Du family lay in utterly demoralizing Du Long, ensuring he remained in perpetual decline. Fueled by ambition and his father's tacit approval, he relished targeting Du Long at every opportunity. It could be said that Du Long's notorious reputation in the capital was largely due to Du Wei's clandestine machinations, as he consistently orchestrated the dissemination of Du Long's misdeeds, deliberately tarnishing his name. Who do we have here? It seems the legendary poison dragon, the ninth, has arrived. When did the gathering at Longquan Palace become open to even a wet-behind-the-ears child? Oh, look, even Shaoshan is here. Are you unaware of the notorious reputation of Du Long, the poison dragon? Do you aspire to carve your own name into the list of rogues in the capital? Just as Du Long and Yu Shaoshan were engrossed in their conversation, an unwelcome voice intruded, and without turning around, Du Long knew that the loathsome fly, Du Wei, had returned to stir up trouble. The smile on his face gradually faded as he leaned back in his chair, his right hand gently caressing the smooth scales of the little golden snake on the table, his eyes narrowing as a cold glint flashed. Glaring icily at Du Wei and his three insufferable companions, members of the Du clan who had humiliated him in his previous life. Du Wei, what do you mean by this? Are you looking for a fight? Despite his carefree demeanor, Yu Shaoshan could sense the tension in Du Wei's expression and immediately glared at the four of them, shouting, "If you dare to trouble my good brother, you're seeking death." Although Yu Shaoshan's roar was loud, the relatively secluded northwest corner garnered little attention, yet those like Zhao Linner, who were observant of Du Long, quickly shifted their focus, eager for the unfolding drama. "Your good brother?" Du Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had been kept informed of Du Long's whereabouts and had never heard of this boy becoming close friends with Yu Shaoshan. If one were to claim that they had just become sworn brothers moments ago, few would believe it. Of course, today, I, Yu Shaoshan, have sworn brotherhood with Du Long. From now on, if anyone dares to bully him, they will have to contend with me. Yu Shaoshan's declaration was entirely within Du Long's expectations. While he felt a surge of gratitude, he also harbored a deep sense of guilt for having dragged his brother into troubles in his past life. Resolutely determining that he would not involve his good brother in any misfortunes this time around. I simply enjoy being with my brother Du Long, so I've sworn brotherhood with him. What can you lot do about it? If you have the guts, come and bite me. We are here drinking and chatting. It's none of your damn business, so get lost as far as you can. Just seeing your faces ruins my appetite." Yu Shaoshan was clearly enraged, jumping to his feet and pointing his finger at Du Wei and the others, cursing them outright. As the situation escalated, Du Long's icy gaze swept over Du Wei's group. "What are you up to? In this setting, do you not even care about the Du family's dignity? Aren't you ashamed enough already? Ha ha ha, dignity? The Du family's reputation has long been tarnished by you, the poison dragon. Yet you still dare to lecture us?" Du Wei sneered. As if Du Long were the eternal scourge of the Du family, my family's reputation tarnished by me. Du Wei, don't think for a moment that your clandestine actions over the years have gone unnoticed. The fame I have today is largely due to your machinations. Du Long's anger was palpable. In his previous life, he had inadvertently overheard Du Wei drunkenly boasting of the schemes he had orchestrated against him. "You wretched spawn of Du Zhentian and Zhou Ruoshui." Amidst the convoluted reasoning and desperate circumstances, Du Wei ultimately found himself unable to articulate the thoughts he had concealed for years. His harsh words inciting Du Long's fury. "You are the bastard," he roared, and in an instant, Du Long, who had never unleashed his power since being transformed by the little golden snake, and now at the 6th stage of Qi cultivation, launched himself forward with explosive speed, delivering a powerful blow to Du Wei's chin. With a resounding impact, Du Wei had no time to react before he was sent flying backward, several teeth mingled with blood scattering across the air. Witnessing Du Long's assault, Yu Shaoshan wasted no time and seized a wine jug from the table, swinging it down upon the nearest individual with great force. The jug shattered with a loud crash, instantly splitting open the man's head, blood streaming down his face. Amidst the chaos, Du Wei's body collided violently with a nearby table, toppling chairs and causing a ruckus. "Brother, I'll hold him off. You make your escape." Yu Shaoshan, having heard of Du Long's reputation as a training failure, had deliberately avoided discussing the topic to spare him embarrassment. However, Du Long's sudden strike relied purely on surprise and brute strength, not yet revealing his true martial prowess. The brawl ensued. Curious onlookers from the northwestern corner turned to witness the commotion. Zhao Linner especially thrilled by the spectacle of the Du family members turning against one another. She reveled in the sight of Du Wei frantically attacking Du Long, secretly wishing for Du Long's demise to alleviate her grievances. Fan Tong, Li Xiaojun, and others observed the chaos with expressions of amusement. Everyone familiar with Du Long knew him to be a mere martial arts underachiever, often bullied into silence, only finding solace in venting frustrations on the common folk. What had prompted such a change today? Spectators assumed Du Wei had simply been caught off guard, as no one believed Du Long could triumph in a direct confrontation. They awaited the grim scene of Du Long's impending defeat. Under the gaze of all present, Du Long finally made his move, an energy fluctuation emanating from him that could only be achieved at the 6th stage of Qi cultivation. He charged forward like a bull, undeterred, heading straight for Du Wei. The latter, sensing the potent aura surrounding Du Long, furrowed his brow in dismay. No wonder he had become so brazen lately, daring to challenge me repeatedly. Humph. With your 6th stage prowess, you're far from a match for me. Du Wei, at the 8th stage of Qi cultivation, dismissed Du Long entirely, unable to believe he could not handle an opponent of the 6th stage. Though lacking confidence in confronting an 8th-stage adversary, Du Long found himself unable to retreat, steeling himself to meet Du Wei's full force with all his might. With everyone watching, the two palms met in a clash devoid of finesse, resulting in a resounding thud. Du Long staggered back 5 steps, regaining his balance without any noticeable distress. Although Dewey had only taken 3 steps back before halting his movement, his complexion was as pale as a ghost, devoid of any trace of color. Just a moment ago, after clashing with that palm strike, he realized both of his arms were fractured. To his surprise, no one seemed to notice Dewey's injured state. Everyone was astonished that the outcome of the collision between the two appeared so evenly matched, leading to a cacophony of murmurs resonating throughout the Golden Dragon Hall. 6th level of Qi cultivation? Am I seeing this correctly? That so-called cultivation failure has actually managed to cultivate. Just now, his aura distinctly radiated a presence not inferior to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Could he truly be the legendary cultivation failure? Du Long? Wasn't he supposed to be a complete waste? How is it possible that even Dewey, at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, could gain no advantage? After a brief moment of astonishment, Fan Tong, amidst the crowd in the distance, began to exhibit a mocking smile as he gazed at Zhao Liner and Li Xiaojun that I never expected. The former cultivation failure has somehow managed to cultivate again. It seems, Xiaojun, you've struck an incredible fortune. Ha! Some individuals chuckled along with Fan Tong, while Zhao Liner's expression darkened as she fixated on Du Long in the distance, experiencing a tumult of emotions. A bitter sensation spreading within her heart. In the past, to annul the engagement, she had willingly submitted herself to Li Xiaojun, and her resolute decision to break off the engagement was primarily due to Du Long's unfavorable reputation, but more so because of his inability to cultivate. Now, it seemed, she was left questioning whether her decision had been right or wrong. Chapter 12. A bunch of sisters stop. A sharp voice echoed through the Golden Dragon Hall as a group hastily approached from the opposite end of the Golden Dragon platform. Among them were Princess Huafeng and Du Kai and I, with the furious first sister Du Kai and I leading the charge. Dewey, it's one thing to bully Du Long at home, but to embarrass yourself in a public setting today, have you lost your mind? Striding toward the scene of the incident, the first sister Du Kai and I appeared utterly incensed. Indeed, from now on, Du Long will be under my protection, and you shall not bully him any longer, or else you will face dire consequences. Following closely behind Du Kai and I, Princess Huafeng brandished her delicate fists, feigning a fierce demeanor as she threatened him. Dewey, taken aback, never anticipated that even Princess Huafeng would side with Du Long. He felt utterly unfortunate today. Instead of gaining an advantage, he had only incurred injuries. Humph, let us go. With both arms completely broken, Dewey lacked the face to claim he was the victim, stifling the immense pain radiating from his arms. He let out an angry grunt and was the first to depart. The arrival of Princess Huafeng and the others had, in fact, provided him with a way out. Remaining there with his arms broken would have only led to further humiliation. Dewey could not comprehend how he had ended up with both arms shattered in that clash. He was unaware that Du Long's physique had undergone a mutation, as the transformation from the golden serpent rendered his body akin to an iron rod, while the physique cultivated through ordinary methods of the Haotian Gang Qi was like a wooden stick. Under conditions of similar force, the first to break would always be the wooden stick. Hey, why are you leaving? This is so boring. Watching Dewey storm away in fury, the mischievous Princess Huafeng murmured in disappointment. Kid, are you all right? How did you get entangled with that guy again? Duquesne then turned to Du Long with a concerned inquiry. Due to the obstruction of Jinlongtai, she had not witnessed Du Long's earlier display of power. My companion, Xiao Shan, and I quietly sipped our drinks and engaged in conversations, and I found myself powerless to avoid the trouble brought forth by that annoying fellow. This time, I owe it all to Xiao Shan. Otherwise, I would surely have faced a significant loss. Du Long affectionately draped his arm over Yu Xiaoshan's shoulder and provided a brief account of the situation that had just transpired. Did you not mention this princess's name, you rascal? Princess Huafeng playfully glared at him with her beautiful, large eyes, seemingly displeased that Du Long had failed to introduce her. With a wry smile, Du Long could only chuckle. Ah, the name of Princess Huafeng is indeed resounding, but even if I were to announce it, no one would believe me. However, from this moment forth, I suspect no one will dare to disbelieve that I. Du Long, have you, princess, shielding me? Now that is more like it. Princess Huafeng enthusiastically nodded, her face radiating delight. The group took their seats anew. Originally, only Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan occupied the table, but with the addition of Princess Huofeng and her entourage of 5 or 6 beautiful women. The atmosphere instantly became lively, though Yu Shaoshan typically came across as rather rough around the edges, largely due to no one wanting to associate with such a boorish fellow. Now, with Princess Huofeng leading the way, no one seemed to mind being near him and Du Long, 2 men of less than stellar reputations, surrounded by lovely ladies. The once boisterous Yu Shaoshan now appeared somewhat awkward, a faint blush gracing his youthful, stubble-covered face, which elicited a barely suppressed laugh from Du Long. Alas, though the flowers may be keen, the flowing waters remain indifferent. The captivating women paid no heed to his discomfort, their attention entirely focused on the small golden snake voraciously devouring its meal on the table. Wow, this little golden snake is so adorable. Who raised it? Look at how charmingly it eats. My goodness. Look, it's drinking fine wine while eating. What a little gluttonous rascal. It is often said that 3 women create a play. And with 5 or 6 stunning beauties gathered, a topic of interest emerged, causing the scene to spiral into chaos, their incessant chatter leaving Du Long's head spinning. Hey, kid, is this snake yours? No way, such a delightful little creature must be cared for by this princess. To let you raise it would be a gross waste. From now on, I shall protect you, but the condition is that you gift it to me. Princess Huofeng exclaimed with excitement, gripping Du Long's arm and resolutely attempting to claim the golden snake for herself. While explaining to the princess, Du Long discreetly revealed the wound he had sustained during their blood oath, simultaneously issuing a mental command to the small golden snake. Xiao Jinjing, quickly intimidate these women, or else they will surely capture you and confine you in a cage. The little golden snake complied, raising its head and emitting a warning hiss towards the group of beauties as it flicked its tongue. It occasionally mimicked a biting motion, causing the 2 closest women to blanch in fright, squealing and retreating. The young princess was no exception, startled by the snake's deliberately fearsome display, and she dared not approach the once gentle creature. Xiao Jin, do not harm anyone. Du Long deliberately reached out in an attempt to prevent the golden snake from inflicting harm, only to be bitten sharply by the little serpent, causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. This gruesome spectacle once again rendered the women pale with fear, prompting them to retreat from the dining table. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a ploy to elicit sympathy. Du Long was able to silently issue commands to the golden snake. Even before extending his hand, he had commanded it to bite him. You ungrateful creature, just wait until I starve you for a few days, ignoring the blood streaming from his hand. Du Long seized the little golden snake and tossed it into his specially designed bag for snakes. After securely fastening the bag in front of the onlookers, he tucked it into his embrace. All is well. I will keep it confined for a few days. This little beast is notoriously unruly and requires proper discipline, he reassured, gesturing for the women to take their seats. Seeing the golden snake contained, the women gradually settled down. The eldest, Du Kai and I, expressed her concern. Du Long, is your wound serious? Is that snake venomous? Not at all. I have already taken an antidote, so it poses no threat to me. However, you must all exercise caution. A bite could indeed be life-threatening. Du Long replied, feigning alarm, before turning to Princess Huofeng with a mock-serious tone. Your Highness, as you can see, I cannot risk placing such a dangerous little creature in your hands. Should it bite you or any member of the royal family, the Du family would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoshan had been suppressing his laughter, fully aware that the once docile golden snake had suddenly turned ferocious, clearly due to a mischievous ploy by his good friend, who was reluctant to part with the snake. Once seated again, Du Long graciously rose to pour wine for the lovely ladies, finally lifting his own cup with respect. I am Du Long, hee. My reputation in the capital is rather lackluster, but I assure you, many of the tales circulating outside are greatly exaggerated. While I may appear somewhat unruly on the surface, I am not as wicked as the legends suggest. Sister Kai and I can vouch for me. After this festive occasion, I shall consider myself an adult, no longer the reckless youth who caused a ruckus in the capital. Now, let me raise a toast to all the esteemed ladies present. First, to apologize for the earlier fright, and second, to wish you all a new year filled with eternal youth and beauty. May you soon find your ideal partners and bear children. As his words flowed freely, he inadvertently let slip a bit too much, prompting several playful taps on the head from the nearby women. The initial tension eased as laughter erupted among them, their disdain for Du Long diminishing significantly. Invigorating the atmosphere, Yu Shaoshan, who was not particularly adept at banter, silently gave a thumbs up, recognizing that his good friend knew how to amuse the ladies. He could enjoy the feast while simply keeping close. Hoping for a taste of the broth, The beautiful women graciously clinked their glasses, and the first round of wine was consumed without hesitation, with the presence of the formidable Princess Huafeng and the capable Du Kai. There was hardly anyone pretentious among them. As a glass of wine was downed, the atmosphere grew even more animated. Despite Du Long's notorious reputation, he was still quite young. As he himself put it, youth often breeds folly, and making mistakes is somewhat excusable. Even the little princess regarded him as a younger brother, and naturally, the other ladies present viewed him similarly as a mischievous younger sibling, thus alleviating their wariness towards him. Come, my esteemed ladies, Sister Kai and Princess Huafeng are already acquainted with one another, yet I am still unfamiliar with the names and backgrounds of the other 4 sisters. Rather than directly inquiring about your names, which may seem inappropriate, let us do this. I shall toast each of you in turn, and the one I toast shall graciously reveal her name and family lineage. How does that sound? Du Long raised his glass once more, proposing this arrangement. Does that mean each time you learn a sister's name, you must drink a cup? If you learn the names of all 4 sisters, that would amount to 4 cups? A lady in green questioned with a playful tone. Absolutely not. You have shown respect to them all while leaving this princess and your sister aside. Such treatment would be decidedly imbalanced and unreasonable. Princess Huafeng interjected, waving her hands in protest. Indeed. If we are to show respect, it must be to all the sisters. The ladies echoed the princess's sentiment. Very well. Today, my brother and I shall risk our lives to accompany all you lovely sisters. Du Long exclaimed, emboldened by the spirited atmosphere. Come, Xiaoshan, we cannot allow so many beautiful sisters to look down upon us. Du Long, usually unable to tolerate being provoked while drinking, found himself easily stirred by the ladies, rekindling his impulsive tendencies. Fear not. I, Yu Xiaoshan, am a true man of the capital. I would rather drink myself into a stupor than be a timid turtle. Yu Xiaoshan, caught up in the ambience, stood up alongside Du Long, his fists clenched in determination. Today, we are all good brothers and sisters. Let us dispense with any notions of hierarchy and commence toasting in order from my left. Xiaoshan and I will toast, and those who drink must reveal their names. Mistakes or concealments will result in a penalty drink, that Du Long declared, his face flushed with excitement. Although he proclaimed equality, he still courteously placed Princess Huafeng in the first position for the toast. He first raised a glass to Princess Huafeng, followed by the lady in green, who, after downing her drink with gusto, introduced herself. I am Su Luin, daughter of the esteemed second-rank Grand Commander Su Chirue. I am Lu Zixin, daughter of the third-rank Chancellor. I am Zheng Waner, daughter of the second-rank Minister of Personnel Zheng Ke. I am Lin Shi, daughter of the third-rank Grand Minister of Rights. Laughter and merriment echoed throughout the gathering. In the distance, Zhao Liner was intermittently drawn to the joyous sounds, her gaze complex and inscrutable, betraying a mixture of resentment, jealousy, and regret. Chapter 13. Young Yufeng, what? You have reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Is this truly the case? After conversing for a while, Du Kai and I, upon inadvertently hearing from Yu Xiaoshan that Du Long had attained the 6th level of Qi cultivation, gasped in astonishment. The women present exchanged puzzled glances as they fixed their eyes on Du Long. After some interaction, they had developed a certain fondness for him, and naturally, it was everyone's wish to see him shed the title of a cultivation failure. Rubbing his head, Du Long realized that the news of his attainment of the 6th level of Qi condensation had already been revealed to many, and thus there was no need to continue concealing it from Sister Yi and the others. He directly released his internal aura, allowing the fluctuations of the 6th level of Qi condensation to manifest openly. This it is truly real, while outsiders expressed mere astonishment at Du Long's ability to cultivate. For Du Kai and I, who had watched him grow since childhood, her feelings could only be described as shock. She could never forget the confident, sunny genius boy from 10 years ago, and the subsequent fall from grace that led to his self-doubt and descent into despair. Wait, is that not young Yunfeng? One heir? Quickly call your cousin over to sit here. Princess Huafeng, with her keen eyesight, noticed a familiar figure entering the Golden Dragon Hall. Following her gaze, Du Long observed a young man dressed in a dark blue robe, his starry eyes shining with vigor, exuding an air of composure and handsomeness as he scanned the surroundings. The women turned their heads, smiling at Du Kai and I, whose eyes were still glistening with tears. The second-rank secretary of the Ministry of War's daughter, Jianwan Heir, stood up with a radiant smile to greet her cousin, Yang Yunfeng, swiftly bringing him over. Oh, Yang San Lang has arrived too? It's quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of you during gatherings. Princess Huafeng teased with a smile as she sat there. Yunfeng has met Her Highness, Princess Wufeng, Yang Yunfeng replied with measured politeness. His gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd, ultimately landing on Du Kai and I, seemingly taken aback by the glimmer of tears in her eyes. I in the view of Yang Sanlang. This sister of the Du family was a remarkable woman, her spirited personality rivaling that of any man. It was indeed surprising to see her display a more feminine demeanor today. Come, quickly take a seat here. Even before Yang Yunfeng arrived, everyone present had tactfully vacated the seat beside Du Kai and I, with Du Long also cooperating by shifting to make space. Without much hesitation, Yang Yunfeng settled down and scanned the area. Puzzled, and asked, "Why is the atmosphere so strange today? Has something happened? Allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Xiaoshan, whom you surely recognize, and this little brother here, perhaps you do not know? His name is Du Long, the cousin of Sister Kai and I. I suspect you have already heard of his esteemed name, for it was indeed he who caused Sister Kai and I to shed tears." Princess Wufeng stated with a mischievous grin. Yang Yunfeng's brow furrowed as he turned to look at Du Long. He had long heard the rumors of the infamous poison dragon of the capital. And now, his gaze towards Du Long appeared somewhat unfriendly, likely influenced by Princess Wufeng's last remark. Do not heed the nonsense of the little princess. It is not that I was bullied by Du Long. I merely shed tears out of overwhelming joy. Seemingly anxious to prevent any misunderstandings from her beloved, Du Kai and I hurriedly interjected. Only then did Du Long clasp his hands together and say, "I am Du Long. I have often heard Sister Kai and I speak of Yang Sanlang Yunfeng, and today, upon meeting, I can indeed confirm he is a remarkable talent, a true dragon among men. I hope that Yang De Gu will look after me in the future." Let me explain further. In the past, it was widely rumored that Du Long possessed a physical deficiency that rendered him unable to cultivate. However, I have just heard that he not only has begun to cultivate, but has also attained the formidable 6th level of Qi condensation. Sister Kai and I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Princess Wufeng interjected with a cheerful grin. Yang Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, realizing the implications, and began to scrutinize Du Long with curiosity. Yet, he discerned not a trace of the overwhelming Qi aura emanating from him. Prompting his confusion, why is there not even a hint of the overwhelming Qi aura? Du Long rolled his eyes and once again released his internal energy, immediately revealing a surge of 6th level Qi condensation, thus validating his prowess through action rather than words. How peculiar! It truly is 6th level Qi condensation. Without proactive display, one could not perceive it at all. Yang Yunfeng voiced his bewilderment once more. I am uncertain of the reason, but it likely has some connection to my previous strange constitution. Du Long offered no further explanation, attributing all possibilities to his former peculiar physique. Regardless, the resolution of Du Long's physical issues is indeed a moment of great joy. Come, everyone, let us raise a glass in his honor. Princess Wufeng proclaimed loudly as she lifted her cup. The crowd followed suit, toasting Du Long in celebration. After several rounds of drink and merriment, Du Long finally grasped that while Yang Deji's relationship with his sister had not been explicitly defined, it had been tacitly acknowledged under the encouragement of those present. Yang Yunfeng had long heard many tales about Du Long from Du Kai and I, but had never had the opportunity to meet him until today. Learning of the resolution of his physical issues naturally brought him great delight for his beloved. Du Long was indifferent, rising to his feet. Yu Xiaoshan, initially reluctant, had no choice but to stand alongside him. The ladies present refrained from any comments, fully aware of the significance of such an encounter. As daughters of the esteemed families, Du Kai and I stood up to adjust Du Long's attire. Whispering a caution, Du Long, I trust you are aware of Wei Yiming's status. Remember, with Brother Yunfeng leading you to meet him, he will surely extend you the courtesy you deserve. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remain humble and prudent. Sister, I fully understand. Rest assured, Du Long responded with a reassuring smile before following Yu Xiaoshan and Yang Yunfeng towards Wei Yiming's circled eye in the southeast corner of the Golden Dragon Hall. Wei Yiming was reveling in the company of numerous young gentlemen, enjoying hearty drinks, his esteemed status drawing many eager to curry favor. Yiming, upon entering the circle led by Yang Yunfeng, Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan made their way directly to Wei Yiming. Ah, Yunfeng has arrived? Wei Yiming looked up, and upon seeing Yang Yunfeng, his face broke into a broad smile, indicating a close bond between them. Then noticing the two individuals trailing behind, he chuckled. Yu Xiaoshan? And this must be Du Long, who just recently stood up to Du Wei. Am I right? Du Long, Xiaoshan, pays his respects to Brother Yiming. Haha, splendid, a formidable youth indeed. I witnessed your boldness in confronting that rascal Du Wei earlier without losing ground. Quite impressive. Wei Yiming regarded Du Long and his companion with apparent amiability, yet it was clear he was merely honoring Yang Yunfeng. The reason Wei Yiming, like Fan Tong, has risen to a status that rivals that of princes and princesses is not solely due to his father being a first-class general of the empire, but rather because his grandfather is one of the 3 known individuals within the empire who have attained the spirit realm. In the vast Sky Empire, there are ostensibly 3 individuals possessing the strength of the spirit realm, among which one belongs to the Wei clan, another to the Fan clan, and the last is a certain founding emperor from within the imperial family. The minor familial discord has brought amusement to my elder brother Yi Ming. Du Long humbly responded, "Indeed, it is rumored that the 9th elder of the Du family has a flawed physique, rendering him incapable of cultivation. However, today's events suggest that such claims are mere fabrications. It is not entirely unfounded. The elder Du successfully procured a Guiyuan pill, which has precisely remedied Du Long's physical deficiencies, allowing his strength to gradually return." Yang Yufeng interjected to clarify on behalf of Du Long. "You rascal, you seem quite well acquainted with your future brother-in-law." Wei Yiming playfully punched Yang Yufeng on the shoulder, chuckling softly, and then raised his glass. "Come, let us toast, for it is no small feat to catch you for a drink." Naturally, Yang Yunfeng would not refuse the gesture. He picked up a cup from the table, clinked it against Wei Yiming's, and unceremoniously drank it down as a gesture of respect. Noticing that Wei Yiming also finished his drink, he then refilled his cup from the wine jug. Wei Yiming smiled at Yang Yunfeng and remarked, "You clever lad." Du Long and Yu Shaoshan obediently approached with their cups, respectfully declaring, "A toast to brother Yi Ming. We hope to receive your guidance in the future." Indeed, with Yunfeng's introduction, "You shall be considered my brothers from now on. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Wei Yiming feigned a generous demeanor as he clinked glasses with the 2.4 Wei Yiming. Du Long and Du Wei, both being younger brothers of Du Kai and I, held differing statuses. One had a friend to introduce him, while the other did not, creating a significant distinction between them. "Very well, the toasts have been made, and it is time for us to take our leave." Yang Yufeng bluntly turned and led Du Long and the others away. "I have known him since childhood. We studied in the same class at the Imperial Royal Academy, so our bond is undeniable. He is quite different from that fellow Fan. He treats his friends with great generosity. So do not be overly formal in your interactions," Yang Yufeng explained with a smile. "I see now." Chapter 14. The beautiful ring spirit. The gathering at Longguan Palace concluded that afternoon before the sun set. It was inevitable, for those young ladies of noble birth. Venturing out to revel in the night was simply not permissible. Should their reputations tarnish, finding a suitable match would become exceedingly difficult. Hence, such gatherings at Longguan Palace typically wrap up by dusk, leaving behind a cluster of gentlemen with little to discuss. In a private chamber, Du Long sat cross-legged, entering a state of deep meditation, while the little golden serpent coiled quietly upon his left arm, seemingly resting, yet diligently cultivating in its own right. At that moment, the dark serpent ring on Du Long's left ring finger, which had remained inert, began to emit a faint golden glow. The little golden serpent, sensing this change, abruptly opened its eyes and fixated intently on the ring that was now illuminating. Under the serpent's vigilant gaze, the ring transitioned from its initial black hue to a deep golden color, its surface enveloped in a shroud of dark golden radiance. This dark golden light began to undulate, ultimately transforming, under the astonished watch of the little golden serpent, into a stunningly beautiful woman, translucent and shimmering in dark gold. A petite beauty, formed from the shimmering glow of dark gold, languidly stretched, her exquisite silhouette revealed in all its perfection as the dark golden light danced around her. Du Long, a grave matter has arisen." The little golden serpent, finally snapping out of her daze, urgently transmitted her voice into Du Long's mind. "Little Jing, what calamity has occurred? Have you disturbed my cultivation?" Du Long opened his eyes with some displeasure and cast a glance at the little golden serpent. His attention was soon captured by a palm-sized ethereal beauty that appeared above the ring. Without needing an explanation from the little golden serpent, he understood why he had been abruptly awakened. Staring foolishly at this self-absorbed, utterly dismissive ethereal beauty, Du Long swallowed hard and inquired anew, "What exactly are you? Why are you here?" "Humph, you are the one who is an object." "I am not an object. I am a beautiful ring spirit." "Do you know what a ring spirit is, you uncultured bumpkin?" Seemingly offended by Du Long's words, the ethereal beauty sprang up, stamping her feet and pointing her finger at Du Long's nose in indignation. And as she spoke, she even feigned tears. "Woo-woo, it is already unfortunate enough to be bound to a little brat. But to have ended up with such a bumpkin. Bumpkin. Dulong was momentarily taken aback, no matter how one puts it. I am the son of a second-ranked loyal general of the Haotian Empire, a scion of a noble lineage. How could I ever be labeled a bumpkin? Soon enough, curiosity completely eclipsed his fleeting sense of pride, and Dulong pressed on with his inquiry. Ring spirit, pray tell, from whence do you hail? How did you come to be here? You don't even know where I come from. Then from where did you acquire this ring? The ethereal beauty countered, blinking her beautiful large eyes in confusion. The ring? Dulong instantly realized that the issue stemmed from the very ring he possessed. That I found this ring in the back garden. I have worn it for nearly a decade. Why have I never seen you before? Humph. The ethereal beauty pouted, retorting, without a worthy bloodline, one cannot awaken this esteemed lady. Bloodline. Dulong suddenly recalled the gathering earlier that day when the little golden serpent had bitten his left hand, causing it to bleed profusely, and the ring had been stained with a considerable amount of his blood. Could it be that it was this blood that summoned the ring's spirit? Bloodline strength? Dulong murmured in confusion once more. Oh, heavens! The dark golden beauty exclaimed, covering her head with her hands in despair. Indeed, a top-tier bumpkin. You don't even know what bloodline strength is, being continuously berated by this little beauty. Even Dulong's patience began to wear thin. You are the bumpkin, no matter how one looks at it. I am the son of a high-ranking official in the Haotian Empire, a descendant of a noble family in the imperial capital. How did I become a bumpkin in your mouth? Hey, must you always be so melodramatic? I have a question to pose to you. After acquiring this ring, my strength did not increase, but rather diminished, ultimately rendering me nearly incapacitated in retrospect. It seems that the issue lies with this very ring, Dulong exclaimed impatiently to the petite dark golden beauty. Humph, serves you right. The bloodline strength of an ordinary person is insufficient. And should one dare to wear a dragon ring, the only outcome is to have all the energy within them siphoned away. The dark golden beauty cast a disdainful glance at Dulong indeed, although I anticipated this outcome. Hearing it directly from Dulong still kindled a deep-seated resentment towards the ring. It had truly caused me great suffering in my previous life. You are quite fortunate, having not only fortuitously obtained this ring, but also secured the bloodline of this little creature, conveniently meeting the minimum bloodline strength requirement set by the ring for its master. The dark golden beauty feigned a tone of wisdom, reflecting on the situation. Nonsense. Dulong erupted in anger. Were it not for this ring, I would not have languished as a worthless being for over a decade, nor would my family have been on the brink of ruin, with my fiancée running off with another man. The dark golden beauty, taken aback by Dulong's furious demeanor, soon grasped the situation, and she couldn't help but giggle uncontrollably, her reaction exuding a rather irritating schadenfreude. How can you be so gleeful about my misfortune? What is the true origin of this ring? Will it continue to drain my energy? If it does, I shall not hesitate to sever a finger to rid myself of it, casting it into the latrine. You dare, the dark golden beauty shrieked. If you dare to throw me into the latrine, I shall drain all the energy from your body, including your blood, leaving you a mere husk. Humph. If I were to become a worthless being again, I would rather perish than live as a husk, and I would still throw it into the latrine to quench my hatred. Dulong's eyes glinted with malice as he growled ominously. Do not. Your bloodline strength has now met the standard. The ring has officially recognized you as its master, and it shall not absorb your energy any further. Seemingly intimidated by Dulong's ferocity, the dark golden beauty began to relent. That a fleeting glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes, and Dulong, still maintaining a fierce facade, huffed. Humph. This ring has caused me such torment. If it offers me no benefits, I shall find a way to cast it into the latrine to alleviate the resentment in my heart. Benefits? Of course, there are benefits. This is a dragon ring, and it possesses numerous advantages. Firstly, it can be utilized as a space ring. And secondly, it will provide certain benefits corresponding to the growth of its master's strength. The advantages are plentiful. The dark golden beauty's eyes darted as she hurriedly enumerated several benefits. A space ring? What are the corresponding abilities, and how do I utilize them? The use of a space ring is quite simple. You have successfully recognized it as your own by dripping blood. Just infuse your consciousness into it, and you will unveil a space of approximately 10 meters in radius, allowing you to freely access and store items within this space, making it exceedingly convenient. Even as the enchanting little beauty, adorned in shades of dark gold, effortlessly expounded her thoughts, Dulong had covertly directed his attention to the ring on his left hand's ring finger. In no time, He indeed sensed a space of approximately 10 square meters, which was utterly vacant, devoid of any substance. Clearly lacking even the most rudimentary understanding, it was evident that she was a provincial. The dark golden beauty instinctively prepared to utter a reprimand. But upon noticing Du Long's unsavory expression, she hastily refrained, ultimately rolling her eyes in exasperation and responding, "Such a space cannot accommodate living beings. It is only suitable for ordinary objects." She reached out to lift a parcel, then meticulously sensed the space within. And with a mere thought, the parcel in her hand vanished without a trace. That it was unmistakably evident that within the empty space, a parcel had manifested, precisely the one she had meticulously packed herself. With another mental command, the parcel reappeared in her grasp. After repeating this process flawlessly several times, Du Long finally quelled his curiosity and gazed at the dark golden beauty with palpable excitement. "Beautiful spirit maiden, may I inquire if you possess a name?" Through their exchange, Du Long discerned that this spirit's life form appeared somewhat cunning on the surface, yet was, in truth, rather naive and easily deceived. He had already conceived a strategy to deal with her. Of course, I once had a name. Others call me Ling Er. As expected, the moniker of beautiful maiden brought forth great delight in the dark golden beauty. "Ling Er, what a lovely name. Who bestowed it upon you?" Du Long continued to flatter her with sweet words. He, "It was given to me by my previous master. I too find it particularly delightful." The smile on the face of the dark golden beauty, Ling Er, grew even more radiant. "And who was your previous master? To have claimed the lovely Ling Er as their own, they must surely be an extraordinary individual." Du Long persisted in his flattery. "My previous master is..." "No, I cannot say. My former master instructed me never to disclose her identity. Otherwise, it would bring calamity upon my new master." As she spoke, her voice faltered, and an expression of profound terror washed over the enchanting spirit named Ling Er. A new book is in need of everyone's support. Do not forget to recommend and collect while indulging in your reading. Chapter 15. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Young man, the energy utilization rate of your cultivation technique, hovering around a mere 30%, is utterly rudimentary. Since you have become my new master, you must swiftly elevate your strength. Otherwise, in the future, you may end up dragging others into misfortune when you are bullied. After their exchange, as Du Long began to concentrate on his cultivation once more, a delicate voice pierced through his focus, startling him from his meditative state. Just as he was about to express his ire, he suddenly realized and feigned indifference, saying, "This is the Du family's secret technique, the Haotian Gang Qi. How is it that you deem it a low-level technique? Do you possess a more advanced cultivation method? Of course, if I didn't, why would I bother to speak so much with you? Never mind, I shan't waste my breath on you. Behold, this is the first part of the Haotian Gang technique, sufficient for you to cultivate to the third tier of power. Remember, do not let anyone know you are practicing the Haotian Gang, or it may invite calamities that could lead to your demise and the annihilation of your clan." In conclusion, Ling Er wore a rare expression of gravity. Without waiting for Du Long to press further, a vision flashed in his mind, revealing an ethereal diagram of human meridians, where a red line entered from the crown chakra, flowing through the Ren and Du meridians into the 8 extraordinary vessels, subsequently circulating along a mysterious elliptical route, ultimately converging within the Dantian. Is it truly possible for inner cultivation techniques to be imparted in such a manner? Upon witnessing the virtual diagram of the Haotian Gang manifest in his mind, Du Long was utterly stunned by this unprecedented method of transmission. It was inconceivable that even the entire Haotian Empire could possess such a remarkable approach. Realizing his own shortcomings, he thought, when I mentioned how fortunate someone was to acquire this ring, some were still in disbelief. Humph. Seemingly attuned to Du Long's astonishment, Ling Er proudly scrunched her nose and let out a delicate huff. "It's simply unbelievable, Ling Er. This method of imparting cultivation techniques is unlike anything I have ever encountered. During the cultivation process, I can directly reference this operational diagram in my mind, significantly reducing the chances of error." Aware that he should not skimp on words of praise for the enchanting spirit, Du Long understood that the more sweet nothings he uttered, the greater his benefits would be. Indeed, the Haotian Gang is capable of enabling practitioners to break through to the 9th tier. With an energy absorption and refinement efficiency of approximately 66%, more than double that of your current cultivation technique. Nodding vigorously, the ring spirit beauty Ling Er beamed with pride. Without further ado, Du Long promptly began to cultivate according to the so-called Haotian Gang. absorbing the Haotian vital energy through the crown chakra, injecting it down the Rin and Du meridians into the 8 extraordinary vessels, and then circulating it along the designated meridians of the Xiantianju, ultimately channeling it into the energy mass within his Dantian.as time passed. The absorbed Haotian vital energy, after traversing the elliptical meridian route for a full cycle, was infused into the Dantian, and he could distinctly feel that his efficiency in absorbing and refining the Haotian vital energy had more than doubled compared to before. In the Eastern Dining Hall, it was a rare occasion for the Du family of 4 to gather for breakfast. If you can cultivate at home, why must you go to Lingyun Mountain to train? In just 7 or 8 days, it will be New Year's Eve. Even if you wish to engage in rigorous training, there is no need to rush, Zhou Ruoxue inquired, her gaze filled with concern for her precious son. I feel that the training speed at Lingyun Mountain will be fastered. If I wish to break through to the 9th tier of Qi within a year, I must start exerting effort now. Given that the old man had expressed his views, Zhou Ruoxue naturally refrained from saying more, and Du Jintian had no objections either. In his eyes, as long as his son did not stir up trouble, that was sufficient. After breakfast, Du Long departed from the Du residence, taking a stroll around the city, purchasing a plethora of outdoor survival essentials. Now that he possessed a space of 10 square meters, he was able to acquire items that had previously been inconvenient to carry all at once. As he was on the verge of purchasing everything he needed, 2 enchanting figures emerged from the jewelry shop. Du Long instinctively directed his gaze towards these 2 exquisite silhouettes, and the moment he recognized the identities of the beauties, his complexion suddenly shifted, prompting an immediate urge to turn and retreat. Unfortunately, he was too late. A melodic voice called out to him, Du Long, why do you want to flee as soon as you see your sister? Do I appear so frightening? Or have you committed some misdeed that you're afraid I might uncover? Absolutely not. Fire Phoenix. Sister, in broad daylight, what sort of mischief could I possibly engage in? Du Long, inwardly lamenting, could only turn around, scratching his head and forcing a laugh. He never anticipated encountering Princess Fire Phoenix and her maid in the streets. And given her ordinary attire, it felt inappropriate to address her as Princess Fire Phoenix. Brother Gio, is that really you? It's been several days since we've seen you. What a rare encounter today. Let's head to the Zue Xiang Lu together, my treat. Before Princess Fire Phoenix could continue her inquiry, a rather untimely voice rang out behind Du Long. How unfortunate. Just when it rains, it pours. Did you forget to check the calendar before stepping out? Without needing to turn around, Du Long instantly recognized the voice belonging to Jin Gui, the son of a small merchant in the capital, with whom he had indulged in revelries at Zhe Xiang Lu before his rebirth. Mustering his courage, Du Long turned to face the flamboyant Jin Gui and the 2 rather unremarkable young men behind him, who were also among the small merchants he had associated with prior to the Du family's downfall. In the capital, these small-time merchants were always eager to curry favor with Du Long, a second-generation official. However, such individuals were merely fair-weather friends. Once the Du family fell from grace, they disappeared without a trace. And even if they happened to cross paths with him, they would scarcely spare him a glance. Far from the kind of genuine friends he had in Yuxiaoshan. Du Long, are these the unsightly fellows you associate with? Princess Fire Phoenix clearly held little regard for these 3 ruffians, her words laced with disdain. What do you want from these unsightly fellows, in the capital, where she feared even her emperor father? She had no qualms about confronting these rascals, glaring fiercely at Jin Gui and his companions. Du Long, breaking into a cold sweat, could only feign camaraderie, throwing an arm around the shoulders of Jin Gui and his companions to defuse the situation. Sister Fire Phoenix, these 3 are all my good buddies that were just about to head to Zue Xiang Lu for some drinks, so we won't disturb your shopping any longer. Come on, brothers, let's go. Wait, just as they had taken a few steps, Princess Fire Phoenix's delicate voice rang out again. Du Long, feeling a bit apprehensive, turned back and feigned nonchalance. Sister Fire Phoenix, is there something else you need? This lady also wishes to accompany you to witness this Zue Xiang Lu. After wandering about all morning, I'm rather hungry now. Princess Fire Phoenix unexpectedly made a request that left Du Long dumbfounded. Sister, if that sort of place is meant for men, you, as a young lady, shouldn't go there. Moreover, your maid wouldn't allow you to visit such a place. People are aware. I, a humble brother, truly cannot bear this. It is absolutely out of the question, Du Long replied, somewhat conflicted. In no matter, I am determined to accompany you to experience the Zhe Xiang Lu today. Pouting her lips, Princess Huafeng began to challenge Du Long, the pampered little princess. eager for amusement, wished to explore anything that piqued her curiosity. Hee, Brother Gio is indeed impressive. I heard he just broke off an engagement. And now there's a beauty coming to his door. How enviable. Jean Gui, observing Princess Hua Feng's relentless pursuit, cast a wistful glance at Du Long and remarked, Brother Gio, the front hall of Zui Xiang Lu remains relatively understated. It wouldn't be impossible for this young lady to visit. What is this nonsense? Not only am I being dragged to drink in the flower houses early in the morning, but I also have to take the princess along. I shudder to think of the consequences should this reach the emperor's ears. Du Long rolled his eyes dramatically and ultimately relented. Besides, it was indeed early, and few would wish to frequent such places at this hour. Right? Zui Xiang Lu, ostensibly engaged in the business of song and dance along with dining, was, in reality, involved in far more dubious activities than I in the capital. It was widely recognized as a brothel disguised beneath the guise of a purity arch. Albeit of a somewhat higher caliber, young Master Zhou has arrived. It's quite rare to see your esteemed presence. Truly a rare guest. Just as Du Long intended to enter Zui Xiang Lu discreetly, he was spotted by a familiar matron. Observing the sycophantic smile on the matron's face, Princess Hua Feng could not resist teasing. Oh, look at you, clearly a frequent visitor here. Ah, not at all, not at all. Du Long could only chuckle awkwardly before addressing the matron. Today we have distinguished guests. Please provide us with a refined private room facing the street. The matron, skilled in discerning people, immediately noticed the exquisite beauty accompanying Du Long. Although her attire appeared modest, her undeniable air of nobility suggested she was no ordinary lady. Very well, we shall go to the Zui Feng Xian that you often frequent, the matron exclaimed loudly before leaning in closer to whisper. Young Master Zhou, would you like me to summon Qing Lian to perform a song for you? With a quick turn of thought, Du Long grasped the matron's good intentions. Qing Lian was the only artist at Zui Xiang Lu who did not sell her body. Whenever Du Long visited, he enjoyed her performances. Since he had brought a lady into Zui Xiang Lu, it would be prudent, according to the matron's plan, to avoid disturbances from the more frivolous entertainers. Agreed. It has been far too long since I last heard Qing Lian. I miss her dearly. That it would be splendid for her to come and perform, providing a bit of entertainment for my dear sister. Du Long nodded in agreement. Chapter 16. The harmonious melody of Guqin and Zheng within the elegant room of Zui Feng Xian at Zui Xiang Lu. The sound of the guzheng flowed like a clear stream, its notes trickling into the heart, accompanied by a hauntingly beautiful voice. The music intertwined with the ethereal singing, immersing all listeners in a poignant atmosphere. Adorned with a white silk scarf, dressed in a grass-green top that gradually faded into a pure white dress at the bottom, she sat gracefully before the guzheng, perfectly displaying her exquisite figure. She was none other than Qing Lian of Zui Xiang Lu. Du Long, with his eyes slightly squinted and his head gently tilted back, found himself ensnared by the soul-stirring melody of Qing Lian's enchanting song, which transported him into a realm of melancholic reverie. Once a noblewoman of illustrious lineage, Qing Lian had tragically descended into the world of fleeting pleasures after her family fell into disarray. This sentiment echoed the dreamlike quality of the Red Mansion, where past opulence had faded into oblivion, and amidst a once thriving circle of kin, only the solitary figure of a lone wild goose remained, now ensnared in the clutches of a tumultuous existence. Unbeknownst to him, the tears had streamed down Du Long's slightly raised countenance. Princess Hua Feng, absorbed in the melody, inadvertently turned to gaze at Du Long, and was instantly taken aback by the sight of his tear-streaked, handsome visage. Could this be the infamous second master, Du Long, known throughout the capital? How could he be moved to tears by such a sorrowful tune? Unconsciously, the image of the heartbroken young man etched itself deeply into the innermost recesses of this celestial maiden's heart. In the celestial garden blooms a wondrous flower, flawless as jade, if there is no fateful bond. How then have we met in this life? If fate indeed exists, why do my secret sorrows dissolve into naught? Caught in the depths of sorrow, a transcendent voice resonated in Du Long's mind, prompting him to softly hum along with the ethereal melody. His slightly hoarse and mournful voice left those around him momentarily stunned. The startled Qing Lian, who had been playing the zither, lifted her gaze to witness Du Long's heart-wrenching display. And as she listened to the poignant tune and sorrowful lyrics, she too succumbed to emotion, her white silk veil becoming damp with tears. Swiftly, she raised her hands to accompany the melody with her zither. Truly, Qing Lian was a noble lady well versed in the art of music. After merely hearing Du Long's gentle singing, she memorized the lyrics and melody. joining him in harmonious duet with her clear, ethereal voice. In the celestial garden blooms a wondrous flower, flawless as jade. If there is no fateful bond, how then have we met in this life? If fate indeed exists, why do my secret sorrows dissolve into naught? One sighs in vain, one toils in longing. One is the moon reflected in water, the other, a flower mirrored in glass. How many tears can one's eyes truly hold as autumn flows into winter and spring flows into summer? Before long, even Princess Wafong, typically not one for singing, was swept up by the atmosphere and began to hum along with the melody. The trio of Jean Gouet, though often unruly, had dabbled in poetry and music. And while they refrained from singing aloud, they clinked their chopsticks against their cups, creating a symphony of sounds that mingled with the zither's notes. With Qing Lian as the lead vocalist, Du Long and Princess Wafong provided soft accompaniment. And the piece culminated in the gentle strumming of the guzheng. As the final notes lingered in the air, the audience remained captivated. Master of the Ninth, may I inquire about the origins of this song? Might Qing Lian continue to perform it henceforth? At last, it was Qing Lian who broke the silence. Standing delicately by the zither, she gracefully bowed to Du Long, her voice resonating with exquisite clarity in the tranquil chamber. Awakened by her melodious tone, all eyes turned curiously toward the tear-streaked Du Long. In that moment, the trio of Jean Gouet, who had always believed Du Long to be merely performing for the admiration of beauties, could not help but silently commend him. Truly, ninth brother, in just half a month, your ability to win the favor of ladies has grown remarkably. Embarrassed, Du Long wiped away the tears from his cheeks and finally opened his eyes. Gazing softly at the delicate Qing Lian beside the guzheng, having known this enchanting beauty for many years, he had never witnessed her true face nor seen her engage in conversation with any man. Reflecting on her sorrowful past, he felt an inexplicable wave of sympathy arise within him, prompting him to break into a radiant smile. He then stood up, opting for silence as he approached Qing Lian. Linger, what was the name of that piece just now? Where did it originate from? Du Long discreetly inquired of the spirit within him. It turned out that the melody had been an emotional outpouring from this little spirit, sung in his mind, which resonated with Du Long and compelled him to join in. That annoying fellow, causing me to cry as well. Humph. Du Long found himself both amused and exasperated by the spirit's response. Marveling at this unexpected sentimental side of the spirit, the piece was titled Wang Ning Mei and was derived from the classic dream of the Red Chamber. Upon reaching the guzheng, Du Long smiled at the gentle Qing Lian and said, "This piece is called Wang Ning Mei and is from an ancient book known as Dream of the Red Chamber. I stumbled upon it by chance. Wang Ning Mei." Qing Lian murmured, repeating the name softly before addressing Du Long. "Ninth young master, might I be so bold as to borrow this ancient book Dream of the Red Chamber for my perusal?" Du Long was momentarily taken aback, as he had no means to procure a book he did not possess. Sensing his predicament, Qing Lian hastily added, "If it is inconvenient for you, then please disregard my request." "No, it's not a matter of inconvenience," Du Long replied, feeling a flush of embarrassment. It's just that when I first encountered this ancient tome, it was already in tatters, and after perusing it once, it has since disappeared, likely discarded by my household staff. He could only fabricate a kind-hearted lie, his cheeks naturally turning crimson. "Young man, you could invite her to take a seat, and then recount the contents of Dream of the Red Chamber to her." He, I find this Qing Lian quite agreeable. She is beautiful and sings charmingly." The spirit's voice echoed once more in Du Long's mind. With a subtle shift in his expression, Du Long turned to the hesitant beauty, Qing Lian, and offered her a sincere smile. "Dear Qing Lian, although the ancient book Dream of the Red Chamber is no longer in my possession, its contents are etched in my memory, if you do not mind. You may join us at our table, and we can indulge in wine while discussing poetry and literature, shall we? Rest assured, dear Qing Lian. You see, we have another esteemed young lady of noble birth at our table. And besides, I, Du Long, have known you for quite some time without ever crossing any boundaries. You may sit with us without fear of any inappropriate demands." Du Long could clearly discern the hesitation in Qing Lian's demeanor. Observing this ninth young master, who was entirely different from the tales circulated in the outside world, she reflected on how other guests might have sought to inconvenience her. Yet this particular young man had never exhibited any impropriety. It was precisely for this reason that Qing Lian was willing to entertain the idea of hosting this youthful gentleman. Had she deemed him unworthy, she likely would not have wished to meet him at all. "Dear Qing Lian, please do not hesitate to take a seat." The young man must still refer to me as his elder sister. Do not take those three to heart. Come, let us sit together. Our acquaintance is a form of destiny. And after the harmonious strains of Wang Ning Mei that we just shared, it is only fitting that we engage in a heartfelt conversation. To my astonishment, Princess Wufeng took the initiative to invite Qing Lian to join us. Such establishments rarely see the presence of female patrons, and witnessing Princess Wufeng's invitation finally dissolved Qing Lian's last vestige of reserve. With a graceful bow, she softly said, "Then I shall intrude." "Please." Du Long gestured with enthusiasm. The group reseated themselves, with the delicate Qing Lian being guided by Princess Wufeng to sit beside her. Du Long could only occupy the space next to the princess, while Jean Gui and the others took their places further down. Nonetheless, the three of them were utterly exhilarated. After all, Qing Lian was a presence that even the most esteemed nobles could not easily engage. To share a drink with her today was indeed a monumental honor. Cheers! Let us raise our glasses to the delightful melody we just experienced. Du Long proposed first. Naturally, Jean Gui and the others echoed the sentiment, while Qing Lian hesitated momentarily before reluctantly lifting her glass. Cheers! Du Long and the others swiftly drained their cups, and Princess Wufeng, not one to be outdone, joined in. However, Qing Lian delicately concealed her cup with her sleeve, her drinking posture exuding an elegance that befits someone of noble lineage. Ultimately taking only a modest sip in 01 pressed Qing Lian to drink further. Her gentle demeanor evoked a sense of compassion that made it difficult for anyone to compel her to partake in anything she was reluctant to do. "Ninth young master, might you share the tale of Dream of the Red Chamber with me?" After a round of drinks, Qing Lian eagerly expressed her desire to hear the story, believing that a book capable of inspiring a timeless masterpiece like Wang Ning Mei must surely be remarkable. Du Long could not delay, and so he began narrating the story of Dream of the Red Chamber, alternating with the words of the enchanting spirit as everyone, including Qing Lian, became engrossed in the tale. The door to the private room was suddenly flung open with a loud crash, and an unpleasant voice echoed within. Well, you self-righteous harlot, you wouldn't accompany me for a drink even for 1,000 gold. Yet here you are with these penniless wretches? Is my money not worth anything compared to theirs? Humph, foul wench, if you do not provide an explanation today, I'll see to it that the sign of Zui Xiang Lu is shattered. Chapter 17. All stunned. The abrupt intrusion of 5 uninvited ruffians completely shattered the atmosphere. Qing Lian, her face partially veiled by a silk scarf, was about to rise when she was restrained by Princess Wufeng beside her. "Miss Qing Lian, remain calm. This trivial matter is best left to Jiu Gongzi to handle. Young man, today, we shall see how you fare. Do not tell me you cannot deal with these lowly thugs." Princess Wufeng, having reassured Qing Lian, turned to Du Long and murmured softly, "Do not overstep your bounds. The 9th young master of the Du family is present. You shall not act recklessly." Before Du Long could respond, Jean Gui pointed angrily at the intruders, his voice rising in indignation. "Hey, I was wondering who had the audacity to show up. Turns out the wet-behind-the-ears 9th young master of the Du family is also here. Regrettably, the notorious Poison Dragon, also known as Du's family member, is nothing more than a waste, lacking the qualifications to compel me to retreat. That fellow shows no respect for Du Long Do Fa, the second heir of the Do family. One of the 3 major trading houses in the capital, possesses a vast commercial empire that seems to have some ties with the Fan family. It is said that the collusion between officials and merchants always leads to prosperity. Do Fa has often ingratiated himself with the young scions of the Fan family, and within his circle, nobody holds Du Long a cultivational failure in any regard. Naturally, the events that transpired at the Longquan Palace gathering the day before are beyond his purview, and he is entirely unaware. Thus he does not deem the cultivation waste, Du Long, worthy of consideration. Do Fa, do not say I did not warn you. If you wish to avoid being thrown out, it would be wise for you to leave of your own accord." Faced with this oblivious individual, Du Long lacked even the interest to engage. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "A mere child of the Du family. Who do you think you are? Just a waste. If you do not wish to attract trouble, you should simply step aside." Du Long could not help but chuckle in disbelief, clearly amused by the sheer audacity of such ignorant individuals in this world. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across Do Fa and his companions, quickly discerning that only Do Fa had reached the 6th stage of Qi gathering, while the others barely scraped by at the 2nd or 3rd stage. How dare you few wastes raise your voices against me? Slowly rising from his seat, Dulong casually approached Do Fa and the others. What now? Do you, a mere waste, dare to strike? Our reluctance to harm you does not imply we lack the ability to do so. Humph, Dulong, do not overstep your bounds. Do Fa, clearly perceiving the absence of any energy fluctuations from Dulong, assumed this member of the Du family was merely putting on a faade. Indeed, it was a grave miscalculation. At this moment, Dulong stood before Do Fa, suddenly accelerating. To Do Fa, it was as if the world around him blurred. And then he felt a tremendous force strike his left cheek, his head ringing as he was sent flying. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Dulong, still with his left hand behind his back, delivered a powerful slap to Do Fa's left cheek, the immense force propelling him through the door behind him, causing him to tumble to the ground outside the elegant room, before the other companions of Do Fa could react. Dulong had already unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending them all sprawling out of the private chamber. The 5 burly men collided in a heap at the entrance of the Drunken Breeze Pavilion. Their predicament utterly pitiful. You actually dare to strike me. Finally managing to rise from the ground, Do Fa, his mouth slightly ajar from a missing tooth, pointed at Dulong and shouted in exasperation. How dare you claim to be superior? Dulong, evidently infuriated by this audacious fool, swiftly charged forward again, throwing punches as Do Fa, now prepared, frantically raised his arms to defend himself. The sickening sound of bones cracking filled the air, causing a wave of nausea. The intense pain forced Do Fa to howl in agony, tears and snot flowing freely, nearly rendering him unconscious. Young Master 9, I apologize. It is all the trouble I have brought upon myself. Seeing Dulong, how did this renowned cultivator from the capital become so formidable? Could it be that those rumors were nothing but fabrications? Qinglian pondered in confusion. Do not be too hard on yourself. It was indeed I and Dulong who invited you to take a seat. If an apology is due, it should be from us. Princess Wufeng clearly disagreed with Qinglian's assertion and spoke to console her. Miss Qinglian, Princess Wufeng is right. If apologies are to be made, they should come from us, for it was our actions that broke the norm and provided that scoundrel with an excuse. Dulong chimed in alongside Princess Wufeng. No, you are unaware. That man Do Fa has persistently harassed me. Today was merely an opportunity for him to exploit. Qinglian, being a delicate young woman, found herself in a place like the Zhuixiang Lu, doing everything in her power to preserve her purity, yet it seemed that ultimately her efforts were in vain. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her frail demeanor left those present speechless and unable to bear the atmosphere. Princess Wufeng's eyes sparkled with a cunning smile as she declared, there are indeed ways. I just wonder if Miss Qinglian would be willing. Please speak freely, Princess Wufeng. As long as it allows Qinglian to escape this place of ill repute, I would not hesitate to become a servant or slave. A glimmer of hope ignited in Qinglian's eyes, which had previously been filled with despair. Dulong, since she is your old acquaintance, why not finance Qinglian's redemption? Princess Wufeng suggested with a smile. This way, you can have the beauty by your side and relieve Miss Qinglian of her plight. Old acquaintance. Dulong rolled his eyes and continued. Qinglian is one of the top courtesans at the Zhuixiang Lu. The ransom will surely be exorbitant. Although I am the legitimate grandson of the Du family, I have not managed the family affairs, and my monthly allowance is merely a couple of 100 gold coins. I may wish to redeem her, but I lack the means. Look at you. What a pitiful sight. How about this? I will provide the ransom up front, and you can repay me when you are wealthy in the future. We cannot just stand by and watch such a fine young lady suffer at the hands of scoundrels. Princess Wufeng shot Dulong a disdainful glare. Then it is settled. Consider it a loan from me. Wufeng, and I will ensure it is repaid promptly. By the way, Miss Qinglian, how much is your ransom? Dulong declared, thumping his chest in a show of generosity. Alas, that I appreciate your goodwill, but the ransom is a minor issue. As I am a condemned woman, sentenced by the Dali Temple to a lifetime as a courtesan, even wealth cannot redeem me. Otherwise, someone would have willingly redeemed me long ago. Qinglian sighed, her tears falling silently. The Dali Temple? How could they issue such a ludicrous sentence, condemning a lady of noble birth to a life of debauchery? Princess Wufeng exclaimed in indignation. What you do not know, princess, is that my surname is Xia, and my name is Qinglian. My father was once the 4th-rank official of the Astronomical Bureau, Xia Yi. On that stormy night 10 years ago, when Lingyun Mountain collapsed and shook the capital, the emperor summoned my father to inquire about the omen. My father, Being upright and just, spoke candidly, not realizing his bluntness would offend the emperor. Consequently, the Xia family was annihilated. Our clan was either exiled or reduced to slavery or prostitution, while it was the Dali temple that imposed the sentence. It was, in fact, the emperor's decree, and no one dared to advocate for me. Xia Qinglian eloquently recounted her background, leaving the furious Princess Woofing utterly astonished. So it turns out that after all this time, it is still the judgment of my own father. Princess Woofing thought gloomily to herself. Qinglian, Dulong, with a faint smile, gazed at the face veiled by a white silk scarf and said, if there is anyone who can assist you in this matter, it is none other than the Princess Woofing by your side. Princess Woofing? Xia Qinglian looked at the princess in disbelief, thinking, though this Princess Woofing possesses an extraordinary demeanor, she is merely a girl of 15 or 16. How could she possibly rescue me from this predicament? Qinglian, quickly raise a toast to Sister Woofing. She stands a chance of extricating you from the Zhe Xianglu. Dulong, clearly sensing Xia Qinglian's skepticism, urged her once more. Despite her doubts, Xia Qinglian reached for her wine cup. However, before she could utter a word of toast, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the private room, capturing the attention of everyone within. Hurry! Dulong and his companions are in the Zue Feng Xian private room. We must not let them escape. A familiar voice rang out. It was none other than Do Fa, who had just been sent flying by Dulong's slap. It seemed he had found reinforcements. Bang! The door to the private room was once again kicked open from the outside, and a group of individuals rushed in, led by none other than Do Fa, who was accompanied by a throng of exuberant young gentlemen, among whom was the unmistakable figure of Li Xiaojun. Fan Wei, did you see that? That wretched Xia Qinglian is indeed sitting with Dulong. Look, she is even holding a wine cup. She must be intending to toast him. Do Fa shouted angrily at a young man clad in purple beside him. This young man in purple was Fan Wei, a member of the Fan family. Although he was not a direct descendant, being merely a collateral relative, he was not someone to be trifled with lightly. He had long harbored a lustful admiration for Xia Qinglian. Just moments ago, while dining at Zhe Xianglu with friends, he had unexpectedly encountered the swollen-faced Do Fa, who, with embellishments, recounted how Qinglian and Dulong were reveling together, igniting a fire of jealousy within him. Qinglian, you. Fan Wei was about to unleash his fury when he caught sight of the furious Princess Woofing glaring at him from beside Xia Qinglian, rendering him utterly speechless. Princess Woofing, Fan Wei, and Li Xiaojun, along with the others, were taken aback. They could hardly fathom encountering a princess of the empire in a place like Zue Xianglu, a haven for men. Princess Woofing, Xia Qinglian was equally shocked as she turned her gaze towards the enchanting young woman beside her. Although she had heard of the Princess Woofing's renown, she had never met her in person, let alone have a discussion on poetry with someone of her stature in such a place. Meanwhile, the three affluent gentlemen at the table were equally dumbfounded. They never imagined that, given their status, they would one day share the same table with Princess Woofing. The thought alone filled their hearts with exhilaration. From now on, I shall be esteemed, with so many witnesses to my association with a princess who would dare to look down upon me in the future. Chapter 18. The Peculiar Vest Fan Wei. What is it? Do you and your companions intend to lay hands on this princess? With a cold expression, Princess Woofing disdainfully fixed her gaze upon the group gathered at the entrance of the private room. No, no, no. Fan Wei, in a flurry of gestures, hastily explained, it is a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding. We were unaware of the princess's esteemed presence at Zhe Xianglu. We merely took a wrong turn. Yes, just a mere misstep. We shall take our leave now, not wishing to disturb the princess's enjoyment. Having said this, Fan Wei attempted to lead his companions away, but Princess Woofing called out, Hold on, there is nothing else. You shall convey a message on my behalf. From now on, Miss Qinglian shall be under my protection. Should anyone dare to show her disrespect, beware, for I shall flay them alive. Now, be gone. Yes, I understand. Fan Wei hurriedly led his group away in disarray. The esteemed Princess Woofing was a figure who could even command deference from her cousin Fan Tong. In her presence, he felt utterly insignificant. Even after Fan Wei had suffered embarrassment, Dong Fa, drenched in sweat, dared not utter a word and quickly followed suit, fleeing the elegant chamber. Once they distanced themselves from the Zhe Feng Xian, Fan Wei, seething with rage, turned and kicked Dong Fa with force, exclaiming, You blind fool, how dare you provoke Princess Woofing? If you wish for your demise, do not drag me down with you. Humph. Today was indeed a most unfortunate day for Dong Fa. as he was once again sent tumbling to the ground. A pitiful sight. Brother Fan, please temper your anger. While we cannot contend with Princess Wafeng, surely we can deal with that rascal from the Du family. Observing Fan Wei's furious demeanor, Li Xiaojun quickly approached and whispered, "It is quite alarming that Princess Wafeng would venture to say Xiang Lu for merriment. If this news reaches the emperor, what fate awaits the Du family scoundrel who lured her into such a disreputable place?" Momentarily taken aback, Fan Wei's eyes sparkled with delight as he burst into laughter. "Ha! Indeed, Xiaojun, your mind is sharp. In this case, we need not exert any effort to cast that Du rascal into the depths of despair." Within the elegant chamber of Zuifeng Xian, Du Long inexplicably sneezed. Ever since his physical constitution had altered, he had not so much as sneezed even when drenched in rain, which left him with an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. This young lady is blind to the mountain before her. Unaware of the princess's arrival, I implore the princess for forgiveness. Xia Qinglian rose gracefully and performed a courteous bow to Princess Wafeng. The bystanders, including Jin Gui and others, also stood with excitement and offered their respects. It is worth noting that these so-called friends, who had previously feigned allegiance to Du Long while harboring disdain in their hearts, had now developed genuine admiration after witnessing the commotion. Be able to share a table and drink with Princess Wafeng was no ordinary feat. All right, no need for formalities. I am in disguise for this outing, and I prefer not to bow to everyone. That becomes quite tiresome. Princess Wafeng waved her hand with impatience, having offered your respects. Please take your seats. Du Long subtly gestured for everyone to sit down, and once they were settled, he continued, returning to the matter at hand. Qinglian, your toast to the princess was interrupted by a swarm of bothersome flies. You may proceed. Miss Qinglian, what troubles you? Please rise and speak. Princess Wafeng hurriedly attempted to assist her to her feet, yet Xia Qinglian remained resolutely kneeling, her voice trembling slightly as she implored. Princess, I beseech you for a favor. Should you refuse, I shall not rise even unto death. What nonsense is this? You cannot speak while kneeling. Princess Wafeng appeared somewhat at a loss, for Xia Qinglian, who usually seemed delicate and frail, exhibited a stubbornness akin to that of a mule. After several futile attempts to pull her up, Princess Wafeng finally sighed. Very well, speak your mind, as long as I am able to assist. I shall not delay. However, hesitation clouded Princess Wafeng's thoughts, for she was acutely aware that, despite her father's affection, she could not meddle in court affairs. Even if she did intervene, her father might not acquiesce. Should he become displeased? Princess, as long as you are willing to beseech His Majesty, regardless of the outcome, I shall be eternally grateful for your kindness, even if it means toiling like an ox or a horse. Seeing Princess Wafeng's indecision, Xia Qinglian urgently reiterated her plea. Princess Wafeng, you previously encouraged me to act with integrity. In light of Miss Qinglian's heartfelt devotion, grant her request. Du Long could not restrain himself from advising Princess Wafeng. Very well, I shall do my utmost. As for success or failure, that is in the hands of fate. Ultimately, Princess Wafeng nodded in agreement. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Princess. Xia Qinglian immediately downed an entire cup of wine, and then bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Quick, rise. Miss Qinglian, do not be hasty in your thanks. We do not yet know if this endeavor will succeed. Princess Wafeng hastily extended her hand to help Xia Qinglian up, perhaps due to the forcefulness of her bows. The white silk scarf that had concealed Xia Qinglian's face slipped away, revealing an exquisite visage, tear-streaked and breathtakingly beautiful, leaving Du Long and the others momentarily speechless. Indeed, she is a stunning beauty. Upon witnessing Xia Qinglian's ethereal beauty, a thought sprang to Du Long's mind, contrasting her charm with Princess Wafeng's entirely different allure, one gentle and pure, the other cunning and vibrant. The bottom of Lingyun Mountain's secluded valley, by a crystal-clear pool, Du Long sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate the Xiantianju, continuously absorbing and refining the vast celestial energy. His absorption speed was already several times faster than that of an ordinary person, and since he had revised his practice to the Xiantianju, it had accelerated even further. Du Long could perceive the energy mass within his dantian expanding rapidly. Yet, despite this, transitioning from the 6th to the 7th level of energy cultivation would still require a month or two of dedicated practice at the valley's depths. The pace of cultivation invariably slows in the later stages. It is worth noting that while Du Long could achieve a breakthrough to the 7th level within a month or two, Others would require at least a full year to accomplish the same feat. Dulong, merely absorbing and refining celestial energy will not suffice. After several hours, the voice of the spirit guide echoed in his mind. This cultivation involves not only the absorption and refinement of energy, but also various combat techniques, agility skills, and more. You must pursue a comprehensive development of your abilities, the spirit guide elucidated, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Dulong eagerly inquired, "Linger, do you have any means to teach me?" "Of course. To ensure your strength rises swiftly, I shall certainly instruct you well. Now, put this on." No sooner had she spoken than a leather vest appeared abruptly before Dulong. "What is this?" Dulong questioned, gazing at the leather vest with curiosity. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his mind as he exclaimed, "Linger, could it be that this ring contains another space unknown to me?" "Indeed, you mustn't be too presumptuous. I will only consider providing you with items beneficial for your cultivation. As for the rest, do not even think about it. This Linger, am I not the master of this ring? What other secrets does it hold? How many treasures lie within that even I, its master, cannot access?" Dulong asked, frustration evident in his voice. "Master, for now, you can only be regarded as a temporary master. Only when you reach the level of my former master can you truly claim ownership. At that time, everything within will be yours." "Why is it so?" Dulong protested. "To be frank, if you happen to perish on your path of cultivation, I would have to seek out a new master with suitable bloodlines and continue my training with them. You understand? It would be unwise to hand over everything to you too soon. What if you were to die midway?" Dulong rolled his eyes at her bluntness. Acknowledging the validity of her reasoning, he reluctantly shifted his focus back to the leather vest before him. The vest featured elongated rectangular compartments and two arrow-like buttons on the front, its purpose unknown to him. Grasping the vest, he found it surprisingly heavy, compelling him to lift it with both hands. "Linger, what is this contraption? Am I truly meant to wear such a heavy vest?" "Indeed, you must wear it. It's not that heavy, merely around 100 pounds. Despite his confusion regarding her intentions, Dulong exerted himself to don the cumbersome vest. The moment the two sets of metal clasps came into contact, they fastened tightly together. I forgot to mention, once this vest is fastened, it cannot be unbuckled without my permission," as the vest automatically secured itself. He heard the mischievous laughter of the ring's spirit echo in his mind. What? What are you up to? You can't be serious," Dulong exclaimed in astonishment. "Humph. I simply lack confidence in your willpower. So I had to resort to this strategy. Now, get up and move. You must swiftly acclimate to the weight of this vest. Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't escape this valley." Struggling to his feet, Dulong sensed that the vast energy within him was being suppressed by an unseen force. Tentatively, he unleashed a punch with all his might, only to discover that he could presently manifest a strength of around the 4th tier. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform you. Once you wear this vest, it will also suppress your energy output, likely by 2 tiers. The ring spirit's laughter rang out once more, her melodious voice akin to an enchanting melody, driving Dulong to the brink of frustration. Chapter 19. Devilish training. In stark contrast to the mere 100 pounds he had faced on the first day, the vest now weighed an imposing 150 pounds. A full 50% heavier, and it automatically increased by 10 pounds each day. "You little rascal, you've only completed 20 laps. You still have a considerable distance to go before reaching 50. Get up and keep running." The furious voice of the echoed in his mind. After 5 grueling days that felt akin to hell, Dulong had long since come to regard thee as a little demon. Gasping for breath, Dulong weakly protested, "I can't go on. I haven't even had a sip of water this morning. Where am I supposed to find the strength to run 50 laps? Completing 20 is already pushing my limits." "You know nothing. Only this lady has the authority to declare what limits are. Are you certain you won't get up? If not, I shall have to be rather ungracious." A wicked laugh accompanied her words. "Ah!" At the sound of the demonic chuckle, Dulong instantly sprang up from the ground, as an electric surge coursed through his vest, striking several sensitive areas of his body. The excruciating pain was beyond description. No, I will continue running." Without waiting for a second surge of electricity, he resembled a wind-up robot, dashing once more around the pond. 1 lap, 2 laps, 12 laps. By the time he reached the 12th lap again, he was nearly propelled forward by the remnants of his willpower. His suffocating chest suddenly opened up, as if breaking free from an invisible shackle. An intangible reservoir of potential seemed to flow within him, and he felt an immediate lightness. After completing a total of 32 laps, including the previous 20, Dulong finally reached his limits. Yet, he broke through the barriers, relishing the warmth of the potential circulating within him. A truly exquisite sensation. Panting heavily, he continued to run until he fulfilled this demand for 50 laps. Collapsing onto the grass at the starting point, he could only gasp for breath. No slacking off. Don't forget what comes next. Before he had even lain down for 3 seconds, the voice of the little demon rang out in his mind again. Avoid giving this little tormentor any chance to further harass him. Dulong struggled to sit up, crossed his legs, and began to regulate his breathing, entering a meditative state. The technique activated as torrents of cascaded from the crown of his head, flooding his body as meridians. The once exhausted cells within him began to ravenously absorb the abundant, a delightful sensation enveloping him. The transition from pain to ultimate comfort intoxicated Dulong, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Such was the sweetness that followed hardship. As time gently flowed by, he lost track of how long he had been in this state, until the protesting grumbles of his stomach roused him from his reverie. With a swift motion, he retrieved provisions from the ring space, quenching his thirst with the crystal-clear water from the pond. Finally, mealtime had arrived. The little golden snake, having spent its days languishing in the cave, caught the enticing aroma and swiftly darted over. Its golden form flashing past as Dulong realized that the little creature had come to partake in the feast. He deftly retrieved some specially prepared jerky from his possession, and together with his serpent companion, they indulged heartily on the grassy expanse. After approximately 10 minutes of this repast, coupled with the time spent absorbing and refining the vast celestial energy, Dulong's previously depleted energy was nearly restored. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a peculiar battle knife from his spatial ring. This knife, weighing 108 pounds, felt chillingly cold in his grip, despite having practiced with it for several days. Dulong still found it somewhat cumbersome, unable to wield it with the effortless dexterity he desired. According to the enchanting spirit residing in his ring, this weapon was known as the Xianyang battle blade, particularly suited for someone of Dulong's physique. She merely hinted that the reasons would become apparent once his strength reached a certain level that Dulong had long since grown accustomed to her penchant for mystery. After all, anything related to her tended to be shrouded in an air of intrigue, as if she relished the suspense. With a splash, he leaped into the frigid waters of the pool, clad only in shorts and a leather vest. The biting cold pierced through him, compelling Dulong to refrain from standing still. Instead, he commenced practicing his sword technique in the waist-deep water. The technique, known as the Xianyang double wave, was essentially a simple motion of repeatedly slicing the water's surface. The spirit had taught him only this single form, which appeared straightforward but was, in reality, profoundly intricate. In Dulong's mind, he envisioned a scene of the Xianyang double wave being executed on a lake surface, where a figure stood poised above the azure waves, striking down upon the water. What seemed to be a simple slash transformed, in an instant, into the equivalent of dropping a bomb into the lake, creating a deep trench in its wake. In addition to the mental imagery, the spirit elaborated on several key principles for executing this technique. While these principles sounded simple in theory, their practical application proved exceedingly challenging. After several days of relentless practice, Dulong still struggled to grasp its essence. Standing in the icy water, he quietly reviewed the essential elements of the Xianyang double wave in his mind before channeling the vast celestial energy within his dantian into the Xianyang battle blade. With a fierce determination, he struck down towards the water's surface. He exhaled forcefully, as the unusual blade sliced through the air, crashing against the water with a loud slap. The blade cleaved the surface, sending irregular splashes flying, a far cry from the intended effect of the Xianyang double wave. Persisting with the technique, he attempted to achieve a second burst of power at the moment of impact, striving to create a synergistic effect with the initial strike. Alas, while it sounded feasible, the execution was dauntingly difficult. After consuming his meal, he continued to swing the heavy blade, executing over 100 strikes in the frigid water. Wielding the 108-pound weapon was no trivial task, especially since each swing required him to concentrate the celestial energy into the blade, depleting his stamina significantly. Standing in the icy water, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Realizing that his celestial energy was nearly exhausted, he was compelled to cease his training, swiftly rinsing the sweat from his body in the cold water. He leaped onto the shore. That moment, rest was not an option. He approached a flat area composed of stones, a chaotic assortment of variously sized rocks, some nearby, some salvaged from the depths of the pool, and others hewn from the sheer cliffs. The enchanting spirit left an intricate diagram of footwork in his mind. Said to be a technique known as the Windwalker Steps. Du Long had managed to master the basic form of this footwork on flat ground within the first day. Yet it was merely a semblance of the true essence to allow him to truly grasp the subtleties of the Windwalker Steps. A region filled with stones of varying shapes and sizes was created. Du Long's current task was to traverse these stones, with the ultimate goal of running upon them while bearing a heavy load, all without the aid of the vast celestial energy and without disturbing any stone. This was not an endeavor to be accomplished in a day. After several days of effort, he found himself unable to maintain the accuracy of the Windwalker Steps, let alone avoid disturbing the stones. To make matters worse, he often inadvertently cracked a few stones beneath his feet. He was shouldering a weight of 150 pounds purely through brute strength as he resumed his training in the Windwalker Steps. A regimen far more exhausting than running with a load on level ground. This grueling training relentlessly tested Du Long's resolve, yet the enchanting spirit cared little for his perseverance. In her eyes, to become her master, one must endure until they could withstand her electric shocks. Poor Du Long, deceived by this mischievous spirit, found himself trapped in her clutches, with no option but to adhere to her rigorous training regime or face the dire consequence of being turned into a charred pig. In the afternoon, due to pressing matters, an early update. Chapter 20. The Double Waves Foamer. Cease your antics. This matter is non-negotiable. Regarding the Xia family case, were it not for your father's regard for Xia Yi, that stubborn bull who has always been somewhat principled, his head would have long been on the chopping block. The low voice of Emperor Qin Ing resonated beside the Jin Pond in the Imperial Garden, instilling awe in countless hearts. Yet, he found himself utterly helpless against the Fire Phoenix Princess, who, with a playful tug on his arm, began to pout and plead, "Father, for the sake of his daughter, Xia Qinglian, whose filial piety moves the heavens, please decree his pardoned. At most, he need not serve in court again. Alas, foam. Matters of the court are hardly a jest. You need not concern yourself with this," the emperor continued. "Moreover, that rascal from the Du family dares to take the esteemed imperial princess to such disreputable places. This is utterly unforgivable." His dissatisfaction with Du Long was palpable. Had it not been for the troublesome escapade to the drunken fragrance pavilion with the Fire Phoenix Princess, he would not have been tormented by her for several days. Recently, the mere sound of her voice had become a source of headache, as she incessantly brought up the Xia family matter. After all, it was merely a meal with Du Long at the drunken fragrance pavilion. Do not unjustly cast blame upon him. If you do not acquiesce, father, I shall seek out grandfather for justice. After days of relentless nagging, the Fire Phoenix Princess grew somewhat impatient and pouted defiantly. Upon hearing his beloved daughter's threat to invoke the authority of the Grand Emperor, Emperor Qin Ing could only roll his eyes in exasperation, ultimately sighing, very well. Xia Ye's crimes cannot be pardoned, yet your daughter, Xia Qinglian, is not greatly culpable. For your sake, I shall decree her punishment to be that of a courtesan for life." Upon witnessing her father's willingness to compromise at last, Princess Huofeng hesitated for a moment before she inwardly sighed. "It seems this is the utmost concession my father can offer. In that case, I shall rescue Miss Qinglian first. I cannot leave matters unresolved with Du Long and the others." "Greetings, Your Highness." As Princess Huofeng arrived at the Du residence, she was met with the familiar sight of the guards bowing respectfully, accustomed as they were to her frequent visits to play with Du Kai and I. Without needing an announcement, they graciously allowed her to enter the estate. Without further ado, Princess Huofeng strode into the Du household, though this time she did not head toward the area where Du Kai and I resided. Instead, accompanied by her personal maid, she made her way towards the eastern wing of the estate. The individuals they encountered along the way bowed deeply in reverence, watching the imperial princess with admiration as she proceeded. In the eastern wing, Du Mu, Zhou Ruoxue, was tending to the plum blossoms in the courtyard when she caught sight of the eagerly approaching figure of Princess Huofeng. Curiosity piqued, she approached to greet her, exclaiming, "Zhou pays her respects to Princess Huofeng." With her beautiful eyes scanning Zhou Ruoxue, who retained her elegance over the years, Princess Huofeng quickly stepped forward, supporting her arm with a playful smile. "Madame Du, please do not stand on ceremony with Huofeng. Haha, you are as youthful and lovely as when I first met you." "Ah, Your Highness jests. I am, alas, no longer young," Zhou Ruoxue replied. "Yet, you, dear princess, are as radiant as a celestial being descended to earth. Whoever is fortunate enough to wed you shall be immensely blessed." Zhou Ruoxue gazed affectionately at the enchanting princess before her, her heart swelling with fondness. By the way, May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Are you here to see Kai and I? Would you like me to send someone to fetch her? Dulong? Zhou Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise. Surely that young man has not offended the princess in any way? If so, I apologize on his behalf and hope you will forgive his transgressions. Madam, you are overthinking it. He has not wronged anyone. Princess Huafeng interjected, waving her hands dismissively that I merely wish to discuss a matter with him. Is Dulong at home? Before Zhou Ruoxue could continue, Princess Huafeng interrupted again. He has gone to Lingyun Mountain for seclusion. A momentary daze overcame her, as she felt an unexpected pang of disappointment at the thought of not seeing a certain young man. Look at me. I have been standing outside chatting with the princess for ages. Please, let us move to the hall for tea. If you do not mind, shall we sip tea while we converse? Zhou Ruoxue, having only Dulong as her sole son, found herself increasingly fond of the ethereal Princess Huafeng with each passing moment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Princess Huafeng, harboring a desire to glean information about Dulong through his mother, instinctively nodded. Very well, then let us not go to the hall. Would it not be more delightful to enjoy tea and admire the plums right here in the courtyard? Haha, splendid idea. Zhou Ruoxue replied with a warm smile, taking the princess's delicate hand. Then let us sit here and chat. Someone, bring forth a pot of the treasured Biluakun tea from my husband's collection and prepare some delightful snacks as well. At once, the maidservant standing by promptly took her leave to arrange for tea and refreshments, allowing Zhou Ruoxue to affectionately take the delicate hand of Princess Huafeng and lead her to a stone table to take a seat. As she appraised the exquisitely crafted young princess, Zhou Ruoxue's gaze revealed a certain fervor, unabashedly showcasing her fondness, which caused even the audacious princess to blush profusely once more. Thus, within the eastern courtyard of the Du residence, Zhou Ruoxue accompanied Princess Huafeng as they sipped fragrant tea and engaged in casual conversation about various topics. Zhou Ruoxue subtly probed into how Princess Huafeng had come to know Dulong, while the princess's discourse consistently revolved around Dulong, revealing numerous amusing anecdotes from his childhood. Meanwhile, at the depths of Lingyun Mountain's abyss, Dulong had completely cast aside external matters, diligently fortifying his foundations amidst the grueling training. In the bone-chilling cold pool, he relentlessly practiced the techniques of the Xianyang double wave with his blade. After several days of this rigorous regimen, he had grown somewhat numb, solely focused on uncovering the breakthrough points of this sword technique. As he continued to swing his blade, the now dulled Dulong seemed to forget the essence of the swordplay, instinctively slashing downward toward the water's surface. That moment, the Xianyang blade struck the water, sending an unusual sensation coursing through his arms and throughout his body. The waist-deep pool appeared to be struck by some invisible force, resulting in a rhythmic roar from the water, which erupted violently before him, forming a deep channel over 5 meters long, revealing the bottom of the pool. Indeed, this was the sensation. Linger, the spirit guardian who had been attentively observing Dulong's state, gasped in astonishment, abruptly awakened from his profound state. Dulong experienced a flash of insight, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the long channel formed in the pool, through which the pebbles at the bottom were clearly visible. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to re-experience that fleeting moment, vaguely grasping an idea, yet unable to ascertain it fully. Ultimately, he resolved to swing his blade down once more. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 10 cuts. Alas, with a sigh of resignation, Dulong could only leap out of the pool and commence his training in the wind-walking technique. As time elapsed, another night with the same amount of energy, the disparity in efficiency due to varying utilizations is indeed staggering. After undergoing rigorous training, Dulong felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. Perhaps it was the rejuvenation from a full night's rest, but as he struck the water with his blade a mere dozen times, he once again grasped the essence of the Xianyang Shuangdi wave. With a single swing, he cleaved the water before him, creating a long and deep trough. What a remarkable sensation, Dulong thought, overwhelmed with joy. To etch this feeling firmly in his memory, he quickly composed himself and resumed his practice. As time progressed, the extraordinary sensation of secondary exertion began to crystallize with increasing clarity as the sun ascended to its zenith and then began to wane. The valley gradually dimmed. After a full day of arduous training, Dulong finally mastered the fundamentals of the Xianyang Shuangdi wave, able to manifest its essence with every 2 strikes. Gazing at the darkening sky, he whistled toward the cave, and a flash of golden light emerged, swiftly coiling around his arm like a golden serpent. Observing the serpent obediently resting on his arm, Dulong was somewhat speechless at its speed. With his current prowess, he could merely catch a glimpse of the fleeting golden light. If that little golden serpent were an adversary, he feared he would have no chance to evade. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It is time to leave this valley. Dulong swiftly darted toward the precipice, then began to climb upward along a familiar route, finding the ascent considerably more challenging with a heavy load of over 100 pounds on his back. Chapter 21. A second visit à Gue? Were you, perchance, waiting for me? Upon seeing à Gue rush toward him with enthusiasm, Dulong's lips curled into a bemused smile. Nodding slightly, he refrained from speaking further and quickened his pace into the Du residence. Making his way toward the eastern wing where his family resided, in the eastern wing of the Du residence, the dining hall. Ha! General Du, you overstate the matter. This cannot be blamed on Dulong. I did not arrange a prior meeting with him. After all, ignorance is bliss. Princess Huafeng smiled as she defended Dulong, fully aware of Du Gentian's meticulous nature if she did not provide an explanation for the lad. He would undoubtedly face repercussions. Not only was Du Kai and I curious, but even Dulong's parents, including the venerable Du Lao Yi, were equally perplexed. They could not fathom what urgent matter could have caused Princess Huafeng to seek Dulong, especially after visiting twice and waiting an entire day today. In truth, Princess Huafeng was not one to wait idly for others. Her reason was primarily that with the onset of the New Year's Eve festivities tomorrow, the palace would be bustling with celebrations for several days, leaving her no opportunity to escape. She wished to quickly locate Dulong to redeem Xia Qinglian, but did not want the Du family to be privy to this matter. After all, should they discover that the princess was entangled in such affairs, it would undoubtedly create significant trouble for Dulong. Observing Princess Huafeng's repeated attempts to evade the topic, Du Kai and I, known for her impulsive nature, rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "Little Feng, do not keep us in suspense. I implore you. Please." Kai Ni's words resonated with the others. "Little princess, has my dear Dulong committed some misdeed? If that is the case, do not conceal it any longer. It would be prudent to inform us promptly so that we may devise a strategy to cope with it. This would truly be in his best interest." Zhou Ruoxue interjected, her thoughts skewed by the behavior of Princess Huafeng. No, Dulong has committed no wrongdoing. On the contrary, he has performed a commendable act. Princess Huafeng hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Commendable act? The entire Du family was taken aback, and Du Caney immediately pressed further. If it is indeed a good deed, why can it not be disclosed? I refuse to believe that the insufferable brat is capable of such virtue. Alas, clearly cornered, Princess Huafeng could only let out a long sigh and recount the entire sequence of events. That insufferable brat. How dare he take the princess to such a place? What will we do if the emperor learns of this? After the Du family heard Princess Huafeng's explanation, Old Master Du was the first to break the silence. "This my father has already been informed of this matter," Princess Huafeng murmured, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. The four members of the Du family present rolled their eyes in unison. Indeed, bad news travels fast. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the dining hall, causing the five individuals at the table to lift their gazes. They beheld Dulong striding into the dining area. He reached over to the table, lifting an entire roasted game dish before him, while the obedient little golden snake eagerly leapt onto the plate, beginning to feast ravenously. Only then did Dulong pick up his chopsticks to savor the delectable offerings. "Mother, it is not that I accuse you of favoritism. But the moment Princess Huafeng arrives, you prepare such an abundance of delicacies. I do not recall you extending such hospitality to me on ordinary days with his mouth full of delicious food." Dulong still found time to complain to his mother about her bias. "You child, can you not behave with a modicum of decorum in the presence of a princess, stuffing your mouth, and yet unable to silence your tongue?" Zhou Ruoxue shot a loving glare at her beloved son, her maternal affection unmistakable. Ignoring the grease on his lips, Dulong turned to Princess Huafeng, flashing a radiant smile. Princess Huafeng is just like my sister. Surely you won't hold it against your little brother, will you? After spending so many days in the mountains, subsisting on rations and cool water, my palate has nearly withered away." Under Dulong's gaze, the petite princess's face flushed crimson, and though she mustered a defiant glare, she offered no further comment, her expression clearly acquiescing to Dulong's assertion. "Hey, you rascal, you still have the appetite to feast. The emperor is now aware of your escapades at Zhexianglu. Are you not afraid of incurring his wrath? Du Caney could hardly tolerate the carefree demeanor of that insufferable brat and threatened him. Even Princess Huofeng found his nonchalance unbearable, deliberately huffing in response. Humph! Although I interceded on your behalf with the emperor, he still declared, unforgivable, upon hearing Princess Huofeng's words. Du Long's parents, grandfather, and Du Caney all wore grave expressions. If even the emperor has uttered such words, what fate awaits Du Long? As the head of the family, Du Jintian grew increasingly concerned that Du Long's actions might bring calamity upon the entire Du clan. Yet Du Long, unfazed, brazenly attempted to defend himself. The concept of unpardonable sin can be interpreted in numerous ways. One interpretation suggests that it necessitates severe punishment, while another posits that any form of punishment is requisite. Albeit lenient, I firmly believe that His Majesty possesses great magnanimity. Moreover, it was not I who took the initiative to escort the princess to the drunken fragrance pavilion. Rather, it was Her Highness the Princess who insisted on accompanying me, leaving me with no choice but to comply. Upon hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter, the previously solemn atmosphere completely shattered by his playful remarks. Truly a master of jest. Zhou Ruoxue gazed at her precious son with a playful reproach before turning to Princess Huofeng with a smile, stating, "This matter requires your highness to speak a few kind words on behalf of my son before the emperor. Otherwise, his words may indeed come to fruition, and a harsh punishment may befall him. Madame Du, please rest assured that, regardless of the circumstances, this incident is entirely unrelated to Du Long, and I shall certainly plead his case to father." In response to Zhou Ruoxue's request, Princess Huofeng could not possibly refuse. "Young man, here is your pardon. Keep it safe. With this, you may redeem your old acquaintance, Xia Qinglian, from the drunken fragrance pavilion." As she handed a golden pardon to Du Long, Princess Huofeng deliberately emphasized the phrase old acquaintance, ensuring that all present heard it distinctly. Princess Huofeng, is this all the pardon entails? Did we not agree that the ransom would be temporarily borrowed from you? With a shameless grin, Du Long boldly approached Princess Huofeng in front of his family to solicit funds. "Well, dear sister, you are well aware that she does not possess such wealth. Her monthly allowance is merely a pittance. Do you expect to use that to redeem Xia Qinglian? Furthermore, she is not my old acquaintance. I merely felt pity for her plight, and it was, after all, your idea to redeem her. Once she is freed, I have no idea where to place her." Du Long deftly shifted all responsibility away with a few words, leaving the others at a loss for rebuttal. "Let us do this. I shall cover the ransom. The Du family certainly has the means to redeem someone. And as for this young lady, Xia Qinglian, though she has fallen into disrepute, I have heard she is a virtuous girl. Untouched by the muck of the world, I shall take her into the Du household as my adopted daughter to spare her from a life of servitude." Zhou Ruoxue pondered for a moment before decisively establishing the course of action. Moreover, it is crucial to reassure Princess Huofeng. From the peculiar tone of the little princess earlier, Zhou Ruoxue could discern a hint of unease. With clarity of mind, she concluded that by adopting Xia Qinglian, it would facilitate Princess Huofeng's acceptance of this outcome. Chapter 22. The Redemption Du Long. Remember this. Should anyone dare to obstruct your efforts to redeem Miss Qinglian, simply invoke my name. Here, take this token of mine temporarily. Should anyone show disrespect, I shall ensure they regret it. At the entrance of the Du residence, Princess Huofeng tossed a purple gold token to Du Long. After imparting her instructions, she swiftly boarded her ornate golden carriage. Watching the golden carriage gradually fade into the darkness, Du Long turned to Du Caney and said, "Sister, let us take our leave." "Indeed." Nodding in agreement, Du Caney spoke no further, swiftly mounting her horse, and together they galloped towards the drunken fragrance pavilion on their majestic steeds. In the enchanting Zhexiang Lu, on the second floor of Zui Yunxian, a haunting melody of Wang Ning Mei resonated gracefully through the elegant chamber. Accompanied by the delicate tinkling of the guzheng, a melancholic and ethereal voice emerged, that of Xia Qinglian, who serenely sat before the instrument. Dressed in a flowing yellow and white gown that accentuated her perfect silhouette, a white silk scarf partially obscured her exquisite features, adding an air of mystery and allure. Ever since that fateful day when she harmonized with Du Long and others, this frail and lonely woman seemed to have developed an unyielding affection for Wang Ningmei. Especially after hearing the tale of Dream of the Red Chamber, she felt an even deeper resonance. Amidst the endless sorrowful strains, the once prosperous Xia family appeared like a dreamlike grandeur, having plummeted from the pinnacle of success to the depths of despair overnight. Departures and separations. The greatest agony in life is the pain of parting in life and death. For Xia Qinglian, her heart now harbored the deepest concern for her elderly parents, exiled to a desolate frontier. "Ha! Come, drink." The mournful cries of the Guzheng, which originally conveyed boundless grief, were interrupted by a cacophony of raucous laughter and boisterous chatter. Within Zui Yunxian sat a group of dashing young men, including Li Xiaojun and his companions. Each of these young men was flanked by one or two girls from Zui Xianglu. Engaged in embraces, merriment, and spirited discussions to eye in such a lavish and uproarious scene, Xia Qinglian, weeping softly as she played the Guzheng, seemed utterly out of place. "Ha, Xiaojun, you rascal, always full of tricks. The emperor has learned of Du Long bringing the princess to Zui Xianglu, and that fellow has been hiding who knows where these days. I hear even his shadow is nowhere to be seen." At the table, Fan Wei wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily while embracing a beauty on either side. These two seemed intentionally loud, clearly intending for Xia Qinglian to overhear. It was evident that her once clear and flowing melody was beginning to falter, disrupted by their raucous banter, exchanging a knowing glance. Fan Wei raised his voice again. "I hear, tomorrow night, the owner of Zui Xianglu will host the Fragrance Pursuit Gala. Certain self-righteous women, who pride themselves on their artistry rather than their bodies, will be auctioned for their first night. The Fragrance Pursuit Gala? I suspect many affluent elites will flock to attend. Brother Fan Wei, if you wish to secure the top prize, you ought to prepare a hefty sum of gold coins for tomorrow night." Li Xiaojun chimed in, laughing heartily. "Of course. In the capital, few dare to rival me, Fan Wei. Anyone who dares to snatch a woman from me shall find themselves unable to see the sun the following day." Fan Wei coldly regarded Xia Qinglian, his gaze unabashedly possessive, as her delicate fingers caressed the Guzheng. Xia Qinglian's beautiful eyes lowered, and with the music in her voice, a stream of tears fell under the flickering lights, glistening like crystal as they cascaded onto the strings of the Guzheng, splattering outward. This tragically beautiful scene, witnessed by a group of brutes, incited not a shred of compassion, but rather a chorus of predatory howls, revealing twisted, sinister smiles upon the faces of Fan Wei and his companions. For Fan Wei and Li Xiaojun, the audacious Xia Qinglian surprisingly deigns to share a feast with that useless Du Long, yet refuses to utter even a single superfluous word to them. She is nothing short of an ungrateful wretch. Bang! The door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, drawing the attention of everyone within, including the melancholic Xia Qinglian, who was abruptly interrupted in her musical performance, instinctively turning her timid gaze toward the door. "Du Long, you worthless fool! How dare you kick down my door, seeking death?" Upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, Fan Wei's anger erupted uncontrollably. Casting a disdainful glance at the seat of honor occupied by Fan Wei, Du Long silently vowed that his primary goal in this life was to annihilate the Fan family. In his previous life, he had been ensnared by their machinations, with the Fan family as the principal puppeteer. However, for the time being, the entirety of the Du family was no match for them. The timing for action was not yet ripe. Nevertheless, Du Long regarded Fan Wei with contempt, considering him merely a scion of the Fan clan, vastly inferior to the legitimate heir, Fan Tong, without the backing of his family. Fan Wei would scarcely measure up to Du Long and Li Xiaojun, as his father's official rank was notably lower than that of either of their fathers. Had Fan Tong been present, Du Long would have accorded him a measure of respect, but in the presence of Fan Wei, he felt no obligation to grant him even a semblance of face. Ignoring Fan Wei's furious outburst, Du Long's gaze shifted to the weeping young woman beside the Guzheng, her gentle and frail demeanor evoking within him an overwhelming urge to protect her. "Qinglian, I have arrived. It seems I am not too late." Outside the door, Du Long overheard the final exchanges between Fan Wei and Li Xiaojun, spurring him to kick the door open. After being persistently disregarded, Fan Wei could no longer contain his rage, standing up to point at Du Long and Du Kai and I, shouting, "Throw these two wretches out." All the young masters rose to their feet, yet none dared to approach and eject them. Du Kai and I was a second-year student at the Royal Academy and had attained the second tier of Cyclone Energy, while the highest among them was merely at the 9th tier of Qi cultivation, charging and would only amount to offering themselves up as sacrifices, seemingly grasping the thoughts swirling in the minds of the onlookers. Fan Wei's face turned ashen as he bellowed, Why have you not summoned the manager of Zue Xianglu? Does Xianglu not safeguard even the most basic rights of its guests? If this continues, I shall have just cause to demolish its sign tomorrow. The commotion from Zue Yunxian had already attracted the attention of several attendants at Zue Xianglu, and soon a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe was summoned. This scoundrel has barged into our reserved private room. Manager Yuan, swiftly expel these two. Upon seeing the brocade-clad man, Fan Wei pointed at Du Long and Du Kai. His fury palpable, Du Long recognized this manager Yuan. Having interacted with him in both his past and present lives, aware of the formidable connections he possessed. Otherwise, how could he maintain the purity of Xia Qing Lian in such an establishment, where a woman of her stature would have long been sullied? Du Long, you are a familiar patron of Zue Xianglu. How can you behave so unruly? Hasten to depart from the Ziyun Pavilion and let this matter rest. Otherwise, do not blame Yuan for being uncivil. Turning to Du Long, it was evident that Master Yuan did not wish to escalate the situation, opting instead to downplay the incident, though the Zue Xiang building was not averse to trouble. The principle of harmony fostering wealth was undeniable. Moreover, Du Long was the legitimate grandson of the Du family, and he was reluctant to engage in conflict over trivial matters. Master Yuan, I must apologize today, for I have come to escort Miss Qinglian away, Du Long stated with a faint smile, addressing Master Yuan in a calm, yet assertive manner. The smile that once graced Master Yuan's face promptly vanished, replaced by a steely gaze as he coldly replied, Du Long, are you jesting with me? Du Long maintained his smile, casting a disdainful glance at Fan Wei and the others, whose faces displayed unmistakable glee at the unfolding drama. He could not help but scoff softly. I have not lost my wits to come to the Zue Xiang building to make such a jest. Du Long, are you not aware of Miss Xia Qinglian's identity? Even if the Dali Temple intervenes, they cannot take her away to in this world. There is likely only one person who can do so. Master Yuan's icy demeanor was tinged with a hint of confusion as he felt compelled to caution Du Long. I am well aware, the only one capable of taking Xia Qinglian away is none other than the Emperor himself, Du Long asserted confidently. Master Yuan, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Please take a look at this. He produced a golden decree from his robes, the very pardon bestowed upon him by Princess Huofeng. Taking the golden decree into his hands, Master Yuan unfurled it under the curious gazes of the onlookers. As his eyes scanned the document, his expression transformed into one of incredulity and shock. Shaking his head, Master Yuan pondered aloud. The pardon is indeed genuine. However, when our Zue Xiang building acquired Xia Qinglian from the Dali Temple, it cost us a considerable sum in gold coins. Even with this decree, we must be compensated to release her. Du Long responded with unwavering assurance. Of course, I have brought the funds if memory serves me correctly. Xia Qinglian was merely 12 years old when you purchased her for a total of 1,200 gold coins. Am I right? Here are the 1,200 gold coins. I kindly ask you to verify them. Du Long, the 1,200 gold coins were merely the purchase price. According to imperial criminal law, when a condemned girl is pardoned and released, one must not only return the initial sum but also provide an additional reasonable fee for her release. Master Yuan was clearly not fabricating. With his extensive experience in discerning women, he knew that at tomorrow's fragrance event, once the white silk scarf long worn by Xia Qinglian was removed, countless wealthy suitors would vie for her, potentially fetching tens of thousands of gold coins. Master Yuan, the Emperor has issued this pardon at the behest of Her Highness Princess Huofeng. Today, I am here on the princess's orders to redeem her. Surely, you would grant the princess the respect she deserves. Seeing that this profit-driven Master Yuan remained obstinate, Du Long could only produce the token that Princess Huofeng had given him moments earlier. The onlookers, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, were left dumbfounded, including Master Yuan. It was abundantly clear to him that if this pardon had indeed been requested by Princess Huofeng, he fully understood the dire consequences of refusing to show her the proper deference. Chapter 23. A commotion at the Zue Xiang building. Manager Yuan hesitated, his resolve wavering. Finally, with a heavy heart, he turned to Du Long and said, Du Long, I have nurtured Xia Qinglian at Zue Xianglu since her youth, expending countless resources. Tomorrow at the Chase Fragrance Gala, she is to be the centerpiece performer. If you were to take her away, the reputation of Zue Xianglu in the capital would be utterly ruined. This matter is of great significance, and I cannot decide unilaterally. I must consult with the old master for a resolution. Humph, Manager Yuan, Regardless of the circumstances, I, Du Long, am determined to take Miss Qinglian with me tonight. With the Emperor's edict and the princess's golden token in hand, I shall see who dares to obstruct me." As he observed that Manager Yuan was reluctant to let her go, Du Long could not help but snort in anger. "Ha, Du Long. You might as well leave at once. Since Miss Qinglian has been pardoned, it means I, Fan Wei, also hold the right to redeem her. Are you truly bold enough to offer 1,200 gold coins?" There were those who were willing to pay 3,000 gold coins just for her company over drinks. "With your pitiful appearance, you think you can redeem someone?" At this moment, Fan Wei had grasped the implications of Manager Yuan's words and burst into jubilant laughter. "Indeed, Brother Fan Wei speaks the truth. Manager Yuan, Miss Qinglian should be auctioned off. The highest bidder shall prevail." Instantly, Fan Wei's companions joined in with hearty laughter, echoing his sentiments. "Precisely, Zui Xiang Lu has the same intention. Since the Emperor has shown great mercy and pardoned Xia Qinglian, we shall transform tomorrow's gala into an auction for her ownership." It was evident that Manager Yuan was more inclined to accept the suggestions from Fan Wei and his peers. The serene smile that adorned Du Long's face vanished, his gaze turning as frigid as a sharpened blade sweeping across the crowd, ultimately landing upon the delicate figure of Xia Qinglian, who stood by the Guzheng. Her eyes filled with sorrowful longing. With a radiant smile, Du Long stepped forward, each stride met with the unfriendly stares of those present, until he gently took her hand, whispering, "Miss Qinglian, fear not, for I shall surely escort you away from this sordid place today." As she gazed upon this young boy with deep, distant eyes, Xia Qinglian felt an inexplicable sense of reliance stir within her. The figure of this young man appeared to loom larger than life, instilling within her a profound sense of security. Even the thought of impending doom seemed far less terrifying. "Be gentle with my head," Xia Qinglian involuntarily murmured in response to Du Long. "What do you intend to do?" "Zui Xiang Lu will not permit your reckless actions." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Manager Yuan immediately raised his voice in anger, signaling to several of his subordinates nearby, one of whom understood and turned to leave. "Manager Yuan, here, I present a total of 2,000 gold coins. When Zui Xiang Lu acquired Miss Qinglian, it cost merely 1,200 gold coins that I shall supplement with 800 gold coins, considering it her training expenses over the years. Tonight, I will definitely take Miss Qinglian away from Zui Xiang Lu, and anyone who dares to obstruct me shall not find me merciful," tossing a bag of gold coins before Manager Yuan. Du Long paid him no mind regarding whether he would accept it, instead firmly grasping Xia Qinglian's delicate hand and heading towards the private room's entrance. "Stop them," Manager Yuan gestured with his hand, issuing commands to the guards behind him. "Yuan, it appears you truly disregard even the face of Princess Huofeng. Very well, today I, Du Long, shall see on what grounds Zui Xiang Lu dares to arbitrarily detain a lady who has been pardoned by the Emperor." Humph, daring to auction off a virtuous woman so casually. The Zui Xiang Lu truly possesses audacity. Du Long dragged Xia Qinglian onward, while Du Caney had already approached his side, prepared to strike at any moment. As for Fan Wei and the others, they merely observed the unfolding drama with a sense of detached amusement. The reputation of Zui Xiang Lu was well known to all, and naturally, they were eager to witness the spectacle unfold. "Wow, a hero saving a damsel in distress. Du Long, my dear, I wholeheartedly support you. Go for it." In her mind, the previously silent spirit beauty exclaimed joyfully, adding a remark that nearly caused Du Long to spit blood. "However, my support can only be of the spiritual kind. Remember, do not draw weapons from the spatial ring. If others learn of your possession of such a ring, you will be in grave trouble." Rolling his eyes, Du Long's gaze swept towards the three burly men who had approached with swift movements. All three were thugs raised by Zui Xiang Lu, each possessing formidable strength, having reached the 9th level of Qi nurturing. "Little Jinjing, if the opportunity arises, lend me a hand. But remember, as long as you don't kill anyone, feel free to act." Du Long was evidently incited to genuine anger. "But Du Long, dear, the vest you wear still possesses considerable defensive capabilities. If utilized properly, with your strength, it should yield excellent results." The spirit beauty Linger reminded him sweetly once more. "Hey, can you please remove the constraints of this vest? Stop saying useless things." Du Long silently grumbled in his heart towards the spirit beauty. You must quickly acclimate to battling under the burden of weight. These individuals wouldn't dare to kill you. Removing the constraints too soon would not facilitate your training. Rest assured, at the appropriate moment, This lady will assist you in lifting the restraints. The spirit beauty linger replied with a carefree laugh. Dulong rolled his eyes once more. Due to the constraints of the vest, his strength could only reach the 4th to 5th levels of qi nurturing. Even without the constraints, it would be quite difficult to handle these thugs, let alone when bound. Stand aside. Duquesne, who had been protecting Dulong, could no longer restrain herself and was the first to strike. Her long leg whiplashed like a whip, fiercely lashing out at the 3 hulking men. Truly a presence of the 2nd level of Cyclone, her whip-like legs sliced through the air, producing a terrifying sound as it swept towards the trio. The 3 thugs, well-trained, deftly evaded Duquesne's attack, charging directly towards Dulong and Xia Qinglian. Just as Duquesne intended to pursue, a figure blocked her path, none other than Yuan, the manager of Zhuixianglu. His strength appeared to be on par with Duquesne's, and in an instant, he entangled her, the two engaging in a fierce exchange. Witnessing the 3 thugs closing in, Dulong had no choice but to temporarily release Xia Qinglian's delicate hand and dart towards one of the men. Employing the wind-walking technique he had diligently practiced for days, bearing the weight of 160 pounds with the vest, Dulong, aided by the wind-walking technique, moved even faster than the 3 burly men. In a mere flash, he swung his fist towards one of the thugs, exuding the aura of a peak 4th level of qi nurturing. A mere 4th level dares to challenge me, the burly man thought dismissively, already contemplating how to retaliate with a punch of his own after enduring Dulong's blow. The imposing figure before him brazenly chose not to guard against his formidable punch, instead launching a strike directly towards his own chest in a display of mutual destruction. Dulong immediately grasped the man's intentions. It was evident that this individual held a dismissive view of Dulong's 4th-tier qi cultivation. While a smirk played upon his lips, Dulong disregarded the incoming blow aimed at his chest, channeling additional force into his own strike as he unleashed a fierce blow to the opponent's right rib. With a resounding thud, the 2 fists collided almost simultaneously, sending Dulong reeling backward from the force. While the burly man let out a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground, Dulong distinctly sensed that the weight of the man's powerful punch had been evenly dispersed across his back, providing a slight buffer. Aside from a momentary feeling of constriction, his body remained unscathed. The unfortunate giant, however, was not so lucky. Several of his ribs on the right side were shattered upon impact, and he could feel his internal organs jolted from the force. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood before crumpling to the ground. Utterly defeated in a mere exchange, Dulong had incapacitated a 9th-tier qi cultivator, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Ignoring their astonishment, Dulong swiftly turned his attention to the 2 remaining hulks. Be cautious. Do not confront him directly. The voice of the enchanting spirit echoed in his mind, evidently serving as a reminder to this somewhat complacent fellow. It was only then that Dulong jolted to attention, urgently calling out to Duquesne, "Sister, the wind is fierce." With those words spoken, he paid no heed to Duquesne and seized Xia Qinglian's delicate hand, rushing towards the staircase. Alas, the staircase was already congested with a throng of guards from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, dozens of them armed and charging forward. Seizing an opportunity at an unseen corner, Dulong swiftly drew forth the uniquely shaped Xianyang battle knife, wielding the hefty weapon without hesitation as he charged towards the guards. "All of you, get out of my way," he roared. Akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, slicing through the air with his gleaming blade aimed at the crowd blocking the staircase. "Everyone, block him," a voice shouted from within the throng. As one individual raised their weapon, attempting to counter Dulong's formidable strike, prompting others in the front line to mimic the action. Humph! With a snarl of indignation, Dulong wasted no time in executing the Xianyang double wave. The peculiar knife cutting through the air with a force that compounded upon itself, successfully unleashing the technique. Crack, crack, the cold gleam of the Xianyang battle knife flashed, severing 4 or 5 blocking weapons in succession. The ordinary soldiers seemed as fragile as wooden sticks before the might of the Xianyang double wave, instantly cleaved in 2, to his astonishment at the overwhelming power of his strike. Dulong's blade continued unabated, heading straight for the head of a bewildered guard, threatening to cleave him in twain. Dulong had no intention of taking a life today, once blood was shed. Any rationale would vanish. He could only strive to alter the trajectory of his blade, guiding it to slice downward at an angle. Even so, the knife still struck the guard's left shoulder, a palm-sized chunk of flesh cleaved away. Had Du Long not exerted control, the man's left arm might well have been severed entirely. Blood sprayed forth, and the dazed guard finally let out a pained howl, clutching his wounded shoulder and retreating in horror as if he had seen a ghost. Du Long's fierce display instilled terror in the remaining guards, who began to hastily back away. Gripping the Xianyang knife, Du Long advanced step by step towards the staircase, and not a single one of the tea at this moment. In Xia Qinglian's eyes, there existed only the shadow of this small man. Her beautiful eyes were fixed upon him without a blink, as he valiantly repelled one enemy after another with his blade. Upon witnessing him accidentally sustain a grievous wound to his arm, blood gushing forth, her eyes brimmed with tears of anguish. Du Long, however, paid no heed to Xia Qinglian beside him. His sole focus was on fiercely protecting her as they fought their way out of the encirclement. Advancing step by step down the staircase, with each stride, he had to fend off one or two obstructing guards. With a resounding thud, his peculiar battle blade cleaved through a long sword and struck the staircase railing with tremendous force. In that instant, Du Long successfully unleashed the Xianyang Shuang Dai Lang technique, generating an invisible force that shattered the 2 to 3 meter long railing, sending 2 or 3 guards, who were perilously perched at the edge, tumbling down into the banquet hall below. The tumult of battle had long since roused the patrons within the Zhexiang Lu, prompting them to distance themselves from the staircase, yet they remained reluctant to leave. Instead, gathering at the periphery of the first-floor hall, their curiosity piqued as they observed the unfolding conflict on the stairs. Look, is that not the renowned courtesan Xia Qinglian from Zhexiang Lu? Who is that young man? How dare he create a ruckus in Zhexiang Lu? It seems he intends to rescue Xia Qinglian. How could you not recognize him? That is none other than the infamous Du Long, second heir of the Du family. It is he? Wasn't it said that he was a cultivation waste, utterly incapable of training, unable even to contend with the dozens of guards from Zhexiang Lu? How could he possibly be a waste? You are unaware, aren't you? I heard that his inability to cultivate has long been remedied. He is no longer a mere cultivation waste. Could it be that the tale of Du Long's divorce was not a mere rumor? Just look at him now, exuding such an imposing presence, as if he cares not for the shameless daughter of the Zhao family. A cacophony of murmurs erupted among the onlookers in the first-floor banquet hall, their curiosity and excitement evident as they witnessed the spectacle of Du Long cutting his way down the staircase. In the capital, no one dared to indiscriminately spill innocent blood, thus they were able to enjoy the unfolding drama from a safe distance. Upon seeing Du Long injured, the little golden snake could no longer remain still. That a radiant beam of golden light emanated from Du Long, striking down several assailants lurking in the shadows, thereby alleviating some of his burdens and hastening his advance. Just as Du Long was about to burst through the grand entrance of Zhexiang Lu, a regiment of city defense soldiers clad in gleaming silver armor marched towards the establishment. Led by a middle-aged man in standard military attire, mounted on a war horse, he was none other than Zhou Su, the vice-captain of the City Defense Brigade. With the arrival of the City Defense Forces, the guards of Zhexiang Lu, who had been desperately trying to thwart Du Long, immediately ceased their efforts and swiftly cleared a path for the soldiers. The mounted captain, Zhou Su, dismounted and strode purposefully towards the entrance of Zhexiang Lu. Your Excellency, that Du Long intends to abduct our head courtesan, Xia Qinglian from Zhexiang Lu. We fought valiantly to stop him, yet he resorted to violence. A guard from Zhexiang Lu hurriedly reported to Zhou Su. Du Long? Kidnapping Xia Qinglian? Zhou Su was taken aback, his expression one of utter shock as he glanced up at the bloodied figure surrounded by guards. It was indeed Du Long from the Du family. Lord Zhou, do not heed their fabrications. I have come bearing the imperial edict of pardon for Xia Qinglian, as well as on behalf of Princess Huofeng, to secure her release from the Zhexiang Lu. To my dismay, however, the manager Yuan has refused to surrender Xia Qinglian, who has regained her rightful identity, and has even contemplated auctioning her off. Under the orders of Princess Huofeng, I must ensure her safe extraction tonight. Otherwise, I fear I shall have no explanation for Her Highness come dawn, which has led to this current predicament. With a face smeared in blood, Du Long winked at Zhou Su, providing a brief account of the unfolding events. My lord, please observe, this is the Emperor's personally inscribed decree of pardon, and this is the exclusive golden token of Princess Huofeng. Zhou Su stepped forth from the crowd, approaching Du Long without haste to take the decree and the token. Instead, sizing up the bloody Du Long, he discreetly gave him a thumbs up and whispered, "Young man, I am truly impressed. You carved a bloody path for the sake of a fair maiden. Xia Qinglian, who had been anxiously concerned for Du Long, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Zhou Su's teasing words, though her face flushed crimson. Despite the white scarf concealing her features, the exposed alabaster neck, now tinged with red, betrayed her embarrassment. Dear uncle, your arrival is most timely. Had it been any other city defense officer, I would have been in a dire predicament, Du Long replied with a grin. Addressing his maternal uncle, Zhou Su was indeed the younger brother of Du Long's mother, Zhou Ruoxue, and the Zhou family wielded considerable influence in the capital, rivaling that of the Du family, taking the pardon and token from Du Long's hands with deliberate slowness. Zhou Su feigned seriousness while scrutinizing them, whispering to Du Long, "You rascal! Is this truly the case? When did you become so familiar with Princess Huofeng? Your uncle has never heard of this. I only recently had dealings with Princess Huofeng. Rest assured I would not deceive you. The funds for Xia Qinglian's release were provided by my mother, your second sister. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with her at your convenience." Du Long winked as he explained. Zhou Su gestured towards both Du Long and Xia Qinglian, and then pointed to Du Kai, who had just descended from the second floor. Soon, 2 squads of city defense troops advanced to apprehend them. Surprisingly, the previously aggressive Du Long now complied without resistance, even allowing his battle blade to be confiscated in silence. "May I inquire your esteemed name, good sir? I am quite familiar with Vice Commander Liu of your city defense force." Manager Yuan, who had just descended alongside Du Kai, hurried to greet Zhou Su. "Vice Commander Liu is of no consequence." Zhou Su scoffed inwardly, knowing that his third uncle held the rank of a general in the city defense and found the vice commander rather unremarkable. However, it was understandable that Manager Yuan, who rarely frequented Zhuexiang Liu, did not recognize him. "You are the manager here, I presume, with the Emperor's decree of pardon and Princess Huofeng's golden token in hand. This unfortunate situation falls upon you. I shall take my leave with her. For any grievances, please direct them to the city defense for redress. Farewell." Zhou Su was disinclined to waste further words with this individual. Acutely aware of Zhuexiang Liu's background, should other forces be summoned, it would complicate matters considerably. Yuan Zhonggui could only watch helplessly as the city defense troops took Du Long and Xia Qinglian away together. Judging by the tone of this lieutenant, it seemed he held Yuan in little regard. That it appeared this matter could only be reported to the owner, who would have to step in to resolve it. In Chapter 25, taking a foster daughter, Du Long mounted his steed and turned to Xia Qinglian, offering her a radiant smile as he extended his hand. "Miss Qinglian, if you do not mind, would you care to ride with me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Qinglian gracefully placed her delicate hand into his, allowing him to effortlessly pull her onto the horse. Feeling the warmth emanating from the young man behind her, the veiled beauty blushed deeply, her face turning crimson to the nape of her neck. "Let us depart." With a suggestive glance at the pair riding closely together, Zhou Su raised his arm and shouted. The soldiers of the city defense then surrounded the 3 steeds, gallantly departing from the Zhuexiang Liu, seemingly heading towards the city defense headquarters. But in reality, they took a turn midway towards the Du residence. As Du Long felt the soft, almost ethereal skin of the beauty in his embrace. Being a young man filled with vigor, he began to sense a physiological response. Noticing Xia Qinglian's body stiffen slightly, he immediately realized he had put himself in an awkward predicament. In a flurry, he turned to Zhou Su, riding alongside, and attempted to make conversation. "Uncle, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What brings you to the city defense headquarters tonight? This is quite unlike your usual conduct." His words prompted a subtle chuckle from both Du Kai and Xia Qinglian. Easing the tension between Du Long and Xia Qinglian significantly to avoid further awkwardness, Du Long continued to engage in conversation, and this diversion proved remarkably effective. The trio, escorted by the soldiers of the city defense, chatted as they traveled and soon arrived at the gates of the Du residence. Zhou Su unceremoniously retrieved the oddly shaped battle knife that Du Long had wielded, finding it surprisingly heavy, which astounded him. "Kid, Uncle estimates this knife weighs at least 100 pounds. In just 2 months, you've become quite impressive." Zhou Su regarded Du Long with a look of awe, returning the formidable weapon to him. Indeed, one should take heed after a mere 3 days apart. Du Long could only chuckle awkwardly as he accepted his battle knife. "Has Xiang Liu taken leave of its senses? How dare they lay hands on my cherished grandson?" Zhen Tian mobilized the troops and levels Xiang Liu to the ground. From within the east wing of the Du residence, the furious voice of Old Master Du rang out. upon seeing Du Long and Xia Qinglian, both bloodied and battered. It was not just old Master Du who was enraged, but even Du Jintian and Zhou Ruoshui were consumed with fury, regardless of Zhe Xianglu's formidable backing. Daring to touch the legitimate grandson of the Du family was a grave mistake. Should the Du and Zhou families unite, no one in the capital would dare to underestimate them. Grandfather, please do not fret. I only have a few superficial wounds that I, in truth. Zui Xianglu has suffered greatly, having injured dozens of guards and left in ruins. Du Long quickly gestured for his grandfather to cease his outburst, asserting that he had already gained the upper hand and that sending troops to further bully them would be excessive. Someone quickly escort the young master and Miss Qinglian to freshen up. Du Muzhou Ruoshui gazed at her precious son with a tinge of concern, momentarily lacking the time to converse further with Xia Qinglian. All matters could wait until the two of them had bathed and donned clean attire. As she watched the bloodied silhouettes of the two fade into the distance beyond the gates, Zhou Su inquired curiously, "Second sister, wasn't Du Long unable to cultivate previously? Did you know that when I led the city defense troops to Zhe Xianglu, he actually descended from the second floor, wielding a battle blade all on his own? Astonishingly, dozens of qi-nurturing guards at Zhe Xianglu could not impede him. Alas, I too have noticed that the little rascal has become rather inscrutable of late, as if he harbors many secrets. When did he commission such a battle blade that I have never even seen?" Zhou Ruoshui's mind briefly conjured the image of Du Long departing the hall with the battle blade in hand. It was inconceivable that he would stow the weapon in his spatial ring in the presence of others. Suppressing her doubts, Zhou Ruoshui proceeded to explain how Du Long had resolved his physical issues with the help of Gui Yuandan. Subsequently, Du Caney elucidated how Du Long had come to know the Fire Phoenix Princess and the reasons behind the uproar at Zhe Xianglu, thus illuminating for Zhou Su the extraordinary events surrounding his only nephew. After half an hour, Du Long and Xia Qinglian emerged, freshly bathed and clad in clean garments. Arriving at the Du residence, Xia Qinglian no longer needed to wear the white silk scarf, her stunning beauty illuminating the entire living room. The elder Du and his wife, Du Zhentian, exchanged approving nods, while Du Caney and the school officer Zhou Su could not help but exhibit expressions of envy. Zhou Ruoshui, slightly anxious, approached to inspect if Du Long bore any injuries, ultimately discovering a single blood mark on his arm. That Du Long noted that since his physical transformation, his recovery from external wounds had accelerated significantly. The previously cracked wound was now nearly healed. Wow, Miss Qinglian is truly breathtaking. No wonder that little scoundrel Du Long would wreak havoc at Zhe Xianglu for your sake, Du Caney exclaimed upon beholding Xia Qinglian's visage, for few in the capital had ever witnessed her true appearance. At her exclamation, Zhou Ruoshui shifted her focus from her beloved son, her beautiful eyes now fixated on the delicate, ethereal beauty that was Xia Qinglian, unable to resist the urge to grasp her jade-like hand and scrutinize her closely. As Zhou Ruoshui held Xia Qinglian's hand, the girl's fair complexion flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her bashful demeanor evoking a tender affection. Indeed, she is a captivating beauty. It is no wonder my little rascal has gone mad for you. Miss Qinglian, prior to securing your release, I shall promise the Fire Phoenix Princess that you shall become my adopted daughter. No one in the Du household shall dare to bully you. Would you be willing? The more Zhou Ruoshui observed this gentle maiden before her, the more she found herself genuinely fond of her. Though I have never visited Zhe Xianglu, I have heard tales of a girl named Qinglian who sells her art, not her body, and who, despite emerging from the mud, remains untainted. You were once a lady of noble birth, and your fall into such circumstances was not by choice. Thus, Miss Qinglian, do not belittle yourself, Zhou Ruoshui gently reassured as she patted Qinglian's arm. Ah, Qinglian truly cannot aspire to such heights. I fear that I may tarnish the reputation of Madame Du, and should that occur, Qinglian would never be able to atone for it, Xia Qinglian replied, her expression fraught with trepidation, still unable to accept Zhou Ruoshui's benevolent offer. Let me speak a few words. Old Master Du could no longer restrain himself, and spoke. Miss Qinglian, your late grandfather and I shared a cordial relationship. Regarded as old friends, your father, Xia Yi, was a loyal minister who dared to speak the truth, even unto death. As a descendant of such loyalty, you, Miss Qinglian, bear no blame. Although you spent a few years in the Zhe Xianglu, it was beyond your control. Since Madame Du is willing to acknowledge you as her adopted daughter, do not hesitate any longer. Accept it. with the weight of old Master Du's authority within the Du family. His words were not mere jest. They unequivocally represented the stance of the entire Du household, signaling their support for Zhou Ruoxue to adopt Xia Qinglian. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Qinglian finally bowed gracefully, tears cascading like a string of pearls that had come loose, falling softly to the ground. Xia Qinglian, express my heartfelt gratitude to old Master Du for his immense kindness, to Madame Du for her affection, and to young Master Du for saving my life. Enough, it is all settled. Qinglian, do not call me Madame Du any longer. Simply refer to me as your adoptive mother. Zhou Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glimmered with tears, clearly moved by the plight of the pitiable girl before her. Adoptive mother, Xia Qinglian sweetly called out. Da-da. Ha, that is just right. Remember, from now on, this is your home. Do not stand on ceremony here. I shall arrange for servants to attend to your needs. In the future, feel free to voice any requests to them. Zhou Ruoxue responded with excitement, having dreamed for years of having a sweet and obedient daughter after bearing only one son in her marriage to the Du family. What should Miss Qinglian call me then? Dulong scratched his head, feeling a bit vexed. Oh no, that won't do. Wouldn't that make Miss Qinglian sound old? And it sounds rather cliché. I think it's better to just call me by my name. Dulong quickly waved his hands in rejection. You little rascal. It's settled like this. No more arguments with your mother. Zhou Ruoxue feigned anger, and upon seeing her expression, Dulong immediately wilted, muttering to himself in a manner that was barely intelligible. Very well, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. We must rise early to attend the palace celebrations. My dear grandson, you and Kai and I must also participate. It is getting late, so you all should rest. Old Master Du waved his hand and stood up. Yes, good night, adoptive father and adoptive mother. Xia Qinglian gracefully bowed. Young master, might I inquire if the emperor has granted mercy upon my father? After holding her tongue for a long while, Xia Qinglian finally seized the opportunity to voice her long-held question. Well, Dulong hesitated momentarily, then turned to face her with a solemn expression, briefly recounting how Princess Huofeng had pleaded with the emperor for many days, ultimately securing a pardon that only applied to her. Qinglian, the princess nearly fell out of favor with her father over your matter. Do not blame her for her inability to assist. As for your parents, we shall seek another opportunity to rescue them in the future. Dulong added, observing the disappointment on Xia Qinglian's face. Nodding, Dulong sighed softly and continued to lead the unfortunate woman towards his quarters. Chapter 26. Entering the palace in his chamber, Dulong sat cross-legged, spending the entire night continuously absorbing and refining the vast celestial energy. For those who engage in cultivation, it is entirely natural to substitute meditation for sleep. The absorption and refinement of the vast celestial energy requires merely a modicum of effort, allowing the majority of one's vitality to enter a state of tranquil repose. After an entire night of this practice, one awakens the next day feeling remarkably invigorated. On the eve of dawn, when the outdoors remained shrouded in darkness, Dulong was gently roused by a soft knocking at the door. He opened his eyes in bewilderment and inquired, "Who is knocking at the door?" "Young master, it is Qinglian. Today is the New Year celebration, and at this hour, you should be rising to wash and prepare," came the gentle voice of Xia Qinglian from outside the door. Hastily, Dulong sprang from his bed and opened the door with alacrity. Qinglian, how did you know that we needed to rise at this hour for the New Year festivities? It is so cold outside. Do come in, he urged, observing Xia Qinglian standing in the biting wind, holding a basin of water for washing. Thanks to the flickering candlelight, Dulong could discern the subtle shifts in her expression. When the past was mentioned, although Xia Qinglian maintained a facade of calm, a flicker of sorrow danced in her eyes, which did not escape his notice. I see. Dulong feigned ignorance of the anomaly and smoothly shifted the topic. Qinglian, sister, you are now my sworn elder sister. Such tasks as washing and preparing should be entrusted to the servants. There is truly no need for you to take it upon yourself. In Xia Qinglian's heart, the debt of gratitude she owed the young master was immeasurable. She wished for him not to think ill of her, expressing her willingness to remain by his side to serve him, even if it meant dedicating her entire life to repay his kindness. As she spoke with serene composure, her delicate hands gently kneaded the towel in the basin before wringing it out and presenting it to Dulong. Upon receiving the warm towel, he detected a faint, familiar fragrance emanating from it, a scent he had encountered not long ago while riding alongside Qinglian. It was evidently a fragrance unique to her. Placing the towel upon his face, the aroma became even more pronounced, prompting Du Long to exclaim, Qing Lian, even the towel you've prepared is imbued with such delightful fragrance. Flushed by Du Long's unexpected compliment, Xia Qing Lian's cheeks turned crimson as she stole glances at him, her eyes revealing her unspoken affection. Under her attentive care, Du Long soon finished washing and grooming himself. Attending the New Year's gathering demanded more than casual attire. Despite Du Long's individuality, it was necessary to don garments that were more symbolic than practical. Clothes make the man, as saddles make the horse, he mused. With his starry, bright eyes, Du Long appeared entirely revitalized. Since the alteration of his physique, he exuded confidence, his gaze deep and enigmatic, radiating a unique aura. Adorned in his splendid attire, he became even more dazzling, leaving Xia Qing Lian momentarily spellbound as the first light of dawn began to break in the eastern sky. Du Long smiled at the exquisite maiden beside him, exuding a sense of pride as he declared, "What do you think? Surely, in this attire, I, Du Long, shall captivate countless hearts, rivaling even Pan and himself." In Xia Qing Lian's heart, the young master was undoubtedly the most handsome man in the world. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she sincerely exclaimed, "Young master, you are truly breathtaking. Young master, it is time to awaken at that moment." The servant Agu rushed in, and upon seeing the impeccably dressed Du Long and Xia Qinglian, he was momentarily taken aback. "What's the hurry? Sister Qinglian has already helped me get ready. Let us go." Du Long exclaimed cheerfully, casting a glance at Agu before taking Xia Qinglian's delicate hand and hastening towards the dining hall. In the Eastern Dining Hall, the Du family gathered to partake in their breakfast. And today, they were joined by a new family member, the ethereal and graceful Xia Qinglian. "Qinglian, I have instructed the master tailor of the estate to come later to take your measurements. He will craft several new garments for you. Today is New Year's Eve. Donning new attire signifies bidding farewell to the past and joyfully embracing a new life," Zhou Ruoxue said, as she kindly served Xia Qinglian some food. "Thank you, my dear mother." Zhou Ruoxue's concern evidently moved the fragile woman, who had not felt warmth or care for many years. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, making it difficult for her to eat. Her appearance evoked immense sympathy from everyone in the Du family. And ultimately, it was Du Long who spoke up. "Sister Qinglian, although the Zuexiang Tower does not dare to storm Du Manor, they will surely send someone to guard the entrance. Please do not venture out these days." "Understood," Qinglian replied, her heart warmed by the genuine concern of the Du family. With tears in her eyes, she nearly choked down her breakfast, reluctantly watching as Du Long and his family of four departed from the eastern wing. In the Haotian Empire, there exists a long-standing tradition since the founding of the state, the New Year celebration. Every New Year's Eve, the empire's civil and military officials gather at the Qingda Hall of the Imperial Palace, where officials of the 5th rank and above may bring their direct relatives to partake in the festivities. The gates on either side are now teeming with carriages awaiting entry into the palace. The left gate is noticeably less crowded, reserved for officials of the 3rd rank and above, while the right gate serves as the entrance for those of the lower ranks as a 2nd rank official. The carriage of Du Long and his family naturally queued outside the left gate. Ahead, palace guards were diligently inspecting each carriage entering, verifying identities. Bringing unrelated individuals into the palace is a grave offense. It is precisely due to such security checks that a long line of carriages formed. Growing bored while waiting, Du Long reclined against his mother's shoulder to rest his eyes. Zhou Ruoxue gazed at her beloved son with a look of adoration. His regained confidence radiated a glow that filled her with immense satisfaction, yet it also stirred bittersweet emotions as she recalled his recent struggles. Unable to suppress her tears, she offered a tender, maternal smile as she gently caressed the chiseled features of her cherished son. Witnessing this scene, Du Xintian maintained a composed exterior, yet he was deeply touched by the bond between mother and son. Reflecting on his son's recent behavior, he felt both astonished and elated. What father would not be concerned for his son? Yet, everyone expresses their care in different ways. "Master, it's our turn." The elderly servant assisting the Du family with their carriage lifted the curtain and gently reminded them. "Understood," old Master Du replied, turning to the resting Du Long with a smile. "Grandson, please prepare yourself quickly. Do not fall asleep." Du Long finally opened his eyes and sat up straight. Soon, 2 palace guards approached the carriage. Casting a brief glance inside, one of the guards respectfully spoke. I have the honor of meeting General Du. Greetings to General Zhongwu. Madam Du, may I inquire if this young gentleman is Master Du Long? Indeed, it is my son, Du Jintian replied in a stern voice, nodding slightly. The two palace guards casually scanned the interior of the carriage before respectfully announcing, Very well, General Du, General Zhongwu, your carriage may proceed. After a simple routine inspection, the guards allowed them to pass. There was no need for a thorough check for a second-rank official, especially within the imperial palace, where it was unlikely that any esteemed dignitary would engage in improper conduct. The Du family's carriage entered through the left palace gate, subsequently passing through two more gates to reach a designated area for parking carriages and horses. Once the carriage came to a halt, the elderly General Du was the first to disembark, followed closely by Du Jintian and his wife, as well as Du Long. General Du, please board the palanquin. A perceptive palace steward had already brought a palanquin forward. The elderly general climbed aboard without hesitation, waving farewell to Du Long and the others as he departed alone, that Du Long understood that his grandfather and the other elders were heading to meet the Grand Emperor. This was a customary practice during the New Year celebrations, where the Grand Emperor, the grandfather of Princess Huofeng, would gather with his old ministers to celebrate the New Year. While the new emperor would celebrate with the civil and military officials, this was one of the established traditions. Unlike the privileges afforded to the elderly general, Du Jintian, his wife, and Du Long had to rely on their own legs to walk to the Qingda Hall, where they would await the emperor's arrival. Only upon the emperor's entrance would the true New Year festivities commence. Situated in the southeast corner of the palace, Qingda Hall was already bustling with numerous officials and their close relatives. Following his parents, Du Long arrived at the area designated for second-rank military officials. Du Jintian and his wife naturally began exchanging pleasantries with familiar colleagues nearby. A quick glance revealed Zhao Lin Heir standing across the way in the family area of second-rank civil officials. As if sensing his gaze, Zhao Lin Heir's eyes met Du Long's. Momentarily taken aback, a meaningful smile crept onto Du Long's lips. He then nonchalantly averted his gaze from the elegantly adorned Zhao Lin Heir, realizing with a single glance that any feelings he had harbored for her in his previous life had completely dissipated. Now, seeing her stirred not even a hint of emotion within him. Even the remnants of resentment he felt upon his rebirth had considerably faded. As previously stated, he had no desire to engage with this distasteful woman. However, an opportunity to make the Zhao family experience the consequences of their past actions would indeed be quite satisfying. With a resentful gaze fixed on the confident and handsome Du Long, clad in a purple robe, Zhao Lin Heir bit her lip, her animosity towards him deepening as she found herself ignored once more. Chapter 27. Standing out among the crowd behind the second-rank General Du Zhan stood Du Wei, while Li Yin, the second-rank Dunwu General, had Li Xiao Jun at his side. Behind the second-rank Zhonglong General Fan Zhonglin stood Fan Wei. Happy New Year, General Zhongwu, chuckled one of them. And this must be the renowned ninth young master of the Du family, Du Long. Indeed, he is a remarkable young hero. General Zhenda, a happy new year to you as well. Hee, indeed it is the year of the dog. What sort of hero is that little rascal? He only brings trouble to me as his elder. Du Jintian occasionally exchanged pleasantries with his numerous second-rank military colleagues. The loyal and martial general humbly remarked, I have heard that the previously untrainable Du Long has now been cured. Moreover, it is said that Master Du Long has grown quite close to the Fire Phoenix Princess, and his recent endeavors have garnered much admiration. Li Xiaojuan's father, Li Yin, interjected with a smirk that belied his mirth. Indeed, first, he divorced his wife, and then he led a grand imperial princess to the notorious Thui, Xiang Lu, for revelry. Truly, a young hero has emerged, as Li Yin's sarcasm echoed. A certain second-rank general from his faction promptly chimed in. Is that so? My heavens, what sort of place is Zui Xiang Lu? A princess can also frequent such establishments? Li Yin feigned surprise in response. Among this assembly of second-rank military officials, some shared a close camaraderie with Du Jintian, while others maintained a tense rapport. Even political adversaries, in such a celebratory setting, were compelled to project an air of harmony, their words laden with veiled praise and subtle mockery, truly a gathering of cunning old foxes. In this environment, Du Long found himself devoid of the privilege to speak, compelled to lower his head and adopt a submissive demeanor, inwardly scoffing. If these old scoundrels were aware that I had smashed my way through Zhe Xiang Lu last night, carving a bloody path to rescue Qing Lian, Their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Just then, a group of dignified figures appeared at the inner door of Chengda Hall, instantly silencing the previously boisterous assembly. Everyone understood that the royal kin, the princes and princesses, had finally arrived. Among this gathering, a petite and enchanting figure stepped into Chengda Hall, her eyes darting about eagerly, soon locking onto the direction of Dulong's family of three. It was none other than the willful and adorable Fire Phoenix Princess. With a spark of excitement, she swiftly broke away from the royal entourage and hurried towards Dulong, despite some attempts from the royal kin to restrain her. Even the emperor and empress could not rein her in. Who could? As the hall fell into sudden silence, Dulong instinctively raised his gaze, only to see the Fire Phoenix Princess dashing towards him with unrestrained enthusiasm. He could only shake his head inwardly at this disruptor of decorum. Within this grand hall, where hierarchy was strictly upheld, any casual movement was a profound disrespect to royal dignity and could lead to severe punishment. At this moment, I am still covered in tiles, and she comes rushing over to stir up trouble. Watching the exuberant Fire Phoenix Princess approach, Dulong could only lament internally to Dulong. You are here too? Oh, look at your attire. You indeed present quite a dashing figure, the Fire Phoenix Princess exclaimed as she reached Dulong, disregarding the multitude of gazes converging upon them, her eyes ardently scanning him from head to toe. With a sharp roll of his eyes, Dulong gazed upon the Fire Phoenix Princess, who was adorned like a golden little phoenix. He could only endure the countless scorching glances directed at him and forced a dry chuckle, exclaiming, "Hee hee, I pay my respects to Princess Fire Phoenix. You look truly splendid today, as beautiful and captivating as a resplendent golden phoenix." The esteemed officials of the second rank, along with their families, including Du Zhentian and his wife, all bowed in deference to the Fire Phoenix Princess. So many high-ranking officials paid their respects in his direction. It felt as though Dulong were standing on a bed of needles. Discomfort enveloping him entirely, and no need for such formalities. Everyone is excused. The Fire Phoenix Princess kept her gaze fixated on Dulong, casually waving her hand to dismiss the gathering of dignitaries and their families. Hee, Dulong, do I truly look that beautiful today? You aren't merely flattering me, are you? It was a rare moment for this once feared little princess to care about the opinion of a certain young man. Her words imbued with a palpable sense of yearning. Naturally, when the princess entrusted tasks to her subordinates, they would dare not treat them with negligence, ensuring everything was executed flawlessly. The task had been accomplished, and the princess could rest easy knowing that the matter was handled. While Dulong conversed with the Fire Phoenix Princess, the surrounding dignitaries and their families feigned indifference, yet their ears were perked up, secretly eavesdropping. You were just praised for your handsome demeanor. Look at you now. Can't you display a bit of masculine spirit? The Fire Phoenix Princess, feeling displeased by Dulong's dismissal, cast him a disdainful sidelong glance. Puffed. Dulong's words immediately provoked laughter from many around him, including Du Mu Zhou Rua Shui, while Du Wei and Li Xiaojun struggled to suppress their smiles, their lips twitching with effort. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. A sharp voice suddenly echoed throughout the grand hall of Chengda Palace. Once again, an absolute silence fell upon the hall as everyone stood at attention, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the Emperor of the Haotian Empire. From the left side entrance of the hall, a commanding figure strode forth, accompanied by a noble woman adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, presumably the current empress and the Fire Phoenix Princess's mother. With a slight furrow of his brow, the emperor refrained from displaying any immediate authority. His gaze swept towards the direction from which the Fire Phoenix Princess had departed, landing upon the family of General Du Zhentian. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Dulong, who was staring blankly in his direction, recalling memories from his previous life. As he confronted the emperor whom he had not seen for years, Dulong reflected on the events that had transpired. Although the Du family had been wronged, it was this very emperor who had ultimately decreed their confiscation and exile, wielding the power to dictate the fates of the Du family. Seated high upon the dragon throne, Emperor Qin Ing commanded presence. With the current empress positioned at his left side, the assembled nobles and their families knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor, for 10,000 years. Long live the empress. For 1,000 years, may the Haotian Empire prosper for 10,000 years." Each year, the same words of blessing are repeated during the New Year celebrations. The esteemed officials, along with their families, must kneel in reverence. As per tradition, once all have paid their respects, the emperor is expected to proclaim, "All rise." Yet, this time, the emperor remained silent for an unusually long period, some of the ministers kneeling on the ground, curiously stole glances at the emperor, only to quickly realize he was glaring furiously in a particular direction. Following the emperor's gaze, everyone was momentarily taken aback. There stood a strikingly handsome youth, with bright, starry eyes, draped in a crimson robe and adorned with a crown. Fixated on the emperor. In the grand hall of Chinda, where even first-rank officials must bow low, his presence was like a crane among chickens, none other than the dazed Du Long. Du Long, quickly kneel. Zhou Ruoxue, who soon recognized the gravity of the situation, turned pale and hastily pulled Du Long down to his knees. You, come forward. From atop the lofty dragon throne, Emperor Qining pointed at Du Long, his voice echoing with authority. Realizing the peril he was in as the emperor pointed at him, Du Long understood he was doomed. There was no room for defiance. He could only muster his courage and approach the throne. Du Zhentian watched with a mix of astonishment and fury, while Zhou Ruoxue urgently whispered, Du Long, do not confront the emperor. You must humbly admit your fault. Within the grand hall, countless officials and their families cast sidelong glances at Du Long, who was slowly making his way toward the dragon throne. Although some did not recognize him, they knew Du Zhentian, a second-rank official, and could surmise Du Long's identity. In that moment, many thought, this lad is truly a calamity for the Du family. At this juncture, Princess Huafeng, Du Kai and Yu Shaoshan looked upon Du Long with concern, while figures like Du Wei, Li Shaojun, and Fan Wei, who harbored grievances against Du Long, wore expressions of glee at his misfortune. Zhao Lin, entwined in a complicated fate with Du Long, gazed at him with a mix of schadenfreude, deep-seated resentment, and a flicker of hope, wishing he would offend the emperor and be imprisoned, knowing that in such prosperous times, execution was unlikely. With each step Du Long took, the weight felt as if it bore down upon him like 1,000 pounds. He was oblivious to the sweat that had already soaked his back. The emperor's authority resonated deeply within the hearts of the empire's populace and the esteemed officials, as if it were ingrained in their very bones, coupled with the events of Du Long's previous life. His fear was entirely understandable. Is this the servitude of a feudal society? A soft sigh escaped, though no one in the hall heard it, not even Du Long, for it was the voice of the spirit of the thud. Upon reaching the steps before the dragon throne, Du Long knelt down with a thud. Before the emperor, he could only bow in submission. Even if he feared not for his own life, he had to consider the entire Du family. Since heaven had granted him another chance, he could not become a sinner of the Du clan once more. A true man must possess both the strength to bow and the courage to rise. Your humble servant, Du Long, pays his respects to your majesty and her majesty the empress. In this new year, may your majesties enjoy everlasting longevity and eternal youth. May the Haotian Empire endure eternally. And may its countless subjects thrive under the wise and formidable leadership of the emperor. Upon the dragon throne, the emperor, who initially wore a stern expression pondering how to reprimand Du Long, found himself both amused and exasperated by the boy's unabashed flattery, causing his serious demeanor to soften considerably. Among the crowd, Du Mu, Zhou Ruoxue, felt a flicker of joy at Du Long's words. Observing the emperor's countenance, she discerned that the boy's sweet talk had indeed made a significant impact. The empress, keenly observing the subtle nuances, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she regarded the young man kneeling before her. Recently, she had often heard her beloved daughter mention this boy, and despite his less than favorable reputation, today he appeared oddly endearing, growing more pleasing to her eye with each glance. Both his appearance and demeanor are quite commendable, the empress concluded internally. Bestowing a label upon Du Long, do you acknowledge your transgressions? The emperor, Qining, clearly reluctant to grant leniency, admonished him with a stern voice. I am aware of my faults, Du Long replied humbly, bowing his head submissively. The emperor's interest piqued, he continued. Now that you recognize your guilt, enlighten me about the nature of your crimes. Let this transgression be deemed a mere oversight. However, I must ask, do you have any other undisclosed offenses? He added with a weighty emphasis, the threat unmistakable that I am uncertain of any further misdeeds. I humbly beseech your majesty for clarification. After a moment's hesitation, spurred by the admonition from the enigmatic beauty of the Du Long resolved to refrain from further admissions. Some sins could be confessed, yet others would carry grave consequences. Humph, are you truly oblivious to your wrongdoings? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. The emperor's voice dripped with ire as he narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint emanating from them as he fixed his gaze intently upon the kneeling Du Long. Since you refuse to confess, I shall not hold back. For your first offense, Did you not take the princess to the Zhuexiang Lu for revelry? For your second, did you not create chaos at the same establishment last night? Forcibly abducting the courtesan Xia Qinglian, it is said you carved a bloody path from the second floor to the first, securing her escape. Buzzing murmurs filled the Qingda hall as the assembled ministers and their families, still kneeling, began to whisper amongst themselves, clearly taken aback by Du Long's audacious actions. The incident of him taking the princess to such a disreputable place had spread widely, fueled by the likes of Li Xiaojun. And while many were aware, they had paid little heed. However, news of his violent escapade at the Zhuexiang Lu and the brazen abduction of the renowned courtesan was far less known. Naturally, such acts deepened their resentment towards Du Long, your majesty. Du Long spoke once more, silencing the hushed conversations as all ears perked up, eager to hear how he would defend himself. Among the crowd were those who relished in his plight and others who were genuinely concerned for him. Amidst the throng, the parents of Du Jintian and Zhou Ruoxue were filled with trepidation, their hearts lodged in their throats. Zhou Ruoxue's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, her complexion as pale as parchment. Having been thoroughly frightened, let us first address the matter of escorting the princess to the Zhuexiang Lu on that fateful afternoon. I, accompanied by a few friends, planned to dine modestly at Zhuexiang Lu and perhaps enjoy some light melodies. It was then that we fortuitously encountered Princess Huofeng, who, feeling famished herself, insisted on joining us for the meal. That I promptly cautioned her that such a place was unfit for one of her noble lineage. Yet her determination rendered my protests futile. It was not my intention to lead the princess to Zhuexiang Lu. Furthermore, regarding the second accusation, I was merely acting under the imperial decree, tasked with official duties at Zhuexiang Lu, not brazenly intruding to abduct Miss Xia Qinglian. How audacious! When did I issue a command for you to proceed to Zhuexiang Lu on such errands? Du Long, are you aware that falsely relaying imperial edicts could lead to the annihilation of your clan? On the imperial throne, the emperor was evidently incensed by Du Long's provocations. The mere mention of extermination left Du Mu, the matriarch of the Zhou family, nearly swooning, while Du Wei's previously smug expression froze, leaving only a visage of dread. Meanwhile, individuals such as Li Xiaojun, Fan Wei, and Zhao Linner wore expressions of eager anticipation, yearning for Du Long to further offend the emperor, hoping for the wrathful sovereign to obliterate the Du clan. Your Majesty, Du Long hastily reached into his bosom, retrieving two items from his spatial ring, which he presented with both hands. One was a decree of pardon requested by Princess Huofeng, and the other, her royal insignia. The decree of pardon was indeed issued by me, moved by the filial piety of Xia Qinglian, yet I did not authorize you to undertake duties at Zhuexiang Lu. Du Long, should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation today, the transgressions of your family shall be grave indeed. The emperor regarded the decree of pardon, nodding in acknowledgement of its authenticity. Your Majesty, Princess Huofeng bestowed upon me the decree of pardon you issued, which, along with the royal insignia, I used to approach Zhuexiang Lu with the intent of absolving the daughter of the wrongdoer, Xia Qinglian, from her lifelong sentence of servitude, while also escorting her, who has regained her rightful status, away from that establishment. Given the presence of your pardon and the royal insignia, would it not be fair to say that I was acting on behalf of the princess? Indirectly, I was also serving you, was I not? At this, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, ensnared by Du Long's clever reasoning, inadvertently leading him to believe he had indeed commanded the boy to act on his behalf. Just then, Princess Huofeng, who had been kneeling among the royal kin, abruptly rose and strode to Du Long's side, kneeling once more and addressing him sweetly. Father, Du Long speaks truthfully. The royal insignia was indeed entrusted to him by your daughter, to ensure Zhuexiang Lu would release the captive. Truly, they dismissed even your decree, which is a testament to the audacity of the forces behind Zhuexiang Lu. Buzz. Within the Qingda hall, the princess's unyielding words detonated like a bomb among the crowd, instantly igniting a tumult of astonished murmurs. Chapter 29. Trivial matters. Seated majestically upon the dragon throne, Emperor Qin Ing cast a piercing gaze, sweeping over the ministers and their families who remained kneeling before him. The words of Princess Huofeng had rendered some faces pale with discomfort. With a mere glance, he discerned a multitude of insights. Zhuexiang Lu, ostensibly belonging to a merchant guild called Bitten, was renowned not only within the Haotian Empire, but also boasted branches in the two other great empires of the Starry Continent and 16 kingdoms, proudly claiming its status as one of the three foremost merchant guilds of the continent. In stark contrast, the three major merchant guilds within the Haotian Empire appeared rather insignificant, lacking any semblance of comparability. The Bitten Merchant Guild, headquartered in the neighboring Blue Moon Empire, wielded considerable influence within the Haotian Empire. Recent intelligence received by the Emperor suggested that this multinational guild had been growing increasingly close to the Fan family in recent years. This meant that one of the covert stakeholders behind Zhe Xionglu bore the shadow of the Fan clan. Consequently, the Fan officials kneeling below exhibited expressions of alarm. Princess Huafeng's remarks had struck a nerve, and it was only natural for them to be concerned. In a fleeting moment, the Emperor, perched on his throne, contemplated a myriad of thoughts that flashed through his mind like lightning. Feng, do not hastily cast undue blame. After all, Zhe Xionglu has suffered considerable losses. It is only reasonable that they would be reluctant to surrender Xia Qinglian unconditionally to Du Long. As his thoughts raced, Emperor Qingying reined in his scattered musings and interjected to interrupt his beloved daughter's somewhat alarmist rhetoric. Your Majesty, when Zhe Xionglu acquired Xia Qinglian from the Dali Temple, they expended a total of 1,200 gold coins. Last night, aside from returning the 1,200 gold coins, I also provided an additional 800 gold coins. Moreover, Xia Qinglian has generated substantial wealth for Zhe Xionglu over the years. Yet they remain unwilling to release her, even contemplating auctioning her off. It must be noted that she is a person graciously pardoned by your Majesty. What authority does Zhe Xionglu possess to auction her? In a fit of righteous indignation, spurred by Princess Huafeng's prior admonition, Du Long boldly asserted, having forcibly rescued the vulnerable Xia Qinglian from the precipice of calamity, Princess Huafeng chimed in supportively. Indeed, when Du Long sought to redeem her last night, I instructed him that if anyone refused to release her upon seeing the princess's gold medal, he should teach them a lesson with their exchanges. The entire blame was deftly shifted onto Zhe Xionglu. The Emperor, seated high upon his throne, found himself mired in contemplation, uncertain of how to proceed at this juncture. The Empress discreetly offered a timely reminder. Your Majesty, today is a momentous occasion for the New Year celebrations. Addressing such trivial matters at this time would only serve to amuse the court. Both Fenger and Du Long have yet to undergo their coming-of-age ceremonies. In my humble opinion, it would be best not to pursue this any further. After all, they are merely impulsive youths, and their explanations were quite reasonable. With the Empress's words, the originally significant allegations were swiftly diminished to mere trifles. The Emperor cast a glance at the ministers still kneeling in submission and finally sighed. Very well. This matter ends here. Du Long, should you dare to take the little princess to such a place again and cause a ruckus, I shall ensure you comprehend the gravity of the consequences. That will be all. Fenger, you and Du Long should promptly take your leave. The Empress gracefully waved her hand and spoke with a beaming smile. Following such a farcical episode, the gazes directed at Du Long were tinged with a peculiar nuance. This so-called scion of the illustrious Haotian Empire, renowned throughout the capital, appeared to diverge significantly from the legendary portrayal. Before the imposing emperor, surrounded by civil and military officials, it was indeed a rarity for such a young man to attain this level of composure. It is likely that even some of the prominent ministers of the court would find it challenging to maintain such poise. Many entertained this thought in their minds. Zhao Darren, it seems that your family's decision to retract the engagement was rather unwise. Beside the second-rank minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhao Guodong, the second-rank minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, Zhang Ke leaned in to jest quietly, while Xing Wanner, who was behind, couldn't help but smile gently. Since their acquaintance at the gathering, she had sensed that Du Long was not as detestable as the legend suggested. And naturally, her sentiments began to align with those of the Fire Phoenix Princess. Zhao Guodong, his face ashen, let out a low hum of discontent and refrained from responding. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path have no desire to conspire. Standing behind him, Zhao Linner was already bowing her head, nearly finding herself wishing to disappear into the ground. The subsequent proceedings of the New Year celebration were not particularly complex in accordance with tradition. The chief astrologer would step forward to announce auspicious omens for the new year, followed by the emperor leading the officials outside the hall to offer incense in reverence to the heavens. This task had once been undertaken by Xia Qinglian's father, Xia Yi. Regrettably, Xia Yi was overly obstinate, daring to utter words that were best left unsaid on such a joyous occasion, and as expected, his fate was sealed. Following the heavenly rites, a grand banquet would be held in the square before Qingda Hall, where the emperor and his ministers would celebrate the new year together. This process would persist until midnight, symbolizing the collective celebration of the civil and military officials alongside their sovereign, as they all shared in the passage of the year within the imperial palace as the time for feasting approached. The officials, according to their ranks, began to orderly proceed to the center of the square, forming a line to offer toasts to the emperor and empress seated in the principal position. The Du family was no exception, and under the guidance of Du Jintian, the trio soon found themselves before the emperor and empress, holding their cups aloft amidst countless gazes. The Fire Phoenix princess, who was dearly cherished by the empress, was presently by her side. Upon witnessing the Du family's approach to offer a toast, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Father, Mother, General Du's family has come to pay their respects," while she typically ignored others who came to toast. Her immediate reminder for the Du family revealed her sentiments, which the emperor and empress discerned with knowing smiles of resigned amusement. We, the humble servants, wish the emperor, empress, and Fire Phoenix princess a new year filled with auspiciousness and all desires fulfilled. Du Jintian managed to squeeze a respectful smile onto his usually stern visage, raising his cup in salute to the emperor and empress, while Zhou Ruoxue and Du Long followed suit. General Du, you have raised a fine son. He has indeed captured the heart of my precious princess. The emperor, observing the Fire Phoenix princess eagerly prepared to toast with the Du family, could only helplessly raise his cup and smile at the empress. "Please excuse my jest, your majesty." The young scion, lacking in understanding, has often caused trouble for his majesty. Fortunately, the emperor's magnanimity has spared him from punishment. Henceforth, Zhen Tian shall be subjected to strict discipline, ensuring he no longer brings inconvenience to his majesty. Du Jintian replied with profound gratitude. "Let us hasten to raise our glasses. My arms have grown weary from holding them up." The Fire Phoenix princess chimed in playfully, inciting laughter among the assembly. No one wished to prolong the banter, and they all raised their cups in unison, the Du family naturally drinking heartily, with the Fire Phoenix princess joining them without exception. "Father, Mother, you have only barely tasted this wine. With such a meager amount, let us drink together. I shall refill your cups." Observing the emperor and empress merely sip, the Fire Phoenix princess grew insistent, tugging at their arms with playful insistence. Their exasperation met her antics with resigned glances, prompting them to once more raise their cups and drain them. This scene, witnessed by countless officials, carried a different significance. As the Du family departed, others approached to offer toasts, yet the Fire Phoenix princess remained aloof. Disregarding most of those who came to toast, even neglecting to lift her cup, she did, however, raise her glass a few times for families with whom she shared a close rapport, such as Zheng Wan'er, daughter of the second-ranking official, and Su Luyin, daughter of the second-ranking general Su Qirue, among others. Yet, even when her close friends came to toast, she refrained from insisting that the emperor and empress finish their drinks. Though the keen-eyed could still discern subtle hints of her intentions, officials of the third rank and above, along with heads of departments of fifth rank and higher, queued to offer their toasts, while officials of lower ranks followed suit in a harmonious procession. Following this, a period of free mingling commenced, with officials engaging in casual conversation while their families clustered together. The younger generation gathered once more, reminiscent of their previous assembly at Longquan Palace, but with many more attendees today. "Good brother, today, thanks to you, I finally held my head high before my father, after a long-awaited encounter with you, Haotian." He excitedly patted Du Long's shoulder and exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" Du Long inquired, puzzled. "Were it not for your influence, how could I, you Haotian, have garnered the Fire Phoenix princess's favor just now?" While accompanying my parents to toast the emperor and empress, Her Highness graciously stood to greet me and even clinked glasses with us, Yu Shaoshan replied, still brimming with excitement. Du Long rolled his eyes, finally grasping the implication of Yu Shaoshan's words. He was oblivious to the complexities that lay behind the favor of the Fire Phoenix princess. Chapter 30. The mysterious in physique. The two good friends were ensconced in a secluded corner, engaged in conversation and enjoying their meal, when the Fire Phoenix princess, accompanied by her entourage of close friends, approached. Even before they arrived, her voice could be heard. "Why do you two gentlemen always seek out hidden corners for whispered conversations? It is not easy to find you. We pay our respects to your highness." Du Long and Yu Shaoshan hurriedly stood, bowing in greeting. The Fire Phoenix princess waved her hand dismissively and, without ceremony, settled down among them, eagerly exclaiming, "Du Long, pray, recount in detail the events of your raucous escapade at the Zui Xionglu last night." curiosity abounds among the onlookers. Is the young maiden, Xia Qinglian, faring well? Was she not harmed? According to Sister Kai and I, when you both emerged from the Zui Xianglu, you were akin to two figures drenched in blood. Could it be that the fiery princess Huafeng sought you out of sheer curiosity regarding this incident? Dulong mused to himself, while the surrounding crowd craned their necks, eager to hear the full account of the tumult at the Zui Xianglu. Even Yu Shaoshan was no exception. None could suppress their intrigue at the audacity of someone daring to cause a ruckus in the imperial capital's renowned establishment. Thus, Dulong, akin to a storyteller, began to embellish his legendary exploits, narrating them with great detail, his expression one of unmistakable pride. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Dulong had clearly taken center stage, a scene that many found hard to fathom. Just 2 years prior, this scion of the Du family had shunned the New Year celebrations out of embarrassment, ostracized by all. After numerous rejections, he had resolutely declined to partake in such gatherings. Impervious to the entreaties of his mother, Zhou Ruoxue, remarkably, it had been 2 years since Dulong last graced this New Year celebration, the once despised cultivator, now not only formidable in strength but also enjoying a resurgence in popularity, was indeed experiencing a turn of fortune. In the distance, within the throng encircling Fantong, Zhao Linner was palpably marginalized, even ignored by Li Xiaojun, which pierced her heart, gazing longingly at Dulong, who was being celebrated like a star in a far corner. She drained her cup, with each sip intensifying the bitterness within her soul. Memories of past New Year celebrations flooded her mind, when she had also been one of the luminaries, yet now, the daughters of wealthy families. Once her close companions, kept their distance, fleeing at the mere sight of her approach. To add insult to injury, her parents had initially barred her from attending the festivities, and only after much pleading did she secure her presence at this gathering. This stark contrast weighed heavily on her, yet the careless Zhao Sion failed to introspect, attributing all blame to Dulong. Had it not been for your indiscretion, I, Zhao Linner, would not be in this predicament. I vow to avenge this grievance. With a full cup of fine wine in hand, she cast a venomous glare at Dulong amidst the crowd, silently swearing her revenge. The New Year celebration within the imperial palace commenced early in the morning, continuing with feasting until midnight. Throughout this time, the Qingda Hall was flanked by numerous chambers for ministers and their families to rest. When weariness set in, they would retreat to these chambers to engage in a game of chess or indulge in light conversation. Perhaps even dozing off in their chairs. In any case, leaving the palace before midnight was strictly prohibited. As the New Year bells rang out, fireworks erupted from the watchtowers at the four corners of the palace, illuminating the night sky in a dazzling display. Countless citizens of the imperial capital gathered to marvel at this splendid spectacle. In tandem with the vibrant fireworks ascending from the palace, households ignited their own firecrackers, creating a symphony of crackling sounds throughout the city, enveloping the entire metropolis in a festive New Year atmosphere. Within a courtyard of the eastern wing of the Du residence, bursts of joyous laughter and merriment resonated continuously. Numerous maids and servants responsible for the eastern wing had gathered in this courtyard to celebrate the New Year. As the fireworks in the palace erupted in splendid displays, all eyes were irresistibly drawn toward the spectacle, and the sounds of laughter grew even more exuberant. Throughout the night, Xia Qinglian was enveloped by the company of the maidens, some engaging her in conversation, while others offered her toasts, following the instructions of Madame Du. These maids and servants were well aware that this enchanting young lady, resembling a celestial being, was the newly adopted daughter of the madam and thus regarded as the nominal young lady of the Du household. While everyone was engrossed in the dazzling fireworks from the palace, a delicate figure quietly slipped away from the crowd, unnoticed, and made her way toward the back garden of the Du residence. As she traversed the opulent estate, memories of Dulong recounting the tale of dream of the Red Chamber flooded her mind, and Xia Qinglian could not help but feel a wave of melancholy. In this moment, she realized she embodied Lin Daiyu from that story. The sense of being an outsider, despite the kindness shown by everyone in the residence, lingered, for they were not her true family. Once again, on New Year's Eve, I wonder if my father, exiled to the desolate frontier, and my mother are having a warm meal. Do they, like me, yearn for distant loved ones? Standing in the garden's pavilion, a frail silhouette leaned against the pillar, her tear-filled eyes gazing wistfully toward the west, where she knew her parents resided somewhere in that direction. That a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing her to shiver slightly. Xia Qinglian tightened her grip on the snow fox fur-lined cloak draped over her shoulders. A garment hastily crafted by the Du resident's seamstress that was not only warm but also exquisite, a testament to Madame Du's care for her. With the cold wind, snowflakes began to flutter down, marking the first snowfall of the new year after a long, frigid winter devoid of snow. With tearful eyes, Xia Qinglian extended her delicate, jade-like hand, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon her palm, feeling the refreshing chill permeate her arm and envelop her entire being. Unable to suppress her emotions, she softly began to sing. One is a celestial flower from the celestial realm, the other, a flawless jade. If there be no fateful encounter, why in this life do I meet him? If there is fate, why do my heartfelt sentiments ultimately dissipate into nothingness? In this poignant moment, the melancholic strains of Wang Ning may drifted through the expansive garden, and on this New Year's Eve, no one would venture into the cold back garden to brave the biting wind that as her song filled the air. The snow in the garden continued to accumulate thickly, lost in her sorrowful reverie. Xia Qinglian remained oblivious to the fact that the fireworks from the palace had long since ceased, nor did she hear the faint crunching of footsteps approaching from the eastern side of the garden, where someone was making their way through the snow. Not far from the pavilion, on the curved bridge, Dulong stood with his right hand resting behind him, silently observing the frail figure standing in the pavilion. He suddenly felt that perhaps he should refrain from sharing any tales of Dream of the Red Chamber with Xia Qinglian, for anyone who embodies Lin Daiyu is destined for a tragic fate. After lingering outside the pavilion for some time in contemplation, Dulong finally resolved to approach her. Within the pavilion, the increasingly audible footsteps in the snow roused the sorrowful beauty from her reverie. Startled, she lifted her tear-streaked face and met the gaze of Dulong, who looked upon her with a heart full of compassion. Gazing upon the youth clad in a purple robe, adorned with a flat crown, his starry eyes bright and striking, Xia Qinglian felt an inexplicable rush of anxiety within her heart, and despite her tear-streaked visage, a faint blush involuntarily blossomed upon her cheeks. The two locked eyes, a silence enveloping them as they stood in mutual understanding, each able to glean myriad sentiments from the other's gaze. Qinglian, on such a frigid day, what brings you to the back garden to shed tears alone? Chuckled Dulong, attempting to dispel the heavy atmosphere with a light-hearted jest. Xia Qinglian, stirred by his playful remark, could not help but reveal a shy smile, her tearful countenance radiant with emotion as she gracefully curtsied and softly replied, "Forgive me, esteemed sir, I merely found myself reminiscing about my distant parents, which stirred my heart to weep that I hope for your understanding on this New Year's Eve. Longing for faraway kin is but a natural sentiment." Dulong waved his hand dismissively and continued, "I overheard you singing Wang Ning Mei. It seems the tale of Dream of the Red Chamber has deeply resonated with you. Qinglian, I hope you will heed my counsel. Please, do not hesitate to share. Esteemed sir, I shall surely keep your teachings close to my heart." Xia Qinglian replied, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she focused earnestly on Dulong. "Qinglian, I sense you are now equating yourself with Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber, feeling as though you are but a guest in someone else's abode, which is quite detrimental. You should strive to transform yourself, perhaps by cultivating your powers, so that you may establish your place in this world." Dulong earnestly expressed his thoughts. Shaking her head gently, Xia Qinglian lamented, "Alas, you are unaware, esteemed sir, that I too bear a similar quandary. While I can sense the presence of the Haotian Gang Qi, I am unable to absorb or refine any of it." Dulong was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible there exists another in this world with a constitution akin to mine? Young one, a voice, long silent, suddenly resonated in his mind, that of the spirit maiden Ling. "Do you wonder why I encouraged you to engage with Xia Qinglian? Hee, I never engage in unprofitable ventures. She possesses the rare Xian Yin constitution, rendering ordinary techniques ineffective against her." Chapter 31. Xian Yin Decision. Xian Yin Constitution. Dulong inwardly gasped in astonishment. What manner of constitution is that? How have I never heard of it? The constitutions of normal individuals are categorized into three types: the Xian Yin Constitution, the Xian Yang Constitution, and the most prevalent neutral constitution. Even among neutral constitutions, some lean towards the Yin, while others lean towards the Yang, yet none match the extremities of the first two types. Dulong was left dumbfounded, momentarily stunned, before urgently declaring in his mind, "Does this mean Qinglian is beyond salvation? What shall I do?" Gazing at the delicate and exquisite young lady before him, any man would feel a profound desire to protect her with all his might, unwilling to let her meet an untimely demise. "Fear not. With me, your esteemed benefactor, present," Since I prompted you to approach her, rest assured, there exists a way to save her. The ethereal presence of the Xian Yin Constitution in Xia Qinglian encountering this esteemed lady is indeed a stroke of fortune. The triumphant voice of the spirit, Lingo, echoed in Du Long's mind. Young man, I shall now impart to you the Xian Yin technique, specifically tailored for the cultivation of the Xian Yin body, which you may then share with her. Remember this. Instruct her to keep the existence of her Xian Yin Constitution a secret, for otherwise, A.S. Lingner's words faded. A virtual training diagram manifested within Du Long's consciousness, akin to the method of imparting the Xiantian technique. A truly breathtaking experience. My lord, what ails you? Noticing Du Long's prolonged silence, Xia Qinglian hastily shook his arm. Do not fret on my behalf. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. Qinglian, if I were to tell you that there exists a cultivation method suitable for your constitution, allowing you to cultivate like an ordinary person, would you believe me? Du Long suddenly smiled mysteriously. I believe. Whatever my lord says, I wholeheartedly believe. Still gripping Du Long's elbow, Xia Qinglian gazed at him with unwavering determination. For many years, she had not encountered such trust from anyone, and in that moment, the unreserved faith reflected in her eyes deeply touched Du Long's heart. This moment, Xia Qinglian would not oppose any request from Du Long. With a soft reply, she followed him as they traversed the snowy path towards the eastern parlor. In the eastern parlor, Du Long assisted Xia Qinglian in lifting the heavy thermal curtain, allowing her to enter first. Inside, the snow and charcoal basin glowed a fiery red, enveloping the room in warmth. Du Jintian and his wife, along with old Master Du, had long been awaiting their arrival. Qinglian, where have you wandered off to in this frigid weather? Your constitution is so delicate. What if you catch a cold? With concern etched on her face, Zhou Ruo Shui took Xia Qinglian's hand. Ever since the collapse of the Xia family a decade ago, Xia Qinglian had not felt the warmth of familial care. Zhou Ruo Shui's sincere concern moved her deeply, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she hurriedly lowered her head to hide her emotional turmoil, saying, I apologize for worrying my beloved aunt. Sensing her sorrow, Zhou Ruo Shui chose not to press the matter, continuing to hold her hand with a smile. Silly child, today is New Year's Eve, a day of joy. Come, let us celebrate and receive your red envelopes. Grandfather, father, mother, in this new year, Longa wishes grandfather longevity and prosperity. May father attain a higher official rank, and may mother grow ever younger and more beautiful. In the parlor, Du Long added with a grin. Most importantly, this year marks my coming of age, so if the red envelope does not exceed last year's amount, I kindly ask you to be cautious with your generosity. The room erupted in laughter, including the numerous servants standing nearby, all unable to contain their amusement. Since Du Long's dramatic transformation and inability to cultivate, they had not witnessed such a joyous New Year celebration from him in many years. And they couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. This year, grandfather shall indeed double the amount in your red envelope. Come here, my dear grandson. Old Master Du laughed heartily, calling out twice in delight before reaching into his pocket to retrieve 2 red envelopes. Handing one to Du Long. Thank you, grandfather, and also to father and mother. You must not renege on your promises. Du Long, brimming with joy, eagerly accepted the red envelopes from his grandfather and immediately turned to his parents, extending his hand to request more. The corners of his mouth twitched, and even Du Jintian found himself almost laughing at his lively son. Ultimately, he suppressed his amusement and retrieved 2 red envelopes from his pocket, handing one to Du Long following suit. Zhou Ruoxue produced a multitude of envelopes, selecting one that was notably larger and presenting it to her precious son, all the while casting him a playful yet affectionate glance. Sister Qinglian, why are you not quickly joining grandfather and the others to pay your New Year's respects and receive your envelopes? With 3 envelopes in hand, Du Long beamed and gently nudged Xia Qinglian, urging her to approach the elders for their well wishes. Only then did Xia Qinglian, her face flushed with shyness, gracefully step forward and bow, softly declaring, Qinglian wishes greetings to grandfather Du, and to my adoptive father and mother. May grandfather Du enjoy good health and longevity, and may my adoptive parents have a prosperous new year filled with good fortune. Grandfather Du and the Du couple burst into laughter, presenting another envelope to Xia Qinglian while offering their heartfelt blessings. With her hands tightly grasping the 3 envelopes, Xia Qinglian felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes once more. All right, today is a joyous occasion. All of you have worked hard at the Du residence throughout the year. Come, each of you shall receive a red envelope for good luck. Demu Zhou Ruoxue, holding a generous handful of envelopes, beamed at the numerous servants standing in the hall. After everyone exchanged their New Year's greetings, they formed a line to receive their envelopes. Once all was settled, night had deepened, and it was estimated that dawn would break in a little over an hour at Petit Grandfather Du's command. Everyone finally dispersed, marking the conclusion of the annual New Year's Eve celebrations. In the guest room where Xia Qinglian resided, Du Long sat at the table, diligently writing, while Xia Qinglian ground ink and lit the lamp beside him, occasionally glancing at the contents of his writing. All right, Qinglian, this is the cultivation mantra for the Xianin Ju. Next, I will illustrate the method of practicing this technique. You may read this mantra first, and if you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. After ensuring the ink on the painstakingly written technique had dried, Du Long handed the paper to Xia Qinglian, providing her with instructions. Before Du Long completed his writing, Xia Qinglian had already perused the contents and discerned the profundity of the mantra, realizing it seemed tailored specifically for her physical constitution. Soon, Du Long finished depicting another diagram of the body's energy flow. He could not help but acknowledge the remarkable efficacy of the Xianin Ju, as the root of the Haotian Gang Qi's circulation within his body was entirely opposite to that of his own Xiantian Ju. Du Long subtly sensed the intricacies within. His Xiantian Ju leaned towards the path of utmost yang and rigidity, whereas the Xianin Ju embraced the path of utmost yin and softness. With a sigh of relief, he managed to sketch the technique's operational diagram from memory. Although the accuracy of his drawing did not match the precision in his mind, the routes traversing through the meridians and acupoints were undeniably correct. Qinglian, here is the diagram for the operation of the cultivation technique. It clearly indicates the route for absorbing the Haotian Gang Qi. You should continue to observe it closely, and then combine it with the incantation of the Xianin Ju. Should anything remain unclear, do not hesitate to ask me. With that, Du Long handed the diagram back to Xia Qinglian. Understood. Thank you, young master, she replied softly, taking the diagram and examining it with great attention. Like Du Long, Xia Qinglian had practiced various techniques in her youth, so she was well versed in the principles of both the diagram and the incantation, facing no foundational obstacles. After merely 2 readings, she had nearly mastered the operational method of the Xianin Ju. There were a few obscure meridians she had never heard of before, and as Du Long listened to the explanations from the spirit beauty linger, he promptly clarified all of Xia Qinglian's lingering doubts. At this point, Xia Qinglian finally began to put theory into practice. Sitting cross-legged on her bed in front of Du Long, she closed her eyes and commenced her cultivation as described in the Xianin Ju. Chapter 32. New Year greetings. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, Xia Qinglian opened her eyes, her expression brimming with excitement as she gazed at Du Long and exclaimed, "Young master, Qinglian has already condensed a Haotian Gang Qi sphere in her dantian. Haha, that is truly wonderful." Perhaps overwhelmed by her exuberance, Xia Qinglian's radiant smile left Du Long momentarily entranced. This delicate and sorrowful beauty had never revealed such a pure smile before. Her enchanting smile was truly captivating. For Du Long, a youth just awakening to feelings of affection, the impact was undeniable. "Qinglian, you look so beautiful when you smile," that Du Long murmured, gazing at her in a daze. How annoying! Faced with his intense gaze, Xia Qinglian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, uttering 2 tender words. Watching Du Long awkwardly flee, Xia Qinglian could not help but stifle a laugh, her gaze lingering on the gently closed door, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a soft affection. Clearly, this young man, who had valiantly rescued her from the intoxication of the brothel, this young man, who had provided warmth to her family, this young man, who enabled her to cultivate like a normal person. This young man, who showed her immense compassion, had silently inscribed a profound mark upon her once icy heart, even if her origins rendered her unable to become his legitimate wife. As long as she could remain by his side, even as a servant, she would have no regrets. In this moment, Xia Qinglian made a silent resolution within her heart, as the darkness of New Year's Eve gradually yielded to the first rays of sunlight of the new year. The heavy snowfall of the night blanketed the imperial capital in a pristine white. Under the sunlight's reflection, the entire imperial capital exuded boundless vitality. Today was the first day of the new year, and various provinces and counties across the empire began to present their New Year tributes to the capital, primarily consisting of local delicacies and rare treasures. Naturally, only the finest specialties or treasures would be deemed worthy of being sent to the imperial palace. From the 1st to the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, A steady stream of tribute caravans arrived in the capital from all directions, delivering carts laden with treasures into the imperial palace. Clattered, clattered on the carriage. Zhou Ruoxue held Xia Qinglian's delicate hand, smiling as she imparted words of caution for what was to come. Meanwhile, Du Long sat in silence, gazing vacantly out the window at the incessant flow of tribute carriages. His mind haunted by vivid recollections of the betrayals he had suffered in the past. In his memories, the tributes were intricately intertwined with his own downfall, deceived into gambling and burdened with insurmountable debts. He had been coerced into targeting the very tribute caravans, ultimately leading to his capture and the emperor's wrath, resulting in the confiscation of the Du family estate. Not long after the Du family's misfortunes, the shadowy figures behind his plight had no fear in revealing the truth before him, and he had come to grasp the broader narrative of his betrayal. Leaning against the window, Du Long silently reflected on the dismal scenes of his past. Filled with frustration at his own former folly, inside the carriage, Xia Qinglian occasionally stole glances at the melancholic youth lost in thought by the window. The profound sorrow reflected in his deep-set eyes struck her with a sense of profound shock. Not only was Xia Qinglian taken aback, but even Du Jintian and his wife were perplexed, pondering how a boy of his age could bear such a desolate expression. Just as Zhou Ruoxue could no longer contain her curiosity and was about to inquire, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, and the respectful voice of the driver called out, "My lord, my lady, we have arrived at the Zhou residence. One must not underestimate a single gold coin. It represents half a month's wages for these servants." Soon, the Du family of four entered the main hall of the Zhou residence, where the elder Zhou couple awaited alongside Du Long's three uncles, their wives, and 5 or 6 descendants of the third generation of the Zhou family. The Zhou family, with its various branches living separately, was far less complicated than the Du family. Their direct lineage could comfortably fill the hall with just one gathering. After Du Jintian and his wife offered their New Year greetings to the elders, Du Long, accompanied by Xia Qinglian, respectfully knelt before them, exclaiming, "Grandfather and grandmother, I wish you a happy new year. May you enjoy blessings, longevity, and good health in the coming year. Good, good. My precious grandson has finally made something of himself. Ha ha, come forth quickly, your grandparents have prepared red envelopes for you." The elder Zhou and his wife beamed with joy, their faces glowing as they beckoned to the kneeling pair below. Du Long, not one to be modest, stepped forward with Xia Qinglian to receive 2 red envelopes, and thereafter approached his 3 uncles and their wives to extend his New Year wishes. Collecting 6 more envelopes in the process, the elder Zhou had 4 children. Du Long's mother, Zhou Ruoxue, was the second, while the other 3 were all sons. The eldest, Zhou Hai, held the esteemed position of Minister of Works. The third, Shou Yi, served as the Minister of the Imperial Granary, and the youngest was Zhou Su, the Deputy Commander of the City Defense Army who had rescued Du Long and Xia Qinglian from the drunken tavern that fateful night. The Zhou family wielded significant influence in both military and political spheres, forming an undeniable force within the imperial capital. During this New Year visit, Du Long could distinctly perceive a shift in his uncle's attitudes towards him. The pity that once clouded their gazes had diminished, replaced by genuine admiration. Clearly, his performance before the emperor the previous night had thoroughly captivated them. The 5 or 6 third-generation descendants of the Zhou family approached their second aunt and uncle in turn to pay their New Year's respects and request red envelopes. Even the infant, barely 3 months old, born to the little uncle, received 2 packets of lucky money from Du Jintian and his wife. The entire process was filled with warmth and joy, in stark contrast to the Du family, where numerous conflicts and discord lingered within their own clan. To speak candidly, Du Long found himself more inclined to relish the atmosphere of his maternal family. The children of his 3 uncles never looked down upon him or spoke ill of him. Under the strict guidance of their parents, they treated their cousin with utmost courtesy. Du Long took the opportunity to introduce Xia Qinglian to these third-generation relatives of the Zhou family, primarily to familiarize them with each other, as one could never predict when they might require assistance in the future. After all, these cousins had some connections in the capital. "Longer, come over here with Qinglian to greet your grandparents," called out the venerable Zhou patriarch. Du Long and Xia Qinglian obediently approached the elderly couple. The matriarch, gently wrapping her arm around Xia Qinglian's slender waist, scrutinized her with an approving gaze. It was evident that she had heard about her daughter Ruoxue adopting a daughter and was eager to see her for the first time. Her unabashedly fervent stare caused Xia Qinglian's delicate face to flush with embarrassment, her shy demeanor captivating the old lady, who was visibly enchanted. "Young man, well done. Truly worthy of being my Zhou family's beloved grandson." You haven't even found a primary wife yet, and you've already secured a concubine. Ha ha. Indeed, this girl is as beautiful as a celestial being. She would make a perfect consort for you. You have an eye for talent, chuckled the Zhou patriarch, drawing Du Long closer while casting appreciative glances at Xia Qinglian, discreetly giving Du Long a thumbs up, embodying the playful spirit of a mischievous old man. That Du Long was already accustomed to his grandfather's playful banter and responded with a proud nod. Whispering back, "Of course, we are merely following the princess's imperial decree to openly cherish our beloved." As he observed his grandson, now evidently more confident and mature, the Zhou patriarch's heart swelled with joy. The previous night, during the New Year's Eve in the palace, Du Long had faced the emperor's inquiries with composure and dignity. Although the old man had not witnessed it firsthand, he had vividly heard his three sons recounting the event that morning. To be honest, over the years, every time he saw his grandson's self-deprecating demeanor, it weighed heavily upon him. Despite having numerous grandchildren, Du Long was his sole grandson, and as the saying goes, rarity adds value. Moreover, Du Long's temperament had endeared him to the Zhou patriarch from a young age, and since he was not often by his side, he was naturally cherished all the more. At last, my precious grandson has regained his former confidence. The Zhou patriarch often whispered to Du Long, inwardly marveling at the transformation. Chapter 33. A year of hard training. On the 6th day of the new year, Princess Wufeng's golden phoenix carriage appeared at the entrance of the Du residence. Having participated in various festive activities at the palace since New Year's Eve, she finally seized a moment to rush over to the Du family. Unfortunately, she found herself disappointed, encountering only her close friend Du Kai and I. With no sign of Du Long, who had reportedly gone to Lingyun Mountain early that morning for intense training. What vexed Princess Wufeng even more was the rumor that Xia Qinglian had accompanied Du Long to Lingyun Mountain. The mere thought of Du Long sharing solitude with a stunning beauty in Lingyun Mountain ignited a furious tempest within this headstrong princess, though she longed to rush to Lingyun Mountain in search of the dog couple. She understood that such an endeavor was utterly impractical. Her status as a princess did not permit her to leave the capital at will. Any departure from the imperial city required the emperor's consent. Alongside the implementation of appropriate safety measures. At Lingyun Mountain, in the depths of a secluded valley, Xia Qinglian, donned in a gown of purest white, sat gracefully on the grass by a tranquil pool, her curious gaze sweeping the surroundings. Meanwhile, Du Long, under the stern supervision of the spirit beauty, commenced yet another grueling round of training. "Kid, after a year, you've managed to gain a few extra pounds, after merely running a dozen laps. You look like a dead dog. Come on, pick up your pace for this esteemed lady." The voice of the spirit beauty echoed in his mind, sounding like a demon's furious roar. Already breathless, Du Long rolled his eyes in exasperation, mentally cursing the spirit beauty and her lineage countless times, despite being uncertain if she even had any ancestors. How can you even say that? Over the festive days, I somehow accumulated an additional 10 pounds of weight. I hardly noticed it in my daily routine, but now that I'm running, it feels like I'm on the brink of death. Du Long lamented inwardly, feeling overwhelmed by the burden. Humph. If you wish to become the master of this esteemed lady, you must double your efforts in training to earn my recognition sooner. With your current abilities, how dare you complain? Hurry up and lengthen your strides. Increase your speed for this esteemed lady. Otherwise, I shall employ severe measures. The spirit beauty showed no inclination to heed Du Long's grievances, roaring at him with fierce intensity. Bearing a weighty leather vest of 220 pounds, Du Long gritted his teeth and persevered, sweat cascading from him freely, a sight that left Xia Qinglian perplexed. She could not hear the exchange between Du Long and the spirit, nor was she aware of his burdensome weight, to her understanding. Such ordinary running should not leave him in such a state of distress, my lord. In the absence of outsiders, Xia Qinglian preferred to address Du Long in this manner, with a look of concern. She gently urged, "If you are weary from running, do take a moment to rest. Do not overexert yourself." Confronted with Xia Qinglian's tender plea, Du Long found himself at a loss for words. He had initially envisioned a blissful retreat into the mountains alongside a beautiful companion, only to have overlooked the small demon that was the spirit beauty. Under Xia Qinglian's watchful gaze, Du Long gritted his teeth and pushed through, eventually breaking past his initial physical limits and harnessing his latent potential to complete the remaining distance. Finally, he sat cross-legged beside her, beginning to absorb and refine the vast celestial energy to replenish his depleted reserves. Once his strength was restored, Du Long, under Xia Qinglian's astonished and bashful gaze, discarded all but a pair of shorts and a leather vest, and with the Xianyang battle knife in hand, leaped into the pool to practice the Xianyang double wave blade technique, which he had yet to master fully. Accompanying Du Long in his arduous training, Xia Qinglian also embarked on her own cultivation journey. After absorbing and refining the rich Haotian Gang Qi within the valley, she finally comprehended why Du Long chose not to remain at the Du residence for his practice. Braving the frigid conditions to endure the rigors of Lingyun Mountain, the Haotian Gang Qi here was several times denser than that of the outside world, exponentially increasing the speed of absorption and refinement. Indeed, it was a veritable paradise for cultivation. Do not underestimate my daily laps around the pond. With a smile illuminating her face, which was accentuated by the flickering glow of the campfire, Du Long initiated a casual conversation with her. After dinner, there was a half-hour respite, during which the spirit companion, the little demoness, would not press him into further training. After all, the path of cultivation required a balance of work and rest. Thus, the two young souls sat by the campfire, engaging in light-hearted banter about a myriad of topics. Occasionally, even a rather cold joke would elicit peals of laughter from them both. It had been some time since leaving Zhuixianglu, and the smiles on Xia Qinglian's face had become increasingly frequent, especially when in the company of Du Long. He found immense joy in conversing with her, losing track of time as their delightful exchanges continued. Just as they were immersed in their animated dialogue, an incongruous voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, young man, rather than wasting time on trivial chatter, you ought to devote this time to further cultivation. Half an hour has already passed. And if I, your esteemed lady, do not remind you, you might find yourselves chatting until dawn without feeling fatigued." Du Long could only manage a wry smile as he replied, "Qinglian, it's getting late. We must seize the moment to continue our training." Blushing and obediently acquiescing, Xia Qinglian then settled cross-legged on her sleeping mat alongside Du Long, commencing a night of absorbing and refining the Haotian Gang Qi. Time flew like an arrow. At the depths of Lingyun Mountain's absolute valley, these two youths persevered in their toil day after day. Amidst their grueling training, they still found moments to share delightful conversations. With the growth of their cultivation and a shift in mindset, Xia Qinglian began to exude an even more captivating aura. On the night of the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, she finally succeeded in breaking through to the first tier of Qi cultivation. The following morning, at the behest of the spirit companion, Du Long presented her with another leather vest to don, and began instructing her in the fundamental steps of the wind-walking technique. Perhaps due to her delicate nature, the initial weight of the leather vest was only around 30 pounds, increasing by merely a pound each day, which could be considered a special accommodation. Regardless, Xia Qinglian began to participate in Du Long's rigorous training regimen, but the intensity was incomparable. Each day, she would run under a weighted burden to reach her limits, practice a set of Xian-Yin sword techniques with a long sword, and finally refine her skills in the wind-walking technique. Outwardly delicate and frail, Xia Qinglian possessed a tenacious spirit that refused to succumb to defeat. Though the day's training was arduous, she resolutely persevered, completing all the tasks assigned by Du Long. Even though she was aware that Princess Huofeng had visited the Du residence twice in recent days, Du Long paid it little mind. His memories of the princess from his previous life were fraught with awe, and while their relationship had somewhat improved recently, he still felt a sense of safety in maintaining a respectful distance from her. Little did he know that Princess Huofeng harbored a special fondness for him. After several fruitless attempts to reach the Du residence, Princess Huofeng was evidently vexed and ceased her visits, turning her focus instead to diligent self-cultivation within the imperial palace. It seemed that Du Long's ambition to gain entry into the Royal Academy this year had prompted this notoriously indolent and headstrong princess to embrace a rare dedication to her training. Time flowed relentlessly as she immersed herself in rigorous practice. Sitting by the tranquil pond, Du Long gazed in disbelief at the ethereal white figure dancing gracefully atop the pile of stones. Xia Qinglian resembled a white butterfly fluttering amidst the chaos of rocks, and it was noteworthy that at this moment, the weight she bore had escalated to an astonishing 250 pounds. With the increase in her burden, her prowess had surged to a terrifying initial level of the 9th stage of Qi refinement, having ascended from the 1st stage to the 9th stage in less than a year, a growth rate that utterly astounded Du Long. It was well known that as one progressed, advancing even a single stage became exceedingly difficult. Take Du Long as an example. Despite his accelerated training speed, which was already several times faster than that of an ordinary person, He required 2 months to reach the 7th stage after attaining the 6th, over 3 months to achieve the 8th stage, and more than 4 months to attain the 9th stage, where he now found himself trapped in a state of perfection. In the same time frame, while he advanced from the 6th to the 9th stage, Xia Qinglian had progressed from nothing to the initial stage of the 9th stage. Presently, Dulong's burden had reached 500 pounds. And since the day this weight was achieved, it had not increased any further. According to the spirit of the, given his current level of qi refinement and the strength of his bloodline, 500 pounds was deemed the optimal weight for training. Any further increase would not only fail to enhance his cultivation efficacy, but could also yield adverse effects. Similarly, despite her inherent Xian physique and rapid training speed, Xia Qinglian's bloodline strength was inferior to that of Dulong, thus limiting her to a maximum training weight of 250 pounds. Linger, how is it that Qinglian's training speed is so astonishingly rapid? She surpasses even my own physique by several multiples. That Dulong expressed his bewilderment at Xia Qinglian's remarkable progress, casting a glance at her ethereal form as it floated among the stones. Silently inquiring of the no surprise there. She possesses a naturally gifted Xian physique, and coupled with the tailored Xian techniques, her rate of energy absorption and refinement is beyond what your half-baked, acquired Xianyang physique could ever hope to match, the retorted without reservation. Chapter 34. The first stage of Qi Cyclone acquired Xianyang physique. Dulong looked on in confusion. Very well, let me take this opportunity to enlighten you on the fundamentals of physique. In his mind, the famed tone of maturity as she explained, human cultivation physiques can be categorized into 3 types: Xianyin, Xianyang, and neutral. The majority of humans possess a neutral physique, with some leaning slightly toward either the yang or yin. The so-called Xianyin and Xianyang physiques refer to those innate traits, which are exceedingly rare. It is said that among billions, one might find a person with a naturally gifted Xianyin or Xianyang physique. Consequently, your inferior physique gradually transformed into an acquired Xianyang attribute, greatly enhancing your bloodline strength, which is why this physique is referred to as an acquired Xianyang physique. I see now. Dulong subtly nodded, unable to resist turning his gaze towards the small golden snake coiled upon his arm. The little creature had recently become particularly lethargic, speaking far less than before. And now it lay in a deep, sweet slumber. In its innocent folly, it had even transferred a portion of its vital essence to enable effective communication with him, necessitating an abundance of sleep to restore its vitality, which accounted for its current drowsiness. The ethereal spirit of the interjected at an opportune moment. I understand now. The little golden snake is indeed a benefactor of my rebirth. Dulong gazed at the peacefully sleeping creature on his arm with immense gratitude, unable to resist the urge to gently caress its silky, warm golden scales. That night, by the flickering campfire, Dulong sat cross-legged, diligently practicing his cultivation, while beside him, Xia Qinglian was likewise engaged, striving to absorb and refine the vast heavenly Gang Qi. Within the confines of his dantian, a colossal mass of energy began to rotate slowly. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi accumulation, this energy sphere was now exponentially larger than when he first attained the 1st level. This energy sphere had reached its limit, unable to absorb any further heavenly Gang Qi. To elevate his cultivation, a transformation of the dantian's energy state was imperative, leading to a qualitative change in the dantian space, thereby allowing for the absorption and refinement of greater energies. Exerting immense control, Dulong guided the immense energy mass to rotate in a clockwise direction, a process that was painstakingly slow and could not be hurried. Following the guidance of the Linger, he began to channel all his efforts. Time flowed inexorably, and the rotation of the energy mass within his dantian gradually accelerated. Dulong commenced absorbing the external heavenly Gang Qi through the Bai point atop his head, performing a complete cycle of the Xiantian technique, continuously infusing the previously maxed-out dantian space. That a torrent of heavenly Gang Qi surged into the dantian space, propelling the energy mass to rotate more rapidly. As the speed of rotation increased, so too did the rate of external absorption of the heavenly Gang Qi. With each passing moment, the once still cave began to stir with a gentle breeze, stirred by the fluctuations of the heavenly Gang Qi, causing the campfire to sway and flicker as if drawn towards Dulong, who was seated in meditation. Xia Qinglian, in deep concentration, could distinctly sense the unusual fluctuations of the external heavenly Gang Qi. As she gently opened her beautiful eyes, her curiosity led her to observe Dulong, realizing that the source of such vigorous disturbances lay with him. Could it be that he is breaking through to the cyclone stage? Xia Qinglian thought, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding her mind. Du Long had mentioned seeking an opportunity to break through to the cyclone stage over the past few days. It appeared that tonight was indeed that moment. With her thoughts no longer on her own cultivation, Xia Qinglian fixed her gaze intently on Du Long, keenly monitoring any changes in his demeanor as time progressed. The fluctuations of the heavenly Gang Qi within the cave intensified, causing the campfire to sway even more violently. Under the anxious watch of Xia Qinglian and the little golden snake, profound changes began to unfold within Du Long's dantian space. The massive cyclone manifested at the center of his dantian, rotating with a consistent rhythm, while at its core, a calm eye of the storm emerged, where a flicker of pale yellow flame danced and shimmered subtly, with a long exhale of murky breath. Du Long joyfully opened his eyes. Summer Qinglian, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed in delight, "Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the first level of the cyclone stage. Hee, thank you. I didn't expect to wake you." Du Long smiled broadly at the stunning maiden illuminated by the flames. Clearly elated by his breakthrough. It is said that many individuals spend their entire lives unable to advance from the 9th level of Qi accumulation to the 1st level of the cyclone stage. Young master, your ease in achieving this breakthrough is truly commendable. Summer Qinglian couldn't help but add, those individuals possess inferior physiques and practice flawed techniques, leading to a distorted foundation, naturally. Their path to progress is exceedingly arduous. They can't possibly compare to you two. The enchanting spirit of the ring scoffed dismissively. Du Long could only shake his head and explain to Summer Qinglian, breaking through to the cyclone stage requires an ample supply of Haotian Gang Qi. The abundant Haotian Gang Qi in this valley is the primary reason, coupled with our proper cultivation methods and solid foundations, which makes the breakthrough significantly easier. I see. Summer Qinglian nodded in understanding, after a night of silence. The following morning, Du Long, urged by the enchanting spirit linger, commenced a new round of arduous training. Kid, now that you've broken through to the cyclone stage, from this moment on, you shall add an additional 10 pounds to your vest daily, until it reaches 1,000 pounds. As Du Long engaged in weighted marathon training, the enchanting spirit reminded him, alas, the days of torment have returned. Du Long could only sigh inwardly, not overly resistant to the spirit's arrangements. After a year, he had gained profound insight into the effectiveness of her training regimen. In the pond, with each slash of his blade, he could evoke the essence of the Xian-Yang double waves. Now, with a war blade weighing 108 pounds in his hands, it no longer felt as heavy as before. His movements were fluid and graceful. Amidst the pile of rocks, he, burdened with 510 pounds, moved with the agility of a soaring eagle, employing the wind-walking technique, darting among the stones like a gust of wind, never disturbing the smallest pebble beneath his feet. In the dew estate. In the back garden, two enchanting figures swung on a fiery red swing set, attended by two maidservants in plain attire. Alas, how boring, lamented the voice of Princess Horfeng from one of the swings. What's wrong? Are you thinking about that pesky boy again? Teased Du Kai and I from the other swing, glancing at the golden-haired figure swaying beside her. After nearly a year, Princess Horfeng had grown considerably taller and matured in appearance, shedding some of her previous petulance while gaining a unique charm. From a man's perspective, she had become more beautiful and exuded greater femininity. In this world where one comes of age at 16. The saying a girl matures significantly at 16 aptly describes Princess Horfeng's current transformation. How annoying. I'm not thinking about that pesky boy at all. What's there to think about? Unable to suppress the blush that crept upon her cheeks, Princess Horfeng rarely revealed such a girlish demeanor. Her face turned as red as her neck, yet she still feigned indifference. Du Kai and I continued to tease. Hastily halting the swing, she leaped down and, with a beaming smile, grasped Princess Horfeng's delicate hand, saying, "Your Highness, do not be angry. I promise not to mock you any longer." "No," replied the princess. "I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall not intrude any longer." Princess Horfeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Du Long, who had grown taller and more composed in the nearly year-long absence. The torrent of emotions surged within her. Once angered and wishing never to see him again, she found that the more she forced herself not to think about him, the more uncontrollably her thoughts would wander. She had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion, yet she never anticipated encountering him so unexpectedly, without any mental preparation. Chapter 35. Curiosity. Du Long Qinglian had met the princess. Du Long could hardly believe that, after a year apart from Princess Horfeng, Fate had orchestrated such a serendipitous encounter. Momentarily lost in thought, he hurriedly approached with Xia Qing Lian to pay his respects. His gaze lingered on Du Long and Xia Qing Lian. In his memory. The typically melancholic Xia Qing Lian was now adorned with a radiant smile, brimming with happiness and confidence, a stark contrast to the sorrowful and delicate figure he had first encountered at Zhuixianglu. Over the past year, Du Long had grown considerably taller, and he too had experienced a notable growth spurt, yet he still could not compare to this impudent lad. Not only had he gained height, but the gentle smile that graced Du Long's face exuded a profound aura, his demeanor emanating stability and confidence, while his gaze had deepened, possessing an alluring charm that Du Kai suddenly nudged her elbow into the princess's waist. Jolting her back to reality, the faint blush crept onto Princess Huafeng's cheeks as she softly uttered, Du Long, Qing Lian, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. The princess's reaction prompted Du Kai to roll her eyes in exasperation. This girl, who often boisterously declared her intention to confront Du Long for his ingratitude, now uttered such an incongruous remark upon seeing him. What a coincidence indeed. It has been nearly a year since our last meeting. Your Highness, you seem to have grown taller and even more beautiful, exuding a newfound femininity. Du Long chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in praise, for his past experiences had taught him to lavish compliments upon Princess Huafeng without reservation. What do you mean? What a coincidence. Princess Huafeng has sought you at the Du residence countless times, yet you have always been conspicuously absent. Du Kai could hardly contain her indignation on behalf of the princess. Unable to bear the revelation of her feelings, Princess Huafeng's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a playful glare at Du Kai, whining, Kai Jia. Alas, Xiaofeng, I truly cannot stand by any longer. Humph, I genuinely wish to give this heartless scoundrel a good thrashing to vent my frustration, Du Kai exclaimed, somewhat irate. Does Princess Huafeng have any matters to discuss with Du Long? Observing their murmurs, Du Long inquired with curiosity, sensing an unusual change in Princess Huafeng that he could not quite comprehend. In truth, there was nothing of great significance. Princess Huafeng averted her gaze slightly and replied, I was merely bored and wished to find some company with you and Miss Qing Lian. After observing silently for a long while, Xia Qing Lian, upon hearing her name mentioned, stepped forward with a grateful expression and respectfully said, Qing Lian has long wished to personally thank Princess Huafeng for her life-saving grace. I never anticipated that it would take such a long time, and I hope the princess can forgive me. The kindness bestowed by your highness is something Qing Lian can never repay in this lifetime, that if there is ever a need for me, I shall certainly risk my life to repay the princess's great favor. Miss Qing Lian, you are too kind. My role was merely to offer a few words. The one who truly rescued you was that rascal Du Long. If you wish to express your gratitude, it is he you should thank. Princess Huafeng's demeanor toward Xia Qing Lian appeared somewhat awkward, as she was uncertain how to face this close companion of Du Long's sister Kai. Please join us. There is no need for formalities between us siblings. Laughter resounded joyfully in the dining hall of the East Wing. Thank you, Madame Du. Princess Huafeng, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, frequently expressed her gratitude to Madame Zhou Ruoshui. Ha, it is our honor to have your highness dine in our home. Here, this dish is quite delightful. You must savor it. Zhou Ruoshui beamed as she placed a piece onto Princess Huafeng's plate. Having bitten into a chicken leg, Du Long, heedless of the food in his mouth, exclaimed, Sister Kai, do you have information on the recruitment for the Royal Academy? When does it start? It begins the day after tomorrow to accommodate those traveling from distant towns to the capital. The recruitment period generally lasts about half a month, from early November to the 15th of the month, with the final admission list announced on the 16th. It has always been this way. And there are no significant changes this year. Du Kai provided a brief overview. Qing Lian, the aura you emanate is astonishingly strong, Princess Huafeng exclaimed in disbelief as she stared at Xia Qing Lian. She could sense that the aura radiating from Xia Qing Lian had reached a remarkably high level of qi cultivation. Having focused her attention on Du Long earlier, she had overlooked this transformation until the discussion of the Royal Academy prompted her realization. It was hard to believe that when they first met at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Xia Qing Lian was merely an ordinary person with no cultivation, 9th level of qi cultivation. How is this possible? Princess Huafeng queried incredulously. Even with exceptional talent, it is implausible for someone to advance from the very beginning to the 9th level in just 1 year. Could it be that you consumed some elixir similar to the Return to Origin pill? Princess Huafeng, still in disbelief, turned her gaze toward Du Long. Although perplexed by his apparent deception, Xia Qinglian, driven by an unwavering trust in her heart, chose to overlook his falsehood, pondering to herself. Surely, he has his reasons for doing so. I see. Even if one has consumed the Return to Origin pill to enhance their strength by 5 levels. Achieving an additional 4 minor levels within a year to reach the 9th level of Qi cultivation is quite impressive indeed. I never expected Miss Qinglian to possess such remarkable talent in cultivation. Princess Huofeng finally nodded in realization. You little rascal. Even Qinglian has reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation. What level of strength have you attained now? Du Kai and I glared at Du Long with a mix of confusion and indignation. Hee, no need to rush. When the Royal Academy's enrollment day arrives, you will naturally note that it's rather dull to reveal one's trump card too soon. Du Long chuckled awkwardly, teasingly withholding his secrets, which drove Du Kai and I to quiet frustration. Unlike Huofeng, who had not seen Du Long for nearly a year, she had persistently inquired, yet he remained evasive. Qinglian, you spend every day with this rascal at Lingyun Mountain. You must know to what extent his strength has developed, right? If he is unwilling to divulge, then you should tell us. Du Kai and I, unable to resist her curiosity, turned to Xia Qinglian for answers. Xia Qinglian hesitated, ultimately responding apologetically. I'm sorry, Sister Kai and I. If the young master does not wish to speak of it, then neither can I. Du Kai and I could hardly believe that even the typically gentle Xia Qinglian would act this way, and she buried her face in her hands, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Hee, Qinglian is absolutely right. Kai and I, you needn't press her. At that moment, Zhou Ruoxue finally intervened to defend Xia Qinglian. The fact that she cared so deeply about her precious son brought her immense satisfaction as a mother. With Zhou Ruoxue's endorsement, Du Kai and I had no further arguments, and even the curious Princess Huofeng refrained from pressing the issue. The group continued their meal, each with their own thoughts, awaiting the day after tomorrow's enrollment to witness Du Long's true strength. Chapter 36, Public Test, Part 1. In the Haotian Empire, the Royal Academy, the much-anticipated day for the annual enrollment of new students had finally arrived. The reason for the November admissions lay in the fact that November 26th marked the founding day of the Royal Academy. By enrolling in the same month, new students could partake in the celebratory events held by the Academy shortly thereafter, fostering a greater sense of belonging for the citizens of the Haotian Empire. Gaining admission to the esteemed Royal Academy represented the pinnacle of their lifelong aspirations. Graduating from the Royal Academy was tantamount to receiving the Empire's endorsement, granting access to the realms of politics and military within the Empire. Nearly all high-ranking officials in both the political and military sectors of the Haotian Empire held a diploma from the Royal Academy, which served as the Empire's most prestigious qualification, nestled in the southwestern outskirts of the capital. Adjacent to the Qinglong mountain range and surrounded by majestic peaks, the Royal Academy boasted breathtaking scenery. Today, the Academy welcomed a multitude of aspiring students who had traveled from various prefectures within the Empire to enroll. Ordinary individuals without connections, if unrecognized, would likely spend their lives languishing at the bottom rungs of society. The horse-drawn carriages passing the enrollment point did not stop, continuing onward into the depths of the Royal Academy. Peering through the curtain, Du Long gazed at the throngs of people and remarked, "Look at that enrollment point. There must be over 10,000 people lining up, right? Even if they were to split into several lines to be processed simultaneously. It would take several days to accommodate them all. Among these individuals, the majority have enrolled in the literary refinement classes, followed by those in the military enhancement classes, while the martial arts refinement classes attract significantly fewer participants. Only those aged 16 to 20 who have attained the 9th level of Qi condensation stand a chance of being accepted. Those at the 8th level must rely on luck. And as for those who have reached the cyclone stage, it is a rare occurrence indeed," Du Caney explained. Being a seasoned student of the Royal Academy, she possessed a much more profound understanding of the institution. Indeed, those who linger at the Qi condensation stage into their 30s, realizing their martial aspirations are unattainable, often transition to literary or military studies. Achievements in these fields are not easily attained, which is why we observe some applicants with graying hair. Xia Qinglian softly interjected. This former noble lady had a certain grasp of political matters. As Du Long and his companions engaged in casual conversation within the carriage, they soon arrived at the rear training ground of the Royal Academy. A line of carriages was parked along the edge of the training area, with officials from across the empire, including those from other provinces, sending their offspring to enroll. These privileged youths, entering the Royal Academy, primarily sought to enhance their own prestige, Obtaining a diploma from the academy, coupled with their family's influence, would undoubtedly facilitate their future ambitions for promotion and nobility upon disembarking from their carriage. Guided by Duquesne, Du Long and his companions made their way toward the registration area. Numerous gazes had already been cast upon their group from a distance, some filled with goodwill, others tinged with hostility. Look over there. The beautiful woman in the white dress is none other than Xia Qinglian, the former star of the Zui Xiang Lu. Wei Ge, quick, look, that is Du Long with Xia Qinglian. Who would have thought that after unveiling her veil? She is as stunning as a celestial being, such an ethereal beauty, yet she has fallen into the hands of that oaf Du Long. What a travesty! Indeed, it seems this wretched woman has long been ensnared by Du Long. Though a beauty, she is but a withered flower now. Fan Wei's expression darkened as he glared at Du Long's group. His eyes filled with resentment as they lingered on Xia Qinglian. He had always regarded her as his personal treasure, only to find her now claimed by another. How could he not be consumed by jealousy? Canny Jie, come over here. The Fire Phoenix Princess and her entourage spotted Duquesne from afar, all smiling broadly as they beckoned her. Yu Shaoshan had already mingled with them. Over the past year, he seemed to have taken a liking to Lin Shi, the daughter of a third-rank official. Lin Shi, with her gentle nature and petite stature, would make for a curious pairing with him, a beauty matched with a beast. As they watched Madame Du approach a few noble ladies in the distance, the group let out a discreet sigh of relief. Young people generally preferred not to have elders around, as it stifled their conversation. Du Long, come on, let us hurry and register. After we enroll, we must wait a while for the public strength assessment to commence. The Fire Phoenix Princess appeared to regain her usual vivacity, eagerly tugging at Du Long's arm as they dashed toward the registration point, with the Fire Phoenix Princess personally leading the way. The registration process was considerably simplified. The Academy's instructor responsible for enrollment merely inquired about Du Long and Xia Qinglian's identities before recording all the necessary information, awaiting the appointed time for the unified public assessment of their abilities. Upon completing all these tasks, Du Long began to survey the esteemed institution of the Haotian Empire, his exterior calm contrasting sharply with the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him. Before his rebirth, due to physical limitations, he had been unable to gain entry into the Royal Academy. Even the aspiration to join the literary training class was fraught with challenges, as he had to compete with countless students nationwide for the limited spots available. There were no backdoor admissions to the Royal Academy, not even for princes or princesses. Consequently, the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire is renowned throughout the Starry Continent, attracting foreign scholars who would travel great distances to seek knowledge here. So long as they meet the Academy's admission criteria, the Imperial Royal Academy treats all applicants equally. However, foreign students are required to pay tuition fees that are several times more exorbitant than those of imperial citizens. Is it merely an ordinary school of a primitive society? Why the excessive excitement? The knowledge imparted here is something I, the esteemed lady, am already well versed in. Why waste time attending this school, with the time saved? It would be far more prudent to dedicate oneself to cultivation. Once personal prowess reaches its zenith, the so-called power becomes nothing more than a jest, just as Du Long's thoughts swirled in turmoil. A dismissive scoff echoed in his mind, undoubtedly from the enchanting spirit that had once again embarked on her philosophical musings. Nevertheless, as I reside in this world, I must adapt to its customs. Just as you once advised, should I fail to meet the standards in the future, you would seek another master. Thus, it is imperative that I carve out my own niche in this realm. It is wise to anticipate the worst. Having an additional option only expands future choices, does it not? While engaged in this idle contemplation, a group of over a dozen individuals ascended to the podium on the playground. Among them, an ostensibly languid old man with a white beard stepped forward, taking center stage and proclaiming loudly, "Attention, everyone. The public assessment for the special recruitment of the martial arts class at the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire for the year 1006 of the Starry Calendar is now commencing. All candidates participating in the special recruitment, please prepare yourselves. When your name is called, step forward to undergo the test." After uttering these words, the old man nonchalantly waved his sleeve, turned, and lazily seated himself on a chair, leisurely savoring a cup of fragrant tea. This elder is the esteemed president of the Royal Academy at Du Long. Take heed, avoid offending him at all costs, lest your future days become exceedingly arduous. Du Kai and I gazed at the white-bearded elder on the stage, her eyes betraying a hint of reverence. Nodding discreetly, Du Long fixed his piercing gaze upon the elder, acutely aware of an invisible pressure emanating from him despite his seemingly lackadaisical demeanor. Does the esteemed president personally oversee the academy's recruitment every year? Du Long inquired curiously of Du Kai At that moment, on the podium, one of the instructors lifted a red cloth, revealing a towering transparent crystal behind it, while another instructor began loudly calling out names from a roster, prompting the named candidates to ascend the stage to demonstrate their respective cultivation levels. Before the gathering, the individual called upon stepped forward and placed their hand upon the central circular protrusion of a transparent crystal. Following the instructions, they injected their vast internal energy into the crystal, which responded with a brilliant white beam of light that ascended from the base of the crystal. The transparent crystal bore 3 elongated primary scales, each subdivided into 9 smaller increments that Du Long's keen eyes immediately discerned that the 3 primary scales were inscribed with the words Energy Cultivation Stage, Cyclone Stage, and Sea of Qi Stage. Adjacent to the 9 smaller scales were inscriptions indicating First Stage, Second Stage, and continuing up to 9th Stage. Zhang Kai, the 19-year-old son of the 6th-rank Zhenwei Lieutenant Zhang Jing, achieved a remarkable result of complete energy cultivation at the 8th stage. On stage, a young man removed his right hand from the transparent crystal, turning to face the audience with a hint of pride. Behind him, the brilliant white beam of light had solidified above the 8th increment of the energy cultivation stage. The supervising instructor meticulously recorded the results, ensuring the integrity of this public assessment, as no deceit could be tolerated in such a setting. The testing process was swift, with most participants being offspring of military officials, though a few from scholarly backgrounds also took part, albeit in lesser numbers. The majority of results hovered around the 8th and 9th stages, while a few, at the 6th and 7th stages, merely sought to partake in the excitement, drawing intermittent jeers from the crowd. Li Xiaojun, son of the 2nd-rank Dunwood general, aged 18, recorded an initial result of 9th stage energy cultivation. Upon withdrawing his hand from the crystal, Li Xiaojun bowed with an air of self-satisfaction towards the audience, and then provocatively cast a glance at Du Long before departing the podium to rejoin his peers. Congratulations, Xiaojun, having reached the 9th stage of energy cultivation at under 20. You are surely destined for the Royal Academy's martial arts program. Laughter and congratulations erupted from several attendees, with Xiao Liner eagerly grasping his arm, leaning in closely as if to broadcast their connection to all, occasionally glancing surreptitiously towards Du Long. In response, Du Long could scarcely muster the effort to acknowledge them, his gaze resolutely averted as he dismissed them entirely. Next, Xia Qinglian, please step forward for testing. Chapter 37. Public Testing, Part 2. Wow. 9th stage of energy cultivation? Is it truly 9th stage? Surely, I am not mistaken. I recall that during our time at Zui Xionglu, Xia Qinglian possessed no cultivation whatsoever, and yet, in less than a year, she has ascended to the 9th stage. Could it be that she, like Du Long, had hidden her true potential all along? As Xia Qinglian's results were revealed, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Unless one possessed significantly greater strength, it was nearly impossible to discern the true abilities of another up close. Individuals like Fan Wei and Li Xiaojun were rendered speechless, utterly astonished that the once frail girl had achieved such remarkable prowess in less than a year. The elderly dean, stroking his white beard, regarded the graceful figure descending from the podium with keen interest, pondering to himself, this young lady seems to possess a physique inclined towards the Yin attribute, yet has attained such cultivation. How truly remarkable! Much like the eccentric scion of the Du family. However, he is indeed a promising talent, and I dare say the lady would surely take a liking to him. Qinglian. Well done. Du Long beamed as he praised the gracefully approaching Xia Qinglian. All thanks to the meticulous guidance of the young master. It is only with his support that Qinglian has achieved such success today. Xia Qinglian, with a soft and demure smile, gently expressed her gratitude in response. Just as Du Long was about to utter another word, the instructor responsible for the testing called out. Next, the son of the 2nd-rank loyal marshal general, Du Wei, please step up for your assessment. Du Long. At last, it is your turn for the test. Hurry up. I am eager to see what realm you have attained in your cultivation. Du Kai and I, having endured her impatience for quite some time, felt as though her heart was being scratched by a cat, and upon hearing that Du Long was to take the stage, she immediately pushed him toward the podium. Madame Du, it is time for your precious son to take the stage. Might you divulge to us in advance what level of strength he has achieved? A certain lady from the gentry, standing beside Madame Zhou Rua Shui, inquired with a smile, while the other ladies nearby turned their curious gazes toward her, eagerly awaiting her response. Casting a glance at the gathered ladies, Zhou Rua Shui shook her head with a wry smile. Even if I told you, you might not believe it today's his mother. I remain in the dark regarding this rascal's strength. No matter how much I press him, he refuses to divulge anything. It is out of curiosity that I have personally accompanied him to witness this event. The ladies all displayed expressions of disbelief, yet they did not press Zhou Ruoxue further, knowing that the results would soon be revealed, though their curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Under the watchful gaze of countless intrigued onlookers, Dulong approached the transparent crystal, slowly extending his hand toward the circular protrusion at its center. It was her words that stirred something within Dulong, prompting a decision, placing his right hand upon the circular projection of the crystal. He felt a slight chill as he began to channel the vast qi within him into the transparent crystal. Almost immediately, he sensed an invisible resistance beginning to manifest, continuing to exert force. He infused more of his qi into the crystal, which ignited with a blazing white beam of light that surged upward, seamlessly breaking through the first, second, until it finally halted at the initial stage of the 9th rank. The entire process unfolded effortlessly, with Dulong hardly exerting himself to achieve it. The ascent to the initial stage of the 9th rank felt exceedingly effortless for him. At the opportune moment, he withdrew his hand and turned to the testing instructor with a beaming smile, asking, "Is that sufficient?" The crowd below, eagerly anticipating the test results, erupted in a cacophony of discussions, some expressing admiration, others scoffing, and many displaying astonishment, a rich tapestry of expressions on their faces, while Fan Wei, Li Xiaojun, and others struggled to accept that Dulong had indeed reached the initial stage of the 9th rank. The presence of Xia Qinglian made it less shocking, as they reflected on Dulong's astonishing growth of 3 ranks in less than a year. Among this group of individuals, the one who finds it hardest to accept the situation is none other than Zhao Linner. If nearly a year ago, Dulong's achievement of reaching the 6th stage of qi cultivation left her in shock and regret, today, upon learning that Dulong has ascended to the 9th stage of qi cultivation, possessing the capability to enter the Royal Academy, all that remains in her heart is a bitter taste. Du Kaiyanai gazes blankly at the translucent crystal, watching the brilliant white beam of light gradually dissipate. Rendered speechless for a long while, the outcome, though not entirely unexpected, stirs an inexplicable sense of denial deep within her. Had it not been for the cautionary tale of Xia Qinglian, Dulong's swift rise to the 9th stage would have marked him as an exceptionally gifted prodigy. Yet with Xia Qinglian's example looming large, especially since her success was attributed to Dulong's guidance, it becomes increasingly difficult for those aware of the situation to accept the notion that Dulong's cultivation speed lags behind that of Xia Qinglian. Congratulations, Madame Du. Your son possesses such prowess. Entrance into the Imperial Royal Academy's martial arts department is merely a matter of time. The noble ladies surrounding Zhou Ruoxue, Du's mother, hurriedly extend their felicitations. In response, Zhou Ruoxue can only muster a strained smile to express her gratitude, her smile appearing somewhat disingenuous, as if she is both accepting and unable to accept the outcome, reflecting a profound sense of contradiction akin to that of Du Kaiyanai. On the podium, the elderly president with a white beard casts a dubious glance at Dulong, who is jauntily striding towards the audience, muttering in confusion, "This lad, breaking through the initial resistance of the 9th stage of qi cultivation with such ease. Could he be attempting to conceal his true strength? With his capabilities, he could easily discern the true abilities of all the candidates. Even those who might wish to hide their prowess could not escape his keen perception. Yet today, he encounters a young man whom even he cannot fathom, Dulong. As Dulong walks down, reveling in his secret triumph, he is unexpectedly interrupted by a low voice calling his name, prompting him to instinctively turn to see the white-bearded president glaring at him with a furrowed brow. He instinctively points to his own nose and inquires, "Are you calling for me, sir?" "Of course. In the entire capital, who else could possibly bear the name Dulong but you, you little rascal?" The elderly president replies with a languid demeanor, his gaze fixed sternly upon Dulong, uncertain of the elder's intentions. Dulong feels an inexplicable sense of trepidation wash over him, and he instinctively pretends to be unaware of the president's identity. "Humph, do you think the Royal Academy's examination is a mere jest? Why are you concealing your true abilities?" The white-bearded president snorts in anger, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he stares at Dulong. The previously puzzled Du Kaiyanai and the others suddenly find their eyes widening in realization. Though they had entertained the possibility, they could not confirm it until the old president pointed it out, leading them to more readily accept this conclusion. Could it be that this elder has the ability to see through my strength? Dulong's heart races at the thought, while a dismissive voice from the spirit in his mind chimes in, With this old fool's strength, he couldn't possibly perceive your true capabilities. It's merely that you made the test seem too effortless. Leaving everyone suspicious of your concealed power, Dulong finally grasped the situation. It seemed the issue lay in his own excessive pride and arrogance, as he put on a show of bravado. The elderly president found himself somewhat at a loss. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he promptly stood up and beckoned Dulong forward, saying, "You impudent lad, come here and speak to me at this moment." Dulong was taken aback, inwardly cursing the old man. "You cantankerous elder, I have not provoked you in any way. Even if I were to conceal my true abilities, could you not simply turn a blind eye? Why must you take it so seriously?" Though he was exceedingly reluctant, he mustered his courage and stepped forward toward the venerable white-bearded president. The scene unfolding on stage caught the attention of all present, prompting the supervising instructor to halt his work, eyeing the developing situation with keen interest. Could it be that this impudent lad is indeed concealing his strength? At this moment, those in the know, including Du Muzhou Ruoxue and Du Caney, all entertained the same thought, their gazes fixed on Dulong as they awaited the outcome of the unfolding drama. Chapter 38. Public Testing, Part 3, Young Man. "Extend your hand," the elderly president commanded, his piercing gaze fixed upon Dulong as he approached. Caught in a predicament, Dulong reluctantly extended his right hand, curious as to what the old man intended to do. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the president grasped Dulong's wrist and soon felt a formidable energy seeping into his body through the wrist. "This is not good. That old coot intends to probe your true cultivation level. With this lady present, he shall not succeed." The voice of the spirit maiden echoed in his mind. An invisible wave radiated from the spiral serpent ring, swiftly colliding with another energy within Dulong. Like ice melting, the energy the president attempted to infiltrate vanished entirely in an instant. How is this possible? The president's eyes widened in shock as he released Dulong's wrist, murmuring in disbelief. Such an extraordinary constitution exists? With merely a fourth-tier perfected strength, he dares to act superior before me, the spirit maiden triumphantly huffed in Dulong's mind. Although he was unaware of how the spirit maiden, Linger, had accomplished this. Dulong feigned an innocent expression, saying, "Elder, my constitution has always been peculiar. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been a waste for so many years. Do you have any further questions?" Gazing intently at the seemingly innocent Dulong, the white-bearded president pondered for a moment before reluctantly waving his hand. Very well. Very well. Since you wish to conceal your strength, then do as you please. Young man, from now on, simply refer to me as president. Given your hidden abilities, you will have your hands full in due course, so you are indeed the esteemed president," Dulong exclaimed. "Then I shall take my leave, not wanting to linger in this place of potential trouble." He hurriedly turned to depart, pondering the old man's final remark with slight confusion, but choosing not to inquire further. Du Caney and the others, eager to discern whether Dulong was concealing his strength, were left utterly dumbfounded. It seemed that even the esteemed president could not uncover the true extent of Dulong's extraordinary constitution. There is nothing to be concerned about. Faced with the inquiries of the foremost lady, Dulong could only scratch his head and chuckle awkwardly. Since he had concealed his true cultivation level, he might as well maintain the facade to the very end. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Du Kai and I rolled her eyes in frustration and turned to Xia Qinglian, inquiring, "Qinglian, is this fellow truly only at the 9th level of Qi cultivation?" However, her reaction only served to highlight the discrepancies in Dulong's displayed prowess. That rascal, Xia Qinglian's assertion clearly indicated her reluctance to deceive. It seemed apparent that Dulong had indeed concealed his true strength. Since you are only willing to reveal your initial 9th level Qi cultivation, the ensuing troubles shall be quite sufficient to keep you occupied. Having gleaned the answers she sought from Xia Qinglian, Du Kai and I cast a sidelong glance at Dulong, her expression a mixture of indignation and schadenfreude. Trouble? Dulong suddenly recalled that the old headmaster had mentioned something similar earlier. Dulong, the Fire Phoenix Princess interjected at an opportune moment. Surely you are aware of the annual recruitment for martial arts students. Due to the overwhelming number of qualified candidates, a further selection must be conducted among those at the initial 9th level of Qi cultivation, correct? You are mistaken. Only those who achieve the perfected 9th level of Qi cultivation by the age of 20 can secure a place in the Royal Academy. The difference in strength between the initial 9th level and the perfected 8th level is negligible. The Academy selects candidates based on their practical combat abilities, explained Zheng Wanair, the daughter of a second-rank official. In a delicate voice, that Dulong was left dumbfounded. Although he was not afraid of challenges, He dreaded complications, as they would inevitably consume a great deal of his time. Before the testing crystal, one student after another took the stage for evaluation. And the process was relatively swift, concluding in short order. As the lunch hour approached, the mentors compiled the results and presented them to the headmaster, who glanced over the documents before leisurely rising to stand at the center of the podium. A total of 165 martial arts students participated in this special examination. 57 have achieved above the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and among them, 20 students at the perfected 9th level have been directly accepted. The remaining 37 initial 9th level students should gather here after lunch for a new round of selection. Thus concludes this morning's testing. Among their group, Du Long, Xia Qinglian, Yu Shaoshan, and Lu Ziexin would all undergo another round of selection, while the likes of the Fire Phoenix Princess, Zheng Wan'er, Su Luyin, and Lin Shi had already attained the perfected 9th level and required no further evaluation. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the mentors entered the arena, and astonishingly, the headmaster arrived accompanied by an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 50s or 60s. Her hair grizzled yet her complexion still rosy. I never anticipated that even the headmaster's wife would come to observe this new round of selection. Such an occurrence is indeed rare, Du Kai and I. A seasoned veteran of the Royal Academy exclaimed in surprise. Could this elderly lady be the headmaster's wife? Du Long curiously stole a few glances, soon realizing that the woman exuded a kind and benevolent aura, far more agreeable than the headmaster himself. After respectfully assisting his wife to her seat, the headmaster approached the stage and proclaimed loudly, "Is everyone present? Latecomers will be treated as having forfeited their participation." According to the established rules, this privileged group of students is limited to 30 slots each year. Presently, 20 individuals have attained the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi cultivation and have been directly admitted. Thus, among the remaining 37 students in the initial stage of the 9th level, only 10 possess the opportunity to enter the Royal Academy. There's no need for further elaboration. All students who have reached the initial stage of the 9th level must draw lots from the mentors. Those who draw the same number will engage in combat, while those without opponents will automatically advance. As the words of the Venerable Dean resonated, 2 mentors approached the arena, each carrying a wooden box. The 30-odd students eagerly stepped forward to draw lots. Naturally, Du Long joined Xia Qinglian, Yu Shaoshan, and Lu Zixin in drawing from the same mentor to avoid facing one another. The results of the draw were swiftly announced, and the spectators were cleared from the arena. The ground was divided into several sections, each approximately 20 meters square, marked with distinct numbers. The 37 participants entered 19 combat zones, initially intended for just one person to receive a buy. However, due to the tardiness of one individual, 2 fortunate souls were granted buys, one of whom was unexpectedly Du Long, standing idly with another fortunate individual in the combat zone. Du Long eagerly began observing the battles unfolding in the other 17 arenas. Meanwhile, on the podium, the dean furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the smug Du Long, turning to a mentor and instructing, "Go, ensure that the 2 who received buys do not remain idle. Let them compete against each other." The mentor promptly rose to make arrangements, leaving the previously relaxed Du Long to join forces with the other individual as they prepared for battle. On the podium, the dean then pointed to Xia Qinglian, stating, "Old woman, do you see that woman in the white dress in Zone 7? That's the one." Following the direction of the dean's finger, the dean's wife observed Xia Qinglian in the 7th competition area with great interest. Nodding and smiling in agreement, indeed, she is a rare gem among those with a predominantly Yin constitution, and she possesses remarkable beauty. I wonder about her cultivation and comprehension. I must pay closer attention. The selection matches commenced swiftly, and in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the other 10 arenas, the duel between Du Long and Xia Qinglian appeared somewhat peculiar, as the outcome was determined in the blink of an eye. In Du Long's arena, he couldn't be bothered to engage his opponent with feints. He simply sidestepped and launched a decisive attack, sending his adversary flying out of bounds. Xia Qinglian's battle unfolded in a similar manner. After a year of arduous training in the desolate valley of Lingyun Mountain, both were still clad in heavy vests, rendering their strength incomparable to that of their peers, not to mention that Du Long was concealing his true power. Is that it? The entire arena likely only had 2 old codgers who truly understood the movements of Du Long and Xia Qinglian, namely the dean and his wife on the podium. The dean's focus was fixed on Du Long's battlefield, while the dean's wife was engrossed in observing Xia Qinglian. What appeared to be a simple strike was far from it, combined with intricate footwork. The opponent didn't even have time to assume a defensive stance before being hurled out of the ring. The dean's wife was left in stunned silence for a considerable time before she finally murmured. Chapter 39. Enemies on a narrow path. All right, the top 18 have been determined. Through a voting process by the judging panel, 2 contestants have been selected from the eliminated 18 to advance to the top 20. The draw for the top 10 battles is about to commence. Soon, the first advancement round concluded, and we are now entering the crucial second advancement round. The 20 finalists stepped forward and turned to draw lots. And the results were swiftly revealed as the 10 pairs of competitors stood facing each other. Many were astonished to discover that Du Long was pitted against his arch-rival, Li Xiaojun, with a smirk that oozed mockery. Du Long stood with his arms crossed, gazing disdainfully at his nemesis. What a narrow road for foes. The last time they clashed at the Zui Xiang Lu, Du Long had thoroughly bested him. And now, unexpectedly, he found himself with another opportunity to confront him openly. Truth be told, deep within, Li Xiaojun harbored a significant fear of Du Long during the battle at Zui Xiang Lu. Both he and Fan Wei had suffered greatly at Du Long's hands. Almost losing face for the New Year celebration at the royal palace the following day, Du Long, today's selection match does not permit the use of any weapons, including spirit beasts, he huffed defiantly. I refuse to believe that you, a mere waste, possess any grounds for arrogance. Li Xiaojun's bravado was clearly laced with an underlying anxiety as he muttered towards Du Long, gazing at the man who had insulted him time and again before his rebirth. Du Long maintained his derisive smile, although his eyes grew cold and menacing. Rest assured, I will not employ any external force today, and I shall even allow you the use of one hand. I am eager to see what merits you possess that despicable woman would so eagerly cling to you. Du Long replied with a sinister chuckle, his gaze causing Li Xiaojun to tremble with unease. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Zhao Lin air clenched her fists, her eyes betraying a hint of panic as she observed the 2 men, both intimately connected to her. In a somewhat neurotic whisper, she muttered, "You must defeat him. You must defeat him." Clearly, she was beseeching the heavens to ensure Li Xiaojun triumphs over Du Long. Otherwise, her hasty choice would undoubtedly become fodder for ridicule among the citizens of the capital. The final advancement match is now underway. Amidst the tense anticipation of the crowd, the judges at the podium finally announced the official commencement of the competition, after the 10 contestants exchanged polite bows. The matches began in succession. In the arena where Xia Qinglian competed, she elegantly dodged and unleashed a swift strike, instantly sending her opponent flying out of the ring. Just as before, she followed Du Long's instructions to refrain from revealing too many secrets during the competition. Aiming for a quick resolution, successfully ejecting her opponent, she dusted off her hands and refused to spare a glance at the unfortunate soul she had just dispatched. Instead, she turned her attention towards Du Long's arena. There stood Du Long, arms crossed, disdainfully observing Li Xiaojun, who hesitated to launch an attack. What's this? You have the chance to strike first, yet you dare not make a move. If that is the case, then I shall take my turn. Go to hell. Li Xiaojun, provoked by the continual belittlement, could no longer restrain himself. With a furious roar, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Du Long's chest. In response to this forceful blow, Du Long casually raised his left hand while his right hand, sharpened like a claw, swiftly grasped Li Xiaojun's wrist. With a graceful pivot, a sudden motion like a feather lifting 1,000 pounds. Li Xiaojun felt an irresistible force propelling him forward, his loss of balance rendering him incapable of halting his momentum. Du Long, who bore no inclination to show mercy to this scoundrel who had repeatedly insulted him in his past life, seized the opportunity to lift his right knee and strike fiercely at Li Xiaojun's abdomen. A dull thud echoed through the air as excruciating pain contorted Li Xiaojun's handsome face, his body curling up like a shrimp. The force of the knee strike was evidently tremendous, not only halting Li Xiaojun's advance, but also sending him hurtling diagonally upward, even as Du Long's right hand remained firmly grasped around his wrist. Following closely, Du Long was determined not to squander such a splendid opportunity. While his left hand remained poised behind him, his right hand and feet were far from idle, relentlessly raining blows upon Li Xiaojun. Each strike landed with brutal force, aimed specifically at non-lethal areas, intent on breaking 1 or 2 of his bones. Li Xiaojun, akin to a marionette, was pummeled repeatedly, his feet barely touching the ground as he was mercilessly hurled out of bounds. With a resounding thump, he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog, his appearance now grotesque, his face swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, yet these were merely external injuries, while his limbs bore the weight of fractured bones, a true testament to his grievous state. Although severely wounded, his mind remained lucid, for Du Long clearly wished to prolong his suffering, ensuring he remained conscious to fully experience the pain and humiliation he had endured in his former life. Gazing down at the prostrate Li Xiaojun, whose astonished countenance was marred by a venomous glare, Du Long's lips curled into a chilling smile as he taunted, "Heh, how does it feel now? Who is the worthless one? How does it feel to be a waste? Du Long, I shall not rest until this debt is repaid. How did I swear I will not live as a man?" Li Xiaojuan's speech was distorted, likely due to missing several front teeth, rendering his voice oddly unrecognizable. On the podium, the elderly dean fixated his gaze on Du Long's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "This insufferable brat, clearly capable of an effortless victory, has left Li's boy in such a wretched state. He won't be recovering for at least a month or two." Given that Du Long had stolen another's fiancée, it was no wonder his strikes were so merciless. Indeed, in circumstances such as these, one could almost justify taking a life. Deservedly so. As spectators began to murmur amongst themselves, many outsiders sought to uncover the backstory, and upon learning the situation, they unanimously sided with Du Long. Amidst the chatter, several individuals cast peculiar glances at Zhao Linner, occasionally pointing and whispering words that were undoubtedly harsh. In that moment, Zhao Linner wished fervently for a crevice to escape into. Her complexion alternated between pale and flushed, ultimately culminating in a venomous glare directed at Du Long before she commanded her attendant with a sharp, "Let us depart." Departing in a state of utter disarray, accompanied by her maid, Zhao Linner found herself indifferent to Li Xiaojuan's fate. Having endured a year of humiliation for the sake of remaining by the side of this detestable man, apart from the lack of better options, she still harbored hopes that Li Xiaojun would exhibit greater strength. Yearning to hold her head high before Du Long, alas, the outcome of today's competition shattered her last glimmer of hope. Zhao Linner's departure did not attract much attention. Many had long held a disdain for her, unable to comprehend why this woman still had the audacity to linger here. As the matches on the field concluded one after another, Yu Xiaoshan was fortunate enough to advance, as was Lu Zixin, thus solidifying the 30 spots available for today's selections. Chapter 40. The Tattered Cauldron. The news of Du Long's acceptance into the Imperial Royal Academy's martial arts department left the entire Du family in a state of astonishment. Both Old Master Du and Du Jintian were overwhelmed with joy. Their mischievous young lad had indeed succeeded in entering the Royal Academy at the tender age of 16. That night, a celebratory banquet was held in the eastern wing of the Du residence. As the guest of honor, Du Long could not refrain from indulging in hearty drinks, the festivities only dispersing well past midnight. Seated alone on his bed, he closed his eyes to cultivate, feeling the spiraling energy within his dantian gradually expand. He could not suppress his frustration, pondering, to elevate this first-tier spiral to the second tier, it would take at least 3 to 5 months in the abyss of Lingyun Mountain. In other locations, I cannot even fathom how long it would require. Dispelling his wandering thoughts, Du Long resolved to immerse himself in arduous training. The process of absorbing and refining the Haotian Gang Qi was inherently a gradual endeavor, necessitating perseverance for any tangible results. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, as the family gathered for breakfast, the energetic Princess Woofing and Du Caney burst into the dining hall. After exchanging pleasantries, Princess Woofing eagerly seized Du Long's arm, exclaiming, "Once we have eaten our fill, come along with me for a stroll. If I don't seek you out promptly, you might sneak off to Lingyun Mountain again. Qinglian, you should join us as well. With a princess present, the people of Zuixiang Tower won't dare to trouble you." Du Caney stepped forward, taking Xia Qinglian's delicate hand, inviting her to accompany them. Foster father, foster mother, Qinglian will go out with the young masters. Xia Qinglian naturally did not decline. After a year of being inseparable from Du Long, she was more than willing to accompany him. Go on. Keep an eye on that rascal Du Long. Don't let him stir up any more trouble." Zhou Ruoxue, of course, offered no objections, responding with a cheerful smile. Thus, the quartet of young individuals departed the Du residence. Riding in the princess's carriage towards the bustling South Avenue of the capital, renowned for its vibrant commercial activity, South Avenue was a melting pot of diverse trades, where goods from all corners of the realm converged. A place where the unimaginable could be found. Upon reaching the entrance of South Avenue, they disembarked from the carriage and began to meander. Though Du Long had grown up in the capital, he had seldom roamed this particular district, preferring to indulge in revelry with some rowdy friends in other areas prior to his rebirth. Men, after all, are not particularly fond of strolling through commercial streets. As they proceeded, Princess Huofeng and Du Caney gravitated towards shops selling exquisite jewelry and beautiful garments, much to Du Long's evident impatience. However, he could not dampen the princess's spirits and was left with no choice but to follow them dutifully. No matter how much one endures, every individual possesses a limit. Just as he was steeped in boredom, a particularly opulent and grand shop caught his attention. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the sign above the entrance inscribed with Treasure Pavilion. With a glimmer of inspiration, Du Long turned to Princess Huofeng and said, "Sister Huofeng, I shall take a stroll through the Treasure Pavilion. You may continue your shopping when you tire of browsing. Feel free to find me here." "Treasure Pavilion?" Huofeng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at the shop. She playfully tugged at Du Long's arm, giggling, "Hee hee, I wish to join you, but the items there are quite expensive. Many exquisite treasures are beyond my means." "Very well, as long as you refrain from dragging me into clothing stores," Du Long mused inwardly, forcing a smile as he led the three ladies towards the Treasure Pavilion. Upon witnessing four elegantly attired guests enter the grand doors of the Treasure Pavilion, a keen-witted female attendant promptly approached them. "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, is there anything in particular you wish to purchase?" "Well, I don't have anything specific in mind," Du Long admitted, scratching his head. "That I have long heard that the Treasure Pavilion houses all manner of treasures. Could you kindly provide a detailed introduction to the varieties of treasures you offer? Please follow me, and allow me to showcase the diverse array of treasures within the pavilion." The attendant, devoid of any modesty before the four young patrons, gestured professionally and led them into the store. "Esteemed guests, the Treasure Pavilion boasts numerous branches throughout the capital, and our establishment serves as the flagship store, spanning 3 levels. The first floor features items valued under 1,000 gold coins, which cannot truly be considered remarkable. The second floor specializes in goods ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 gold coins, regarded as mid-range curiosities. The third level, however, is dedicated to extraordinary treasures priced at over 10,000 gold coins. At the Treasure Pavilion, any item of value is available for purchase, including tamed spirit beasts, spiritual herbs, elixirs, gemstones, and much more. Truly, we have it all. Oh, you sell elixirs as well? Might I inquire whether you have any Guiyuan Dan for sale? What would be the price for a single one?" Du Long interjected eagerly, his eyes alight with curiosity. The Guiyuan Dan contains an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, coupled with the fact that it is relatively challenging to concoct, which results in its price exceeding 10,000 gold coins. It is typically not sold at a fixed price, but is instead auctioned at our monthly events, the attendant added, unperturbed by the shocking nature of her revelation. Du Long nearly bit his tongue in disbelief, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "No wonder my grandfather appeared so pained when he procured a Guiyuan Dan, several tens of thousands of gold coins. It was nearly all of his private fortune." In truth, if one merely sought to elevate their Qi cultivation level, there would be no necessity for the Guiyuan Dan. Consuming spiritual liquid would suffice. The spiritual liquid is relatively easier to produce and comes with a standard price. However, the drawback of spiritual liquid is that it cannot be used to endlessly enhance one's strength, lest it lead to stunted growth and a compromised foundation, ultimately limiting future achievements. Princess Huofeng evidently possesses a certain level of understanding in this regard. And she interjected with a remark. "Indeed, the beautiful maiden spoke truthfully. The spiritual liquid can only enhance one's strength by 1 or 2 tiers at most. Any excessive enhancement might lead to more severe aftereffects. Thus it must be used with caution." The astute handmaiden did not forget to flatter Princess Huofeng with a compliment. The group continued to meander through the Treasure Pavilion, where a plethora of treasures were displayed within transparent counters. Of course, the items on the first floor were all priced below 1,000 gold coins, and the variety was abundant, featuring an eclectic assortment of goods. Du Long exhibited little interest in jewelry, focusing instead on spiritual herbs, elixirs, and weaponry that could aid in cultivation. Although the items on the first floor were the least expensive, he could scarcely afford 2 or 3 even if he spent all his pocket money. Hence he refrained from making any purchases, as he had yet to encounter anything particularly desirable. Just as Du Long and his companions were about to ascend to the second floor after thoroughly exploring the first, the spirit maiden suddenly exclaimed in surprise, causing Du Long to halt in front of a counter. "Linger, what is it?" Du Long silently inquired, valuing the opinions of this spirit maiden after their time spent together. Casually surveying the various objects displayed within the counter, it appeared to be dedicated to peculiar items, including damaged weapons and broken pieces of armor. Among them lay a dilapidated, dark green small cauldron, its surface covered in moss, as if it had languished in the wilderness for an extended period. Oh, these items are all in such disrepair, and yet each is priced at no less than 500 gold coins? Du Long feigned curiosity as he spoke. Well then, since that is the case, I shall test my luck. I shall purchase this small cauldron. Du Long pointed at the palm-sized cauldron, noting that all items in the treasure pavilion were clearly priced. And this particular cauldron was marked at 600 gold coins. Very well, please provide 600 gold coins, and I shall wrap it up for you at once. The handmaiden replied excitedly. She received a 1% commission on every item sold, which motivated the attendants to work diligently. For 600 gold coins, her earnings would amount to 6 gold coins. Though the treasures in the pavilion were exquisite, they were not easily sold, as very few in the entire capital possessed the means to indulge in such expenditures. After settling the payment and receiving the small cauldron, Du Long and his companions did not depart the treasure pavilion, but instead proceeded to the second floor, as they were keen to explore what other fine items were available. Chapter 41. Recipe for Spiritual Liquid. I feel a connection with this cauldron, so I shall purchase it for the sake of appreciation and enjoyment. One need not always seek value in a beloved item. Du Long chuckled, deliberately withholding the truth. In response, Du Kai and I and Princess Wufeng could only shake their heads in resigned amusement, realizing that spending several hundred gold coins on a piece of junk was a privilege that Du Long, son of the second-rank loyal military general, could afford. Upon ascending to the second floor of the treasure pavilion, Du Long's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Indeed, one gets what one pays for, as the goods here were evidently of a higher caliber than those on the first floor. A plethora of rare treasures dazzled Du Long's eyes, and among those present, it seemed that only Princess Wufeng could maintain a sense of calm amid such splendor. After all, this was merely a main branch of the treasure pavilion, which paled in comparison to the royal treasury. The first-grade spirit liquid was priced at 1,000 gold coins per bottle, while the second-grade spirit liquid commanded a staggering 5,000 gold coins each. The disparity was simply astounding. Gazing at the displayed prices of the spirit liquids behind the counter, Du Long murmured with a twinge of pain in his heart that, young master, you may not be aware, but a bottle of first-grade spirit liquid can only enhance one's spirit cultivation by approximately 1 tier, whereas the second-grade spirit liquid can elevate one's cyclone tier by an entire level. Thus, it is only natural for the latter to be several times more expensive, chuckled the maidservant, covering her mouth with a smile. I see now. Du Long pondered. A single bottle of second-grade spirit liquid costs 5,000 gold coins, and each individual can only use 1 or 2 bottles at most within a major tier without jeopardizing their foundation. To partake in the spirit liquid, I would need a total of 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins were, to him at present, an astronomical sum. As the third-generation scion of the Du family, he received a meager allowance of 200 gold coins each month, amounting to a mere 2,400 gold coins annually if he abstained from all expenditures. Adding the nearly 1,000 gold coins from the New Year's gifts brought his total to just over 3,000 gold coins. Wealthy individuals have their own extravagant spending habits, while the less fortunate have theirs. For instance, a poor person might spend a few silver coins on a garment, while a wealthy person might shell out dozens or even hundreds of gold coins for a high-end outfit. With an annual income exceeding 3,000 coins, Du Long had nearly depleted his funds prior to his rebirth, often needing to solicit additional support from his mother, although he had since ceased his reckless spending. After a year, he barely retained less than 2,000 gold coins, and he had just spent 600 of those. The prospect of accumulating 10,000 gold coins to purchase 2 bottles of second-grade spirit liquid appeared to be a monumental challenge, and the thought of approaching his parents or grandfather for assistance was unfathomable. The burden of a decade of being deemed a waste of talent had cost his family dearly, leading to his branch of the Du family being overshadowed by the prowess of their collateral relatives. Du Long felt utterly ashamed to ask his family for such a substantial sum to acquire the spirit liquid. It seems I must devise a plan to earn some money, Du Long silently lamented. Continuing his exploration of the second floor of the treasure pavilion, he found the assortment of rare and exotic items, though fewer in number than those on the first floor, were nonetheless exquisite treasures. With his finances constrained, Du Long could only indulge his eyes. Wait, they even sell medicinal recipes here, he exclaimed in astonishment as he approached a dedicated counter for medicinal formulas. Indeed, these are recipes for concocting various elixirs. The prices are most reasonable, the maidservant at the treasure pavilion responded with a smile. As Du Long perused the golden scrolls of recipes, he quickly spotted the 3 most affordable ones. The recipe for first-grade spirit liquid at 100 gold coins, the second-grade spirit liquid recipe at 200 gold coins, and the third-grade spirit liquid recipe at 300 gold coins, compared to the thousands of gold coins for the other recipes nearby. These three spirit liquid recipes could indeed be described as exceedingly cheap. Unable to contain his curiosity, Dulong inquired, "Why are the recipes for spirit liquids so affordable?" The formula for spiritual liquid is the most widely circulated prescription in the Star Continent, and it harbors almost no secrets, which is why its price is relatively inexpensive. However, crafting spiritual liquid of various grades is no simple feat. The clever maidservant tirelessly elaborated. Princess Woofing chimed in sweetly, saying, "To concoct elixirs, one must at least attain the strength of the Qi Dan stage and possess a fire attribute constitution. Only those cultivators who manifest Dan fire within their bodies stand a chance to learn the art of alchemy. To become an alchemist, one requires guidance from esteemed masters, as well as the innate talent to pursue such a path. These myriad reasons render alchemists exceedingly rare." Humph, who says one must be of the Qi Dan stage to condense Dan fire? That is merely the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. As soon as Princess Huofeng's words fell, a disdainful retort echoed in Dulong's mind from the who could not abide ignorance masquerading as knowledge. In truth, what Princess Huofeng articulated was a shared understanding among humanity in this world, incomparable to the insights of the who seemed to hail from some advanced realm. Was Princess Huofeng's assertion incorrect? Dulong clearly grasped the deeper implications of his words. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us not forget about you. You little rascal, you've only reached the Qi cyclone stage. Haven't you? Have you not noticed the flame burning in the center of that cyclone eye within your dantian? I am aware of the flame's presence. Is it not the case that everyone at the Qi cyclone stage has a flame burning in the cyclone eye?" Puffed. The burst into laughter at Dulong's ignorance, clutching her belly until she could catch her breath, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I truly admire you. Unless one possesses a Xin Yang body, it is impossible to condense the Dan fire at the Qi cyclone stage. So that is how it is." Dulong finally comprehended that not everyone at the Qi cyclone stage could produce a burning flame in their dantian. "Alas, I shan't waste more words with you. Every world has its own unique prescriptions for alchemy, as the spiritual herbs that flourish in each realm differ significantly. Therefore, you should spend some money to acquire this third-grade spiritual liquid formula." Purchase the formula? Dulong's heart stirred. "Of course, once you procure it, I shall assist you in devising a method to profit. Otherwise, if you wish to cultivate steadily, who knows when you'll elevate your strength to that of your predecessor. I'll take one copy each of the first to third-grade formulas." After his exchange with the Dulong naturally understood that benefits were soon to present themselves, and he promptly called out to the maidservant beside him, "Yes, young master, the total for the three formulas is 600 gold coins." The astute maidservant calculated swiftly and smiled as she extended her hand towards Dulong, reaching into his robe. He discreetly retrieved 6 bills of Haotian currency, each worth 100 gold coins, and directly handed them to the beaming maidservant. Pushing aside her delicate hand, Dulong offered a casual excuse. "With the formulas in hand, should I encounter any spiritual herbs capable of concocting spiritual liquid during my future adventures, I won't let the opportunity slip by. This is a small investment that will yield great returns in the future. Do you understand? Are you foolish? If you wish to learn about various elixirs, why not purchase a comprehensive guide on elixirs for just 1 gold coin? Is it necessary to squander so many coins?" Duquesne retorted without reservation. The two stunning beauties, Princess Woofing and Xia Qinglian, were instantaneously amused by his brazen demeanor. Qinglian laughed out loud. She quickly realized her breach of decorum and hastily covered her mouth in embarrassment, while Princess Woofing was less restrained, doubling over with laughter. Ultimately, Duquesne could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Left speechless, Dulong's gaze swept over the various prescriptions laid out on the counter, and he was particularly struck by the recipe for the Guyuan Dan, which was rather exorbitantly priced at 3,000 gold coins per portion. Other recipes for various elixirs were scarcely priced below 1,000 gold coins. In essence, the only prescription under 1,000 gold coins was the elixir recipe that Dulong had purchased, the reason for which he would only comprehend much later. Soon, the female attendant completed the necessary formalities, packaged the 3 elixir recipes, and cheerfully led Dulong and his 3 stunning companions to continue perusing the treasures within the Zhenbao Pavilion. After thoroughly exploring the second floor of the Zhenbao Pavilion, although there were many coveted treasures, Dulong found that he was left with merely a few hundred gold coins, rendering everything on the second floor, apart from the least expensive elixir recipe, beyond his financial reach. He had initially contemplated ascending to the third floor of the Jinbao Pavilion, but unfortunately, the female attendant informed him that only customers who had spent over 10,000 gold coins could access the third floor. Such a frustrating stipulation ultimately deterred Du Long from proceeding. Of course, if he truly wished to ascend, Princess Huofeng could reveal her identity, yet considering his meager coin purse, he would only be left to gaze longingly at the treasures above. Thus, the group decided to depart from this den of extravagance, which was daunting for mere mortals. Chapter 42. The Fire Cloud Cauldron. Where is that broken cauldron? Why can't I find it? Sitting alone on the bed in his chamber, Du Long searched through the space of the snake ring, but could not locate the cauldron he had just purchased. Unable to suppress an exclamation of surprise, the ring spirit responded with a huff, saying, "Humph, it's not lost. There is a critical spot on the cauldron that is damaged, and I am currently in the process of repairing it. Just wait a moment, and it will be ready." Now I see. Du Long finally understood and curiously inquired, "I never expected that Linger could actually repair cauldrons. What is the origin of this cauldron?" "Kid, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure. This cauldron is none other than the legendary Fire Cloud Cauldron, which has been missing for ages. The core component of this cauldron is damaged, but fortunately, it is not too severe. I can restore it to about 60 or 70% of its original condition. Though fully repairing it will require some special materials that are rather difficult to procure." The Fire Cloud Cauldron. Du Long racked his brain but could not recall this name from his memory. So he continued to ask, "What is the function of this cauldron?" The Fire Cloud Cauldron is one of the 10 renowned cauldrons from ancient times, and as its name suggests, it is used for refining elixirs. This is such a small cauldron can be used to refine elixirs. Du Long gazed incredulously at the palm-sized broken cauldron in his hand. Yet another question stemming from a lack of common knowledge. Only in primitive societies would one employ an immense cauldron to concoct elixirs. The true pinnacle of alchemical vessels are spatial cauldrons, which encompass vast internal spaces. The most advanced spatial cauldrons possess the ability to contain a star within them, allowing the cauldron's master to harness the extreme solar flames for crafting potions, thus achieving remarkable efficiency in the creation of superior elixirs. A star? Du Long was evidently perplexed by the concept of a star. As the spirit beauty often uttered terms he had never encountered before. "A star is what you refer to as the sun," the spirit beauty explained, her tone tinged with impatience. "The sun?" Du Long was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly grasping the implication of the spirit beauty's words, that he rolled his eyes in disbelief and retorted, "Keep dreaming. You dare to claim that you could use the sun in such a diminutive cauldron for potion making? How audacious of you to make such grandiose claims. Are you not afraid of your own bluster being exposed?" In response to Du Long's derision, the spirit beauty was momentarily stunned into silence. After a brief pause, she could only sigh, "Alas, perhaps discussing such matters with you so early does indeed seem like a boast. Very well. Consider it mere bragging on my part. One day, you shall inevitably comprehend whether I was merely boasting or not." To Du Long's surprise, the usually obstinate Linger, who would often argue vehemently with him, had conceded so quickly today. Just as he was about to press further, the spirit beauty interjected, "Enough of your prattle. Young man, I must focus on repairing the Fire Cloud Cauldron. You should take the time to thoroughly study the 3 elixir formulas on your own." With that, she fell silent. Du Long had no choice but to comply. Retrieving 3 golden scrolls from the snake ring space, which contained the formulas for 1st to 3rd grade elixirs, immersing himself in the study of the 3 elixir recipes, he discovered they generally outline the method of refining several auxiliary spiritual herbs alongside a primary herb using intense flames, ultimately transforming them into a spiritual liquid that could be absorbed and refined by the human body. The 3 elixir formulas were remarkably similar, employing nearly identical auxiliary herbs, the only significant difference being the primary spiritual herb used for each grade. The 1st grade elixir utilized the 1st grade primary herb Centennial Silver Ginseng. The 2nd grade elixir employed the 2nd grade primary herb Millennial Spiritual Ginseng, and the 3rd grade elixir required the 3rd grade primary herb Millennial Blood Ganoderma. At this point, Du Long finally comprehended why the price of the 1st grade elixir differed from the 2nd by several multiples, and the value of the 3rd grade elixir was even more staggering. That it is worth noting that Millennial Blood Ganoderma is far rarer than Millennial Spiritual Ginseng, with each specimen valued at over 10,000 gold coins. One can only imagine the exorbitant cost of producing a 3rd grade elixir. No wonder the treasure pavilion does not stock 3rd grade elixirs on the 2nd floor. Du Long mused quietly, unable to suppress a sigh at last. He had managed to repair the damage to the fire cloud cauldron to a satisfactory extent, although it could not yet perform its most advanced functions. It was more than adequate for the ordinary task of potion making. "Young man, your fire cloud cauldron is ready," came the spirit beauty's relieved sigh in his mind. Suddenly, a dilapidated little cauldron materialized within the snake ring space. As the master of this realm, Dulong immediately sensed its arrival. With a mere thought, the battered little cauldron appeared in the palm of his left hand, gazing upon the dark green-black small cauldron. Its surface adorned with a layer of moss, Dulong could still perceive a subtle transformation, despite its exterior appearing unchanged since his acquisition. It seemed as though a hint of ethereal energy had graced the vessel, a quality that had previously been absent. "You little rascal, do not delay in establishing your bond by blood." This fire cloud cauldron was once severely damaged, rendering it incapable of accepting a master through bloodletting. The inhabitants of your world remain oblivious to its origins and capabilities, which has fortuitously favored you. The spirit of the cauldron, a beautiful guardian, could not help but urge him as she noticed Dulong lost in contemplation. Heeding her advice, Dulong summoned the small golden serpent from his arm, allowing it to bite his index finger before letting a droplet of crimson blood fall upon the surface of the cauldron. The vibrant red droplet was swiftly absorbed, and soon, an inexplicable sensation surged within his heart. He could sense an ancient weight emanating from the cauldron, a vague sorrow rippling through his being, as though the small cauldron sought to convey something profound to its new master. Yet its message remained shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Dulong with only a faint trace of melancholy. Suppressing this peculiar feeling, Dulong began to scrutinize the cauldron more closely. It felt as though the cauldron in his palm was an extension of his own body, creating an uncanny sense of connection, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. "Young one, immerse your consciousness within the cauldron's space, and you shall comprehend the immense power of this spatial furnace." The guardian spirit encouraged with palpable excitement. Following her guidance, Dulong directed his thoughts into the cauldron, and soon, a vast expanse materialized within his mind, a fiery red realm, boundless and ablaze with scorching energy. No wonder this cauldron is named the Fire Cloud Cauldron. Indeed, this is the fire cloud space within the cauldron. As its master, you possess the ability to manipulate certain elements, alter their forms at will, and summon the internal flame to refine spiritual herbs. Essentially crafting elixirs, the guardian spirit reiterated. With a mere thought, a pale yellow flame manifested in the crimson space before him. Observing this palm-sized flame, Dulong began to shape it according to his will. And true to the spirit's words, the flame responded as if it had undergone countless training sessions, obediently morphing into various forms as he envisioned. Is this truly possible? Dulong marveled inwardly. This is merely the most fundamental function of the Fire Cloud Cauldron. Should you procure the vital materials required for its restoration in the future, the boundless fire clouds above will be at your command. Not only will you be able to concoct the most basic elixirs, but it will also serve as a formidable weapon in battle. In due time, you shall truly grasp the cauldron's formidable capabilities. The guardian spirit added with enthusiasm. As Dulong gazed at the limitless expanse of fire clouds, he could hardly fathom the prospect of harnessing their energy one day. Deepening his trust in the spirit, "Linger, you now possess a treasure that others lack. Be sure to keep this secret safeguarded. Otherwise, given your current strength, it may prove exceedingly difficult to preserve your life in the presence of powerful alchemists. Furthermore, now that you possess such a treasure, it is imperative that you dedicate time to mastering its use for your own benefit." The solemn spirit beauty reminded me, "Rest assured, I understand this principle well. Having known each other for so long, I believe Lingo is aware that I, Dulong, am a person who prefers to maintain a low profile. Please instruct me on how to swiftly master the Fire Cloud Cauldron to create wealth for myself." "Well, as long as you understand," she replied. "This Fire Cloud Cauldron is an ancient treasure, and you have already sensed its formidable power. At this moment, do not rush to think about how to profit from it. Instead, focus on mastering and utilizing it as quickly as possible. Come, first bring in a cup of water. Then, you must control the raging fire to bring the water in the cup to a boil without evaporating it too quickly." After pouring a cup of water onto the nearby table, with a thought, the entire cup was moved into the space of the Fire Cloud Cauldron. I controlled a surge of fire to approach the cup of water, and with a hissing sound, the entire cup of water transformed into a cloud of vapor, leaving only a red-hot porcelain cup behind. Just as I was filled with confusion, the spirit beauty bluntly remarked, "Do you see? This raging fire is no ordinary mundane flame, that if you do not manage the temperature well, Even the most precious medicinal materials will turn to useless ashes in your hands. Linger, how do I control the temperature of the raging fire? Faced with the merciless words of the spirit beauty, I felt no shred of dignity before her. I had long since grown accustomed to it. I see now. The principle was quite simple, and I grasped it immediately, yet putting it into practice proved to be anything but simple. Adjusting the flame's density within the fire cloud cauldron space was straightforward. But mastering the temperature was a different matter altogether. After repeatedly burning cup after cup of water into vapor, at last, 1 cup of water was successfully brought to a boil through my efforts. At that moment, controlling the flames, I was drenched in sweat. If boiling a single cup of water required such exertion, how much precious medicinal material would be wasted in the future when refining spiritual medicines? In that instant, I finally understood that being an alchemist was not a profession one could easily join. Even possessing a divine artifact like the fire cloud cauldron made it so arduous. For those alchemists who relied on ordinary cauldrons for their craft, aspiring to become an alchemist was fundamentally a matter of accumulating wealth through gold coins. I was so busy during the day that I forgot to update. Here is the edition. For those who enjoy it, please show your support by bookmarking and recommending it. Chapter 43. Beginner Alchemy. In the secluded valley of Lingyun Mountain, Xia Qinglian was undergoing grueling training. While I, Du Long, sat cross-legged by the water pool, cradling the palm-sized fire cloud cauldron in my left hand, eyes closed in deep concentration, outsiders could not fathom what I was doing. Within the vast interior of the fire cloud cauldron, a flame towering over 2 meters was blazing fiercely, surrounded by thousands of medicinal materials that floated in mid-air, occasionally sending one into the heart of the flame. By controlling the flame's temperature, I repeatedly tossed these inexpensive materials into the fire, gradually refining them into medicinal powder or liquid. Among the myriad medicinal herbs, when meticulously categorized, only a handful of dozens remain. These select herbs are favored by numerous alchemists across the starry continent. Cultivated through human intervention, their relatively short maturation period renders them affordable, and due to their similar refining temperature characteristics to certain expensive spiritual medicines, they serve as ideal materials for practice that in the initial stages of learning alchemy. All practitioners utilize enormous alchemical furnaces, which are exceedingly demanding in terms of vital fire energy. Even if every novice alchemist in this realm reaches the level of vital elixir, they can only manage to refine a limited number of herbs before exhausting their internal vital fire. This inefficiency stems from the rudimentary nature of the furnaces and their low energy utilization. Consequently, alchemists at the 1st to 3rd levels of vital elixir can only be regarded as novices, while those at the 4th to 6th levels often attain the status of 1st to 2nd tier alchemists, and those at the 7th to 9th levels typically become 2nd to 3rd tier alchemists. In contrast, a novice like Du Long, who relies on the fire cloud cauldron for alchemy, is indeed fortunate. The spatial environment within the fire cloud cauldron minimizes the consumption of vital fire, although he cannot yet harness the boundless energy of the fire clouds. Absorbing even a small amount to replenish his internal vital fire poses no challenge. Thus, within the realm of the fire cloud cauldron, as long as he refrains from refining particularly difficult spiritual medicines, the rate at which he replenishes his vital fire nearly keeps pace with its consumption. While other novice alchemists are left exhausted after refining 10 ordinary herbs, Du Long finds himself hardly depleting his internal vital fire during similar endeavors. His vital fire, sustained by the fire clouds, can be described as an endless source. This singular advantage is indeed remarkable. He could refine hundreds of ordinary herbs in a single day without issue, a capacity that far surpasses that of his peers, allowing him to progress in a day what would take others several days to achieve. Now, as he prepares to refine a medicinal herb known as wild ginseng for the 26th time, he recalls the previous 25 attempts, all of which ended in failure. Primarily due to insufficient experience in controlling the heat. It is said that refining wild ginseng bears a striking resemblance to concocting the primary spiritual herb for the 1st-tier spiritual liquid, the centennial silver ginseng. Practicing with wild ginseng aims to facilitate his future endeavors in producing 1st-tier spiritual liquids more efficiently. He meticulously regulates the flame to achieve the desired temperature, swiftly enveloping the wild ginseng. The nature of vital fire is fundamentally different from ordinary fire. It consumes the purest energy from the universe, producing no impurities, thereby becoming the finest flame for alchemical refinement. The process of refining this wild ginseng is intricate. He cannot allow the flame to gradually approach the herb to find the optimal temperature. Instead, he must encase it instantaneously and forcefully expel the internal medicinal liquid with high heat. Once the liquid is fully extracted, He must rapidly reduce the flame temperature to prevent the liquid from evaporating due to excessive heat. This troublesome refining process has led to Dulong's 25 consecutive failures. Fortunately, these herbs are inexpensive substitutes. Otherwise, considering the price of centennial silver ginseng at over 100 gold coins per piece, he would surely be heartbroken. Sizzle, sweating profusely. He meticulously controlled the flame's temperature to what he deemed the optimal point in his mind. Swiftly enveloping the 26th wild ginseng, the ginseng trembled violently, but did not disintegrate into ash as it had at the beginning. Instead, it rapidly withered, with medicinal liquid continuously being expelled from its surface. Indeed, this is the precise temperature. Despite the dripping sweat, Dulong was elated. Yet he remained cautious, continuing to regulate the flame to maintain this temperature while closely observing every change in the wild ginseng. Under his attentive gaze, the rapidly wilting ginseng finally ceased to exude any medicinal liquid. Dulong hastily lowered the flame's temperature. With a mere thought, the ginseng, resembling a withered twig, was extricated from the fiery domain and added to a small heap of refuse by the water's edge. Within the fiery space, a pale yellow medicinal liquid materialized at the center of the flames, writhing violently, intermittently releasing bubbles that emanated wisps of white smoke. Dulong understood this phenomenon indicated the impurities being carried away by the bubbles. The flames continued to roast the medicinal liquid until no more bubbles appeared. Only then did Dulong gently withdraw the flames, allowing the liquid to cool gradually, at last scrutinizing the pale yellow liquid encircled by the flames. Ah, after over 20 consecutive failures, I have finally succeeded. By the water's edge, Dulong's eyes flew open in exhilaration, a subtle smile gracing his face. Quite commendable, but the revolution is not yet complete. Further effort is required. The enchanting spirit, Linger, had evidently been monitoring Dulong's alchemical endeavors. Upon witnessing his success in concocting the wild ginseng liquid, she could not help but urge him on. Without uttering a word of explanation, Dulong smiled, retrieved a jade vial, and with a flick of his thought, a mass of pale yellow liquid materialized above the vial, which he effortlessly captured and sealed. Although the wild ginseng liquid held little monetary value, it possessed some medicinal efficacy. For instance, it could expedite the process of simmering soup, eliminating the lengthy hours typically required to extract its essence. Hence, it would be wasteful to disregard its potential. Once more, he closed his eyes, immersing his spirit back into the fire cloud cauldron, initiating a new round of practice focused on refining wild ginseng. With the experience of one successful attempt under his belt, his subsequent success rate improved significantly. As time flowed on, Dulong's success rate in refining wild ginseng reached approximately 60%, meaning that for every 10 wild ginseng pieces refined, he succeeded 6 times and failed 4. At last, I have exhausted all 100 pieces of wild ginseng. He sighed deeply, opening his eyes. The prolonged alchemical process was indeed a mentally taxing endeavor. Following Linger's guidance, he then accompanied Xia Qinglian for another round of arduous training. When hunger struck, they would eat, and if not, he would continue practicing the refinement of another common medicinal herb. Thus, time slipped away amidst their diligent training, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Sitting by the water's edge, Dulong exhaled a long breath, opening his eyes. In just 10 days, he had consumed thousands of medicinal herbs that would typically require nearly a year for novice alchemists to exhaust. Xia Qinglian gently opened her beautiful eyes, smiled at Dulong, and rose to her feet, ever obedient to his commands, naturally following all his arrangements. After 10 days of preparation and refining thousands of medicinal herbs, he has now mastered the control of flame temperature with remarkable proficiency and is well-versed in the practice of ordinary herbs. It is time to attempt the refinement of a first-tier spiritual liquid. At that moment, Dulong felt a resolute determination within him. Should outsiders learn that this individual aspired to concoct a first-tier spiritual liquid after merely 10 days of practice, they would undoubtedly deem him a dreamer. For the ability to refine a first-tier spiritual liquid is the fundamental threshold for becoming a first-tier alchemist. Chapter 44. First-tier spiritual liquid. The clever female attendant, who happened to be unoccupied with other guests, eagerly greeted the two as they entered the treasure pavilion. "Young master, have you come to acquire some treasures today?" With a smile and a nod, Dulong was more than pleased to have the astute attendant accompany him. With a clear purpose for his visit, he did not linger in the pavilion, but spoke directly. "I wish to purchase 3 portions of herbs for refining a first-tier spiritual liquid. The last time I checked, the price was 630 gold coins, correct?" "Indeed." Each portion of herbs for refining a first-tier spiritual liquid costs 210 gold coins, totaling 630 for 3 portions. The clever attendant replied with a beaming smile. Here are 700 gold coins. Please assist me with the necessary procedures, Du Long stated succinctly, producing his last 7 banknotes without further ado. Certainly, young master. Please take a moment in the lounge while I attend to the paperwork, the clever attendant exclaimed, taking the 7 banknotes with delight and promptly leading Du Long and Xia Qinglian to a nearby lounge to sit. Without hesitation, Du Long accepted 2 bags, opening the one containing the herbs to confirm that the purchased items were correct. He did not bother to count the gold coins in the other bag, but simply stood up to bid farewell to Xia Qinglian and depart. As the clever attendant watched Du Long and Xia Qinglian exit the treasure pavilion, she muttered to herself, that young master must be procuring herbs for some alchemist. How fortunate he is to be acquainted with an alchemist. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Du Long immersed his consciousness into the space of his dantian, swiftly locating his fire cloud cauldron at the center of the swirling energy. Initially, he had stored the fire cloud cauldron within the confines of the pan-snake ring, but the spirit of the ring had advised him that since the cauldron had already been claimed, it was best to keep it within the dantian space, nurturing it amidst the dantian's yang fire. Trusting the ring spirit implicitly, Du Long complied and placed the fire cloud cauldron at the core of the dantian's energy vortex, allowing the yang fire to continuously nourish it. With a mere thought, the fire cloud cauldron materialized in the palm of his left hand, while his right hand opened the package on the bedside, promptly transferring all the spiritual herbs into the cauldron space. The cauldron space serves as an ideal repository for spiritual herbs, preventing their medicinal properties from dissipating or being wasted. Naturally, he could not reveal the secret of possessing a spatial storage device in front of others. Revisiting the recipe for the first-tier spiritual liquid in his mind, he meticulously reviewed the critical aspects to pay attention to during the refining process. Once he felt confident that he had grasped everything, he began to channel the yang fire into the fire cloud space. Controlling the flames, the temperature fluctuated ceaselessly in accordance with his will. This process of fire manipulation served as a warm-up exercise prior to alchemical preparations. Only when he felt adept at wielding the flames did he introduce various auxiliary spiritual herbs into the fire, commencing his inaugural attempt at pill refinement. With a burst, a herb known as ice heart grass was abruptly reduced to ashes. Its impurities silently expelled from the fiery abyss that Du Long proceeded to cast another ice heart grass into the flames. Such missteps were commonplace in the process of refining spiritual herbs, and Du Long had long since grown accustomed to them. This time, however, he adeptly managed the heat, successfully extracting a light azure spiritual liquid from the ice heart grass. He then maintained a steady temperature with a strand of pure flame to continue roasting the impurities, before introducing yet another auxiliary herb into the fire. Out of the total 9 auxiliary herbs, 5 had encountered errors. Although these herbs were quite similar to ordinary materials used for practice, there remained subtle distinctions that only an alchemist could truly appreciate. This understanding could only be grasped intuitively, not articulated, relying heavily on personal experience, a hallmark of alchemical heritage. As time passed, after 5 failures, Du Long finally achieved 9 successes. 9 vibrant orbs of spiritual liquid writhed mesmerizingly under the heat of the pure flames. A sight to behold. However, the process of refining spiritual herbs approached a critical juncture. Surpassing this threshold would lead to an explosive combustion, reducing the herbs to mere ashes. Most spiritual herbs could be slowly refined to find their critical temperature, but the century-old silver ginseng was an exception. If one were to gradually control the flames to ascertain the critical point, the internal liquid of the silver ginseng would fail to be rapidly expelled, ultimately coagulating with the internal impurities, thus ruining the main herb. Gazing at the ashes of the century-old silver ginseng, a precious material worth over 100 gold coins, Du Long felt a twinge of pain at the corners of his mouth. A single blaze had incinerated over 100 gold coins. Suppressing his anguish, he expelled the impurities from the space and tossed another century-old silver ginseng into the flames. Armed with the lessons from his previous failure, Du Long lowered the temperature of the flames slightly, then swiftly enveloped the second silver ginseng. With a hissing sound, the silver ginseng trembled violently, wilting at an alarmingly rapid pace, with a significant amount of spiritual liquid being forced out of its surface. Realizing the temperature remained slightly elevated, Du Long hurriedly adjusted the flames to lower the heat further. Such a minuscule difference in temperature noticeably affected the rate at which the liquid seeped from the ginseng's surface. Bringing it to a relatively normal level, the high-temperature extraction process proceeded swiftly, and the century-old silver ginseng eventually ceased expelling liquid. Transforming into a withered branch, Dulong promptly expelled it from the fiery realm, leaving behind a milky white liquid, from which bubbles occasionally released impurities. He began to cool the flames, observing the changes in the liquid to determine the optimal temperature to halt the cooling process. Maintaining this temperature until no more impurities were expelled, with the most challenging steps completed, Dulong beheld the 10 orbs of spiritual liquid from which no impurities emerged. Following the combination method indicated by the first-grade spiritual liquid formula, he sequentially introduced the 9 types of spiritual liquid into the main liquid, simultaneously intensifying the flames that roasted the primary herbal concoction. The milky white primary elixir occasionally shifted to hues of green and blue. With each addition of a supplementary medicinal liquid, a transformation occurred. Once the final auxiliary potion was introduced, Dulong elevated the flame's temperature once more, causing a large mass of elixir to boil furiously. Under the intense heat, the various medicinal liquids underwent a rapid qualitative change. The originally vibrant concoction gradually morphed into a brilliant white as it continued to boil. It was only then that Dulong meticulously moderated the flame's heat, slowly distancing himself from the luminous white liquid. As the temperature diminished, the previously roiling potion began to settle, and in mere moments, the entire mass shrank significantly. Ultimately, as the flames receded from the elixir, a still, bright white liquid emerged before Dulong. This was the quintessential form of a first-grade spiritual liquid. With a long exhale, Dulong opened his eyes and retrieved a jade vial, carefully sealing the unexpectedly manifested bright white first-grade spiritual liquid within. Unbeknownst to him, he had achieved a remarkable miracle. Throughout the vast Haotian Empire, or rather, across the entire starry continent, and indeed in this world, no mere fledgling at the cyclone stage had ever been able to concoct such elixirs. No one has stepped forward to leave a comment or express their feelings about this book. If you enjoy it or have any suggestions, please share your thoughts, recommend, and collect it more. If the performance improves, I will be able to update daily. Your support is the driving force behind my writing. Chapter 45, The Day of Enrollment. Knock. Who was at the door, in the stillness of the night? Xia Qinglian, who was meditating on her bed, was startled awake by the sound of knocking. Qinglian, it's me, came Dulong's gentle call from outside. A flush of crimson spread across Xia Qinglian's stunning face as she pondered. At such a late hour, what could the young master want with me? Regardless of his intentions, she figured she wouldn't be surprised. She gracefully descended from her bed and approached the door, opening it to reveal Dulong's, whose face was alight with excitement. Young master, it is late. What brings you to seek Qinglian? She inquired, her voice tinged with shyness. Dulong, oblivious to the peculiar blush on her cheeks, flashed a grin and stepped into the room. Sitting at the head of the bed, motioning for her with a cheerful wave, Qinglian, come, close the door and let us converse. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qinglian hesitated for a moment before securing the door. With a flushed face, she approached the bedside. Qinglian, come, sit here and talk, Dulong exclaimed, eagerly taking her slightly stiff jade hand and inviting her to sit beside him. Regardless of the circumstances, I will inevitably belong to the young master. Thus, whether it is sooner or later, it makes little difference, does it? With this resolve, Xia Qinglian steeled herself to sit down. Unfortunately, her thoughts were clearly misguided, as Dulong reached into his robe and produced a jade vial. Shaking it with enthusiasm as he said, Qinglian, can you guess what is inside? Gazing at the youth before her, whose countenance bore no hint of malice and whose eyes radiated purity, Xia Qinglian was acutely aware that her thoughts had strayed into inappropriate territory. Blushing deeply, she cast her gaze downward and replied softly, young master, how could one possibly guess what is contained within the bottle? Haha, I jest not. Inside is a grade 1 spirit liquid, freshly concocted by yours truly. A grade 1 spirit liquid? Xia Qinglian responded in astonishment, only to be struck dumb upon realizing that Dulong claimed to have brewed it himself. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on the young man before her. Now comprehending why he had purchased 3 sets of materials for the spirit liquid earlier that day. Did you truly concoct this yourself? Indeed. Recently, I have been honing my alchemical skills and have achieved minor success. Just moments ago, I attempted a brew and, to my surprise, successfully created a grade 1 spirit liquid. Naturally, I thought of you, who has recently reached the initial stage of the 9th tier of Qi cultivation. This should assist you in breaking through to the cyclone stage. Do not hesitate. Accept the spirit liquid, Dulong proclaimed with a hint of pride, feeling untroubled by the proximity between them and the secret of his alchemical prowess. Young master, such precious elixirs cannot be accepted by me. In Xia Qinglian's heart, the debt of gratitude owed to Du Long felt insurmountable, making it impossible for her to accept such a valuable gift. She immediately waved her hands in refusal. Xia Qinglian, if you continue to be so courteous, I shall cease taking you out with me. Du Long feigned a stern demeanor, widening his eyes in mock threat. Clearly, his words had their intended effect. Xia Qinglian, who was utterly reliant on him, yearned to remain by his side forever. After a moment's hesitation, she softly acquiesced. Well, if it must be so. In this lifetime, Xia Qinglian is willing to serve you. Young master, I hope you will not cast me aside. Foolish girl, Du Long gently teased, playfully brushing her nose with his fingers. Remember, do not divulge my alchemical abilities to anyone. Now, swiftly consume the spirit liquid. Let us strive together to conquer the world. Yes, I shall diligently enhance my cultivation to assist you in the future. With her gaze fixed dreamily on the jade vial in her hand, she took a long moment before unscrewing the cap. Instantly, a waft of fragrant aroma filled the room, and indeed, the Grade 1 spirit liquid lived up to its reputation, exuding a rich and potent aura of vitality. In the Haotian Empire, the Royal Academy, the much-anticipated day for new students to enroll had finally arrived. The entrance of the academy, imbued with the scent of books, newly admitted students flocked to register, most accompanied by their families. For the scions of noble families, being accepted into the Royal Academy was a momentous occasion. Let us go. Xiao Feng and the others are already at the registration point. We are the last to arrive, Du Kai and I remarked with a bright smile, glancing at the registration area where Princess Hua Feng and her companions awaited, confirming that indeed, only they were yet to arrive. Although the Royal Academy was bustling today, it paled in comparison to the throngs that had descended upon it over a week ago, when thousands had come from far and wide to enroll, an event that could only be described as a sea of humanity. After undergoing various examinations, fewer than 300 would ultimately be accepted into the Royal Academy today, with the Martial Arts Department, where Du Long applied, admitting the least number of students, a mere 60 in total. In the beginning, the test that Du Long participated in belonged to the privileged class, with only 30 spots available each year. Subsequently, young martial artists from various regions would compete for the remaining 30 spots. It can be said that the competition for the non-privileged spots was truly fierce. Amidst the throngs of people, Du Long and Xia Qinglian made their way to the registration point of the Martial Arts Department, where they completed the necessary documentation and collected their student ID cards and dormitory keys before departing from the registration area. The group then proceeded towards the interior of the academy together. Ha, Du Long, we actually share the same dormitory. Each dorm houses 4 individuals. I wonder who the other 2 are, exclaimed Yu Shashan, warmly embracing Du Long as he noticed the dormitory number 041 on his keychain, his face lighting up with delight. Qinglian, what is your dormitory number? Du Long turned to inquire of Xia Qinglian. My dormitory number is 231. Xia Qinglian replied softly after glancing at her keychain. Does anyone here share a dorm with Qinglian? Du Long asked the ladies of the Fire Phoenix Princess. No, not at all. It's not a big deal. I can just have the others in my dorm swap with her later, the Fire Phoenix Princess responded nonchalantly, waving her hand, confident that no one would dare to disrespect her. As the group reached the intersection leading to the separate dormitories for males and females, Du Kai and I, a seasoned member of the Royal Academy, spoke up. Let us part ways here. We shall meet again at noon for lunch and head to the dining hall together. Everyone nodded in agreement and split into 2 groups. Du Long and Yu Shaoshan walked toward the boys' dormitory area, chatting and laughing, while the group of girls headed toward the girls' dormitory. Du Long, I truly envy you. At just 16, you've reached the 9th level of Qi accumulation and joined the Martial Arts Department of the Royal Academy, Yu Shashan said, a hint of admiration in his voice as they walked toward the boys' dormitory. What is there to envy? Aren't you here too? Du Long replied, somewhat perplexed. Come on, after the new year, I'll be 19. Thankfully, I managed to get into the Royal Academy this year. Otherwise, if I couldn't make it next year, I might be in serious trouble, Yu Shaoshan lamented. The acceptance rate for those admitted at 16 to the Royal Academy was exceedingly low. With only you and the Fire Phoenix Princess being successful this year, everyone else was at least 17. Oh, I see, Du Long responded casually. Your indifference is quite astonishing. Yu Shaoshan shook his head in disbelief before continuing. However, I've heard that the competition among non-privileged students this year is especially fierce, and a genius martial artist has emerged, only 18 years old, yet already possessing the strength of a cyclone stage. It seems he will be the top student of our cohort. As the two continued their conversation, They meticulously observed the door numbers of the dormitory buildings along the way, searching for the row of dormitories starting with 0. Upon locating it, they walked inside to find their residence, room 041. The Royal Academy, situated in the southern outskirts of the capital, enjoyed spacious grounds unlike the premium real estate within the city, thus providing ample space for both student accommodations and classrooms. Ha, we've finally arrived. This is the 041 dormitory where we will reside for the next few years. At long last, they discovered the place. Yu Xiaoshan, unable to continue his leisurely conversation with Du Long, rushed excitedly towards the entrance of dormitory 041. Observing his exuberant companion, Du Long could only shake his head in resignation as he followed him inside. Chapter 46. The new roommates within the confines of the dormitory door lay a quaint courtyard adorned with a variety of flowers and plants, leading to a suite reminiscent of a 4-bedroom apartment. The environment notably pleasant, showcasing the profound prestige of the Imperial Royal Academy. You two are also from dormitory 041. I am Yu Xiaoshan, and this is Du Long, my good brother. Eagerly entering the living room, Yu Xiaoshan was taken aback to find 2 young men already seated there. Greetings, brothers. I am Su Jinbao, and this is my companion, Yuan Yu. The 2 startled young men promptly rose to their feet. One, dressed in opulent attire befitting a wealthy scion, smiled broadly and performed a courteous gesture. Although appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, he exuded an air of worldly wisdom. In stark contrast, Yuan Yu, standing beside him, bore a more reserved demeanor. Though he wore a smile, it seemed somewhat stiff, and he spoke little. Yuan brother, Su brother. Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan reciprocated the polite gestures. Yu Xiaoshan scrutinized Su and Yuan with curiosity, exclaiming, "Ah, I seem to have never encountered you two in the capital. From where do you hail?" "Ha, brother Yu possesses keen insight. I was raised in the Dongyang Kingdom, while brother Yuan is a citizen of the Western Haotian Empire. We have long admired the illustrious name of the Imperial Royal Academy and traveled here to enroll, not expecting to be fortunate enough to be admitted into the martial arts department." Su Jinbao explained with a beaming smile. The Western Haotian Empire? The Dongyang Kingdom? Yu Xiaoshan was evidently surprised to find himself sharing accommodations with foreigners, initially assuming that Su and Yuan were simply subjects from various provinces within the Haotian Empire. "Indeed, you and brother Du are both locals of the Haotian Empire, correct?" Su Jinbao, evidently more loquacious, began inquiring about the backgrounds of Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan. "Yes, we reside within the capital of the Haotian Empire." After a brief exchange in the living room, Du Long learned that Su and Yuan had expended considerable resources to study at the Imperial Royal Academy, and both had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Su and Yuan, in turn, realized that Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan were privileged students of the Royal Academy, well aware of the significant backgrounds that such individuals typically possessed. "Come, Du Long brother, Xiaoshan brother. Allow me to show you around the rooms. If either of you is dissatisfied with your assigned quarters, feel free to trade with me." Su Jinbao enthusiastically beckoned them to explore the remaining 2 guest rooms. The dormitory layout at the Royal Academy was fairly uniform, with each room of comparable size, though their orientations varied slightly. Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan casually selected their rooms, as men typically hold a relaxed attitude towards their living arrangements and would not be so petty as to request a change from Su Jinbao. "Ha. Indeed, from this day forth, we 4 brothers must stand together through thick and thin. Today, I shall treat you all. No one is to steal my thunder," Su Jinbao boasted heartily, thumping his chest, exchanging a glance with Yu Xiaoshan. Du Long chuckled and remarked, "It matters not who extends the invitation. However, we have arranged to dine with a few close friends. I trust that brother Jinbao does not mind." "Of course, I don't mind at all." "Ha. I, Su Jinbao, was just lamenting my lack of acquaintances upon arriving in the imperial capital of Haotian. To meet new people is indeed a stroke of fortune. Friends of my 2 brothers are my friends as well." The 4 of them departed the dormitory, engaged in lively conversation, making their way towards the crossroads they had come from. Despite his typically serious demeanor, the young Yuan Yu wore a smile throughout the journey, clearly harboring a fondness for Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan. When 7 stunningly beautiful maidens came into view, Su Jinbao's eyes widened in excitement, and he exclaimed in an exaggerated whisper, "Goodness, are these the 7 fairies you referred to?" Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan merely smiled in response, leading the already dazzled Su and Yuan towards the ladies. Without waiting for introductions, Su Jinbao boldly introduced himself first. "I am Su Jinbao. And this is Yuan Yu. We reside in dormitory 041 with brothers Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan. May I inquire about the esteemed names of these lovely fairy sisters? The maidens were amused by Su Jinbao's rather foolish demeanor, stifling their laughter behind their hands. Eventually, Princess Wufeng stepped forward, slightly tilting her head and casting a sidelong glance at Su and Yuan. Humph. When Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan sought to learn our names, they had to pay a certain price. Do you think you can simply waltz in and acquire the names of these beautiful sisters without effort? Not a chance. Several of the young ladies erupted into laughter, with Du Kai and I, known for her exuberant personality, bending over in laughter. Zheng Wan'er, the daughter of a second-grade official, was the first to support Wufeng, stating, "Little Feng is absolutely right. If you wish to learn our names, you must endure at least as much effort as Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan did. Otherwise, we sisters shall have no interest in you." Indeed, it should be so. Lu Zixin, the daughter of a third-grade minister, chimed in with a playful tone. The lady's reactions left Su Jinbao somewhat bewildered, scratching his head in confusion as he glanced at Du Long and Yu Xiaoshan. Forget it. It's too convoluted to explain here. Let us head to the dining hall first. You'll understand everything then, Du Long said, shaking his head. Thus, the 11 of them journeyed towards the Royal Academy's dining hall, engaging in cheerful banter along the way. They attracted envious glances from numerous new and returning students of the academy. After all, this group of newcomers was undeniably captivating. Once inside the dining hall, they commandeered an entire table, knowing that Su Jinbao was treating. The maidens seemed to conspire to tease him, surrounding the menu and playfully selecting the most expensive dishes. Unfamiliar with the menu and oblivious to the ladies' schemes, Su Jinbao appeared unconcerned with the prices, his eyes often wandering over the beautiful faces of the women before leaning in to whisper to Du Long, "Brother Du Long, with so many enchanting ladies around, please enlighten me. Which of these blossoms are already taken, and which remain unclaimed?" With a raised eyebrow, Du Long looked at this fellow, whom he had only recently met, with a hint of amusement. Although the man appeared somewhat lecherous, he was not off-putting. Rather, he seemed quite intriguing. "This is my formidable elder sister, my biological cousin, who is already taken, and this is my sworn sister, if you catch my drift. So don't waste your energy. As for this one, she is reserved for Xiaoshan. And I won't elaborate further. The one with a rather fierce temperament likely isn't to your taste either. As for the remaining 3, you can consult with Brother Yuan Yu regarding them." Following Du Long's pointed direction, his gaze swept across the 4 women he had dismissed, ultimately settling on the 3 who remained: Su Luin, Zheng Wan'er, and Lu Zixin. These 3 ladies hailed from prestigious families, and without even mentioning their appearance, their demeanor was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Coupled with their decent looks, they naturally captivated Su Jinbao, making his eyes sparkle with delight. "Brother Yuan Yu, I find that young lady in green quite appealing. I choose her. The remaining 2 are yours to select at your leisure." Su Jinbao unabashedly claimed Zheng Wan'er for himself, subtly signaling Yuan Yu to make his choice from the last 2. Yuan Yu, with his somewhat stiff demeanor, inexplicably flushed red, casting a disapproving glance at the mischievous Su Jinbao. He refrained from speaking, instead lifting his teacup to mask his embarrassment, adopting an expression that suggested he did not recognize this rascal. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Su Jinbao scoffed. "What a show! Is that what it means to be a man? Pretending to be aloof in front of your brothers?" To this, Yuan Yu chose to feign ignorance, turning his head away. Naturally, Su Jinbao preferred not to pursue the matter further in the presence of such lovely ladies. In a short while, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. The Royal Academy was situated several miles from the bustling city, and the dining hall within the academy operated on a contract basis, providing top-tier culinary services to the scions of affluent families. Wow! A century-old Yuchuan fragrance, clear silk threads, clear-braised snow crab, red-braised golden turtle. Gazing at the splendid array of gourmet dishes, Su Jinbao mentally catalogued the names of the delicacies, recognizing nearly all of the luxurious dishes laid before him. He realized he had been outmaneuvered by a few charming ladies. Chapter 47. A scheming plot. This lavish spread of delicacies was one that everyone present was familiar with, as they were all offspring of powerful families and had undoubtedly had their fair share of such experiences. The ladies had been observing Su Jinbao's facial expressions closely. Upon noticing his momentary daze, they exchanged knowing glances. Realizing that he was likely not an ordinary rich heir. It was worth noting that a single pot of century-old Yuchuan fragrance was valued at nearly 100 gold coins. And there were 5 or 6 pots displayed on the table, amounting to several hundred gold coins in value alone. Coupled with the various other rare delicacies, this meal would undoubtedly cost at least 1,000 gold coins. Even Dulong, at this moment, would probably struggle to afford such a feast, yet Su Jinbao appeared entirely unfazed. As if drawn by the rich aromas of the dishes, the little golden snake had already wriggled free from Dulong's embrace. Swiftly appearing at the dining table, its eyes shining brightly at the sumptuous spread before it. Dulong, I want to eat that dish, following the direction indicated by the little golden snake. Dulong discreetly brought over a plate of red braised fowl and placed it before it. The little creature then began to feast voraciously under the curious gaze of the onlookers. Come, today marks our first day of school, a splendid occasion indeed, and taking advantage of our dear classmate Su Jinbao's hospitality. Let us all raise a glass. After casting a few more curious glances at the little golden snake, Princess Wafeng was the first to lift her cup, smiling at the crowd, unable to resist the allure of the little golden snake on the table. Su Jinbao reached for his cup and turned to Dulong, whispering, Brother Dulong, this golden snake spirit beast is yours, isn't it? Indeed, I chanced upon this little golden snake and felt a connection. So I decided to keep it, Dulong softly replied. Following this, the two joined the others in responding to Princess Wafeng's call, raising their cups for the first toast. Su Jinbao, Yuan Yu. Weren't you both just eager to learn how Dulong and Yu Shaoshan first acquainted themselves with this beautiful ladies? Well, the opportunity has now arisen. After downing her drink, Princess Wafeng, her cheeks flushed, revealed a mischievous smile. Doe, I would love to hear more. Su Jinbao's face, too, was glowing, surrounded by lovely women, aptly embodying the saying, wine does not intoxicate. But people become intoxicated. It's quite simple. If you wish to know the names of any sister here, just raise your cup and toast to her, and she will share her name, Princess Wafeng explained succinctly. Su Jinbao's expression turned to one of sudden realization, and he then performed an act that left everyone astonished. He abruptly stood up, raised his cup, and called out to the beautiful Xingwano among the ladies. This lovely maiden, I am Su Jinbao, and as a gesture of respect, I shall drink to you first. Might I request your name? Gulp. Before anyone could react, he downed the entire cup of exquisite wine in one go. His eager demeanor prompting a collective burst of laughter from the group after a moment of astonishment. His purposeful act rendered Xingwaner, a lady of high society, quite flustered. She could easily discern his intentions, and after giving him a sharp glare, turned her head away, ignoring him completely. Ha! Princess Wafeng was laughing so hard she was nearly in tears, pointing at Su Jinbao while gasping for breath. That does not count. That does not count. Confused by Xingwaner's disregard, Su Jinbao scratched his head, turning to Princess Wafeng to inquire, It doesn't count. Why doesn't it count? When Dulong and Yu Shaoshan wanted to meet a lady, they had to toast together. So why are you in such a hurry? You didn't even clarify the details. Oh, did I see now? Su Jinbao finally understood, quickly turning to pull Yuan Yu up. Brother Yuan Yu. Since that is the case, we shall abide by local customs. Yuan Yu, though not one for many words, stood up as well, his face flushed as he lifted his cup, clearly feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze of the surrounding beauties. After raising the wine jug to refill his cup with fine wine, Su Jinbao once again lifted his glass and, with unabashed boldness, addressed the enchanting Xingwaner. My dear lady, I was unaware of the customs earlier. So I now propose a toast to you once more. Might I be so bold as to request the honor of your esteemed name? Su Jinbao, followed closely by Yuan Yu, promptly downed their drinks in unison. My surname is Zhang, and my given name is Waner. Xingwaner, seeing the two guzzle their wine, finally spoke her name in a delicate tone, then turned her head aside, choosing to ignore the lively fellow. Xingwaner. Ah, what a melodious name. Su Jinbao murmured, his gaze fixated on Xingwaner as he sat down, a foolish grin plastered on his face. Yuan Yu, ever the taciturn companion, followed suit and took a seat beside him. The other ladies, having waited in vain for a moment of further interaction, were stirred to action by Princess Wafeng, who, with a sharp glare, exclaimed, Hey, Su the lively one, your favoritism is egregiously blatant. Do you truly consider no one else worthy of your acquaintance? Aside from Sister Waner? Indeed, echoed Duquesne. If that is the case, sisters, since we are clearly unwelcome, perhaps we ought to take our leave rather than linger here. With a chorus of discontent, the women rose in unison. And even Xingwaner, her cheeks flushed, stood up. It was then that Su Jinbao finally came to his senses and, in a flurry, exclaimed, No. Ladies, please do not misunderstand. Pray, take your seats. We harbor no intention of disrespect. Jinbao humbly apologizes to all you beautiful ladies. In truth, The women were merely jesting and had no intention of departing. Under Princess Wufing's lead, they feigned reluctance and resumed their seats. Duquesne, adopting a stern expression, declared, "Nay, sisters, this behavior cannot be tolerated. Su the Lively One and Yuan, you have clearly erred and must be made to drink 3 cups as punishment. Otherwise, we shall lose face." Precisely, 3 cups of punishment. Otherwise, it would be a slight against us. Lu Zixing chimed in as the atmosphere grew more congenial. Very well. It was indeed my oversight alongside Yuan Yu. We accept our penalty. Come, Yuan Yu. Let us first down 3 cups before toasting all the lovely ladies. Typically, when there exists no hierarchical relationship at the table, men often find themselves at a disadvantage, and Su Jinbao was no exception. Despite his few words, Yuan Yu exhibited a commendable fortitude in drinking, matching Su Jinbao cup for cup, and together they toasted to each of the beautiful ladies. One by one, the ladies revealed their names, yet they refrained from disclosing their family backgrounds, a stark contrast to the previous toast with Du Long. After all, Du Long and Yu Shaoshan were well acquainted with one another, and sharing their origins was of no consequence. However, Su Jinbao and Yuan Yu were relative outsiders, and it was prudent to withhold such information for the time being. Ah, so this brother is the infamous poison dragon of the capital of Haotian Empire, Su Jinbao exclaimed in laughter upon inadvertently hearing Du Long's moniker, realizing that knowing this nickname was tantamount to understanding his identity and background. In that instant, Su Jinbao comprehended that Du Long was the son of the esteemed second-rank loyal and martial general of the Haotian Empire, a young master of the highest caliber with military connections. As the table of handsome men and beautiful women dined and engaged in lively conversation, a group of young people descended from the elegant second floor of the dining hall. Among them was the unmistakable figure of the freshman Fan Wei. Due to Li Xiaojun's elimination by Du Long, he had not accompanied him today. Wei go. Look, it's Du Long with Yu Shaoshan and the others, gathering again with the Fire Phoenix Princess and her entourage. A young man whispered to Fan Wei. The smile on Fan Wei's face instantly faded. He could never forget the grudge from when Du Long had caused a scene at the Zui Xionglu, publicly beating him into a pulp in front of many witnesses. Fan Wei, do those people hold a grudge against you? A proud young man with brown hair, noticing Fan Wei's dark expression, inquired. This brown-haired youth, named Park Junjie from the Blue Moon Empire, was the only newcomer this year to have reached the Cyclone stage, achieving this remarkable feat at the tender age of 18, showcasing commendable martial talent. Indeed, that fellow with the golden snake in front of him is quite an obnoxious character. Fan Wei grimly nodded. I've heard that this year the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire has also just reached the Cyclone stage. If the opportunity arises, I would be willing to teach that fellow a lesson on your behalf. Park Junjie dismissed Du Long entirely as their group descended the stairs. They were just about to pass by Du Long's table when a sharp crack echoed through the air. Du Long was sent sprawling backward, teetering on the brink of falling to the ground. However, he quickly supported himself with his right hand against the floor, effortlessly rising to his feet, the results of a year of grueling training immediately evident. How dare you seek death? He shouted, glaring at the chair that had lost one leg and was now toppled on the ground, realizing that Fan Wei and his companions were smirking at him. Du Long instantly recognized that he had been set up, and he erupted in anger. The Fire Phoenix Princess and her companions immediately stood up, their expressions filled with fury as they glared at Fan Wei and the others. The commotion drew the attention of other diners in the hall, who were captivated by Du Long's outburst. Isn't that Park Junjie, the only one among the newcomers to reach the Cyclone stage? I heard he is from the Blue Moon Empire. How did he end up confronting Du Long and the Fire Phoenix Princess? Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Soon, a buzz of discussion filled the dining hall. As some recognized Park Junjie, while others were familiar with Du Long or Fan Wei, and many knew of the notorious Fire Phoenix Princess, everyone was aware that a spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 48. Challenge Fan Wei. You have quite the audacity to lay hands on someone at my table. The Fire Phoenix Princess glared at Fan Wei, her expression icy, convinced that this was yet another scheme by him. No, no. Fan Wei immediately waved his hands in protest. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I would never dare to be disrespectful to you. It was merely a mishap where this young gentleman from the Blue Moon Empire, Park, was accidentally tripped by Du Long's chair. Fire Phoenix Princess? Not only was Park Junjie taken aback, but even Su Jinbao and Yuan Yu were stunned, gazing in shock at the seemingly innocent and charming young lady, never imagining she was the infamous, headstrong princess of the Haotian Empire. Since it is a misunderstanding, you still have not offered an apology to Du Long. The fiery phoenix princess glared fiercely at Park Junjie, evidently dismissing his identity as a citizen of the Blue Moon Empire. Park Junjie, though his haughtiness had not diminished significantly, felt compelled to clasp his hands in greeting and declare, "I am Park Junjie of the Blue Moon Empire. My previous offense was unintentional. I hope for your understanding. Can a mere accidental stumble break a solid wooden chair's leg? I never anticipated the Blue Moon Empire would produce such brazen individuals." Du Long, witnessing the arrogance in the man's apology, felt a surge of anger rising within him and could not help but mock. "What of it, boy? During this year's admissions for the Royal Academy of Haotian Empire, I, the so-called thick-skinned citizen of the Blue Moon Empire, am the only one to achieve the cyclone stage. What good is your thin skin, citizens of Haotian Empire? Huh?" Park Junjie burst into laughter, countering without restraint. His impudent remarks incited ire among the numerous citizens of the Haotian Empire present, even causing Van Wei to display a hint of displeasure, not to mention Du Long and his companions. "Oh, is the cyclone stage truly remarkable? In my eyes, the cyclone stage of the Blue Moon Empire is no different from dog excrement." Du Long coldly regarded the arrogant individual from the Blue Moon Empire, delivering his scathing sarcasm. "You." Park Junjie was momentarily taken aback by Du Long's crude words, his face paling as he pointed at him and roared, "You shall be held accountable for your insult towards the Blue Moon Empire. I, Park Junjie, hereby challenge you. Should you dare not accept, you are nothing more than a worthless piece of dog excrement, and your previous words are less than that. As you wish. I, Du Long of the Haotian Empire, accept your challenge." Without a moment's hesitation, Du Long accepted the challenge. With his declaration, the dining hall erupted in a buzz of discussion. Within the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire, private duels are strictly forbidden. Once discovered, both parties, regardless of justification, are expelled. If there are grievances between students that cannot be resolved, they may only be addressed through a challenge, with a designated platform in the back playground provided for such disputes. It was precisely for this reason that Du Long refrained from retaliating immediately after being schemed against, instead engaging in a war of words with this foolish citizen of the Blue Moon Empire, using harsh language to provoke him into issuing a challenge. "Du Long, do not be foolish. He wields cyclone stage strength, and you, with your mere 9th level Qi gathering, are no match for him," the Phoenix Princess urgently interjected, her concern evident. "Indeed, Brother Du Long, challenges are no trifling matter. Should you incur injury, all would be lost," Su Jinbao chimed in, attempting to dissuade him. "A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Initially taken aback by Du Long's swift acceptance of the challenge, Park Junjie, upon hearing the princess and others' counsel, quickly assumed that Du Long was merely feigning composure, and thus added, "Boy, do you truly dare to accept this challenge? If you regret it now, admit that you are nothing more than a worthless piece of dog excrement, and perhaps I may yet show you mercy." With a slight upward curl of his lips, Du Long revealed a meaningful smile and solemnly replied, "Who is the dog excrement will soon be revealed. A true man, once he has spoken, how can he possibly go back on his word? Let us meet at the challenge stage shortly. Since some individuals are seeking their own demise, I, Park, shall merely oblige. I shall wait for you at the challenge platform. I hope you won't turn into a timid turtle. The man surnamed Park, along with Fan Wei and a group of others, was the first to leave the dining hall. With a clatter, many students hurriedly departed, calling on their friends to witness the spectacle at the challenge stage. "Du Long, do you not think your decision is rather impulsive?" Although Du Kai and I felt that he had concealed his true strength, the lack of confirmation left her feeling rather uncertain. "You must be honest with me. Dear brother, have you indeed been hiding your abilities? If not, I absolutely forbid you from taking such a risk. Sister, you need not worry at all, even if I possess only the 9th stage of Qi gathering. Dealing with someone at the 1st stage of Cyclone is certainly within my capabilities. Now, everyone, please take a seat. This lavish feast is too precious to waste." After reassuring his sister, Du Long pulled up a chair and resumed his meal under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At that moment, the others were too preoccupied with concern to enjoy their food, anxiously watching Du Long and the little golden snake devour their meal with fervor. No one could fathom what was going through his mind. How could he still focus on eating at such a critical time? "Why is everyone staring at me? Eat. Don't just watch." With his mouth full, Du Long mumbled incoherently to the onlookers, until finally, it was Xia Qinglian who picked up her chopsticks first. Her expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the impending challenge. "Qinglian, is that rascal truly hiding his strength? You don't appear worried for him." "So I must be correct in my assumption. Du Kai and I pressed Xia Qinglian for confirmation. At this point, Xia Qinglian could no longer keep anything hidden, yet she could not expose Du Long as secret either. She merely nodded and replied softly, "In any case, everyone need not worry. He will surely not be defeated by that fellow." Her statement, in essence, confirmed their suspicions, prompting the others to breathe a sigh of relief and resume their meal. Though the atmosphere remained somewhat tense due to the impending challenge, that's the spirit. They'll only head to the challenge stage after they've had their fill. Surely, we cannot go there on empty stomachs. Can we? For the sake of fairness, as the main contender, I must eat my fill as well to ensure I have the strength for what lies ahead, with the others finally beginning to eat. Du Long made a light-hearted jest. The previously oppressive atmosphere lifted with his playful remark, and the group resumed their banter, enjoying their meal at a leisurely pace, oblivious to the foolish bird from the Blue Moon Empire foolishly braving the winds at the challenge stage. News of the upcoming challenge spread throughout the Royal Academy, drawing students from various locales to the challenge platform. Many senior students, upon hearing the news, also rushed to witness the event, though the newcomers were generally weak and not particularly noteworthy. The fact that Du Long, at the Qi gathering stage, dared to accept a challenge from Park Junjie at the Cyclone stage piqued considerable interest at the challenge platform. Park Junjie from the Blue Moon Empire stood confidently, his attire billowing in the northwestern winds, presenting himself as an imposing figure. He never anticipated that this challenge would attract such attention, drawing not only the old dean, but also numerous mentors. With a fair number of both new and seasoned students from various departments in attendance, where on earth is that fellow? Could it be that he is backed out at the last moment? Standing on the challenge platform, enduring the biting northwesterly wind for half an hour, Park Junjie secretly reveled in his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Park Junjie, hailing from the Blue Moon Empire, and I stand as the sole Cyclone Tier student among the new recruits of the Martial Arts Department of the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire. Today, a freshman named Du Long had the audacity to insult the Cyclone Tier of the Blue Moon Empire, claiming it to be utter nonsense. Thus, I, feeling indignant, issued him a challenge, and to my surprise, he actually accepted. Initially, I thought this lad possessed some degree of courage for daring to accept a challenge, yet here I am, waiting for half an hour without a trace of him. It seems I misjudged him. It turns out he is merely a coward. If he feels his strength is lacking and dares not engage, that is one thing. But to accept the challenge and then shy away is rather laughable. Is this the demeanor of the Haotian Empire's people on the challenge platform? As he continued to wait in vain for Du Long's appearance, Park Junjie commenced a lengthy tirade, convinced that Du Long had retreated out of fear, leaving him to endure the northwesterly wind for no reason. He simply could not allow that lad to escape unscathed. Hence, the purpose of his speech was to ensure that Du Long could no longer find his footing within the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire. This was no longer just a matter of personal disgrace. It had escalated to a level that tarnished the reputation of all Haotian Empire citizens, turning him into a pariah. Buzz, an uproar erupted among the audience, who began to vociferously condemn Du Long's shamelessness. After all, this was the foremost academy of the Haotian Empire, where the majority of the faculty and students were citizens of the empire. To have someone sully the reputation of the Haotian Empire was utterly intolerable. Which of your dog eyes saw me as afraid to engage? At that moment, a thunderous voice resounded above the challenge platform, and a dozen figures appeared at the entrance, with Du Long striding confidently toward the platform, flanked by his friends and beautiful companions. Chapter 49. The Rising Waves of Power. In the audience, the previously one-sided chorus of condemnation aimed at Du Long fell silent, many gazing in astonishment at the determined figure approaching the challenge platform. While Princess Wafeng and others made their way toward the audience. Du Long, you have displayed some courage, though it took you the better part of half an hour to muster it, which is commendable. On the challenge platform, Park Junjie regarded Du Long with a cold smirk. Buffed. Du Long dismissively scoffed, "With your stinking nonsense, do you think I would waste half an hour gathering courage? You are the real nonsense." Park Junjie was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that the descendant of a second-tier loyal military general would dare to utter such crude words in front of countless spectators, his face turning pale with rage as he could not restrain himself from hurling insults back, creating a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of feigned nonchalance while standing alone on the stage. Buzz, two individuals stood upon the stage, exchanging sharp words that instantly provoked bursts of laughter from the audience below. Many spectators joined in, jeering and hurling taunts, causing Park Junjie to alternate between shades of blue and white. His gaze directed at Du Long nearly igniting with fury. With a smirk, Du Long was acutely aware of his notorious reputation in the capital. Thus, he paid no heed to the superficiality of appearances. However, Park Junjie, a scion of the Blue Moon Empire, was a different case entirely, as the people of that realm placed immense value on face, which, to be blunt, was merely another form of hypocrisy. Looking disdainfully at Park Junjie, Du Long declared, "Whoever loses will undoubtedly be the one left in disgrace. Let's forego the verbal sparring. Since you issued the challenge, I have accepted. A contest without stakes is rather lackluster. Shall we wager something? I wonder if the esteemed son of the Blue Moon Empire dares to place a bet. Why would I hesitate? Go ahead and wager. I, Park Junjie, will accept all." Without a moment's hesitation, Park Junjie responded. Although they had not formed a deep acquaintance, Du Long had already discerned the arrogance and pride of this Blue Moon individual, which rendered him susceptible to provocation. Indeed, with just a single challenge, Du Long had him ensnared. Before such a large audience, Park Junjie's hubris left him little room to refuse the proposition. "Excellent. Here is a note for 5,000 gold coins. I wonder if the esteemed young Master Park dares to accept?" Du Long produced the note he had borrowed from Su Jinbao earlier, waving it before Park Junjie with a feigned look of disdain. Clearly, 5,000 gold coins was no trifling sum, and Park Junjie had not anticipated that Du Long would stake such a substantial amount. This represented his living expenses at the Royal Academy for the coming years. With a pained expression, he withdrew a few notes of 1,000 gold coins each, only 4 in total, along with several notes of 100 in value, amounting to a mere 4,600 gold coins. Blushing, he glanced toward Fan Wei and the others below, gesturing for their assistance. After a brief exchange, they lent him several notes, allowing him to gather the full sum of 5,000 gold coins. At last, Park Junjie approached the center of the stage, carrying the notes. This entire process did not escape the eyes of the onlookers, yet none felt it a source of shame. Individuals like Park, who carried thousands of gold coins on their person, were indeed a rarity. Had it not been for the 5,000 gold coins borrowed from Su Jinbao, Du Long would not have been able to muster even 1,000. Soon, a mentor responsible for overseeing the challenge stepped onto the stage, collecting the 5,000 gold coins from both participants. This arrangement ensured that neither party could renege on their wager. At this point, Du Long finally exhaled in relief. Truth be told, he preferred to avoid challenges before such a multitude, as it contradicted his naturally low-profile demeanor. Yet, given the prospect of a 5,000 gold coin gain, he could not let this opportunity slip by, for it represented the equivalent of a second-grade spirit liquid. Very well, the challenge is officially underway. Let the competitors commence their contest. After collecting the notes and departing the stage, the mentor promptly announced the commencement of the challenge, igniting a wave of cheers from the audience below. With the stakes now exceeding 10,000 gold coins, the spectators' enthusiasm soared, perhaps due to the stakes involved. Park Junjie no longer exuded the ease he once did. Instead, he appeared somewhat beset by a sense of foreboding. Even someone as naive as he could discern that something was amiss. His opponent would not dare to propose a challenge involving a substantial wager without a solid sense of confidence. Nonetheless, he quietly encouraged himself, muttering, "Humph, at most, this brat has merely achieved the first tier of the cyclone level. I need not fear losing to someone of such limited prowess." With an air of nonchalance, Du Long stood upon the challenge platform, stretching his limbs as the sound of cracking bones echoed from his relaxed form. This easy demeanor only heightened Park Junjie's sense of dread. "Is it merely afa? What? Do you expect me to make the first move?" Du Long gazed at the individual who had unwittingly gifted him several thousand gold coins with a grin, finding him not at all irksome, but rather endearingly foolish. "Humph." At last, with a low grunt, Park Junjie sprang into action, dashing towards Du Long with a tentative punch aimed at his chest. With narrowed eyes, Du Long thought to himself, "Well done. This fellow truly embodies the first tier of the cyclone level. His speed is commendable." In order to assess the difference in speed between himself, burdened by hundreds of pounds, and his opponent of equal tier, Du Long refrained from swiftly dispatching him, instead evading the probing strike with grace. Nowhere to run. Upon witnessing Du Long's reluctance to confront his attack directly, Park Junjie's unease dissipated significantly. With a fierce shout, he advanced, attempting to entangle Du Long once more. Employing the wind-walking technique, Du Long engaged in a rapid exchange of speed on the challenge platform. It became evident that his technique was far more sophisticated than Park Junjie's. And even while encumbered, he maintained a slight edge in speed. a testament to a year of rigorous, scientific training. As Park Junjie relentlessly launched fierce assaults, his opponent evaded each direct attack like a nimble fish, utilizing his swiftness and agility to engage in guerrilla tactics. After yet another missed strike, Park Junjie could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "Du Long, is it the case that the martial practitioners of the Haotian Empire are only capable of evasion? Are you too afraid to face me in a head-on confrontation?" Though aware that his adversary was attempting to provoke him, Du Long had already gauged his speed in comparison to an opponent of equal tier under the burden he bore. He could not be bothered to waste further time and replied coldly, "Humph. If you wish to swiftly become a pile of dung, then I shall gladly oblige you today," as Park Junjie's heavy fist came crashing down. Du Long chose not to evade this time. Instead, he swung his massive fist with ferocity, meeting the strike head-on. Ninth tier of Qi cultivation perfected. In the audience, many powerful beings instantly sensed the sudden surge of energy emanating from Du Long. Unmistakably the aura of someone who had attained the pinnacle of the ninth tier of Qi cultivation. Among them, the white-bearded old dean nodded to himself, reflecting, "This young man has indeed concealed his strength. He has long since achieved the ninth tier. Yet, why does it still feel like something is amiss? Haha, so you have reached the ninth tier of Qi cultivation, and you think you can act arrogantly because of it? You are gravely mistaken. As the principal party involved, Park Junjie was the first to detect Du Long's aura up close, and he was still able to discern it as the energy of someone at the perfect ninth tier of Qi cultivation. Understanding his opponent's true capabilities, Park Junjie exuded confidence, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he faced Du Long's advancing fist, channeling all his strength into a formidable counterattack, with a slight upward curve of his mouth. Du Long refrained from idle chatter, propelling his fist forward, a pivotal moment. The momentum of his strike shifted dramatically, instantaneously infusing the essence of the Xianyang double overlapping waves into his blow. A year prior, he had mastered the Xianyang double overlapping waves through the application of the Xianyang battle blade, and after a year of rigorous training, the enchanting spirit of the hat insisted he not learn additional techniques, but rather perfect the manifestation of the overlapping waves through both fists and feet. With a resounding clash, the two forces converged at a singular point, creating an explosive sound that resonated through the air before crashing violently against Park Junjie's fist. A tremendous force erupted, accompanied by the ominous crack of a bone fracturing, as Park Junjie was sent hurtling backward, the audience watching in astonishment as he tumbled off the challenge stage, landing in a disheveled heap. Thud thud thud. The immense recoil affected Du Long as well, forcing him to stagger back 5 steps before finally regaining his balance. His right fist throbbed with pain, yet it paled in comparison to the predicament faced by Park Junjie, who had suffered a grievous eye. Aware that he was destined for a rather painful experience, Du Long found himself at a loss when it came to ordering his meal. The authority to select the dishes lay firmly in the hands of the beautiful ladies around him, who, intriguingly, refrained from announcing their choices. The waitstaff in the elegant dining hall busily took orders one after another. To his surprise, the quality of the food and drink served was a significant downgrade from that of the midday feast. Although the liquor was still the same Yuchuan Xiang, the taste of the 10-year-old version paled in comparison to that of the century-old variety, with the price reflecting the same disparity, merely 5 gold coins for a pot. While the dishes were indeed exquisite and tempting, they were not the exorbitantly priced delicacies one might expect, which naturally incited Su Jinbao's discontent. "Come now, Su Huobao. At least Du Long had the decency to host us in a uniquely styled private room for dinner. Unlike certain individuals who would dare to invite us to dine in the main hall, nearly causing Du Long to suffer a rather embarrassing mishap," Princess Huofeng remarked with a sly smile. Her tone neither warm nor cold. "A private room. The main hall?" Su Jinbao rolled his eyes in disbelief. Given the expenses incurred during lunch, did they not qualify for a private room? It was clear that they had simply chosen to seat him informally in the hall. Laughter erupted among the ladies as they witnessed his disgruntled expression. Once the laughter subsided, Princess Huofeng continued, her breathless laughter directed at Su Jinbao. "Dear Su Huobao, that meal at noon was our first banquet at the Royal Academy, a celebration of our enrollment. Hence it was only fitting to indulge in a grand feast. Tonight, however, is merely a casual dinner. We mustn't indulge in excessive extravagance. Long live the princess." In that moment, not only did the ladies cheer in unison, but Du Long joined in the chorus as well. The beautiful sisters were indeed considerate of their own expenses, and he felt a sense of camaraderie. "Hee, tonight, the feast is on me. Let us enjoy the fine Yuchuan Xiang to our heart's content. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated." Looking at the pots of Yuchuan Xiang, priced at a few gold coins. Dulong's face beamed with delight, and he playfully winked at Su Jinbao, deliberately trying to provoke him. Even if he were to intoxicate everyone present, the total cost would hardly rival that of a single pot of the century-old Yuqiwan Xiang. It was no wonder that Dulong felt no pressure whatsoever. A gathering of young people naturally lent itself to a relaxed and joyous atmosphere. Despite Princess Huofeng's elevated status, once the attendees became familiar with her, they treated her as a spirited young girl. For she had never been one to uphold the pretensions of royalty. Excessive strain on one's potential is hardly beneficial. A balance of work and leisure, with a measured approach, is the most prudent course. As dawn broke, Dulong awoke, his routine of early morning cultivation ingrained in him, making it difficult to alter his habits. After dressing and completing a brief wash in the bathroom, he chose not to disturb the slumbering Yu Xiaoshan and others. Instead, heading directly to the back training grounds, to his astonishment, upon arriving at the academy's rear training area, he discovered an unexpected number of people present at such an early hour. The sounds of shouting and encouragement filled the air, as martial arts students diligently practiced various weapon techniques, while those from the military training department formed teams to rehearse tactical formations. The most baffling sight for Dulong, however, was the presence of literary students, books in hand, bobbing their heads and reciting passages amidst the trees bordering the training grounds. Dulong was utterly astonished by the scene before him. He could hardly believe that the students of the Royal Academy were so diligent and eager to learn. Young man, today you should familiarize yourself with the curriculum at the academy. Once everything is settled, I shall assist you in devising a reasonable training regimen. For now, you may only engage in some running here. The enchanting spirit spoke at the opportune moment. A somewhat dazed Dulong finally found his direction and commenced his run around the track. There were indeed no other students engaging in running like he was. Some were meditating to absorb and refine the essence of the vast celestial energy, while others practiced various sword and saber techniques with their weapons. Yet, none were utilizing running as a means of cultivation like him. As a martial practitioner, the benefits derived from running were negligible. Even if one were to run all day at the cyclone stage, it was unlikely to reach their physical limits. However, Dulong was different. He bore a weight of several hundred pounds. It was noteworthy that those at the Qi stage could typically lift around 500 pounds at most, while those at the peak of the cyclone stage could manage only 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Possessing the innate Xian Yang physique, Dulong's bloodline strength exceeded that of an ordinary person by more than double. Thus, enduring long-distance runs while carrying such weight would yield remarkable results. Isn't that Dulong? He is actually running. Is that a form of cultivation? I have never heard of such a training method. One onlooker exclaimed, I have only heard of ordinary soldiers undertaking running drills to prepare for swift movements on the battlefield. As martial arts experts, running seemed utterly superfluous to them. After all, those of the Royal Academy were predominantly high-ranking officers in the military, accustomed to riding horses for transportation. Why would they need to practice running? Exactly. Running drills are reserved for the most basic of soldiers. As a student of the Royal Academy and a direct descendant of the Du family, it is beyond comprehension why he would train in such a manner. Many spectators speculated curiously about the figure jogging along the track, unable to fathom the purpose of Dulong's training. Unperturbed by their whispers, Dulong continued to sprint around the track, with the growth of his strength and adaptation to the hundreds of pounds he carried. Merely jogging to reach his physical limits had become increasingly difficult. To expedite the process, he resorted to sprinting, completing over 100 laps in half an hour before finally sensing his physical limits. As per custom, he could not halt immediately after surpassing his limits. Instead, he continued running for another 20 or 30 laps before breathlessly coming to a stop. Seeking a secluded spot, he settled to regulate his breath and began meditating. Several hundred meters away from the track, an elderly man appeared to be leisurely strolling, yet he frequently cast his gaze toward the rapidly moving figure on the track. This elderly gentleman was none other than the esteemed headmaster, who held a particular interest in Dulong. This young man, his training method is unlike any other. Could it be that he relies solely on sheer physical strength to run? Even so, it shouldn't lead to him becoming breathless so quickly. The headmaster pondered, perplexed. Due to the throngs of onlookers, Dulong refrained from practicing the wind step and the Xianyang double wave techniques at the back of the track, as the explosive nature of the double wave attacks would undoubtedly draw attention in such a crowded place. Oh, Dulong, have you already gone out to cultivate early in the morning? It's only the first day of school. Must you be so diligent? Su Jinbao was the first to notice Dulong entering from outside the dormitory. After waking up and finding himself with nothing to do, accustomed to his usual practice, he decided to head to the back playground for some training. Du Long replied with a smile. You're the last one. Hurry up and get ready to set off, urged Yu Shaoshan, who had just emerged from the restroom, while Yuan Yu was already washed up and sat in the living room, smiling at him. With Du Kai and I leading the way, the group swiftly arrived at the martial arts department, which consisted of 5 buildings in total. The central building served as the office for the instructors, while the 4 surrounding buildings housed the public classrooms for the 1st through 4th years. You all go to the 1st-year public classroom. My classroom is in the 2nd-year public classroom. We'll meet again later. Du Kai and I pointed toward the 1st-year public classroom, briefly spoke, and waved goodbye to the group. Only then did Du Long and the others curiously survey the vast public classroom before them. Before entering through the front door, their arrival instantly silenced the previously boisterous classroom. As he gazed at the nearly 100 students already present, the sudden stillness made Du Long unconsciously touch his nose. He clearly disliked the feeling of being gawked at by the other students. Scanning the room, he led his group toward a corner with more empty seats. Soon, they were all seated, with Xia Qinglian habitually sitting to Du Long's left, while the Fire Phoenix Princess, for reasons unknown, unceremoniously took her seat on his right. The other girls settled closely beside the princess. Su Jinbao, ever the jokester, had hoped to sit next to Zhang Wan'er, but she deliberately positioned herself between Lu Ziqin and Su Luyin, leaving him no chance. Ultimately, he sat behind Du Long with Yu Shaoshan, who resignedly chose a spot directly behind Zhang Wan'er. The classroom, which had quieted down, gradually began to buzz again, as the new students whispered and commented on Du Long and his entourage, many feeling envious and jealous of Du Long being flanked by 2 beautiful girls. Bored in his seat, Du Long's restless gaze wandered around, soon locking eyes with Fan Wei, Park Junjia, and their group. Faced with their obviously hostile stares, he merely smirked and shifted his gaze away. Such rabble was hardly worth his attention. Just then, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance, causing the classroom to fall silent once more. Du Long instantly recognized the source of the sudden shift in atmosphere, a woman in her 30s. Strikingly beautiful and exuding an air of intellect, walked into the classroom with a warm smile and headed straight to the podium. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Man, the head instructor for the 1st-year students. Today, we welcome 60 new students to our class, and I congratulate you all on becoming members of the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire. Chapter 51. The Cheating Plan. Buzz, as the enchanting chief mentor spoke. The new students could not help but buzz with excitement, evidently taken aback by the presence of such a captivating figure. Seemingly accustomed to the reactions of the freshmen, the beautiful mentor raised her hand in a gesture of tranquility and calmly declared, "Please, everyone, be quiet. To facilitate an initial acquaintance among the students, we shall commence self-introductions, starting from the first student on the left in the front row." The student indicated, evidently a newcomer this year, dressed in rather plain attire yet possessing an unusually robust physique, stood up boldly and announced, "My name is Wu Yanlong, hailing from the Tonghai Pass of the Haotian Empire, and I am 17 years old." Tonghai Pass? Wasn't it there that my grandfather once acquired a return essence pill? It serves as a crucial stronghold connecting the Haotian Empire to the Blue Moon Empire. Upon hearing the name, Du Long's mind immediately conjured this thought. As the first freshman introduced himself, one by one, the students beside him rose to share their names. It was then that Du Long realized that, aside from his group of 60 newcomers, there were actually over 30 upperclassmen from the previous year who had not yet broken through to the cyclone stage, thus having to remain in the 1st year alongside the freshmen. In the martial arts department of the Haotian Empire Royal Academy, students at the Qi gathering stage can only stay in the 1st year. Those at the cyclone stages 1 to 3 advance to the 2nd year, while those at stages 4 to 6 proceed to the 3rd year, and stages 7 to 9 are designated for the 4th year. As for freshmen who manage to break through to the cyclone stage, such as that individual from the Blue Moon Empire, Hu Junjia, they must remain in the 1st year for a full academic year before ascending to the 2nd year, requiring an additional year to familiarize themselves with the Academy's introductory courses. In the martial arts department, once a student breaks through to the Qi stage from Cyclone Stage 9, they may apply for graduation. Of course, they can also choose to stay at the Academy or apply to remain as an instructor, provided the Academy accepts them. I am Xia Qinglian, from the Imperial Capital, and I am 18 years old. Soon, it was Du Long's group's turn, and the first to introduce herself was Xia Qinglian, who gracefully stood up and spoke in a voice as clear and ethereal as a belled doe. Isn't she the renowned courtesan Xia Qinglian from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? How could the Imperial Royal Academy admit someone like her? As soon as Xia Qinglian completed her introduction, a rather sharp and piercing voice rang out. unmistakably belonging to Fan Wei, who had long harbored feelings for her. Buzz. The entire first-year classroom erupted in a flurry of discussions, as many of the new students were unfamiliar with Xia Qinglian's background. Upon Fan Wei's sarcastic revelation, they immediately began to gossip and seek confirmation from their peers. With a gaze as cold as steel directed at the smirking Fan Wei, Dulong felt an urge to stand up, but was restrained by Xia Qinglian beside him, who softly urged, "My lord. It is true that Qinglian once found herself in the mire, but let them speak as they wish. There is no need to stoop to their level." Unable to contain herself, Princess Wufeng stood up and angrily shouted at Fan Wei. "Fan Wei, Xia Qinglian is a virtuous person graciously pardoned by my father, so refrain from your baseless slander. My princess, I never claimed she wasn't virtuous. It is merely stated that she was once the leading courtesan of Zui Xionglu. Is this not a truth?" Although Fan Wei harbors a certain apprehension towards Princess Wufeng and refrains from directly offending her, this does not imply that he dares not challenge Xia Qinglian. Princess Wufeng is evidently incensed by him, her formerly rosy complexion now a shade of iron, her silver teeth grinding audibly, as if she longs to pounce and rend that scoundrel into fragments. After guiding Princess Wufeng back to her seat, Dulong then rose with a grin, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, please be silent. Those with differing opinions may approach the dean. It is now time for self-introductions. And I find myself called upon so swiftly. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Du. My given name is Long, and I am 16 this year, known throughout the capital by the illustrious moniker of Poison Dragon Laojiao. My reputation in the capital of the Haotian Empire is rather unimpressive, indeed." Puffed. Dulong's self-introduction immediately incited a peal of uproarious laughter, even eliciting a smile from Princess Wufeng, who had just moments ago been seething with rage. While most individuals fear the revelation of their unsavory pasts, this fellow boldly exposes his own scars before the public. His antics deftly shifted everyone's attention away from Xia Qinglian and onto himself. Xia Qinglian, exceptionally astute, instantly grasped Dulong's attention and gazed at the dashing youth who had repeatedly come to her aid with gratitude, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as Dulong took his seat. Princess Wufeng promptly stood to introduce herself. "I am Qin Horfeng, often referred to as the willful little princess, and I too am 16 years old." Introduction complete. Wow. Although many had already discerned her royal identity during the earlier confrontation with Fan Wei, her unpretentious self-introduction revealed a new facet of this legendary princess to the classroom. At the podium, the head instructor Xiaoman stood with her arms crossed, smiling as she observed the recent events unfold. The situation had not spiraled out of control, and she did not feel the urgency to intervene. Pleasantly surprised by how smoothly matters had resolved, she couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Dulong amid the gathering of beauties. Deeply impressed by his restraint in resolving the conflict without resorting to violence. Soon, the first-year students introduced themselves in turn, and only then did the charming instructor Zhao Man raise her hand to quiet the now-chattering classroom. Once silence was restored, she spoke. "All right, following these introductions, we now possess a preliminary understanding of one another. Let us proceed to arrange the course schedule for the first-year students of the martial arts department. I trust most of you possess a certain understanding of the martial arts department of the Haotian Empire. Our department does not solely focus on martial training. We must also cultivate ourselves in literature, skill, martial prowess, and strategy. This means that the martial arts department is essentially a confluence of knowledge from various disciplines within the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire. Of course, if you have no interest in other areas, you may choose not to study them. However, your future status and accomplishments within the empire will undoubtedly suffer greatly. A general does not merely need to complete military training. A truly exceptional general must not only possess formidable martial skills but also learn the strategies of commanding troops, understand battlefield geography, and have a comprehensive and profound grasp of ancient and modern cultural knowledge, as well as the various roles and responsibilities within the military. Otherwise, you shall never ascend to the ranks of a distinguished general. By solely honing your martial skills, you may at best become a mere vanguard officer of an army, yet never a commanding leader of the forces, of course, if you possess unwavering confidence in your abilities. Believing that your dedication to martial cultivation can elevate you to the realm of spiritual beings, then I have no further comments to make. However, allow me to remind you that, within the entire Haotian Empire, the known spiritual powerhouses number merely 3. Countless individuals, who consider themselves prodigies in martial arts, have devoted their entire lives to this pursuit only to find themselves unable to attain spiritual prowess. I ask you, do you still harbor confidence in specializing solely in martial cultivation, For your own sake, and for the honor of your families, I urge all students to heed this advice. Do not aim too high, but rather remain grounded and strive to acquire more knowledge. Such an approach will never lead you astray. At the podium, the beautiful head instructor Zhao Man supported herself with both hands, elucidating the direction of studies within the martial arts department. Only after this did she distribute a stack of materials, of which Du Long naturally received a copy. This document was a curriculum schedule for the martial arts program, meticulously outlining the courses to be undertaken each day. With 3 days off at the end of each month, while every other day was fully booked with classes, the mornings were predominantly reserved for martial arts courses, while the afternoons alternated between literary studies and military training. After all, being a martial arts department, they prioritized martial studies above all else. Du Long, the intensity of this curriculum will undoubtedly impede your progress in martial cultivation, the Spirit Beauty remarked, having evidently reviewed the course outline. Her tone tinged with caution. It is a waste of time for you to memorize those literary strategies. As for martial knowledge, my expertise will surely surpass that of your academy, without a doubt. You need only dedicate some time to practical training, and I shall handle the rest of your schedule. Without dedicating time to study, how will you fare in future examinations? The Haotian Royal Academy is a place where even princes and princesses cannot resort to cheating. What will you do if you perform poorly in your assessments? Although Du Long was tempted to heed the Spirit Beauty's advice, he could not disregard the instructions given by his elder. That's simple. When the time comes, I shall take care of the knowledge that requires memorization. I need only glance at it once, and when the exams arrive, I shall provide you with the answers. Du Long's eyes brightened instantly as he replied with a smile. So, you possess the ability of photographic memory that makes everything much easier. You can handle the timing of our studies. Indeed, Xia Qinglian should adopt this approach as well. She possesses an innate Xian-Yin constitution, and we must not waste her potential on other pursuits. The Spirit Beauty added. That's no problem. Du Long responded on Xia Qinglian's behalf, confident that with no familial burdens, she could focus solely on martial arts without facing any objections. Thus, a seamless plan for deceit was conceived. With the Spirit Beauty's presence, no one would ever suspect how Du Long managed to cheat. Who could have foreseen that? On the very first day of enrollment at the Haotian Empire Royal Academy, a new student was already plotting how to covertly cheat on future examinations. Chapter 52. The Gathering Yuan Cave. On the following morning, during the martial arts training session, nearly 100 new students, led by the chief instructor Zhao Man, departed from the first-year public classroom. Making their way toward the rear mountains of the academy, they followed a serene mountain path, navigating several bends until they arrived at the base of a towering cliff. There, at the foot of the cliff, lay a cave, its entrance adorned with 3 imposing characters carved in an ancient and vigorous style. Gathering Yuan Cave. Occasionally, students and teachers would enter and exit the cave, casting curious glances at the group of new students. Flanking the entrance stood 2 middle-aged men, seemingly the guardians of this cave. Every first-year student was well aware of the benefits that Gathering Yuan Cave offered, so today, as the newcomers visited for the first time, I shall provide a brief introduction. Upon guiding the nearly 100 new students to the cave's entrance, Zhao Man turned to address them. This is Gathering Yuan Cave, one of the primary attractions that draw countless individuals from afar to the Haotian Royal Academy, where they willingly spend substantial sums to partake in its teachings. Now, everyone, follow me into the cave, and remember, it is imperative to maintain silence along the way. Should any of you be expelled by the inspectors within, I will be unable to intercede on your behalf. Indicating for the new students to continue following her into the cave, Zhao Man did not forget to remind them of the most basic precautions. Zhao Man, you've brought new students again. Haven to you? Haha. The 2 middle-aged guardians appeared to be quite familiar with Zhao Man, greeting her with cheerful smiles. Directors Lu and Zhang, today it is your turn to guard the entrance. Isn't it? Ha. I appreciate your hard work. Zhao Man reciprocated the pleasantries with the 2 guardians. Everyone, take note. These gentlemen are Director Lu and Director Zhang. In the future, if you wish to enter Gathering Yuan Cave, you must wear your respective martial arts department identification badges properly, or the on-duty instructors will not permit your entry. Zhao Man reiterated to the throng of new students behind her. Only then did Du Long carefully observe the 2 instructors guarding the entrance. Noticing their identical uniforms and the weapons strapped to their backs, initially, he had mistaken them for mere guards, only to realize they were instructors of the academy. The aura emanating from them suggested that both possessed formidable strength. Likely at least at the Qi stage, with his current abilities, he could scarcely discern their true depths. After exchanging greetings with the two middle-aged guardians, Zhao Man led the new students into the cave. Progressing along a sloping passageway that extended downward, judging by its direction, it seemed to delve deep into the heart of Qilong Mountain. Every few meters along the way, glistening white crystals were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire passage with a gentle glow. Truly, Haotian Royal Academy is deserving of its reputation for strength. Even the lighting is provided by these jade spirit crystals, each worth over 1,000 gold coins. I estimate there must be several hundred of them along this path, Su Jinbao exclaimed, admiring the luminous crystals above. That Dulong and his companions refrained from idle chatter and continued to follow their mentor Zhao Man through the passageway. After traversing approximately 1,000 or 2,000 meters, they were greeted by a brilliant sight. A vast cavern unfolded before them. This immense cave was adorned with colossal stone stalagmites extending from the ceiling to the ground, steadfastly supporting the structure. Every few areas were illuminated by massive jade spirit crystals emitting radiant white light, casting a luminous glow throughout the cavern. Wow, the jade spirit crystals here are so enormous. Each one must be worth at least 10,000 gold coins, Su Jinbao exclaimed, his sensitivity to wealth apparent as he gazed at the jade spirit crystals, which were several times larger than those in the passageway. The ethereal energy within this cavern seemed to be far denser than that of the outside world. Upon entering the cave, Dulong felt as though he had stepped into the ethereal valley of Lingyun Mountain, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was remarkably rich, rivaling that of the valley itself. Su Huobao, you must learn from Dulong. Look at him. His focus runs much deeper than yours. You seem to be obsessed with money, seeing everything through a financial lens, exuding a rather vulgar air. Princess Huofeng remarked softly, not missing the chance to chide Su Jinbao. The other girls chuckled at her words. In Dulong's mind, the Jieling Mei Nu could not help but sigh. I never expected this academy to possess such ingenuity, devising a gathering array within the spiritual vein cave to concentrate the spiritual energy for the benefit of faculty and students alike. A gathering array? No wonder this cave is named the Gathering Cave. Dulong pondered inwardly. Indeed, the Lingyun Mountain Valley where you previously cultivated is the dragon's head of the spiritual vein in the Haotian Empire. And this cave is but a branch. The two are intrinsically connected. The founding emperor of the Haotian Empire clearly understood all of this, which is why he established the capital in this region. He explained. Now, our guide Zhao Man turned to the new students and said, I trust you have sensed the exceptionally dense Haotian energy within this cave. Cultivating here and absorbing the Haotian energy will yield several times the efficiency compared to the outside world. Utilize your martial arts student ID to enter and cultivate at any time. Most of you possess Qi gathering stage strength, and your primary goal now is to absorb and refine the Haotian energy here to swiftly break through to the cyclone stage. Typically, most faculty and students come here to cultivate in the evenings, with various martial arts classes in the morning and other academic courses at noon. Today, we brought you here during the morning martial arts class so that the new students can familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Now, in this cave, remember to maintain silence and refrain from engaging in fights with other students. Otherwise, the consequence will be a complete ban from entering this cave for cultivation. Everyone, please take heed. You are dismissed. Find a cultivation platform and personally experience the environment here. Remember, no loud noises. After providing a brief explanation, Zhao Man allowed the students to engage in free activities. The Gathering Yuan Cave, to put it plainly, is a location that absorbs and refines the vast celestial energy, and there was not much to elaborate on. Even the instructor Zhao Man herself proceeded into the cave, seeking a quiet spot to immerse herself in cultivation. After wandering around the Gathering Yuan Cave, the initial curiosity of the new students waned, and they began to search for a cultivation platform to practice. Dulong and his companions were no exception. They found a relatively large cultivation platform where a group of 10 or so sat down to commence their training. Sitting cross-legged, Dulong swiftly entered a state of cultivation, sensing the countless streams of celestial energy swirling around him. He soon realized that although there was a Gathering Yuan formation present, the concentration of celestial energy here was still somewhat inferior to that of the absolute valley of Lingyun Mountain. Yet not by much. Young man, the absolute valley of Lingyun Mountain lies at the source of the spiritual vein of the Haotian Empire, where an abundance of spiritual energy naturally leaks out. Thus it is only normal for it to be denser than here. The beautiful spirit of the seemed to sense Dulong's thoughts and couldn't help but explain. I see. However, even with this condition, it still requires a considerable amount of time to successfully elevate one's cultivation level. Dulong mused inwardly. Indeed, ordinary individuals possess insufficient bloodline strength. Absorbing too much spiritual liquid may result in an unstable foundation, ultimately affecting their cultivation levels in the future. Thus, each major tier can only consume spiritual liquid twice at most. However, you and Xia Qinglian are different. Both of you possess the Xianyang and Xianyin physique, allowing you to consume spiritual liquid 3 times a year, with the remaining time spent solidifying your cultivation, which will absolutely not affect your foundation. The beauty pondered. Dulong's eyes suddenly lit up, overwhelmed with joy as he exclaimed, "If that's the case, as long as we earn enough money, Qinglian and I can disregard even such an environment. No, you must frequently visit this place rich in natural spiritual energy. The process of absorbing and refining is indispensable for enhancing your cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned that you both can only consume spiritual liquid 3 times a year. It would be better to consume it all at once, 9 times, and directly elevate to the 9th level of cyclone. Even so, consuming 3 times a year means that in 3 years, you could reach the 9th level of cyclone. Haha, that would indeed be quite impressive. You must understand, even here, it would take nearly a decade to reach the 9th level of cyclone through cultivation, Dulong thought to himself, unable to contain his excitement. With this thought in mind, he immediately began contemplating how to earn money. Even in this sacred cultivation ground, his thoughts had already flown to Java, constantly pondering how to generate income to purchase second-tier spiritual liquid. With the 5,000 gold coins that Park Junjie had lost to him, he certainly would not foolishly rush to buy a portion of second-tier spiritual liquid. He needed to make that 5,000 gold coins work for him, generating more income before purchasing even more second-tier spiritual liquid. The entire morning passed in this manner, squandered by Dulong. After lunch, the afternoon unexpectedly consisted of a literary cultivation class. According to the original plan, after receiving the textbooks for the literary cultivation course, he tossed them all into the space of the pan-snake ring without a second thought. Lacking any desire to attend the class, those literary cultivation textbooks appeared in the ring's space. They immediately vanished. He knew they must have been taken by the beauty for her own study. The Royal Academy offers a remarkably flexible curriculum, where the intricacies of gains and losses have long been elucidated. Students are afforded the liberty to select their areas of focus based on their future aspirations. The act of skipping classes, for instance, attracts no scrutiny. One's personal destiny is a responsibility solely to oneself. In the imperial capital, at the treasure pavilion, Dulong hurriedly made his way to the establishment, seeking out a familiar maidservant. Without pausing to peruse the surroundings, he promptly purchased 20 sets of materials for concocting first-grade spiritual elixirs, each priced at 210 gold coins, totaling 4,200 gold coins. Under the curious gaze of the maid, he swiftly departed the treasure pavilion and rushed to a shop specializing in ordinary materials suitable for practice. Engaging in another frenzy of purchasing, expending several hundred gold coins and nearly depleting the store's inventory. Chapter 53. Military Training Hall. Qinglong Mountain, the rear mountain of the Haotian Royal Academy, is a secluded valley seldom trodden by human feet. Here, a mountain spring converges into a tranquil pool, surrounded by exotic flowers and peculiar grasses, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Above a pile of scattered stones, 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, danced gracefully like butterflies. The figure in black was, of course, Dulong, while the stunning woman in white was none other than Xiaqing and Ahti. This moment, the two were practicing an advanced version of the wind-walking technique atop the rocky outcrop. This advanced version involves 2 individuals moving at high speed within a confined space, with no allowance for collisions and maintaining the fundamental steps of the wind-walking technique. This significantly increases the challenge and renders the training all the more exhilarating. As a white figure darted towards him, Dulong instinctively executed a subtle shift, altering the direction of his wind-walking technique, allowing him to gracefully evade the impending collision in that fleeting moment. Their gazes intertwined, conveying an infinite depth of tenderness and intimacy without the need for words. After honing their skills in the wind-walking technique, the pair synchronously leaped from the rocky heap. Landing on the adjacent grassy expanse, Xia Qinglian swiftly made her way to the edge of the pool, retrieving a silk scarf embroidered with the image of a lotus flower from her bosom. After rinsing it in the crystal-clear water, she approached Dulong, gently using the uniquely fragrant scarf to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. Dulong had long since grown accustomed to her tender and considerate service. After a few polite refusals, he ceased to protest her insistence. My lord, we have been skipping classes to train in the back mountain for nearly half a month now, and it seems the Fire Phoenix Princess has expressed her discontent, constantly insisting that she too wishes to escape and join us in our training. Xia Qinglian softly remarked while wiping Du Long's brow. Alas, that willful princess, it is not that I am unwilling to take her along. After all, she is a princess of the empire. What would it look like for her to follow a man around unaccompanied? It would be most improper for her reputation. Furthermore, if this causes her to fall behind in her studies, how shall I explain myself to the emperor when he discovers this? Du Long had long been aware of the Fire Phoenix Princess's desire to join their training, yet he harbored his own reservations. While your reasoning is sound, my lord, do you not see? Xia Qinglian hesitated before continuing. See what? Du Long, filled with a sense of perplexity, retorted with a question. Can one not perceive the princess of the Fire Phoenixes' affections towards the young master? Xia Qinglian, with great difficulty, managed to articulate this thought, nearly gritting her teeth as she did so. Regardless of the circumstances, her feelings for Du Long were sincere. It would take a considerable breadth of spirit to facilitate a connection between him and another woman. Given her background, it was utterly impossible for her to be recognized as the legitimate wife of the heir to the Du family. Furthermore, the princess had shown her immense kindness, and having shared a living space recently, treated her as a sister. Naturally, Xia Qinglian hoped that, should Du Long marry in the future, he would choose a woman who would treat her with kindness. After much contemplation from various angles, she hesitated for a long time before resolutely revealing the princess's feelings. Having observed that Du Long seemed unaware of the affections the royal lady held for him, the princess of the Fire Phoenix harbors feelings for me. Indeed, as Xia Qinglian had surmised, Du Long pointed to his own nose, laughter filled with disbelief escaping his lips. Ha! How could that be possible? She is a dignified imperial princess, and I am merely a notorious second-generation scion of the imperial capital. What merit do I possess? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She must only view me as a little brother. Indeed, her feelings for me are not romantic. She merely regards me as a brother, at best, with a semblance of pitying affection, gazing intently at Du Long, who wore an expression of disbelief and continued to concoct excuses to rationalize his thoughts. Xia Qinglian sighed softly. Alas, young master, you are, after all, the esteemed son of a second-rank general in the empire, the legitimate heir of the Du clan. At just 16, you became a student in the martial arts department of the Haotian Royal Academy, and your future achievements are boundless. Why must you belittle yourself so? In your youth, you were looked down upon due to physical concerns. But I ask you now, who dares to underestimate you? If you were to stroll through the streets today, would any of the common folk still dare to show you disrespect as they once did? Like a sudden awakening, Du Long found himself taken aback. Xia Qinglian's words rang true. He had been ensnared in a self-deprecating mindset for many years, although this sense of inferiority had diminished considerably since his rebirth. Deep within his core, it still lingered. Consequently, he had always interpreted the kindness shown to him by the princess of the Fire Phoenix as mere sisterly care. But was it truly so? Shaking his head vigorously, a bitter smile graced Du Long's face. Qinglian, perhaps you are right. Nonetheless, the Fire Phoenix Princess is an imperial princess. She cannot even determine whom she will marry in the future. I would not dare to indulge in such fantasies. Moreover, when the time for marriage arrives, I could simply take you as my bride, couldn't I? Ha! Who would want to marry you? She retorted playfully, casting him a coy glance before shyly lowering her head and murmuring. It was rare for her to exhibit such a captivating demeanor in front of Du Long, leaving him utterly speechless. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Xia Qinglian lifted her gaze, only to find the young master she had long admired staring intently at her. His eyes revealing unmistakable emotions, she found herself momentarily entranced, her beautiful eyes locking onto Du Long's gaze. In such close proximity, at an age when emotions blossom for the first time, Du Long could hardly contain himself. Drawn irresistibly towards the exquisite visage before him, much like a powerful magnet, Xia Qinglian stood frozen, seemingly stunned, her delicate face flushed crimson, her enchanting eyes fixed unwaveringly on the handsome countenance drawing ever nearer. A palpable aura of masculinity enveloped her, compelling her to shyly shut her eyes. The moment their lips met, an electric current surged between them, and in that instant, time appeared to stand still. The young couple was oblivious to its passage. Sensing the awkwardness of the moment, the little golden snake on Du Long's arm hastily buried its head within his sleeve, adopting an adorably oblivious demeanor. With a silent eye roll, Du Long reluctantly released the beauty from his embrace. His cheeks tinged with embarrassment as he stammered, "Qing, Lian, hee, it's time to descend the mountain. We have military training this afternoon." At that moment, Xia Qinglian kept her eyes tightly shut, and upon hearing Du Long's voice, she bashfully lowered her head and replied, Then let us head down the mountain." Having said that, she felt too shy to look up at Du Long, gracefully rising from the grass, her demeanor radiating bashful charm. As he stood, Du Long affectionately wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Choosing to express his feelings through action rather than words, they ambled down the mountain together. This area was seldom frequented by others, primarily due to the absence of a direct path leading here. However, for Du Long and Xia Qinglian, who had mastered the wind-walking technique, it posed no challenge, with the delicate beauty nestled close. They advanced effortlessly, soon arriving at a mountain path that led swiftly toward the academy. Seemingly accustomed to their elusive presence, Princess Huafeng and the others refrained from commenting, though a few polite exchanges were inevitable. No one noticed that Du Long treated Princess Huafeng with a newfound courtesy, a stark contrast to his usual casual demeanor. The military training hall, as the name suggests, served as a venue for strategizing and simulating military confrontations on a sand table. While it might sound akin to idle theoretical discussions, the practical execution closely mirrored that of actual warfare, proving far more engaging than mere chess. As first-year students, Du Long and his peers had yet to demonstrate their prowess in leading troops on the simulation sand table. Their current focus was on the foundational principles of sand table maneuvers, essentially learning the various rules for troop placement. Whether in chess or genuine military engagements, the sand table simulation required adherence to established rules, with outcomes determined accordingly. Randomness had no place here. The military training instructor stood before an enormous sand table, which was presently modeled to represent the terrain along the border of the Haotian Empire. Featuring hills, narrow valleys, and grasslands, a fusion of diverse landscapes. On the sand table, red and blue flags were planted at either end, each adorned with distinct emblems representing infantry, cavalry, archers, and more. In fact, as early as the first-year classroom of the martial arts department, a general overview of the sand table military simulation rules had been provided. Now, standing before the physical sand table, the students are merely revisiting the concepts, and everyone is grasping the material with remarkable speed. After a brief introduction by the military instructor, he began to elucidate the details while pointing at the sand table. Chapter 54. Sand table simulation. Before you now lies the sand table terrain depicting the confluence of the Haotian Empire, the Blue Moon Empire, and the Qishui Kingdom at the Red Dragon Gorge. Today, I shall primarily recount the renowned battle known as the Battle of Red Dragon Gorge. This battle is a subject of study across various martial academies worldwide, exemplifying a classic victory of the few over the many, utilizing advantageous terrain to vanquish a formidable adversary with a limited force. In this conflict, the commanding general representing the Haotian Empire was none other than the esteemed General Du Fengzhong. This battle stands as General Du's most cherished achievement. A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the student seating area, with many who recognized the name Du Fengzhong directing their gazes toward the new student. Du Long. The reason was straightforward. Du Fengzhong was indeed his grandfather. Unable to suppress a touch of embarrassment, Du Long discreetly touched his nose. He had heard countless tales of the Battle of Red Dragon Gorge from his grandfather since childhood, and having heard them so often, he had assumed the old man was merely boasting. Little did he know that the battle was genuinely so illustrious that it was being utilized as a case study in martial academies throughout the starry continent. The military instructor, interrupted by the sudden outburst of exclamations from the students, followed their gaze and naturally spotted the visibly awkward Du Long, who was well known in the capital. Indeed, despite having recounted the Battle of Red Dragon Gorge countless times, he had not expected that among this year's new students in the martial arts department, there would be the very grandson of General Du Fengzhong, Du Long. Pointing at Du Long, the military instructor expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. It was at that moment, when he mentioned Du Long by name, that the entire class realized their classmate was, in fact, the beloved grandson of General Du Fengzhong. The previously unaware new students now turned their fervent gazes upon him. Now, everyone, please quiet down. We shall commence a reenactment of the Battle of Red Dragon Gorge through the sand table simulation. I believe this will deepen your understanding of the sand table military simulation rules. The military instructor continued with his lecture, and the new students listened intently, Truth be told, such demonstrations using props are infinitely more engaging than mere theoretical discussions. It is akin to playing a game, vividly portraying a battle before the audience. The Red Dragon Gorge, situated at the borders of the three nations, is bordered to the southeast by the Blue Moon Empire, to the northeast by the Haotian Empire, and to the west by the Qi Kingdom. Its unique geographical position bestows upon it significant strategic importance. Whoever controls the Red Dragon Gorge commands the vital passage in and out of the three nations, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Decades ago, when the Red Dragon Gorge was unclaimed territory, the three surrounding nations recognized its significance and aspired to seize control. The Blue Moon Empire was the first to mobilize 100,000 cavalry towards the Red Dragon Gorge. Intent on capturing this strategic stronghold, once occupied by its 100,000 troops, the Red Dragon Gorge would leave both the Haotian Empire and the Qi Kingdom at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to external forces. The Red Dragon Gorge would merely become another perilous frontier for the Blue Moon Empire. Upon receiving this alarming news, the Haotian Empire swiftly mobilized its forces, dispatching troops to seize the gorge before the Blue Moon Empire could claim it. Alas, the Blue Moon Empire was well prepared, and the Haotian Empire's hastily assembled forces found themselves at a disadvantage. At this critical juncture, General Du Fengzhong happened to be training his 10,000 loyal soldiers on the outskirts of the Beast Forest, several dozen miles from the Red Dragon Gorge. Upon receiving the urgent command from the Empire, he promptly gathered his men and hastened toward the gorge. The 10,000 soldiers of the Haotian Empire descended upon the Red Dragon Gorge like divine warriors. Securing it ahead of the Blue Moon Empire, they established a sentry post facing the direction of the Blue Moon Empire, notifying its 100,000 troops that the Red Dragon Gorge was the territory of the Haotian Empire, demanding their withdrawal, or else it would be tantamount to declaring war. In response, the commander of the Blue Moon Empire, Park Xianglong, upon receiving intelligence about the Haotian Empire's sudden occupation, realized that they had only dispatched a temporary force of 10,000 soldiers. The audacity of such a small contingent to claim the Red Dragon Gorge left him incredulous. Thus, he ordered his troops to advance, aiming to destroy the sentry post established by Du Fengzhong and to drive the Haotian soldiers away before they could establish a firm foothold. Having arrived at the Red Dragon Gorge half a day earlier, Du Fengzhong had anticipated that Park Xianglong would not concede easily, and had made extensive preparations for defense upon his arrival. The direction from the Blue Moon Empire towards the Red Dragon Gorge was characterized by a vast Qingyan grassland, home to a formidable cavalry corps. Acting swiftly, they dispatched a contingent of 100,000 cavalry toward the gorge. In light of this critical intelligence, General Du Fengzhong devoted half a day to setting up various ambushes to counter the cavalry. Utilizing the terrain of the gorge to his advantage, he deployed 5,000 soldiers to feign weakness and lure the enemy deeper into their territory while positioning 3,000 men on the peaks flanking the gorge. As the enemy advanced, a multitude of hastily constructed wooden stakes was erected at the far end of the gorge, effectively crippling the Blue Moon Empire's cavalry's capacity for rapid maneuvers. Subsequently, the initially retreating 5,000 soldiers, in conjunction with 2,000 archers lying in wait, coordinated with the ambushers on the peaks to unleash a barrage of stones and timber, overwhelming the Blue Moon Empire's cavalry, which found itself trapped within the Red Dragon Gorge. In the end, only a fraction of the 100,000 cavalry managed to escape, suffering losses exceeding 50,000 in a single campaign. In the aftermath, the Blue Moon Empire lodged a formal protest against the Haotian Empire, claiming that they had ambushed their cavalry during a routine training exercise and demanded compensation for their losses. However, it was evident that the Blue Moon Empire had initiated hostilities, rendering the Haotian Empire the aggrieved party, albeit one that emerged victorious. Consequently, the Blue Moon Empire, recognizing its untenable position, offered only a token protest before retracting its aggressive posture. Despite suffering considerable losses, including the decimation of a significant portion of their 100,000 troops at the Red Dragon Gorge, they could only concede defeat. Realizing that any further military endeavors would be in vain to end this battle, the Red Dragon Gorge was claimed by the Haotian Empire, suffering only a loss of 2,000 to 3,000, the majority of which occurred during a feigned retreat aimed at luring the enemy deeper into a counterattack. Consequently, the Haotian Empire established a more advantageous stronghold in the northwestern region bordering the Blue Moon Empire. This strategic significance is exceedingly profound, as it directly led to a balance of power between the two great empires. The originally ambitious Blue Moon Empire, bolstered by its formidable national strength, was compelled to reassess its relationship with the Haotian Empire. ushering both nations into several decades of peace. One could assert that the Battle of Red Dragon Gorge secured for the Haotian Empire an era of tranquility and stability lasting decades. As a result of this conflict, the esteemed Elder Du was rewarded by the old emperor, not only acquiring a fief for the Du family near the Beast Forest, but also seeing the loyal martial corps elevated from 50,000 to 100,000 strong. Stationed long-term on the outskirts of the Beast Forest, effectively serving as a watch against any potential incursions by the Blue Moon Empire into Red Dragon Gorge, within the military training hall. The instructors elucidated the events of the battle, while two assistants operated a sand table, meticulously demonstrating the progression of the Red Dragon Gorge conflict. They would occasionally place military flags in the relevant areas, dispatch spies to scout the battlefield, or send troops to fell trees for constructing wooden barricades, as well as position soldiers on the flanking mountains to set ambushes, among other maneuvers. The commands issued by the leaders of both sides were flawlessly illustrated through the sand table, captivating the first-year students present and deepening their understanding of the simulation rules. After all, this was the Haotian Royal Academy, where they chose to showcase their victorious campaigns as examples. One could hardly contest this, especially when one had willingly come to their domain to study. Among the few foreign students from the Blue Moon Empire, Park Junjie exhibited particularly grim countenance. For the commander of the Blue Moon Empire's 100,000 troops, Park Sengryong was none other than his grandfather. Due to this defeat, the Park family faced widespread criticism and ostracism within the Blue Moon Empire. Fortunately, his great-uncle was one of the few spirit-level entities in the Blue Moon Empire. Although the battle had a significant impact on the Park family, it did not shake their foundation. Observing Du Long, surrounded by a throng of admirers, Park Junjie could hardly contain his irritation. Reflecting on his own failed challenge against Du Long, he wondered if history was destined to repeat itself. Is this Du family fated to be the bane of my Park family? At that moment, an uncontrollable thought emerged in Park Junjie's mind, quickly leading him to a resolution. No, I must devise a way to ally with more individuals. I must strike at him fiercely, preventing his continued ascendance. Chapter 55. The Golden Serpent's Transformation with a Soft Exhale. Du Long, seated in meditation on the cultivation platform within the Gathering Essence Cave, opened his tightly shut eyes, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he reveled in the realization. At last, I have successfully refined all 21 spirit herbs into a first-grade spirit liquid. Previously, he had purchased 3 spirit herbs from the treasure pavilion, using 2 to refine 1 first-grade spirit liquid. Subsequently, he procured 20 more spirit herbs, culminating in a total of 21. And after over half a month of concurrent cultivation and refinement, he had finally converted all the spirit herbs into first-grade spirit liquid. With 21 materials, we have successfully refined 10 portions of first-grade spiritual liquid, costing over 4,000 in just half a month. We have produced pills worth 10,000 gold coins. Indeed, being an alchemist is a highly lucrative profession. Du Long mused quietly to himself. Qing Lian, he gently nudged Xia Qing Lian, who was meditating beside him. As she opened her eyes, Du Long whispered, "Don't wake the others. Let's be off." After casting a glance at Princess Huafeng and the others nearby, Xia Qing Lian nodded slightly, remaining silent, and decisively followed Du Long as they quietly departed from the Gathering Yuan Cave. Qing Lian, last time you consumed a portion of first-grade spiritual liquid, yet you haven't broken through to the cyclone stage. This time, I have refined another 10 portions of first-grade spiritual liquid. Why not utilize the energy to achieve a breakthrough all at once? Upon exiting the Gathering Yuan Cave, the eastern sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn, but the sun had yet to rise. Du Long led Xia Qing Lian towards the back mountain. He had mentioned it more than once before, yet she remained reluctant to accept another portion of spiritual liquid. According to her, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi accumulation, and it was best to achieve the final breakthrough naturally rather than relying on medicinal power. Young master, I will be able to break through to the cyclone stage in a few days. There is no need to waste this portion of spiritual liquid, Xia Qing Lian insisted resolutely. Sigh, very well, I shall let it go this time. However, should I provide you with second-grade spiritual liquid for the cyclone stage in the future? You must not delay. Seeing her unwavering stance, Du Long had no choice but to relent. In the secluded valley of the back mountain, with the morning light gradually brightening, Du Long and Xia Qing Lian commenced their rigorous training for the day. Today, the little golden snake was not as quietly nestled on Du Long's arm as usual. Instead, it darted to a protruding rock by the pond, coiling its body and facing east to begin its own meditation. Aware that it occasionally needed to train, Dulong paid it no mind and allowed the little golden snake to practice in solitude. Gradually, the eastern horizon was painted with fiery red hues, and a round sun rose majestically from the distant mountaintop by the pond. The little golden snake, previously engaged in quiet meditation, was now enveloped in radiant golden light. At first glance, it seemed merely to reflect the sunlight. Yet gradually, the golden glow surrounding it intensified, surpassing the ordinary realm of reflection. The little golden snake seems somewhat different today. The observant Xia Qinglian was the first to notice its peculiar state. Exclaiming in surprise, Dulong, who was practicing the wind step technique alongside her, turned to see that the little creature indeed appeared markedly altered. He quickly leapt from a pile of stones and approached the little golden snake in just a couple of steps. "Little Jean, are you all right?" Dulong asked, gazing at the increasingly radiant creature. Seemingly oblivious to Dulong's gentle call, the little golden snake continued to sit motionless on the rock. "Kid, this little one is in a critical phase of its training. It's best not to disturb it for now. Just observe its transformation to avoid interrupting its practice." At that moment, Dulong heard the voice of the spirit lady in his mind, which brought him considerable reassurance. Indeed, if he were to forcibly interrupt the little golden snake during such a crucial moment, he could only imagine the potential repercussions. For now, its transformation seemed stable. Nodding slightly, Dulong ceased to speak, yet his mind was not inclined to continue his cultivation. Instead, he sat quietly alongside Xia Qinglian, attentively observing the various changes in the little golden snake. Time flowed slowly, and the golden radiance enveloping the small serpent grew ever more intense, ultimately cocooning it entirely in a golden silk chrysalis. This golden cocoon then remained unchanged, standing silently above the stone, subtly absorbing sunlight that was continuously drawn into it. Dissolving into nothingness, the little golden snake maintained this state as time passed. 1 day, 2 days, until the 3rd day it remained the same. During this time, Dulong skipped all his classes, steadfastly guarding the golden silk chrysalis. On the 3rd day, at noon, the sun shone directly overhead, casting rays of light that were absorbed and dissolved by the chrysalis. Finally, the long still golden cocoon trembled, indicating a shift. As the movement began, it grew increasingly frequent. And soon, a crack appeared in the tightly sealed golden chrysalis, revealing a small golden creature at the fissure's edge. It retained its golden scales, yet 2 bumps had formed on its forehead, resembling tiny horns. And its once flat abdomen now bore 2 pairs of protrusions, seemingly on the verge of developing limbs. Then, this little golden creature opened its mouth, voraciously devouring every remnant of the golden chrysalis as if it had been starved for 3 days and was now indiscriminate in its hunger. Gazing at the creature before him, now appearing far more adorable than before, Dulong was astounded, thinking, "Is this little thing still a snake?" Who told you it was a snake? It merely represented an undeveloped initial form. The dismissive scoff of the echoed in his mind. This girl had little patience for ignorant misconceptions. Sister Ling was right. Jin Jing is not a snake. It should be classified as a fire attribute dragon. In his mind, a slightly juvenile voice chimed in, unmistakably that of the little golden snake. Typically reticent during this discourse, today it not only interjected but seemed to have learned the art of flattery. Evidently eager to curry favor with the little Jin Jing has certainly captured my sister's fancy. She will surely look after you in the future. Clearly, the little golden Jing's sweet address of Sister Linger had enchanted the who, with a proud demeanor, remarked, "This little one has evolved significantly in intelligence through this transformation. A fire dragon?" Dulong did not heed this triumph, as this term suddenly surged in his mind. He had seen illustrations of fire dragons in books, yet this little creature before him bore little resemblance. A fire dragon is merely a generic term for fire attribute dragons. This little one is certainly not an ordinary fire dragon. Sensing Dulong's thoughts, the promptly added, "This little one is far more formidable than an ordinary fire dragon. Little one, demonstrate your ultimate move and give him a glimpse. All right, watch my fire source bullet." This word seemed highly effective, as the little Jin Jing immediately raised its head, its body swelling several-fold, and then, with a sudden opening of its mouth, it unleashed a fiery red energy sphere that shot forth towards a towering rock several meters high. With a resounding roar, the colossal boulder shattered into countless fragments, igniting fierce flames at the scene. Fortunately, the surrounding area was devoid of trees, resulting in only a scorched patch of grass extending several meters around. Staring in disbelief at the towering stone that had instantly transformed into charred debris, both Du Long and Xia Qinglian were taken aback, unable to fathom that this little creature possessed such formidable power. If that projectile were to strike a person, it would surely leave nothing but ashes, wouldn't it? Gulping nervously, Du Long, in a state of incredulity, gazed at the little Jin Jing and exclaimed, "Isn't that just extraordinary?" With a hint of bashfulness in her voice, the now restored and adorable Jin Jing replied, "Hee, I can launch a maximum of 2 fire source projectiles a day. It is only after my second evolution that I will be able to unleash even more powerful ones." Who would have imagined that such a terrifying entity could still possess a shy disposition? "You're already quite impressive," Du Long complimented with a chuckle, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. By the way, little Jin Jing, what caused your sudden evolution? Wasn't it due to my influence that your strength had diminished significantly before? All credit goes to Sister Linger. Jin Jing's answer left Du Long somewhat perplexed. Before he could inquire further, a triumphant voice echoed in his mind, belonging to this little one possesses immense potential. It is a shame to waste it by merely providing for its basic needs while neglecting its growth. Fortunately, I am here, with methods to ensure the little one develops properly. Feeling embarrassed, Du Long rubbed his nose, realizing that in front of the formidable, he lacked the dignity befitting a master, a reality he had grown accustomed to. Regardless, he chuckled, I must express my gratitude to Sister Ling. From now on, both Jin Jing and I will rely on her guidance. A belated blessing. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 56. Becoming a VIP within the Royal Academy. Du Long unabashedly grasped Xia Qinglian's delicate hand and strode towards the stable at the academy's entrance that in the distance. A few figures caught his attention, and to his dismay, he recognized the very person he wished to avoid, Fan Tong. The direct descendant of the Fan family. This young man possessed an attractive appearance, yet his air of arrogance irked Du Long, further amplified by the bitter experiences of his past life. Regrettably, whether in terms of personal strength or familial influence, he found himself unable to contend with Fan Tong for the time being, forcing him to bury his animosity deep within. Look, that Fan Tong, a 6th-tier cyclone strength. It's said that he, along with Wei Yiming and Yang Yunfeng, are the only ones in the entire academy to have reached 6th-tier cyclone strength before the age of 20. He'll likely advance to the 4th year of the martial arts program next year. Achieving 6th-tier cyclone strength before the age of 20, even with the assistance of 2 doses of 2nd-tier spirit liquid, is quite an impressive feat, truly, as a direct descendant of one of the Empire's 3 great spirit families. His martial arts talent is indeed remarkable. Du Long could hear the occasional murmurs of passers-by pointing at Fan Tong by the roadside. Within the Royal Academy, this esteemed young master of the Fan family held considerable renown. It was only natural for one of his stature, endowed with exceptional martial talents, to attract admiration. With a slight grimace, Du Long chose to disregard this scion of the Fan family, taking the delicate hand of Xia Qinglian and hastening towards the stable. After selecting a Du family warhorse, the two mounted and galloped towards the Academy's entrance. Unbeknownst to them, Fan Tong happened to glance over and spotted Xia Qinglian riding alongside Du Long. He turned to a nearby attendant, astonished, and inquired, "Is that not the wretched scion of the Du family? Who is the lady accompanying him? Is she also a new student of our academy? My lord, that insufferable lad is indeed Du Long, the 9th son of the Du family. The lady sharing his mount is Xia Qinglian, who was redeemed from the Zuexiang Tower. It is said she has been taken as an adopted daughter by Du Xintian. As you know, being called an adopted daughter surely suggests she will eventually benefit young Du. Truly, a beautiful flower set amidst cow dung. How could I have overlooked such a stunning beauty as Xia Qinglian? My lord spends most of his time in rigorous training. Although he occasionally visits Zuexiang Tower, even if he had seen Xia Qinglian, that courtesan would have feigned modesty with her white silk scarf. Thus it is quite natural to miss such a beauty. However, it is rumored that Fan Wei is quite taken with her. When Du Long caused a ruckus at Zuexiang Tower, he even gave Wei Gongzi a thorough beating. Oh, is that so? Have young Wei come by sometime? I wish to see if the Du lad has the audacity to lay a hand on one of my family, Fan Tong remarked with a dismissive expression, evidently not taking Du Long seriously. Unaware of the attention now directed towards himself and Xia Qinglian, Du Long remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He pondered whether history would indeed repeat itself. Just as it had before his rebirth at Haotian Empire, Du Long entrusted the warhorse to the guards and entered alongside Xia Qinglian The familiar female attendant greeted them with a beaming smile. "My lord, what treasures do you wish to procure today?" Today I come not to purchase treasures, but rather to sell them." "Sell treasures? Indeed. As far as I know, your esteemed establishment not only sells rare artifacts but also purchases various treasures. May I inquire what you intend to sell?" "First-grade spirit liquid." "First-grade spirit liquid? Provided our alchemical appraisers confirm the quality of the liquid, we shall acquire it at 90% of the selling price." 90%? Very well. Please escort me to meet your alchemical appraiser." After this exchange, Dulong, guided enthusiastically by the attendant, entered the appraisal chamber of Jinbao Zhai. Inside, several appraisers were engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing a servant lead in a guest, an elderly man spoke up. "What treasures does this esteemed guest wish to have appraised?" "Oh, appraisal of elixirs is precisely my area of expertise. Come here, young one." The old man, referred to as Master Chu, immediately perked up, beckoning Dulong with a cheerful smile. Dulong, unreserved and forthright, advanced without hesitation. The group of appraisers nearby, intrigued by his audacity, gathered around, seemingly possessing ample leisure time, from a meticulously prepared satchel. He produced 10 jade vials, keenly aware of the necessity to conceal the secret of his spatial ring from prying eyes. As the adage goes, possessing a treasure invites envy. In this world, spatial rings are a rarity. Should the knowledge of his possession be revealed, dire consequences would inevitably ensue. Could it be all 10 vials contain first-grade spiritual liquid? Master Zhu gazed in astonishment at the 10 jade vials that Dulong had casually arranged upon the table. Clearly taken aback. "Indeed, they do," Dulong affirmed with a nod. Master Zhu scrutinized Dulong with a curious gaze before methodically uncorking each vial, commencing his evaluation of the spiritual liquid's quality. Before long, he concluded his assessment. Nodding in approval, "These first-grade spiritual liquids are of exceptional quality. Young brother, may I inquire as to which esteemed alchemist crafted these liquids? Their purity surpasses that of the first-grade spiritual liquids sold at the Treasure Pavilion." That esteemed alchemist has requested I keep his identity confidential. My role is merely to procure the necessary materials for the spiritual medicines and subsequently sell the finished elixirs. Everything else is beyond my purview." Dulong deflected with a casual excuse, though internally he pondered, how is it that the spiritual liquids I casually concocted are deemed of such high quality in the eyes of these appraisers? I see. It is quite understandable. Many alchemists prefer not to be disturbed. Once their identity as an alchemist is revealed, they would likely be besieged by countless admirers daily, Master Zhu remarked, before instructing the attendant who had escorted Dulong. "Acquire these first-grade spiritual liquids at the finest prices the Treasure Pavilion has to offer." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," the attendant replied respectfully before leading Dulong to complete the necessary paperwork. What a fortunate young fellow he is, receiving the acknowledgement of an alchemist. Just a glimpse of the benefits trickling down from such a master would undoubtedly be immensely rewarding. Master Zhu mused enviously as he observed Dulong's figure disappear beyond the appraisal room's threshold. Indeed, he is a fortunate lad. Yet I wonder, who is the alchemist behind him? Regardless of who it may be, it is certain that they must possess formidable prowess, far beyond the reach of individuals like us. As for the opinions of the appraisers within the appraisal room, we shall set that aside for the moment. Dulong followed the attendant out of the appraisal chamber, selling all 10 portions of first-grade spiritual liquid for 9,000 gold coins, averaging 900 coins per portion, with the Treasure Pavilion retaining a 10% commission. The attendant appeared particularly elated, clearly aware that even in the acquisition of treasures, they too would receive a share of the profits. "Here are 200 gold coins. In addition to the previous 9,000. I would like to purchase a portion of second-grade spiritual liquid, along with 20 portions of materials required for crafting first-grade spiritual liquids," Dulong stated, having not only retained the 9,000 coins, but also supplemented it with an additional 200 coin note. "Certainly, I shall assist you with the paperwork at once." The female attendant had yet to recover from the delightful surprise of the recently acquired treasure profits when Dulong bestowed upon her an even greater astonishment. The commission from purchasing items was, of course, considerably higher, and judging by her expression, her joy was palpable. Almost at lightning speed, she placed a second-tier spiritual liquid and 20 medicinal herbs into Dulong's hands. At that moment, this attendant had already regarded Dulong as her esteemed client. "Young master, this is the VIP card of the Treasure Pavilion. Please accept it," she offered with utmost reverence. Your expenditure has surpassed 10,000 gold coins, granting you exclusive shopping discounts at the Treasure Pavilion. Furthermore, should you wish, you may explore the treasures on the third floor at any time. With a deep bow, she presented a golden VIP card with both hands. Her voice filled with deference. Taha. I shall refrain from ascending for now. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit the top treasures of the Treasure Pavilion. Dulong promptly declined, as he had once again found himself in a state of financial destitution, preferring not to visit merely to gaze without purchasing. Such a feeling was truly unsatisfactory. Once more, he had missed an early opportunity to encounter a significant treasure. Perhaps it was fate's design, indicating that the time had not yet come. Chapter 57. Cyclone Level 2 Brother, you called for me. In the common room of a male dormitory, Fan Wei looked somewhat apprehensive at the sight of Fan Tong, who was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Indeed, I heard you suffered a loss at the hands of the ninth son of the Du family. Fan Tong replied nonchalantly while holding a cup of fragrant tea. Humph, that wretched boy from the Du family dares to lay a hand on a member of the Fan family. Has he consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Fan Tong feigned indignation, snorting in protest. Fan Wei's eyes brightened. He had been troubled about how to deal with that brat Dulong, but if Fan Tong were to intervene, dealing with him would be a mere trifle. Exactly. I heard that scoundrel has allied himself with Wei Yiming through Yang Yunfeng, and now he hardly regards us, the Fan family, with any respect. Being taken under Wei Yiming's wing is nothing of consequence. How dare he harm a member of the Fan family? Not even Wei Yiming himself can be spared. Fan Tong had long been in a covert rivalry with Wei Yiming, viewing him as a thorn in his side, harboring an intense hatred for anything related to him. Fan Wei was well aware of this and deliberately brought up Wei Yiming to incite his cousin's animosity towards Dulong, believing that only then would he be motivated to confront him. Just as Fan Wei was secretly elated, Fan Tong's tone shifted as he continued. The woman named Xia Qinglian seems to possess quite an attractive appearance. Ah, so that is the true reason for my cousin's summons. Upon hearing his vague insinuation, Fan Wei immediately caught on and responded, What? Brother, are you also interested in this woman? At this juncture, Fan Tong no longer bothered to conceal his intentions, nodding solemnly as he spoke. Indeed, such a rare beauty should not be squandered on that worthless fool. Given my standing, if I were to request something from that scoundrel Dulong, should he dare to refuse, it would be tantamount to courting death. Fan Wei quickly devised a dubious scheme. Regardless of its outcome, his cousin would undoubtedly confront that brat directly. Fan Tong's right middle finger rhythmically tapped gently on the chair, his expression grave, as the vision of that exquisite beauty on horseback flashed through his mind. Ever since he caught a glimpse of her, he had been irresistibly drawn to her, unable to concentrate on his cultivation for the past 2 days. His thoughts consumed by her stunning figure, one that seemed far beyond the realm of the mundane. It would be inappropriate for me to voice this. Xiao Wei, it is better if you take the initiative to speak with that lad. If he is wise, Fan Tong is willing to protect him as a younger brother. Otherwise, humph. A cold smile crept across Fan Tong's face, and even without his finishing words, Fan Wei understood the implication. To offend his cousin over a mere courtesan was certainly not worth it. He believed that Dulong would surely comprehend the gravity of the situation. A sly grin appeared on Fan Wei's face. In his heart, he thought it preferable to give Xia Qinglian to his cousin than to that rascal Dulong. At the gathering Yuan Cave, on the cultivation platform, Dulong directly poured the second-grade spirit liquid into his mouth. Following the instructions of the spirit beauty, he was to stagger the intake of the spirit liquid 3 times over the course of a year, and naturally, the sooner he consumed it the better. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he secretly ingested the second-grade spirit liquid and began to circulate the Xiantian decision technique, mobilizing the vast energy within his body along the cultivation route of the Xiantian decision. After completing a full cycle through the 8 extraordinary meridians, he infused that energy into the cyclone within his Dantian space. Within the Dantian, a continuous influx of boundless Haotian Gang Qi joined the cyclone, which began to visibly expand at a steady pace. Within the eye of the cyclone, the mass of gang fire also grew larger as the cyclone expanded. Logically, the process of Dulong consuming the second-grade spirit liquid to enhance his power should have triggered violent fluctuations in energy, alarming many of the students and masters around him. However, the snake-shaped ring on his finger continuously emitted invisible energy, completely masking the intense fluctuations within his body. To outsiders, it merely seemed as though he was absorbing the Haotian Gang Qi at a slightly accelerated pace, which was quite normal. as everyone engaged in cultivation was desperately refining the Haotian Gang Qi. Of course, Xia Qinglian, who had been following Du Long, was well aware that he had just consumed the second-grade spirit liquid and was diligently absorbing and refining the vast and pure energy contained within it. As time slowly passed, 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. The cyclone within the Dantian space had noticeably doubled in size compared to its initial state, seemingly nearing its limit. With streams of energy swirling around the cyclone, only able to be absorbed bit by bit at a certain moment. When the cyclone could no longer absorb any additional energy, Du Long realized he had reached the first stage of cyclone perfection, and could utilize the immense energy within his Dantian space to break through to the second stage of the cyclone, silently operating the Xiantian decision to invoke the special method for breaking through to the second stage. Du Long began to guide the still substantial surplus energy surrounding the cyclone to slowly rotate around it. Before long, a relatively weaker second cyclone formed outside the central one. Although the Dantian space had initially been unable to absorb any more energy, the formation of this second cyclone brought a unique sensation throughout Du Long's body, signaling that he had finally broken through to the second stage of the cyclone. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air from his chest, he did not rush to open his eyes, but continued to observe the changes occurring within his body. The immense energy derived from the second-grade spiritual liquid has been nearly entirely consumed, with the vast majority having merged into the cyclone within the Dantian space. Only a small portion has been absorbed by the body's meridians, and he can distinctly feel that his physical strength has ascended to a new level. Within the Dantian space, 2 cyclones, one internal and one external, form concentric circles, slowly revolving around the central cyclone to the point where they converge. A mass of vital fire, now more than twice its size prior to the breakthrough, burns quietly as the master of this flame. Du Long can clearly see a small cauldron within the fire, the very fire cloud cauldron, which has been nurturing within this flame for an extended period. After a curious internal examination, he finally opened his eyes, his face radiant with joy. "Young master, have you broken through?" Xia Qinglian, aware that he had consumed the spiritual liquid and was undergoing a breakthrough, had remained cautiously by his side, her mind occupied with his progress. Upon seeing Du Long smile and open his eyes, she immediately inquired in a hushed tone. After he nodded in acknowledgement, he cheerfully declared, "Let us go. It is time to celebrate." As the two exited the gathering Yuan cave, the sun was setting, marking the dinner hour. Tio utilized the unique advantages of the gathering Yuan cave for his breakthrough. Du Long had deliberately chosen the time when the cave was least crowded. "Hey, Du Long, I searched high and low for you today, only to find you here in the gathering Yuan cave practicing." Just as Du Long and Xia Qinglian had not ventured far from the cave, Fan Wei, accompanied by a group of 6 or 7, appeared before them, with Fan Wei being the first to speak. Du Long's expression hardened, and though he wished to ignore these interlopers, he was blocked and had no choice but to respond coldly. "Speak your piece, or get lost. I have no time to waste on your nonsense." Fan Wei's demeanor shifted, soon revealing a chilling smile as he spoke in a mocking tone. "Hee, today it's not me who seeks you, but my cousin, Fan Tong, who has sent me to find you." His eyes narrowing slightly at the mention of Fan Tong, Du Long involuntarily furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. He knew that Fan Tong's intentions could not be benign. "Spit it out." Seemingly sensing Du Long's trepidation towards his cousin, Fan Wei's smile widened even further. "My cousin has a request. He desires you to offer Xia Qinglian to him. If you comply, I assure you that from this day forth, no one in either the Royal Academy or the Imperial Capital will dare to lay a finger on you, a mere woman of questionable background. Surely you understand the gravity of the situation, do you not? Damn it, why don't you all go die? Why not offer your own mothers instead? You scoundrel named Fan, unless I breathe my last, you shall never take Qinglian from me." Upon grasping Fan Wei's intentions, Du Long erupted in fury that it was utterly inhumane for the Fan family to resort to such tactics, while they may have forcibly taken women in the past. Daring to set their sights on Xia Qinglian was a provocation he could not tolerate. Beside him, Xia Qinglian's face had turned a deep shade of anger, clearly incensed by these despicable individuals. "Du Long, are you courting death? How dare you insult my cousin and his family in such a manner? Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Although Fan Wei anticipated that Du Long would react vehemently, he never imagined that he would dare to insult his cousin so brazenly. "The consequences? Ha ha!" In a fit of rage, Du Long laughed maniacally for a while, before pointing an accusatory finger at Fan Wei and rebuking him. Do you really think that your Fan family can dominate the Haotian Empire unchallenged? Do you believe your father is the emperor of the Haotian Empire? Humph, to brazenly abduct virtuous maidens in broad daylight. Is that your scheme? You do very well, since you, of the surname Du, are so ungrateful. Prepare to face my cousin's wrath. With a menacing remark, Fan Wei waved his hand and led his entourage away. Although he yearned to strike back at this moment, Du Long restrained himself. Engaging in a brawl within the Royal Academy was undoubtedly unwise. However, if provoked to the brink, he would not hesitate to confront even the highest power. Young master, Qing Lian has caused you trouble again. After Fan Wei and his group departed, Xia Qing Lian looked at Du Long apologetically. Humph, regardless of how formidable the Fan family may be, it is no easy task to dominate the capital of the Haotian Empire. Sooner or later, we will have to confront them. It is merely a matter of time. Du Long turned, forcing a smile to console her. Qing Lian, even without your presence, the conflict between the Du and Fan families would inevitably erupt. I haven't heard of any significant enmity between the Du and Fan families. Though, it seems to be merely a divergence in political opinions. Xia Qing Lian pondered, perplexed. That is a secret. In any case, just trust me. The Du family will eventually declare a vendetta against the Fan family. Remember not to divulge what I've said today. You will understand in due time. Oh, Qing Lian comprehends. I shall follow the young master's arrangements. Chapter 58. The three major merchant guilds. What? The Fan family is so brazen. Do they truly believe themselves to be the overlords of the Haotian Empire? They actually demand that Du Long present Qing Lian to Fan Tong. Although that fellow usually displays some semblance of decorum, he is nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. The furious voice of Princess Huafeng echoed within a private room of the dining hall. Indeed, indeed. In recent years, the Fan family has become increasingly overbearing. Extending their influence in both political and military realms, I've heard that they have colluded with the Bitten Merchant Guild, one of the three major merchant guilds of the continent, becoming exceedingly arrogant and domineering within our Haotian Empire's commercial sphere. Forcing weaker businesses into submission, many dare to voice their anger but remain silent. Zheng Wan remarked with a hint of lamentation, as the daughter of a second-rank official. She had some insight into the deeds of the Fan family. I've heard that the Bitten Merchant Guild's headquarters is located in the Blue Moon Empire, and that this guild has the shadow of the Blue Moon Empire lurking behind it, indicating that it is not merely a commercial entity. Within the Starry Continent, this guild primarily profits through human trafficking and smuggling strategic materials. Their rampant tyranny could not possibly be sustained without the backing of powerful forces. Su Jinbao seemed remarkably well informed about the Bitten Merchant Guild and chimed in. Ah, it seems that you, dear Su Jinbao, possess profound insights regarding the merchant associations on the mainland. Du Caney's eyes sparkled, regarding Su Jinbao with newfound admiration. Just a humble opinion. I hope I haven't made you laugh. Sister Caney. Su Jinbao scratched his head, responding modestly with a smile. With the support of the Blue Moon Empire and our own Haotian Empire's Fan family, the Bailing Merchant Association is undoubtedly backed by at least two major empires on the Starry Continent. Could it be that the three great merchant associations on the continent all have national backing? Du Long murmured to himself that no. Apart from the Bailing Merchant Association, the other two associations on the continent are venerable establishments that have been passed down for countless years. With their headquarters strategically located within various kingdoms to avoid the influence and annexation of those great empires. Of course, each major empire has diverse industries belonging to the three merchant associations. Su Jinbao promptly countered Du Long's viewpoint. Humph, you speak as if it were the absolute truth. Does our dear Su Jinbao truly have an intricate understanding of the mysterious backgrounds of the three great merchant associations? Princess Huafeng scoffed that I grew up in the Dongyang Kingdom, and my family possesses a modest fortune. Thus, I have developed a keen interest in the major merchant associations on the continent, naturally leading me to acquire some knowledge. Su Jinbao, still wearing a humble expression, responded with a hint of pride. Then do enlighten us with the detailed information you possess about the three great merchant associations of the Starry Continent. Casting him a sidelong glance, Zheng Wan finally spoke, seemingly eager to test him. Her eyes brightened. Despite having spent over half a month together, Zheng Wan had never once initiated a conversation with him, prompting Su Jinbao to earnestly elaborate. First, allow me to introduce the foremost merchant association of the Starry Continent, the Baolong Merchant Association. This association is a century-old establishment, with many renowned brands like the Starry Qinzhuang and the treasure pavilion operating under its banner. Everyone knows that the starry Qinzhuang produces the universally accepted currency notes used across all nations. It is widely recognized and known throughout the continent. Next, the second merchant association on the starry continent is the Shirkai Merchant Association, which dominates the service industry with establishments such as Shirkai Grand Hotels and Shirkai Auction houses across the various countries. Both of these associations are pure merchant establishments with a legacy spanning a century. As for the final association, the Bailing Merchant Association, its rise has occurred within the last few decades, clearly with the backing of the Blue Moon Empire. Additionally, it enjoys support from the Fan family of the Haotian Empire, as well as influential families in other kingdoms, including a formidable family backing them in the Western Xia Empire. The crowd listened attentively as Su Jinbao detailed the circumstances surrounding the three great merchant associations of the Starry Continent. Observing his confident demeanor, they found it hard to believe he was merely boasting, leading them to accept his words with considerable conviction that we have a basic understanding of this information. Do you possess any more detailed intelligence? For instance, the most enigmatic first merchant association, the Baolong Merchant Association, with its true headquarters location remaining a well-kept secret across the Starry Continent. Are you aware of this? Zheng Wan'er seemingly intended to put him in a difficult position, deliberately revealing one of the continent's most recognized secrets to embarrass Su Jinbao in public. This, Su Jinbao, was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a while before he sighed, saying, "Alas, the location of the Baolong Chamber of Commerce's headquarters is indeed a well-guarded secret. Even if I were to know it, I couldn't possibly divulge. Hee. The ladies scoffed in unison, clearly believing that this classmate Su Hu was merely boasting. The once relaxed atmosphere grew tense, for if it were Fan Wei, it might be manageable, yet it was evident that Fan Tong was a person whom many present could not afford to offend. It is all my fault for continually causing trouble for the young master." Xia Qinglian looked apologetically at Du Long and said, "How about you just ignore me, young master? Even if Qinglian were to fight to the death, I cannot allow those wicked people from the Fan family to benefit." "Qinglian, how can you blame yourself? It is those fellows with the surname Fan who are truly in the wrong. They are nothing but bullies." Furthermore, Du Kai and I interjected to comfort her, as a man. If Du Long cannot protect the woman he loves, then he is not worthy of being a man. While offering her reassurance, she discreetly glanced at Du Long, evidently awaiting his response. "Qinglian, Sister Kai and I is correct. You bear no responsibility in this matter. It is primarily the Fan family's fault. Rest assured, within the confines of Haotian Royal Academy, no one dares to harm us. Of course, outside the academy, I am not afraid of them either. If I, a member of the Du family, cannot protect even a single woman, how could I possibly continue to show my face in the capital?" Du Long flashed a comforting smile at Xia Qinglian. "You, young man, have some guts. I shall mention this matter to my father." The Fan family is becoming increasingly arrogant. It is one thing to forcibly abduct common maidens, but now they even dare to covet the adopted daughter of General Zhongwu. They seem to have completely disregarded the laws of the land. After patting Du Long on the shoulder, Princess Huafeng exclaimed in indignation, "Forget it. To trouble the emperor over such trifles would surely vex him. I have my own methods of resolution. You need not inform His Majesty about this matter, Princess." Du Long shook his head, clearly disapproving of escalating the issue to the emperor. "But what if the Fan family ambushes you outside the academy?" Princess Huafeng expressed her concerns. The person I am today is no longer the martial arts waste of the Du family whom anyone could trample upon." Du Long's eyes gleamed with determination, and a hint of killing intent flickered momentarily. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from the entrance of the private room, startling everyone inside. The door was kicked open with force, and a group of individuals arrogantly barged in. "Oh, the waste of the Du family has finally found some courage, has he? Does he think that by associating with Princess Huafeng, he can treat everyone with disdain?" A voice, laced with disdain, resonated. It was none other than Fan Tong, the legitimate grandson of the Fan family. Clearly, he had eavesdropped on Du Long and the others' conversation. "You audacious fool, Fan Tong, knowing full well that this princess is dining here, how dare you burst in? Do you intend to rebel against the crown?" Princess Huafeng shouted in fury, evidently incensed by Fan Tong's blatant disregard for her presence. "Xiaofeng, do not hastily place such accusations upon Fan Tong. You are becoming increasingly sharp-tongued by mingling with these people." A deep voice emerged from behind Fan Tong. revealing a figure clad in a prince's purple and gold robe, with a countenance resembling jade, albeit somewhat grim. Second brother? Princess Haotian was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Her second royal brother was the son of concubine Fan. Who exactly is concubine Fan? Is she not a member of the Fan family? The Fan family's formidable influence in the capital of the Haotian Empire stems not only from their possessing spiritual tier strength, but also from their esteemed status as imperial relatives. Humph. Second brother. Why must you align yourself with the tiger and treat me with such disrespect alongside Fan Tong? I shall certainly seek justice from father. After her realization, Princess Haotian furiously huffed again. You should leave. A woman who only knows how to report to father all day long. I did not come here to trouble you today, so cease your senseless shouting. It was evident that this second prince held Princess Haotian in contempt. As imperial kin, how could the emperor punish himself over such trivial matters? You. Princess Haotian was instantly infuriated. Within the palace, despite any grievances the second prince harbored against her, he would never have dared to be so disrespectful. Once outside the palace, he had transformed into a completely different person. It seemed that his usual demeanor was merely a facade. Cousin. Look, this is Xia Qinglian. What do you think? Should we take her away together and enjoy ourselves? I have been quite good to you, Haven Ti, not forgetting to include you in such delightful affairs. Pointing at Xia Qinglian, Fan Tong gestured nonchalantly to the second prince. Shameless. How can you utter such words? Fan, you truly are a scoundrel. Du Kai and I pointed an accusatory finger at Fan Tong and scolded him on the spot. Humph, you filthy woman, who knows how many times you have been toyed with by the Yang surname. With your kind of worn-out goods, I wouldn't even look twice. This is none of your business, so scram. Casting a sidelong glance at Du Kai and I, Fan Tong audaciously spewed such repugnant words. Just as Du Long was about to explode with rage, a chilling voice echoed from beyond the private room. Fan, have you consumed excrement today? Why does your mouth smell so foul? Yang, it seems you are quite bored with life. Aren't you? Fan Tong had never before been subjected to such vile insults, and his expression turned sinister and terrifying as he glared toward the entrance, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Clearly, he was ready to commit violence. Several figures appeared at the doorway. Unmistakably Yang family S.N. Lang, Yun Feng, along with Wei Yiming, who had also been dining in the private room upstairs when they were disturbed by the commotion. Overhearing Du Kai's furious tirade as her beloved, he naturally could not ignore the situation, and thus Wei Yiming followed suit. Chapter 59, Battle of Fan and Yanghof. Fan, were it not for your grandfather's influence. With your disposition, you would have long been dealt with. How dare you bark like a dog here? What is wrong? Have you now stooped to bullying women to showcase your supposed superiority? Yun Feng cast a comforting glance at Du Kai and I, before turning to disdainfully snort. Yang Yun Feng, you shall pay a bloody price for your words and actions today. I, Fan Tong, challenge you. If you have the guts, do not cower like a turtle, but come out and fight me. I will make you aware of the consequences of offending a member of the Fan family. With a chilling gaze fixated on Yun Feng, Fan Tong's murderous intent was unmasked that I, Yang Yun Feng, accept your challenge. Yang Yun Feng, without a moment's hesitation, readily accepted the challenge. After enduring for so many years, he could no longer tolerate it. Having just overheard the final derogatory remarks of the man surnamed Fan towards his beloved outside the private chamber, the pent-up fury that had simmered within him for years was ignited. Very well. You have some guts. Let us meet at the challenge platform. With that declaration, Fan Tong was the first to depart from the private chamber, followed closely by the second prince and others. Since a challenge had been issued, it would only be settled on the platform. Yun Feng, that individual, despite his arrogance, possesses formidable martial prowess that it is said he has reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the Qi cycle and is on the verge of breaking through to the 7th stage. Do you have the confidence to face him? If you accept his challenge, he will have an excuse to strike at you, while you would be unable to retaliate. Knowing this, why do you still choose to accept his challenge? Du Kai, with a worried expression, stepped forward and grasped her beloved's arm. Rest assured, it is still far too early for him to think he can kill me. Of course, I won't resort to lethal force. At most, I shall teach him a lesson. After enduring for so long, this self-important fellow has become increasingly arrogant, and I am not inclined to endure any longer. Gently patting his beloved's delicate hand, Yang Yufeng spoke with a soft gaze to offer comfort. Haha, sister-in-law, fear not. Yufeng has also attained the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the Qi cycle, Why should we fear someone of the Fan surname? Wei Yiming, who had been smiling silently, finally stepped forward to offer his reassurance. Yiming is absolutely correct. Our relationship with the Fan family has always been adversarial, so whether we accept his challenge or not makes little difference. Yang Yunfeng reassured her once more that, oh, then you must be cautious later. Du Caney had no choice but to accept this outcome. Her gaze towards Yang Jialong filled with deep affection. She was well aware of her beloved standing up for her, daring to challenge the direct descendant of the Fan family, which warmed her heart. Yet she remained anxious about the impending challenge. The matter unfolded as follows. That it was Du Caney who spoke first, recounting how Fan Tong had requested Du Long to offer up Xia Qinglian to him, and upon being refused, had burst in without warning, clearly intending to seek revenge against Du Long, this fellow surnamed Fan. Does he truly believe himself to be the Emperor of Heaven? Ha ha ha. Does he really think that merely by opening his mouth, others would present their women to him on a silver platter? Is his head filled with nothing but excrement? Wei Yiming, having grasped the situation, erupted into laughter. If it were an ordinary woman, it might be forgivable for the Fan surname to behave so arrogantly. However, Xia Qinglian is, after all, the adopted daughter of the current second-rank general of Loyal Marshal, and even Zui Xionglu had ultimately to relinquish their pursuit of her. How could someone from the Fan family presume to simply demand her? Is it any wonder that Wei Yiming was unable to contain his laughter? On the challenge platform, two figures stood facing each other on either side, though the battle had yet to commence. The gazes of the two men were already locked in a fierce confrontation, their eyes clashing like blades, with sparks of intensity practically crackling in the air. Yang Jialong dared to challenge the direct descendant of the Fan family. Fan Tong? Has he lost his mind? The Fan family has long been accustomed to behaving tyrannically in the capital. It seems they have finally pushed Yang Jialong to his limits. Otherwise, who would dare to engage in combat with the scion of the Fan family? The challenge posed is inherently unjust, as one cannot eliminate those bearing the surname Fan, leaving no one willing to face such a perilous endeavor. It is a pity for Yang's third son. Had he possessed strength surpassing that of Fan Tong, he could have delivered a resounding defeat, which would have been truly satisfying, for he has long held disdain for the Fan clan. However, I find the odds disheartening. As fellow third-year students, it is rumored that Fan Tong has achieved complete mastery of the 6th stage of the cyclone, while Yang's prowess may only match him at best. Amidst the gathered students who had rushed to witness the spectacle, whispers filled the air, with many expressing their discontent towards the Fan family, almost unanimously rallying behind Yang Yufeng. Clearly, the reputation of the Fan family within the capital leaves much to be desired. The challenge commences as Fan Tong confronts his peer, Yang Yufeng, both well aware of the rules governing their duel. Understood. They responded in unison. Very well. The challenge begins now. The mentor overseeing the arena wasted no time. Recognizing the experience of both contenders and promptly declaring the match officially underway as the announcement echoed, the two competitors sprang into action. True to form, Fan Tong charged towards Yang Yunfeng with bravado, unleashing a fierce assault with both hands. The Fan family's renowned sky-splitting palm, personally imparted by a master of the spirit level, was executed with intent to incapacitate Yang Yunfeng, targeting his vital points. Should he be struck directly, even if their strengths were comparable, it could likely result in grave injury. Observing the murderous intent emanating from Fan Tong, Yang Yunfeng also made his move. He gracefully employed the unique misty steps of the Yang family, his form as ethereal as the wind. While it may not compare to Du Long's wind stride, it possessed its own exquisite intricacies. Before an audience of countless spectators, the two engaged in fierce combat, with Fan Tong relentlessly aiming for Yang's critical areas, embodying a desire to eliminate him swiftly, thus showcasing the overwhelming might of the Fan family's techniques. Yang Yunfeng, however, chose to evade direct confrontation, exuding an air of calm and composure. Seemingly unperturbed by Fan Tong's onslaught, in the stands, Du Long scrutinized the unfolding duel, his brow furrowing in concern that he recognized that with his current strength at the 2nd stage of the cyclone, he was no match for them. In terms of speed and foundational combat power, he simply could not compete. Given his 2nd stage strength, he might only contend with someone at the 4th stage. Yet against a 6th stage opponent, even if he shed all burdens, he would merely maintain a stalemate, let alone achieve victory. It would be a distant prospect. Sensing Du Long's thoughts, the voice of the spirit companion, Linger, chimed in with a melodic assessment that, among the various clans, mutual assassination of young disciples is strictly forbidden. However, When conflicts arise among the youth, it ultimately comes down to their respective cultivation levels. The weaker must simply avoid the stronger. This was the reason no one dared to offend anyone before my rebirth. Must I now steer clear of Fan Tong in the future? Not necessarily, the spirit companion replied with a smile. Once I relieve you of your burdens, even if you cannot triumph over this fellow, at the very least, you shall not suffer a humiliating defeat. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Dulong could not help but inquire, Linger, are you certain that once the burdens upon me are lifted, I will remain undefeated before that individual? Of course, with the addition of the Xian Yang double wave. In conjunction with the wind step technique and the protective qualities of that vest, it is entirely possible that I may indeed triumph over him. The enchanting spirit clearly felt somewhat displeased by his skepticism. Dulong chose to refrain from further trivial discourse, the tension in his furrowed brow gradually easing, a smile beginning to grace his face as he watched the battle unfold on stage without a hint of pressure. Yang, do you possess anything beyond mere words? Are you truly too cowardly to confront me directly on the challenge platform? With such conduct, do you still dare to stand up for that wretched person? Frustrated by Yang Yunfeng's reluctance to engage him in open combat, Fan Tong could no longer contain his fury. You are the wretched one. Yang Yunfeng, evidently provoked, retorted, Fan, what else can you do besides bullying the freshmen of lower grades? Without hesitation, he abandoned his evasive tactics. His fists transformed, striking towards Fan Tong like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. Excellent. Seeing his opponent respond with valor, Fan Tong could not resist letting out a roar. Launching his palm with fervor, the Fan family's sky-shattering palm comprises 6 techniques, and he had only mastered the second. Unleashing it with ferocity created a series of explosive sounds, its power undeniably formidable. Upon the clash of their fists and palms, a resounding thud echoed throughout the challenge stage. Both combatants staggered backward from the recoil, each retreating approximately 10 meters before regaining their footing. A collective gasp arose from the audience as they finally recognized that Yang Yunfeng's strength was indeed on par with Fan Tong's. As the party involved, Yang Yunfeng silently lamented. The Fan family's sky-shattering palm was truly as formidable as its reputation suggested. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through his arms, signaling that they had sustained injury from the impact. In contrast, Fan Tong, despite experiencing considerable discomfort in his arms, swiftly recovered after a brief moment. Humph! Come again! With a fierce roar, Fan Tong lunged forward once more, his eyes betraying a chilling intent to kill. It was evident that he was genuinely intent on inflicting harm. Chapter 60, Provocation Shameless. In the audience, witnessing Fan Tong once again charge toward her beloved, Du Kai and I could not restrain our indignation. Sister Kai and I, what is the matter? Du Long inquired, puzzled. Humph! Du Kai and I huffed in irritation. The combat skills of the Yang family are primarily designed for the battlefield, with their most potent attack technique being a set of Yang family spear techniques. It is expressly forbidden to use weapons in duels on the Academy's challenge platform. Consequently, Yunfeng is essentially pitting his weaknesses against their strengths. Indeed, that Fan is utterly shameless, Du Long could not help but exclaim, as others around them shared a newfound understanding of the Fan family's disgraceful conduct. And still, they dared to let my cousin confront him head-on. Zheng Wan'er was evidently furious, as Yang Yunfeng on the stage was her own cousin. On the challenge platform, Yang Yunfeng once again clashed with Fan Tong, engaging in direct combat. Although he was not easily defeated at the moment, the signs of his eventual downfall were beginning to emerge. With a series of deft evasions from direct assaults, Yang Yunfeng found himself compelled to confront Fan Tong once more. The tremendous recoil from the impact sent him staggering back, barely managing to halt his descent from the challenge platform. Sensing the opportunity, Fan Tong swiftly pursued, launching a powerful strike that seemed to envelop all avenues of evasion, forcing Yang Yunfeng into a relentless clash, in a moment of desperation, and to the astonishment of all present. The injured Yang Yunfeng made an unexpected decision. He leaped off the challenge platform, effectively conceding defeat. What now? I heard that the Yang clan members would rather die than yield. Yet here you are, surrendering so easily. Ha ha! Yang Yunfeng, with such a pitiful display, you dare to stand up for a woman? It's utterly laughable. Ha! On the challenge platform, Fan Wei could not contain his laughter, clearly mocking Yang Yunfeng for his voluntary surrender. Fan, if you have the guts, challenge me with weapons, relying on your strengths to exploit my weaknesses. Even if you win, there is nothing to be proud of. Yang Yunfeng retorted defiantly from below. directing his ire at Fan Tong atop the platform. In the audience, Du Long's face darkened as he witnessed the relentless insults hurled by Fan Tong at his brother Yang. This entire debacle stemmed from his actions, yet Yang Yunfeng had to bear the brunt of the fallout. Igniting his fury, the anger boiled over into scornful words directed at Fan Tong. "You overgrown child. You may be a year older than Yang, yet you still rely on your advantages to secure victories. Barking like a dog in the process. Truly, you live up to your name." Huh? The audience fell into stunned silence at this unexpected outburst. In the vast expanse of the Haotian Empire, few dared to insult the scion of the Fan family so brazenly. Yang Yunfeng's willingness to retaliate was not merely a testament to his strength, but also a reflection of the deep-seated animosity between their clans. The once boisterous challenge platform now stood quiet, all eyes fixed on the source of the sudden tirade. Soon, a young man clad in black emerged in the spectators' gaze. None other than the first-year student Du Long. The surrounding crowd, along with Du Long's companions, were taken aback, questioning his sanity as he pointed at the challenge platform, unleashing a tirade against Fan Tong. "You madman! Do you not realize that with your current prowess, should you offend him, the consequences will be dire?" Du Kai exclaimed, fully aware of the unspoken rules governing the interactions between noble families. While direct assassination or bullying of clan scions was forbidden, provoking their ire could only lead to dire repercussions for the one who dared to tread such perilous ground. Indeed, atop the challenge platform, Fan Tong had ceased to regard Yang Yunfeng, his gaze now fixed with icy malice on the audacious Du Long, an expression of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. When did even the lowly dare to insult the Fan family? Du Long, since you seek your demise, I shall oblige you. I challenge you today, should you dare to refuse. The wrath of the Fan family is certainly beyond what you can endure. I, Du Long, accept your challenge, you good for nothing." Without heeding the pleas of those around him, Du Long boldly accepted the challenge, still using the derogatory term good for nothing. Ha ha ha. On the challenge stage, Fan Tong, enraged to the point of mockery, was clearly infuriated by Du Long's repeated insults. The audience could sense the chilling intent to kill in his laughter. "The ignorant are fearless. Du Long, you shall not leave the challenge stage alive today." "Young master. Du Long, do not be foolish." A crowd of friends surrounding Du Long urged him to reconsider. Even Xia Qinglian, who knew he had reached the second tier of Cyclone, was alarmed and tried to dissuade him. After all, he was still 4 tiers below the Cyclone's 6th tier. Enough talk. As a man of the Du family, having accepted the challenge, I must defend the honor of my clan. Du Long spoke solemnly, dismissing those around him before leaping towards the challenge stage. The distance from his position to the nearest point of the stage was at least several dozen meters, yet he soared into the air, executing a series of aerial steps, gliding gracefully over the heads of numerous spectators, and landed elegantly on the challenge stage. Prior to his leap, the spirit of the ring had already assisted him in managing his weight, allowing for this astonishing display. "Bravo!" Countless spectators erupted into applause upon witnessing his impressive feat. It was evident that this new student possessed formidable strength. Good heavens, a first-year student daring to accept a challenge from a third-year veteran. This is sheer folly, isn't it? I suspect he was pushed to the edge by that Fan family member. A cornered rabbit will bite. It seems likely, but the young man from the Du family is rather impulsive. I've heard he has only just reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation. How could he dare to accept a challenge from a Cyclone 6th tier master? The audience around the challenge stage buzzed with discussion, many lamenting the recklessness of this first-year student. Having gained admission to the Royal Academy's martial arts program, his future prospects are boundless. Why act so rashly? Du Long, do not be foolish. Surrender quickly. Below the challenge stage, Yang Yunfeng only regained his senses once Du Long landed atop the platform, hastily urging him to reconsider. "What are you looking at? Announce the challenge's official commencement already." Seemingly unwilling to waste words with Du Long, Fan Tong shouted angrily at the supervising instructor below the challenge stage. In the entirety of the Royal Academy, which instructor is unaware of his identity? The challenge stage instructor, wary of Fan Tong's fury, could only turn to Du Long with a resigned expression and ask, "Du Long, do you truly wish to accept Fan Tong's challenge?" "Indeed. I, Du Long, willingly accept Fan Tong's challenge." Du Long nodded without hesitation, disregarding the instructor's attempt to offer him a moment's pause for reconsideration. "Very well. Your challenge is acknowledged. Do you have any uncertainties regarding the rules?" The challenge stage instructor, enduring Fan Tong's murderous glare, inquired once more. "None, instructor. You may announce the challenge has begun. Dulong, not wishing to put the mentor responsible for the challenge stage in a difficult position, responded with remarkable candor. Very well. I hereby declare that this challenge officially commences. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the entire challenge stage. All present held their breath, concentrating their full attention on the stage, eager to witness the capabilities of this first-year newcomer. But to be honest, not only were the onlookers baffled by Dulong's actions, but even the enchanting spirit accompanying him was equally perplexed. Dulong, I truly cannot decide whether to admire your audacity or to lament your ignorance. At that moment, Fan Tong, seemingly losing his patience, shook his head and sneered at Dulong on the stage. How brazen! Fan Tong's fury was reignited. With a furious roar, he charged toward Dulong, showing no inclination for courtesy as he launched his attack first. At this juncture, Dulong experienced a remarkable sensation. Ever since he had donned the heavy-weighted vest, he had even bathed while wearing it. Yet now, he felt as light as a feather, his entire being brimming with vigor. The wind-walking technique was unleashed with full force, and the multitude of spectators could barely catch a glimpse of Dulong before he vanished from sight, including Fan Tong on the challenge stage, who could only perceive a fleeting shadow of black. Such astonishing speed. With narrowed eyes, Fan Tong was taken aback. Yet, with utmost concentration, he managed to discern Dulong's trajectory, identifying an opportune moment to strike. And with a sudden forceful palm, he unleashed the Fan family's signature technique, the sky-splitting palm. The gust of his palm surged forth, enveloping a broad area, clearly intending to suppress his opponent's speed through a wide-scale assault. Frankly, Dulong's sudden and terrifying speed had indeed caught him off guard. As he executed the wind-walking technique, unencumbered by the hundreds of pounds of weight, Dulong was astonished by the sheer ferocity of his own speed. In that moment, he felt an almost instinctual desire to soar into the skies. After a year of arduous training, he had only partially grasped the significance of the enchanting spirit's training methods. However, the instant the weight was lifted, he comprehended the immense effectiveness of such training. From leaping dozens of meters moments ago to now evading Fan Tong with terrifying speed, he was filled with exhilaration. Moreover, the weighted vest had suppressed his combat prowess. With its removal, the explosive force surging through him made him feel as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Wait, why has that Fan fellow's speed diminished considerably? Observing Fan Tong's initial assault with the sky-splitting palm, Dulong sensed that his opponent's speed seemed sluggish. This perception was, in fact, a stark contrast resulting from Dulong's own rapidity in an instant. A thought of confronting his opponent head-on flashed through his mind. Impulsively, he decided to act. Xianyang double ripple. With a silent exclamation, Dulong unleashed the double ripple through his palms, a resounding explosion following as his palms collided forcefully with Fan Tong's sky-splitting palm. Boom! On the challenge stage, the two figures recoiled from their clash, revealing the silhouettes of Dulong and Fan Tong. Although Dulong was sent further back from the impact, he remained unscathed, his formidable physique manifesting in that moment. The audience, momentarily stunned, erupted into a buzz of discussions. Isn't this Dulong merely a newly admitted student at the 9th level of Qi nurturing? Witnessing the sudden surge of his aura just moments ago, he seemingly possesses the strength of at least the Cyclone stage. How could he possibly match Fan Tong without significant disparity? Is this truly a first-year freshman? Regardless of the spectators' discussions, the battle between Dulong and Fan Tong rages on. Following their clash, Dulong merely felt a dull ache in his arms, which was significantly more tolerable than what young Yufeng experienced. His formidable physique was utterly impervious to the damage inflicted by Fan Tong's skyrending palm. Once more, rubbing his slightly sore arms, Dulong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he let out a low shout and charged towards Fan Tong once again, staring in astonishment at the approaching dark figure. Fan Tong, feeling the lingering pain in his arms, could scarcely believe his eyes. How could a freshman, who had only been in school for less than a month, possess the strength to challenge him? Impossible. Gazing at the figure exuding an aura equivalent to the 2nd level of Cyclone, Fan Tong could not fathom it. Even if this fellow had reached the 2nd level of Cyclone, he should not be his match. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and moved to engage once more, showing no intention of retreating, intent on discovering whether he had misjudged the situation. Bang, bang, bang. Though this may sound lengthy, it transpired in a fleeting moment. On the challenge stage, the two figures collided several times in the blink of an eye. On the surface, it appeared that Dulong was at a disadvantage, Yet after their initial clash, the excitement in his eyes only intensified. In the audience, countless spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Those who knew Du Long and were aware of his background stared blankly at the black figure relentlessly clashing with Fan Tong on the challenge stage. Could this individual battling Fan Tong truly be Du Long? Princess Wafeng gazed at the challenge stage in a daze, murmuring to herself, beginning to question whether her eyes were deceiving her. It is undoubtedly Du Long. How extraordinary is this? Despite feeling significantly weaker than his opponent, he manages to hold his ground during each fierce encounter. Su Jinbao instinctively chimed in. Qinglian, now that we have reached this point, you need not conceal it any longer. Please enlighten us regarding the true extent of this insufferable brat's power. Du Kai and I turned to the worried Summer Qinglian, who was watching the battle intently. Well, Summer Qinglian hesitated, reluctant to divulge any secrets Du Long wished to keep hidden from outsiders. Qinglian, it is likely that Du Long is giving his all at this moment. His strength is probably no longer a secret. Please share the truth with everyone. Zhang Wanair added with a supportive tone. With a soft sigh, Summer Qinglian finally spoke. Alas, very well. He has actually only reached the second level of Cyclone. However, due to his exceptionally robust physique, he is able to remain unbeaten before Fan Tong, even though it was evident that Du Long had at least attained the second level of Cyclone. The confirmation from Summer Qinglian left everyone in silent awe, particularly Du Kai and I, who exclaimed in excitement. This insufferable brat, he truly concealed his strength during the public test. To think he has advanced from 0 to the second level of Cyclone in just 1 year. Compared to the past, it has become infinitely more monstrous. On the challenge stage, Fan Tong and Du Long had exchanged numerous blows with increasing intensity, and Fan Tong gradually began to feel the strain. Having just engaged in an exhausting battle with Yang Yunfeng, the depletion of his stamina rendered him vulnerable as he faced Du Long, and he could sense the energy within him dwindling to a precarious level. To be defeated by a fellow student of the same grade after losing to Yang Yunfeng was one thing, but to succumb to a freshman would be utterly disgraceful for his reputation at the Royal Academy. This waste thinks he can defeat me? Not a chance. A resolution quickly formed in Fan Tong's mind. Having been publicly insulted by this individual, he could not afford to lose again. With a fierce roar in his heart, he unleashed the third move of the Fan family's Liurshan Palm, a technique that could only be executed at the Qi Si stage. Attempting it without sufficient strength would have dire consequences for his body. A warning his grandfather had long imparted to him. Never use it unless absolutely necessary. For Fan Tong, this moment had indeed become one of dire necessity, while his life was not at stake. He valued his dignity above all else. Essentially, it was a matter of face. Initially sensing the diminishing energy emanating from Fan Tong, Du Long anticipated that he was nearing his limits after a prolonged struggle. Just as he prepared to seize the opportunity to defeat him, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming surge of formidable aura from Fan Tong, and a sense of danger instinctively arose within him. And the voice of the beautiful spirit in his mind cautioned, "Be wary. He is about to break through his limits and unleash a powerful move. Remember, your vest has the ability to nullify impact. Make good use of it." With a spark of determination, Du Long decided to employ the wind-walking technique. Darting about the challenge stage at full speed, he aimed to evade Fan Tong's impending strike. Wishing to avoid a direct confrontation, however, many powerful moves could lock onto their opponent's energy, making them far from easy to dodge. No matter how he attempted to evade, Du Long could feel himself becoming increasingly ensnared. Unable to entirely escape the impending attack within the confines of the challenge stage, Fan Tong's palms soared through the air, seemingly delivering a single strike. Yet in reality, he layered 7 or 8 strikes upon one another, each imprint distinct, rendering the blow extraordinarily intricate. It appeared that this move demanded a considerable expenditure of Haotian Qi, and Fan Tong felt the energy within his dantian being swiftly drained, leaving his complexion pale and cold sweat beginning to bead upon his forehead. With no avenue for escape, Du Long was compelled to focus his mind, channeling all of his Haotian Qi to shield his vital points, and then he swung his fist with all his might, not aimed at Fan Tong's palms, but rather directed towards his own chest as a means of evasion. Observing Du Long's seemingly self-destructive approach, Fan Tong realized that he was attempting to force him to retract his palms in order to evade a blow that could not be dodged. Fan Tong understood all too well that he was expending every ounce of his strength in this strike. Should he fail to defeat his opponent, he would undoubtedly face defeat himself. as the energy within him would be utterly depleted following this attack. Humph! With a quiet grunt, Fan Tong made his decision. He believed that even if Du Long's assault landed upon him, it would merely result in injury, not his demise. Once the third form of the Rift Sky Palm fell upon him, it would undoubtedly claim his life. With this in mind, there was no reason to hold back. He resolutely chose to clash with Du Long head-on. Both palms unleashed the third form of the Rift Sky Palm, the mountain-cleaving palm, striking forcefully at the exposed opening in Du Long's chest. Simultaneously, Du Long's right fist arced upward, delivering a crushing blow to his right rib. Bang! Bang! With a gasp, Fan Tong violently spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His entire form flung away, rendered unconscious mid-air, ultimately collapsing onto the challenge stage like a lifeless body that Du Long felt as though a small mountain had slammed into his chest. A tremendous force collided with his leather vest, the inner resilient material evenly dispersing the impact throughout his body. He was propelled outward, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling towards the edge of the challenge stage. The audience surrounding the stage erupted in astonished gasps. Although Fan Tong had not been thrown off the challenge stage and was already unconscious, if Du Long were to fall off, it would be considered his defeat. It seems Du Long has lost after all. Observing the figure clad in black, soaring outward like a disjointed kite, a shared thought arose in the minds of all present. Chapter 62. The two great clans. His ability to achieve this was largely due to the unyielding pressure he had endured throughout the past year, engaging in intense and grueling training. Now, liberated from the burden, Du Long, light as a swallow, may not have mastered the art of flight, but he could certainly execute brief aerial glides. That was close. I nearly fell off the challenge stage. With a sigh of relief, he turned to gaze at the unconscious Fan Tong sprawled on the ground. Strangely, despite triumphing over this adversary, a sense of joy eluded him. Du Long was acutely aware that after his rebirth, he had finally faced the scion of the Fan family directly. Memories of the treachery he had endured at the hands of the Fan clan flashed through his mind. Back then, even though he knew he had been wronged, there was no means for reprisal, leaving him with no choice but to end his life in humiliation. To think that merely a year after his rebirth, he had acquired the personal strength to contend with him. Regrettably, due to the constraints of identity, he could not yet take his life at will. However, opportunities would undoubtedly arise. The enmity between the Du and Fan families would surely unfold from this day forth. Mentor, it is time to announce the results of the challenge. As thoughts raced through his mind, Du Long flashed a grin at the somewhat dazed mentor presiding over the challenge stage. Oh, right, I shall announce it now. The mentor snapped back to reality and promptly declared in a loud voice. I announce, in this challenge, first-year student Du Long emerges victorious. The audience, previously ensnared in a state of stupor, erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Finally realizing that this was no mere dream, all eyes burned with fervor as they gazed upon the black figure on the challenge stage. With a definitive outcome at hand, Du Long chose to disregard the individual lying on the stage like a defeated dog, swiftly leaping down to rejoin his friends. Kid, well done. It seems my intervention today was unnecessary. Huh? Yang Yinfeng, who had not strayed far, approached and playfully thumped Du Long's chest, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. Hee, Brother Yang is able to disregard offending the Fan family for the sake of Sister Kai and I. I can hardly contain my happiness for her. What more is there to say? Du Long replied with a sincere smile on his face. At that moment, Du Kai and I and her entourage had already rushed from the audience seats, surrounding Du Long and chattering incessantly, leaving him overwhelmed. Ultimately, he could only gesture that this was not the place for conversation. Urging them to leave and discuss elsewhere. As they departed the challenge platform, others had already taken to the stage to carry away the severely injured Fan Tong for treatment. This fellow had undoubtedly broken several ribs, and it was estimated that he would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate before he could hope to return to his former self. That I end this battle. Du Long instantaneously rose to fame. Previously, his reputation had leaned more towards the negative, encompassing matters such as his divorce, the uproar at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, and the defense before the court. These could only be regarded as somewhat infamous. However, the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire is a well-renowned institution on the Starry Continent, and all nations place great importance on the internal affairs of this academy. Any significant event occurring within the Royal Academy would swiftly reach the ears of all powers that hold interest in this place. In the martial arts department, A freshman who had barely enrolled for less than a month astonishingly defeated a third-year senior. If this had merely been an ordinary third-year student, it might have been understandable, as both the 4th and 6th tier of Qi circulation are third-year levels. Yet, the opponent Dulong vanquished not only possessed the strength of the 6th tier of Qi circulation, but was also a perfected entity of that tier. Even more incredulous was the fact that this individual was none other than the grandson of one of the 3 prominent spiritual tier figures of the Haotian Empire, Fan Tong. This news rapidly spread from the Royal Academy of the Haotian Empire, with various factions in the capital city of the Haotian Empire receiving the information promptly, including the 2 families involved, the Du and Fan clans. Jintian, congratulations. You have a wonderful son. Third brother, congratulations. Du Jintian, who typically bore a stern and austere countenance, could not suppress his joy today, wearing a smile as he congratulated each clan brother he encountered. The boy who had once brought shame upon himself had finally matured, bringing honor to his father. At this moment, the Du family convened a clan meeting specifically to celebrate Dulong's victory over Fan Tong. Even the 3 elder statesmen of the Du clan, who had long since retired from active affairs, could not resist attending upon hearing the news. Those eligible to participate in the Du clan meeting were at least 1st or 2nd generation elders. 3rd generation descendants were too young to qualify unless specially invited. The 3 elders sat in silence, appearing to meditate, yet they were attentively listening to the discussions of the 2nd generation members managing clan affairs below. I believe that Dulong's decision to challenge the Fan family's direct descendant was a grave mistake. I have heard that he even insulted Fan Tong in front of countless teachers and students of the Royal Academy. The one expressing discontent was none other than Du Nan, the 6th of the 2nd generation. What 6th brother says is indeed accurate. It is said that Fan Tong originally challenged Yang Yunfeng of the Yang family, which had nothing to do with Dulong. Yet he forcefully put himself forward. Does this boy not understand the formidable nature of the Fan family? Supporting Du Jinnan's words was Du Jinlin, the 9th of the 2nd generation, who had always sided with the 6th brother. 6th brother, 9th brother. You are mistaken. As far as I know, the incident originated when Du Jia's eldest heir, Du Jindong, recounted the entire sequence of events with a countenance full of anger, exclaiming, "Are we to accept that Yang's 3rd son intervened on behalf of our family at the Royal Academy, while our own children are to endure insults from that scion of the Fan family?" However, it must be noted that Dulong cannot resort to disrespectful language or hurl insults at the legitimate heir of the Fan family. As Du Jinan interjected in rebuttal, "Third brother, the individual in question is your son. Does he intend to provoke a direct confrontation between the Du and Fan families with such slander?" Old 9th, Du Jinlin, continued the discourse. Old 9th, do not exaggerate. It is merely youthful rivalry. Our prominent families have an understanding. Disputes among children should be resolved based on merit. If my son, Dulong, possesses the strength to challenge Fan Tong, then he shall not be subjected to indignities from that boy. However, should he lack the requisite strength, he ought to retreat quietly and focus on his training, rather than expose himself to humiliation. Du Jintian declared vehemently. Indeed, how could Fan Tong dare to insult Kai Ni and Yang Yunfeng so harshly? His words were utterly disgraceful. He even dares to expect Dulong to offer up Xia Qinglian for his amusement. Is this not a matter of decency? Even if our Du family may not rival the Fan family in strength, we shall not allow our honor to be trampled upon. Du Lao Jindong continued with a stern countenance. Enough, let us cease this chatter. The elderly patriarch, Du Fengzhong, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. Due to the significance of the Red Dragon Gorge battle, he had garnered the old emperor's favor, and as the previous clan leader of the Du family, his words commanded immediate silence. Regarding this challenge, let us refrain from debating its rightness or wrongness. With the precedent of the failed Du Zhao alliance, it is imperative that the affair between Kai Ni and Yang's 3rd son be settled promptly to avert any unforeseen complications. Jindong, you must take swift action on this matter. Furthermore, as Dulong has achieved the Cyclone tier strength and entered the Royal Academy, it is customary for the family to provide a portion of 2nd-grade spirit liquid. While we shall procure the other part ourselves, now then, let us conclude today's clan meeting. Everyone may disperse. With just a few succinct words, the venerable elder set the tone for the proceedings, and all present could only acquiesce. When this elder speaks, no one dares to oppose him. In a similar fashion, the Fan family convened their own assembly, with Fan Kuan, the esteemed elder and spiritual leader of the Fan clan, present due to his formidable spirit tier strength. which commanded great respect throughout the Haotian Empire. "How is Tong Yer faring?" Fan Kuan inquired darkly, fixing his gaze upon a middle-aged man below, who was Fan Zhongping, the steward of the Fan residence and a second-generation member of the collateral branch of the Fan family. Reporting to the elder, young Master Tong has sustained 3 broken ribs on his left side, and his internal organs have suffered some trauma. However, it is not serious. He is expected to recover after a brief period of rest. Fan Zhongping explained, trembling under the elder's piercing gaze. Will this injury affect Tonger's future cultivation? Fan Kuan pressed, his somber expression slightly easing that it should not have any significant impact. Very well, you may withdraw. Remember, utilize the finest elixirs and ensure that no lingering side effects remain. With a wave of his hand, Fan Kuan reiterated his warning before casting a stern gaze over the assembly below. This time, although Tonger was injured due to the challenge, it cannot simply be overlooked. My Fan family shall not be so easily insulted. Remember, in the court, we must exert our utmost pressure on the Du and Yang families. Moreover, let us refrain from escalating matters for the time being. Prioritize that particular issue above all else. Once we are adequately prepared, we shall implement our plans with full force. At that time, we shall settle the scores with the Du and Yang families once and for all. With a resounding affirmation, dozens of members of the Fan clan bowed respectfully in response. Within the Fan family, Fan Kuan's words held the weight of an imperial decree, leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 63. The dragons resolve. You wretched boy, how dare you deceive your own mother? Speak honestly at once. What level of strength have you attained? How is it that even Fan Tong, who has reached the 6th tier of the Qi cyclone, is not your match? Du Muzhou Roashua exclaimed in indignation, directing her ire at her beloved Son in the eastern hall. The elder Du sat comfortably in the main seat, chuckling to himself. Du Jintian had remained at home today instead of attending the Ministry of War. And now he wore a smile as he observed his wife tugging at their son's ear during her interrogation. Xia Qinglian sat quietly beside them, smiling as she watched the mother-son duo. A long-forgotten warmth coursing through her heart. How delightful it felt to be home. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts. Mother, you're going to rip my ear off. Please stop. It's killing me. Given Dulong's constitution, Zhou Ruoxua was merely putting on a show. She would never truly exert herself. He hardly felt any pain, only pretending for effect. Even though she knew he was acting, Zhou Ruoxua instinctively released her grip, affectionately tapping his shoulder as she chided. Keep pretending. If you dare deceive me again today, I shall truly pluck your ear off. Hee, mother. Your son has never lied to you, has he? I merely concealed a few details. Is that worth such anger? Dulong scratched his head and chuckled uneasily at his mother's stern demeanor. Wretched boy, spare me your banter. Concealment is unacceptable. If you do not come clean, I shall see how I deal with you. Zhou Ruoxua's stern expression betrayed a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Very well, very well. I shall not conceal anything further. Dulong resigned himself to honesty, stating, in truth, I have only reached the 2nd tier of the Qi cyclone. Wretched boy, still not forthcoming. You think you can defeat someone at the 6th tier with such paltry strength? Do you take me for a fool? Zhou Ruoxua, shedding her usual gentle demeanor, erupted in frustration, evidently exasperated by her dear son. Mother, I assure you, I am not lying this time. If you don't believe me, ask Qinglian. She can vouch for me. The reason I narrowly triumphed over that fellow with the surname Fan is that he had just engaged in a grueling battle with brother Yang Yinfeng, leaving him utterly exhausted, allowing me to seize the opportunity for victory. Upon hearing his explanation, Zhou Ruoxua turned her gaze suspiciously towards Xia Qinglian, clearly seeking her confirmation. The young master indeed possesses only the strength of the 2nd tier of the Qi cyclone. This much Qinglian can guarantee. Before Fan Tong challenged the young master, he had engaged in a prolonged battle with Yang Yinfeng, during which a significant portion of his Haotian Gang Qi was depleted. This is indeed a fact. Noticing Zhou Ruoxua's gaze upon him, Xia Qinglian hurriedly rose to respond. Tsich. Dulong scoffed, curling his lip in feigned grievance. Surely you believe Qinglian, don't you? Poor child, unloved and uncared for. Even my own mother doubts me, sigh. The assembled crowd erupted in laughter at his comical expression, including the usually stern and serious Du Jintian, who could only shake his head while chuckling. Once the laughter subsided, the elder Du waved to his beloved grandson, saying, Come here, you rascal, and speak with your grandfather. Upon hearing his grandfather's summons, Du Long approached with a beaming smile, only to find the old man producing a stack of banknotes from his pocket, each worth 1,000 gold coins. That as confusion crossed his face, the elder Du smiled and said, "Child, you have now joined the Haotian Royal Academy and reached the Cyclone stage of power. Our Du clan has a tradition. When a clan member attains the Cyclone stage, they receive family support in the form of a second-grade spirit liquid. I have added an additional portion myself. Here is the money for both shares of the spirit liquid. Accepted." Gazing at the pile of banknotes in his grandfather's aged hands, Du Long felt a heavy weight in his heart. Throughout his life, his grandfather had gone to great lengths for his unaccomplished grandson. "Grandfather, I have burdened you enough since childhood due to my physical limitations. I cannot accept this money," Du Long exclaimed, his eyes reddening. "Foolish child, what use do you think I have for this money? Once purchased, the second-grade spirit liquid will swiftly enhance your strength, preventing you from being bullied in the future. Only in this way can we maintain the honor of the Du family," the elder Du insisted, forcefully placing the money into Du Long's hands. Holding the 10 banknotes, although light in weight, they felt as if they bore the weight of mountains. After a moment of contemplation, Du Long extracted 5 of the banknotes, saying, "Grandfather, in that case, I shall accept this portion of 5,000 gold coins provided by the family. In fact, when I first entered the Royal Academy, I won 5,000 gold coins in a challenge and purchased a second-grade spirit liquid, which is how I reached the Cyclone stage so swiftly. Haha, my dear Longer has finally grown into a man." The elder Du gazed fondly at the tall, handsome young man before him, his heart brimming with emotion. "Grandfather, I have been an adult for some time now. With the new year approaching, if I do not grow any further, how could I face being a member of the Du family?" Du Long chuckled sheepishly. "Indeed, a son of the Du family ought to be this way." Laughter erupted from the family, all rejoicing in Du Long's maturity. At that moment, a clear voice echoed in Du Long's mind. "Du Long, the Fan family's strength derives from their possession of a spirit-level existence. Your Du family, though not weak in this nation, lacks the presence of such a being to break into the ranks of first-class powers." "I understand that too," Du Long responded, somewhat bewildered. "I have observed the prowess of your father and grandfather. One at the initial stage of the Gangdan realm, the other at the perfected stage of the Gangdan realm. The primary reason your world finds it so arduous to ascend to the spirit realm lies in the flaws of the cultivation techniques. I possess a method that can enable your grandfather to break through to the spirit realm within a year." The spirit girl spoke with unwavering conviction. "What?" Du Long was evidently taken aback, springing up abruptly from his chair, unable to contain his astonishment. "Long, what is the matter with you?" Everyone in the hall, engaged in laughter and conversation, was startled by his outburst, with Zhou Ruoxue regarding him with a mix of confusion and concern. Du Long, wishing to say no more, hastily concocted an excuse and departed with Xia Qinglian. "This child? Always so cryptic," Zhou Ruoxue remarked playfully, watching the hurried figure vanish from the hall. In the private chamber, Du Long lay alone on the bed, excitedly discussing with the spirit girl Linger, "Did you just say you have a way to help my grandfather break through to the spirit realm? Is that truly the case? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Du Long, still struggling to believe this revelation, questioned eagerly. "Nonsense. Isn't what you refer to as the spirit realm merely the 5th stage of the foundational 9 stages?" The spirit girl replied dismissively. "Yet, to my knowledge, many individuals remain at the perfected stage of the Gangdan realm throughout their lives without ever breaking through. What could be the reason for this?" Du Long inquired, perplexed. "That it's quite simple. The cultivation techniques in your world are flawed. I surmise that those few who have reached the spirit realm primarily did so through solitary and arduous training, relying heavily on their innate talent. These individuals, upon breaking through, tend to guard their experiences as the most significant secrets. In truth, their methods of breakthrough are still problematic. And even if one manages to break through using their techniques, advancing further becomes exceedingly challenging. To put it plainly, if your grandfather were guided by the correct cultivation methods for breaking through to the spirit realm, coupled with his decent talent, achieving that breakthrough should not pose a significant challenge." "Linger, do you possess the techniques that could assist my grandfather in breaking through?" Du Long inquired anxiously. "Of course. The subsequent techniques of the Xiantian decision you are cultivating will suffice, but this set of techniques cannot be transmitted lightly. I also have other techniques that can aid him in breaking through to the spirit realm," the spirit girl affirmed. "Although these techniques may not be as advanced as the Xiantian decision, they are infinitely superior compared to the cultivation techniques in your world." "Wonderful. Then please impart them to me at once. I must find an opportunity to pass them on to my grandfather. The Du family needs a presence at the spirit realm, and dealing with those individuals will become significantly easier in the future, Du Long thought, brimming with excitement. Well, I see that the Du family lineage leans heavily towards a yang attribute. Here is a cultivation technique called the launch indecision. Make sure to pass it on to your grandfather when you have the chance. This technique can serve as a legacy for your family. As soon as the spirit girl finished speaking, a tome titled Launch Indecision materialized within the space of the coiling serpent ring, and as the master of this space, Du Long immediately sensed it. He flipped his hand to retrieve the book, and Du Long read aloud. Launch Indecision? Linger, do you mean to say I can teach it to all the descendants of the Du family? Indeed, this set of cultivation techniques is not inferior to the Xiantian decision. Even if it were to come to the attention of outsiders, it would not attract envious adversaries. You can cultivate with peace of mind. Chapter 64. Family Heritage Grandfather. Do you have a moment to spare? I would like to discuss something privately with you. In the dining hall, Du Long said cheerfully to his grandfather, "You rascal, dinner is about to be served. Is there something so secretive that even your parents must be kept in the dark?" Du Mu, Zhou Ruoxue, glanced disapprovingly at Du Long. There's nothing of the sort. Mother, you're overthinking it. Du Long could only respond with an awkward smile. Come, let us go speak with your grandfather inside. The old man, seeing the expression on his face, knew the boy had something to say, so he stood up and headed toward the inner room, prompting Du Long to bid farewell to his parents and Xia Qinglian before following suit. That boy. He has been acting mysteriously all year long, Zhou Ruoxue muttered, then turned to Xia Qinglian with sudden brightness in her eyes. Qinglian, do you have any idea what that rascal wants to discuss with his grandfather? Shaking her head gently, Xia Qinglian replied with a bittersweet smile. Stepmother, I truly do not know what young master wishes to speak to grandfather about this time. Faced with this outcome, Zhou Ruoxue could only shake her head helplessly and smile wryly. Beginning to arrange for the evening meal preparations, in the inner chamber of the dining hall, the old man and the young boy took their seats. You rascal! Now can you tell me what's on your mind? The old man gazed at his precious grandson with a smile, slightly curious about what could possibly warrant the boy avoiding his parents. Let us not rush into that. Grandfather, may I first ask you something? How many years has it been since you reached the peak of the Qi Dan stage? Almost 10 years, I believe. Why do you ask? Do you have any cultivation issues? The old man inquired, puzzled. Almost 10 years. With all that time, why have you yet to break through to the spirit stage? Du Long continued to probe. Alas, you little rascal. If it were so easy to break through to the spirit stage, our Haotian Empire would not have only 3 individuals at that level. The old man sighed, filled with sentiment. Grandfather, could you explain to me why the spirit stage is so difficult to break through? Du Long asked, intrigued. After a thorough explanation from the old man, Du Long finally understood that the Qi Dan stage and the preceding stages, including the Qi Si, Qi rotation, and Qi accumulation, were all processes of energy accumulation, with various major factions possessing relatively complete cultivation techniques. As long as one's talent wasn't exceedingly poor, with varying amounts of time invested, most could achieve some breakthroughs. However, the spirit stage is somewhat different. Its breakthrough requires a deep comprehension of the profound mysteries of the universe, allowing the Qi Dan within the Dantian to gain sentience, thus transcending to the spirit stage. This process is quite abstract, and the methods to break through to the spirit stage are closely guarded secrets in this world. It is said that only a few major sects possess such techniques, and not everyone is qualified to cultivate them. It is said that the imperial family of the Haotian Empire possesses a unique technique capable of transcending the spirit realm that is entirely natural for those with exceptional talents among the royal lineage to inherit such knowledge and subsequently break through. This technique is undoubtedly classified as a state secret, not accessible to all. As for the existence of the spirit realm entity from the Fan family, how they managed to attain such prowess remains a mystery. According to their own claims, they comprehended the secrets of the spirit realm independently, but whether this is indeed the truth is uncertain. Regarding the spirit realm individual from the Wei clans, it is evident that they achieved their status through innate talent and insight. In recent years, the venerable Mr. Du has traversed the continent, not only to assist his grandson in finding a solution to his physical ailments, but also in search of methods to break through to the spirit realm. Unfortunately, he has yet to yield any results, and to this day, he has been unable to discover a way to attain spirit realm strength. He even attempted to rely on solitary cultivation, yet found himself at a loss. Upon discerning the entirety of the situation from his grandfather, Du Long took out the tome titled Long Chenju from his pocket and solemnly declared, "Grandfather, this Long Chenju is a cultivation technique I stumbled upon by chance. After perusing it, I discovered it contains methods to break through to the spirit realm. It surpasses our family's Haotian Gang Qi by a significant margin, and I hope it proves beneficial to you." "How can this be possible?" The elder Mr. Du, somewhat incredulous, accepted the Long Chenju from Du Long's hands and immediately began to leaf through it, observing his reading pace transition from swift to deliberate. He noted that the initial sections of the Long Chenju introduced the concepts of essence cultivation, energy whirlpools, energy seas, and the Gang Dance stage of cultivation, a being who had perfected the Gang Dance stage. He quickly skimmed through this portion before advancing further. Upon reaching the section on the spirit realm, he began to scrutinize it closely, and his expression grew increasingly serious. As he delved deeper, astonishment and excitement began to manifest on his face. This truly contains methods to break through to the spirit realm. The elder Mr. Du's hands trembled slightly with exhilaration, and after hastily perusing the subsequent content of the Long Chenju, he exclaimed, "Heavens, beyond the spirit realm, there are even higher-level cultivation techniques. My dear grandson, where did you acquire this cultivation method?" "Grandfather, for now, please refrain from inquiring about its origins. Rest assured, there are no issues with it." Du Long was evidently reluctant to continue deceiving his grandfather. "Very well. If you choose not to disclose it, so be it. However, my dear grandson, this matter must remain confidential, including from your parents. The Long Chenju shall become a secret inheritance of our Du family. Even those of the Du lineage wishing to cultivate it must undergo rigorous selection." Although the elder Mr. Du remained excited, he was able to analyze the situation with a clear mind, nodding in agreement. Du Long resolutely stated, "I do not concern myself with whether other members of the Du family cultivate this technique, but it is up to you, grandfather, to decide who possesses that qualification. However, my sixth uncle and those closely allied with him are absolutely forbidden from practicing the Long Chenju. My child, though your sixth uncle has always been at odds with your father, he remains a pillar of strength within our Du family. We must maintain unity." The elder Mr. Du frowned. "Grandfather, unbeknownst to you, sixth uncle is undoubtedly a person who would sell out the family's interests for personal gain. I currently possess no evidence, but all you need to do is trust your grandson. Eventually, I shall uncover the proof. To my knowledge, he has already covertly made contact with the Fan family." "Oh." After a moment of contemplation, old Master Du's eyes sparkled with resolution. "Very well. After all, this dragon's ascendancy is something you procured. You have the authority to decide who may not cultivate it. Furthermore, until grandfather breaks through to the spirit level, who else is qualified to practice it?" Hee hee. Hee hee. The old and the young, two cunning foxes, shared a sinister laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. The dining hall. Old Master Du, with a rosy complexion, sat at the head of the table and announced with a booming voice, "Starting tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion for approximately a year. As for the location of my retreat, it shall remain confidential. All matters of sustenance and daily needs will naturally be attended to by Old Ma. Should any of you have urgent matters to discuss with me, simply inform Du Long." In recent years, Old Master Du had often traveled abroad and had also undergone seclusion for cultivation, so Du Jintian and his wife had no doubts. However, the sudden announcement of his seclusion after a private conversation with Du Long left them somewhat perplexed. Seizing the opportunity during the meal, Zhou Rua Shui tugged at Du Long's sleeve and whispered, "You little rascal, what did you discuss with grandfather? Why has he suddenly decided to enter seclusion?" "Hee hee, we merely chatted about trivial matters. His decision to enter seclusion has nothing to do with me. Dear mother, please do not harbor such suspicions. It truly saddens me." Soon, he was met with a reprimand. "You little brat, knowing how strong your mother's curiosity is, couldn't you at least indulge it a bit? I endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world, nearly facing complications during your birth. How could you be so ungrateful? Just wait and see how I deal with you." All right. Du Long has accomplished great things for the Du family this time. Some matters are not convenient to discuss at present. When the opportunity arises, you will understand. Do not be so hard on my dear grandson." Witnessing Du Long being scolded and pinched by his mother, Old Master Du could not help but intercede on his behalf. Zhou Rua Shui feigned anger at her son, and since the old master had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to continue her relentless pursuit, merely casting her beloved son a disapproving glance. Chapter 65. First Look. That is Du Long from the first year of the martial arts department. Could he be the freshman who successfully challenged Fan Tong? Good heavens, he is truly extraordinary. As he strolled along the shaded path of the academy with Xia Qinglian, people occasionally pointed and whispered about Du Long ever since his victory over Fan Tong on the challenge platform. He had become a celebrity across all departments of the academy. This notoriety left Du Long feeling quite vexed. Having always preferred a low profile, he was now subjected to scrutiny wherever he went. A sensation he found utterly unpleasant. During the day, he diligently trains on the back mountain, occasionally attending the mandatory practical courses, while the majority of his evenings are devoted to concocting elixirs that a portion of his time is naturally spent absorbing and refining the vast heavenly Gang Qi. He has reached a stage where he no longer needs to hold the fire cloud cauldron in his hands. Instead, he can perform the alchemical processes directly within the cyclone of his dantian. Each night, while it may appear that he is merely absorbing and refining the heavenly Gang Qi, he is, in fact, wholly engrossed in the meticulous crafting of elixirs. Time flows swiftly, and before one realizes. The New Year holiday approaches. In just over 10 days, the celebrations will commence. Since Du Long triumphed over Fan Tong, his days at the Royal Academy have become relatively tranquil yet fulfilling, with scarcely anyone daring to provoke him. Individuals like Fan Wei and Park Junjie no longer have the audacity to instigate trouble, especially after Fan Tong was dealt with. They hardly merit consideration and certainly would not wish to bring upon themselves unnecessary strife. Since defeating Fan Tong, Du Long has continuously refined second-grade spiritual liquid, amassing approximately 20,000 gold coins, not to mention the 20 sets of materials for concocting second-grade spiritual liquid in his possession, along with a purchase he made for Xia Qinglian. Xia Qinglian successfully broke through to the first stage of the Cyclone Realm over 20 days ago, prompting Du Long to procure a second-grade spiritual liquid for her, aiding her swift advancement to the second stage. Given his current rate of income, he has no difficulty in covering Xia Qinglian's future expenses for spiritual liquid. According to the Spirit Ring, the enchanting Ling Xia Qinglian possesses a Xianin constitution, and her bloodline and foundational physique are not inferior to Du Long's, enabling her to consume 3 portions of spiritual liquid each year for rapid enhancement of her power. Young master, how did the cultural exam go? I fear I may have performed poorly this time, having spent the whole day skipping class with you, and I couldn't tackle most of the exam questions. Xia Qinglian's face flushed slightly as she shyly gazed at the handsome figure beside her, the one who had given her a new lease on life, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting manner. Du Long replied with a smile, "No worries. After all, you ladies cannot hold official positions in the court, so the results of the cultural and military exams are not of paramount importance." Indeed, Xia Qinglian naturally held absolute trust in Du Long's words. "Let us go. The military exam is about to commence. We must not be late. This afternoon marks the military examination, and following tomorrow's martial arts exam, the New Year-long holiday at the Haotian Royal Academy will begin." In the first-year public classroom of the martial arts department, the military exam officially commences. For the first-year newcomers, having joined the Haotian Royal Academy for less than 2 months, the military exam does not immediately assess practical military strategy on the sand table. Rather, it evaluates the theoretical knowledge of military training learned over the past 2 months. One must not underestimate these military theory courses, as they encompass a wide range of topics, including military rank systems, logistics, information on various military branches, the structure of various officers, and historical military affairs, among others. Naturally, as newcomers who have only been here for less than 2 months, Du Long and his peers face different exam content compared to the senior students, which is considerably simpler. Even the exam schedules are staggered, with the seniors arranged to complete their military theory exam in the morning, seated within the confines of the classroom. Du Long's pen glided across the paper with an almost divine precision. There was not a single question he could not answer. Naturally, this theoretical examination required no intellectual exertion on his part. In his mind's eye, the enchanting spirit was reciting the answers, leaving him merely to transcribe them. This method of examination malpractice was so subtle that no one seemed to notice. Amidst the classroom of first-year students, 5 or 6 instructors were proctoring the exam, yet not a single one detected any hint of Du Long's deceitful conduct. In stark contrast, Xia Qinglian bore a furrowed brow as she gazed at her examination paper, the consequence of her habitual avoidance of theoretical classes. Before long, the military training theory exam concluded, and once the proctoring instructors collected the papers of their respective students, they departed without a second thought, allowing the classroom to erupt in buzzing discussions among the new students that Dulong. How did you fare? You, who always skips theoretical classes, surely did not achieve a score of 0. Did you? Su Jinbao quipped half-jokingly, inciting a chorus of laughter among the crowd. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Dulong shook his head in mirthful response. That remains to be seen. I might just surprise you all with a top score. Pfft. His friends were thoroughly skeptical, and even other students in the class wore expressions of disbelief, evidently doubting that this notorious truant could possibly earn a commendable mark. Pfft. We shall see who is right. Dulong brushed off the skepticism of his peers, his demeanor still cheerful. With the conclusion of the military training exam, the following day heralded the commencement of the martial arts examination. For the senior students of the martial arts department, this exam not only assessed each individual's foundational strength, but also determined the class rankings. However, participation was not mandatory. It was generally based on voluntary registration. If one believed their prowess could secure a position within the top 10, they would enlist. Otherwise, they would merely be subject to a thrashing. For Dulong and his fellow freshmen, the martial arts examination entailed a simple assessment of basic strength, akin to the entrance examination, albeit this assessment would be recorded on their report cards. That Dulong's results emerged swiftly. This time, he bore no intention of concealing his true capabilities, especially following his challenge against Fan Tong, rendering any subterfuge unnecessary. Merely attaining the second tier of cyclone strength led many to speculate whether he had been withholding his true power. Dulong's results were not particularly surprising to the others. Yet Xia Qinglian's results sparked considerable commotion. Achieving the initial stage of 9th tier Qi at enrollment, she had ascended to the second tier of cyclone strength within merely 2 months. Observant individuals immediately recognized that she must have consumed first and second tier elixirs in succession to manifest such results. In the eyes of many, her approach was akin to hastening growth unnaturally. While her temporary enhancement was evident, it could potentially inflict significant harm on her future development. Unfortunately, no one was privy to her secret. The inhabitants of this world remained oblivious to the existence of the mysterious Xianin body, only aware that certain women with delicate constitutions not only struggled to cultivate, but also faced untimely demises. In the past 2 months, Princess Huafeng, having attained the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage, recently leveraged the assistance of the gathering Yuan Cave to finally break through to the first tier of the Cyclone stage. Among the first-year senior students, 2 others also managed to reach the Cyclone stage before the arrival of the new year. Consequently, there are now 5 students within the first year who possess Cyclone-level prowess. No worries. If you 2 brothers do not mind, please feel free to visit my home during the holiday. It would be delightful to celebrate the new year together. Dulong promptly offered words of comfort. Mayu residence also warmly welcomes both of you to stay whenever you please. Yu Xiaoshan, unwilling to be outdone, joined in the invitation. Haha. That sounds splendid. Just the other day, I was discussing with Yuan Yu whether we should book a lavish suite at the Shirkai Hotel in the city for the holiday. Su Jinbao exclaimed with excitement as he laughed heartily. Oh, are you all still here? Hurry and check the academy's bulletin board. I heard that some exam results have already been announced, just as Dulong and the others were chatting. A familiar voice echoed from outside as Yang Yunfeng and his companions passed by the door of the elegant room. So fast. The results are out already. Haha. Let us go take a look. We need to see if Dulong, the king of skipping classes, has managed to score a big fat 0. Princess Huafeng immediately rose, her excitement palpable. To be honest, Dulong consistently skips class with Xia Qinglian, and he never allows her to join him, which irked her slightly. She thought this would be a perfect opportunity to strike back at him and alleviate the resentment she felt inside. With her rallying cry, the group stood up and followed Yang Yunfeng towards the academy's bulletin board. Before the bulletin board, it was already teeming with students, many of whom had just finished their lunch and hurried over upon hearing the news. Dulong and his companions struggled to push their way to the front. Due to the larger number of students from other departments, the grading process took longer, and results had yet to be announced. At present, the bulletin board displayed only the score sheets for the martial arts department across all grades, with 3 score sheets for each grade representing the results in literary studies, military studies, and martial arts. According to the Royal Academy's regulations, all score sheets are arranged in descending order of grades, meaning that those with higher scores are listed first. As they gazed at the 3 different categories of exam score sheets for the first year, the group was left utterly astounded by the first name that appeared on all 3 lists. Wow! In the martial arts department, Dulong has achieved the top rank in literary studies, military studies, and martial arts for the first year. Dulong, I am truly in awe of you. Su Jinbao, rendered speechless for quite some time, was the first to exclaim. Starting today, the update time has been moved forward to 1 o'clock. Chapter 66, New Year's Eve Look. Qing Lian secured second place in the martial arts exam, but alas, she is at the bottom of the list in both literary and military studies, Lin Shi shouted loudly while pointing at the score sheet, causing Xia Qing Lian to blush deeply on the spot. Dulong, how on earth did you manage this? It's only natural for Qing Lian to perform poorly given that she skips class. Yet you, despite your daily truancy, still managed to come in first. Is there any fairness left in this world? Are you cheating? Princess Huafeng scrutinized Dulong with a look of suspicion as she questioned him. It is preposterous to suggest that Dulong would ever confess to having achieved first place through cheating. Should the Academy discover such a truth, he would undoubtedly face immediate expulsion. For now, he must resolutely deny any involvement in deceitful practices. Even Xia Qinglian, who is perpetually by his side, remains oblivious to the existence of the spirit guardians. One must not unjustly tarnish the reputation of the virtuous. This situation merely attests to my self-taught brilliance. Indeed, I am a prodigy, a rare gem of talent that appears but once in a century. Upon uttering these words, Dulong felt his cheeks flush, a reaction stemming partly from the falsehood and partly from the distaste he felt for his own words. There is certainly something amiss. The Fire Phoenix Princess gazed at him with skepticism, muttering her disbelief, yet she could find no evidence to contradict him. Their banter had the group of friends in fits of laughter, all regarding Dulong with admiration, including Xia Qinglian, given that they spent the majority of their time together. She was genuinely perplexed as to how he managed to carve out time for self-study. When one tallies the hours, aside from bathing and changing clothes, and the occasional evenings spent apart from the gathering for cultivation, they were practically inseparable. If he could truly achieve such self-education in that scant free time, it was impossible not to admire Dulong. Classmates, most of you have only recently joined Haotian Academy for less than 2 months and are now about to enjoy your very first long New Year's holiday. Here, I have numerous matters to clarify with you. At the podium, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Man, began to expound upon the details preceding the holiday. For the new students, this was not particularly significant, yet for the seasoned students who had spent an entire year without breaking through to the cyclone stage, this fortunate individual stirred considerable envy. Buzz. In the eastern parlor, after exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their respective seats. Zhou Ruoxue eagerly urged, "You rascal, hurry and bring your and Qinglian's report cards for your mother to see." Since the examination results had only been announced at noon, and despite the proximity of the Royal Academy to the capital, it was evident that Du Jintian and his wife were still unaware of the outcomes. Dulong, displaying an air of calm, produced his report card and handed it over, while Xia Qinglian, blushing deeply, shyly presented her own, her paper noticeably wrinkled and dampened by the perspiration of her palms. As she gazed at her precious son's report card, Zhou Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, evidently stimulated by the 3 first-place rankings, culminating in her embracing Dulong and planting a fervent kiss on his forehead in front of everyone. Truly, my dear child, is a remarkable one. To achieve first place in all 3 subjects is simply outstanding. Mrs. Du's exuberant display left Su Jinbao and Yuan Yu, seated nearby, utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly reconcile the image of the gentle and demure Mrs. Du with such a spirited side. Soon, realizing her lapse in decorum before her child under the gaze of others, even Zhou Ruoxue, with her thick skin, felt a blush rise to her cheeks and swiftly attempted to cover it up, exclaiming, "Zhentian, you must take a look at our beloved son's report card. He has achieved first place in all 3 subjects in the Royal Academy's first year." After handing over the report card of Dulong to the beaming father of a child, Zhou Ruoxue then smiled brightly as she lowered her gaze to examine another report card. This caused Xia Qinglian to feel a sudden surge of anxiety, her hands fidgeting nervously with the sleeves of her clothing. To her utter astonishment, Zhou Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Qinglian has performed quite admirably too. Remarkably, her martial arts score ranks second, just after Dulong. It seems that the top 2 spots in the first year of the Royal Academy's martial arts department have been claimed by our 2 children." The phrase "our 2 children," seemingly ordinary, stirred deep emotions within Xia Qinglian, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears as she spoke. "Mother, I feel so ashamed to face you regarding my poor academic performance in literature and military studies. The results in those two subjects matter little. Your choice is evidently the right one. Since a girl cannot pursue an official career, what use is there in learning the art of intrigue or matters of war? It is far better to devote all one's energy to martial studies, striving to become a formidable spirit-tier expert in the future, which is far more commendable. Zhou Ruoxiu gently reassured her somewhat bashful daughter. Thank you, mother, for not blaming Qinglian. At that moment, with Zhou Ruoxiu holding her delicate hand, Xia Qinglian felt her eyes moisten, acutely aware of her adoptive mother's genuine affection, after soothingly patting her jade-like hand. Zhou Ruoxiu turned to Su and Yuan, smiling as she said, "You two should share the same courtyard as Dulong. There happen to be 2 vacant side rooms available in his courtyard." Gazing at the cheerful Su Jinbao, Zhou Ruoxiu found his character quite endearing. He was utterly unpretentious and exuded a rare aura of nobility, a quality not commonly found among mere nouveau riche. It was evident that his family possessed an extraordinary historical heritage, allowing a young man to embody such noble traits. You are the one who, without hesitation, lent 5,000 gold coins to Dulong as a wager. Aren't you? It is truly commendable to display such loyalty to a classmate one has just met. Knowing that my Dulong has such a good brother like you brings me immense relief. Zhou Ruoxiu said with heartfelt appreciation. Please excuse my mother's laughter. My family is merely of modest means, a wealthy merchant's son steeped in the scent of copper. How could I possibly compare to the Du family? Such imperial nobility, Su Jibao humbly replied with a smile. Indeed, a young person who is affluent yet not spoiled, capable of humility and prudence, is truly admirable, Zhou Ruoxiu praised. The gathering continued in the living room as everyone engaged in light-hearted conversation for quite some time. Early on, Zhou Ruoxiu had sent someone to tidy up the 2 vacant side rooms in Dulong's courtyard, which were originally intended as guest rooms, fully equipped with household necessities, requiring only a simple arrangement before they could be occupied. Consequently, Dulong's family now had 2 additional pairs of chopsticks, and with the year-end approaching, their daily meals began to feel much livelier, gradually imbued with the festive spirit of the new year. During the day, Dulong strolled around the capital with Su and Yuan, occasionally visiting Yu Shaoshan's home, and even attended a gathering of elite young gentlemen, now 16 years old and of age. Dulong naturally possessed the privilege to partake in such gatherings. As time flows inexorably onward, the joyous occasion of the New Year celebration approaches with tomorrow's arrival. After entrusting Su Yuan and the others to Yu Shaoshan, Dulong swiftly set off for Lingyun Mountain accompanied by Xia Qinglian. When the esteemed elder Du expressed his intent to enter seclusion and break through to the spirit realm, Dulong immediately recognized the extreme confidentiality surrounding such an endeavor and suggested to his grandfather the secluded and rarely trodden valley of Lingyun Mountain for his retreat. Not only would this locale ensure the absence of disturbances from outsiders, but its rich spiritual energy would significantly aid the elder in his breakthrough, as ample celestial energy is essential during any ascension. Utilizing the sheer cliffs for leverage, Dulong and Xia Qinglian gracefully descended toward the valley's depths. Just as they neared the bottom, a vigilant voice rang out from below. Who approaches? Upon hearing the voice, Dulong instantly identified it as Old Ma, a loyal companion of his grandfather for decades. The swirling mist at the valley's base rendered Old Ma only able to discern the sound of their arrival through the faint rush of air. It is I, Dulong, accompanied by Qinglian. He promptly called out to avoid any misunderstanding to is at Yulong. At that moment, the elder Du, already roused by Old Ma's shout, appeared at the cave's entrance, beaming as he gazed at the 2 figures gracefully descending from the sky. Chapter 67. The Celestial Maiden. My grandson shares the same intent, Dulong replied with a smile, casually ambling toward the water pool, his gaze wandering nostalgically across the valley, having missed this place during his 2-month absence. Well, you see. Dulong chuckled nervously, for his method of cultivation was rather peculiar and did not conform to any known practices of this world, coupled with the long chinju he had previously gifted to his grandfather. The elder was already filled with curiosity and skepticism. Don't play coy with your grandfather. There are no outsiders here. I assure you that the secrets you share will remain safe, the elder Du, clearly aware of his precious grandson's attempt to evade the topic, issued a stern warning. Gazing at his unruffled and composed grandson, the elder marveled. You rascal. I recall that our family possesses no such profound techniques. How could you hide such a treasure from your grandfather? I shan't ask where you learned it. However, if you do not teach me this technique today, I shall refuse to leave this mountain." Dumbfounded by his grandfather's almost petulant demeanor, Dulong could only shake his head and smile wryly. Eventually, he nodded in agreement. "Of course, it is no trouble at all. If grandfather wishes to learn, I would never dare to withhold." Thus, Dulong proceeded to teach both his grandfather and Old Ma, the loyal guardian who had spent his life by the elder's side. Should Old Ma's prowess be enhanced, it would undoubtedly bolster the elder's capabilities further. On a flat patch of ground, Dulong meticulously marked out a grid and demonstrated the fundamental variations of the footwork to both men. Once they had committed the various transformations of the basic steps to memory, he instructed them to practice the foundational footwork on the level ground. Do not underestimate this technique. Although mastering the fundamental footwork may seem relatively simple, truly grasping its essence requires not only an immense investment of time for practice, but also a set of secret incantations that complement the footwork. This incantation precisely articulates the quintessence of the wind-running steps. Without it, even if one learns the movements, they merely mimic the form, failing to reveal the true intricacies of the technique. After spending nearly half a day, Dulong finally succeeded in teaching the two elderly men both the basic footwork and the accompanying incantation. Once they demonstrated with remarkable accuracy, the rest would depend on their future diligence in practice and comprehension. "Brat, after practicing for such a long time, can you showcase the true power of the wind-running steps to your grandfather?" Although Du Lao Yezi had only grasped the general concept of the technique, he was already sweating profusely, unable to suppress his curiosity as he gazed at Dulong. Very well. Allow you to witness the effects of the wind-running steps perfected to their utmost." After a brief moment of hesitation, Dulong nodded in agreement, secretly instructing the spirit girl Lingo to relieve him of his burdens. As he felt the immense pressure vanish, a sensation akin to flight enveloped him. In a moment of impulse, he leaped not towards the pile of rubble, but instead darted towards a nearby pond. The once tranquil surface of the water rippled beneath his feet, and from the intensity of these ripples, it was evident that each time Dulong stepped on the water, he did so with remarkable lightness, seemingly utilizing the faintest counterforce to remain buoyant and suspended above the surface. Never before had Dulong experienced such a sensation of being as light as a swallow, gliding upon the water as if it were solid ground. Caught up in the exhilaration, he lost track of time and continued to demonstrate before the three astonished onlookers for nearly half an hour before finally soaring back onto the shore. Amused by the sight of his grandfather and the others with their mouths agape, particularly the old man Ma, who was so oblivious that drool dripped from his lips as he stared in disbelief, Dulong couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, what do you think? This wind-running steps isn't too shabby, is it?" Only then did Du Lao Yezi snap back to reality, exclaiming in disbelief, "Good heavens, how on earth did you manage that? This is simply incredible. My grandson has dedicated himself to relentless practice over the past year, and this is the result of his sweat and perseverance." Dulong responded with a hint of pride. "This Qing Lian can attest to that." Throughout the year, the young master has been tirelessly honing his skills, his efforts and sweat surpassing that of ordinary individuals by countless measures. Summer Qing Lian gazed at Dulong with admiration. "Haha, excellent. This wind-running steps is clearly far superior to our Du family's lackluster footwork. I can now take some time to relax while practicing this technique. Indeed, with the dragon's ascension art in hand, breaking through to the spirit level is merely a matter of time. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Grandfather, you should release the obsessions in your heart. Only by opening your mind can you better discover the path to your breakthrough." Thus, Dulong engaged in extensive conversation with his grandfather beneath the depths of the Absolute Valley. In addition to imparting the windwalking technique, he also shared the essence of the Xianyang blade technique with him. The Du family possesses a physique predominantly aligned with the Xianyang attribute, making this blade technique particularly suitable for his grandfather's studies. The decision to pass on the Xianyang blade technique to his grandfather was made with the consent of the spirit beauty, who stated that as long as the Xiantian decision was not disseminated, he was free to share the Xianyang blade technique with whomever he wished. Of course, it took Dulong a whole year to master the first form of the Xianyang blade technique, and he had yet to meet the requirements for learning the second form. It was likely that Du Lao Yezi would need at least a year or two to fully grasp this initial form as well. After demonstrating the first form of the Xianyang blade technique several times, Dulong began to teach his grandfather the essential points of this technique. Although Du Lao Yezi was initially perplexed, he gradually comprehended the future cultivation methods. The old man, while earnestly studying under Dulong's guidance, couldn't help but feel a profound sense of wonder. He never imagined that one day he would become the disciple of his beloved grandson. This thought struck him as somewhat unbelievable, and he found himself increasingly curious about the secrets that Dulong harbored. Unfortunately, the mischievous young man was unwilling to divulge anything, and no amount of pressure would elicit a response from him. Thus, he resigned himself to suppressing his curiosity, waiting for the day when Dulong might voluntarily reveal his mysteries. As Dulao Yezi diligently practiced the first form of the Xianyang blade technique, Old Ma retreated to a corner to focus on mastering the windwalking technique. His cultivation naturally leaned towards the Mauryan aspects, rendering such a yang-oriented technique, which was suited for direct assault, less appropriate for his training. Meanwhile, the two young individuals, Dulong and Xia Qinglian, sat leisurely by the pond, engaging in light conversation. "Young master, how did you manage to walk upon the water's surface merely by employing the windwalking technique?" Xia Qinglian inquired, still in a state of astonishment from the earlier display. Is that true? That's wonderful. Young master, could you assist Qinglian in shedding her burdens? I too wish to experience the sensation of walking on water. Xia Qinglian exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation after hearing his explanation. Of course, Dulong replied, while internally sending a request to the spirit beauty. He dared not issue commands lightly, for the spirit's master would surely be ridiculed should outsiders become aware of her presence. In truth, even without his prompting, the spirit beauty had already relieved Xia Qinglian of her burdens. As such adjustments were solely within her control, it would require her personal intervention. Hee, this is delightful. Laughter resonated above the pond as Xia Qinglian gracefully moved across the water's surface, her melodic giggles punctuating the air. Witnessing her elegant motions and the bursts of her crystalline laughter filled Dulong with a profound sense of satisfaction. Reflecting on the past, when he had rescued this woman ensnared in the depths of worldly troubles, he remembered how seldom she smiled in the presence of others, and even then, her smiles were tinged with a faint sorrow. Today, however, her laughter was brimming with uncontainable joy, once a woman of unparalleled beauty shrouded in immense sadness. Now, when her genuine happiness surfaced, she resembled a lotus flower that had stood solitary and poised upon the water's surface, suddenly blooming in radiant splendor, rendering even the sun itself pale in comparison to her exquisite beauty. On the riverbank, Dulong's eyes widened as he gazed at the pure white figure shimmering amidst the azure waters of the pond. Her every smile and frown resembled that of a celestial being dancing atop the waves, leaving him utterly captivated. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had gradually darkened. The interior of the Valley of Despair welcomed the night much earlier than the outside world. Old Master Du had already made arrangements with Old Ma, and the two elderly gentlemen were now observing him with a hint of playful amusement in their expressions. Chapter 68. The Princess's Heart in the capital of the Haotian Empire, within the royal palace's garden. The cold, biting northwest wind swept through, and although the garden was adorned with countless exotic flowers, they all withered in the harshness of this wintry season. Only in the cold plum garden did the pristine white plum blossoms defiantly bloom against the piercing chill. In the cold plum garden, at the plum viewing pavilion, a fiery red figure stood within, her gaze deeply fixated upon the plum blossoms still blooming amidst the cold winds. Her profound eyes and furrowed brow clearly indicated her preoccupation with some troubling matter. She was none other than the headstrong Princess Qin Huofeng, and at this moment, the image of a handsome young man continually surfaced in her mind. There he was at the drunken fragrance pavilion, tears brimming in his eyes as he softly sang Wang Ning Mei in a low, hoarse voice. There he stood in the grand hall, facing the emperor's inquiries with unwavering resolve, neither submissive nor arrogant. There he was at the Royal Academy, calmly confronting the challenge posed by Pu Junjie, ultimately defeating his opponent with remarkable ease, and there he faced Fan Tong, the scion of the Fan family, boldly provoking him and triumphing on the challenge stage. Moreover, the countless moments they had shared together, their laughter, their expressions now flickered incessantly in the mind of Princess Huofeng, culminating in a single statement from Xia Qinglian. Your Highness, the young master does not wish to refuse your company in cultivation. He fears that spending too much time alone with you might tarnish your reputation, as the opinions of others can be daunting. He also mentioned that even if you were willing to lower yourself to pursue him, it would likely lead to no favorable outcome, considering that your future marital matters are beyond your own control. Since there is merely a budding affection now, it is best to cut ties decisively. Amidst the cold winds, Princess Huofeng incessantly questioned herself. Could it be that my feelings for Du Long are merely that of fondness? At this moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that the emperor and empress, accompanied by a throng of palace attendants, were gracing the cold plum garden, not out of idleness on a frigid day, but in response to their beloved daughter's invitation for an important discussion. From a distance, they spotted the fiery red figure in the plum viewing pavilion. The emperor and empress exchanged perplexed glances, astonished to see their usually vivacious daughter standing there in a state of melancholy in their minds. This mischievous princess, who typically bore an innocent smile, could not possibly exhibit such evident sorrow. Even as the emperor and empress approached the pavilion, Princess Huofeng remained rooted to the spot, motionless. My precious child, what has happened to you? At last, it was the queen who, unable to endure the silence any longer, stepped forward to grasp the arms of Princess Huofeng. Her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized her from head to toe. It was only then that Princess Huofeng was roused from her daze, gazing at her mother's worried countenance. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears that soon cascaded down her cheeks. In that fleeting moment, she found the answer she had long sought and resolved to make a certain decision. Mother, despite the tears streaming down her face, Princess Huofeng finally whimpered and leapt into her mother's embrace, sobbing softly, "My dear, what is the matter with you? Please tell me who has wronged you, and I shall ensure justice is served." Throughout her life, the queen had never witnessed her beloved daughter exhibit such profound sorrow, leaving her in a state of disarray. The emperor, standing nearby, also approached and gently patted her shoulder, his demeanor stern as he declared, "Your mother is right. I would very much like to know which audacious scoundrel dares to bully my precious daughter." Princess Huofeng swiftly quelled her sorrow, wiping away her tears, and, feeling somewhat bashful under the gaze of her parents, softly uttered, Actually, no one has bullied me. It's just that." She faltered for quite some time, failing to articulate her thoughts, yet the emperor and empress could glean some hints from her flustered demeanor. A shared thought arose in their minds. Could it be that the little girl has grown up? What is it? Do speak up. You're making your mother anxious. The queen, observing her fearless daughter struggling to find words, rolled her eyes in exasperation and urged her to continue. "I just hope that father and mother will agree to one thing." Princess Huofeng gathered her courage and looked expectantly at her parents. "Oh, I would very much like to hear what our little Huofeng has to say that would cause her to shed tears so rarely," the emperor remarked with a teasing smile directed at his daughter. "How annoying," Princess Huofeng replied, playfully pouting, her previous sorrow forgotten, her countenance now shifting in a way that elicited bemused smiles from her parents. "All right, my dear, do tell, as long as it is not an outrageous request. Your mother shall certainly advocate for you," the queen said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Actually, upon broaching the topic, Princess Huofeng stammered once more, and just as it seemed the queen could no longer contain herself, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed loudly, "What I wish is for father and mother to support me. I want to be betrothed to Du Long." "What?" the emperor and empress exclaimed in unison, evidently taken aback by their daughter's unexpected declaration. Fenger desires to be with that insufferable boy Du Long. Gathering her courage, Princess Huofeng, true to her former spoiled princess persona, voiced her feelings without reservation. "No, you are both still too young. What is so special about that boy? Wait a few more years, and I shall certainly find you the best match." At last, the emperor, having clearly understood the matter, shook his head in refusal to the request of Princess Huofeng. "Why is that not possible? I will soon turn 17, and in our great Han nation, one is considered an adult at 16. Thus permitted to marry. That I cannot accept the excuse of being too young." The princess grew somewhat agitated. "What merits does that scoundrel from the Du family possess? Are you unaware of his notorious reputation in the capital? How can a worthless second-generation heir like him be deemed worthy of marrying my precious daughter? A good-for-nothing who was even spurned by the Zhao family daughter, who proactively sought to annul their engagement, has no right to marry you." The emperor presented various reasons for his opposition. "Father, what ancient records are you referencing? If you were to inquire now, you would find that the very waste of a man, Zhao Lin'er, who rushed to annul his engagement, has now become the most outstanding first-year student at the Haotian Royal Academy. The entire capital is mocking that woman for her lack of foresight in rejecting him back then. The once impoverished fool has shed that title and now is recognized as a genius, able to defeat opponents of the 6th tier with mere 2nd tier prowess. Is he still just a good-for-nothing second-generation heir? I care not. I simply wish to be with him. Even if you refuse our marriage, I hope you will not impede my desire to spend my days in his company." Princess Huofeng, dissatisfied, outright dismissed the emperor's new excuses, revealing her ultimate intention to remain with Du Long unimpeded. Humph. What of being the most outstanding first-year student? According to your majesty, he is merely a truant, constantly gallivanting with that woman, Xia Qinglian. His good fortune in this examination is likely mere happenstance. In any case, you had best keep your distance from him. Otherwise, I have reason to believe he will corrupt my cherished daughter. Father, you cannot be so unreasonable. I do not care. I am determined to be with him. And it would be best if we could secure an engagement. If you do not agree, I shall appeal to grandfather. The princess invoked the name of the doting grandfather, a tactic she often employed when unable to best her father in argument. You. Humph, as long as you can persuade the old man. I have no further objections. Everything is at your discretion. Otherwise, I will not permit you to associate with that scoundrel Du Long if you defy me. I shall confine you within the palace and forbid you from attending the royal academy. Defeated by his beloved daughter, the emperor could only huff in anger and depart. It was then that the empress, shaking her head in resignation, remarked, "My dear child, what performance was that today? Why so suddenly propose an engagement with that boy Du Long? In my opinion, there is no need for haste. You are still young, and waiting another year or two would be entirely acceptable. Mother." Princess Wufeng stomped her foot. Du Long himself is reluctant to allow me to accompany him, fearing that prolonged association might tarnish my reputation. In light of this, he spent his days evading his son, and witnessing the latter's constant companionship with that Xia Qinglian caused great distress within him. Each day, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on his studies, let alone on his cultivation. This feeling was one he could no longer endure. Staring in astonishment at her beloved daughter, who had laid bare all her emotions, the empress discerned from her words that the girl was deeply entangled in her affections. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, "Alas, silly child, what merits does that wretched lad from the Du family possess? After all, he is the one rejected by the Zhao family's daughter. Are you not concerned about becoming a laughingstock to the world? Where shall we place the dignity of our royal house? Can you not consider your father's feelings? That woman, Zhao Lin simply lacked discernment. What does that have to do with Du Long? Mother, since father disapproves of this matter, I shall seek out grandfather the emperor." The fiery princess turned with resolve and dashed towards the forbidden grounds behind the palace, leaving the empress behind with a countenance of helplessness. Chapter 69. The emperor bestows a marriage naturally. Du Long remained oblivious to the happenings within the palace. The following day marked a joyous occasion for the New Year celebrations. Before dawn, he was roused from his slumber by Xia Qinglian, and as was customary, he donned his festive attire. After enjoying breakfast with family and friends, the family, under the escort of Xia Qinglian, Su Jinbao, and Yuan Yu, boarded the Du family carriage that had been prepared in advance and hastened towards the palace. After navigating the queue, they finally entered the palace. Following tradition, Old Master Du joined the Grand Emperor and his esteemed ministers, while Du Long trailed behind his parents into the Qingda Hall. After exchanging nods and greetings with a few familiar faces within the hall, he followed his parents towards the second-grade martial sector, choosing to ignore their social niceties as he stood aside to rest his eyes to eye in the second-grade martial sector. The only young individual he was close to was Yang Yunfeng, though it appeared his family had yet to arrive. Instead, Du Long spotted a few individuals he wished to avoid, such as Du Wei, Fan Wei, and Li Xiaojun. These fellows, upon seeing Du Long, reacted like mice confronted by a cat. With even Fan Tong having been bested by him, what were these scoundrels worth? At a distance, in the first-grade civil officials' waiting area, Fan Tong stood behind his father, the first-grade minister Fan De, casting a dark glare at Du Long, who appeared entirely oblivious to his presence in the second-grade martial sector. His face was twisted in a scowl, seemingly wishing to devour Du Long whole in his resentment. Opposite Du Long, in the second-grade civil officials' waiting area, Zhao Guodong, a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, stood behind him, and Zhao Lin wore an expression filled with bitterness. Her reputation had plummeted to an all-time low, and she had almost lacked the courage to attend the New Year gathering, yet her vanity ultimately triumphed over her sense of shame. Du Long, you've arrived so early. A melodious voice jolted Du Long from his reverie. He opened his eyes and turned towards the source of the voice, instantly grinning at its owner. It's Sister Lion. We just got here a moment ago." The owner of the voice was none other than Su Luin, one of the close friends of Princess Huofeng and the daughter of Su Chirue, the second-ranked governor of Jingzhou. She had just accompanied her parents to this second-tier martial arts district. The Su couple maintained a cordial relationship with the Du couple, and the four adults quickly engaged in polite conversation. After Su Luin greeted the Du couple, She turned to Du Long. Du Long acknowledged General Su and Madame Su before politely saluting Su Luin's parents. Hee. I heard from Luin that you achieved 3 first-place honors in your first year at the martial arts department. What an impressive young lad you are, Su True remarked, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Du Long, uttering a rather perplexing statement. Unfortunately, my Luin lacks such fortune. She is a few years your senior. Otherwise, indeed, such a fine and handsome young man. And yet someone would choose to forego him. How utterly short-sighted. Madame Su also fixed her appreciative gaze upon Du Long, and the words of praise from the couple caused smiles to bloom on the faces of Du Zhentian and his wife. No parent relishes seeing their children excel more than they do. Naturally, Du Long humbly exchanged a few pleasantries before he and Su Luin began to chat aside that Su Luin, with a mysterious smile gracing her face, cheerfully exclaimed, Du Long, congratulations, congratulations. What is this joy about? Du Long inquired, somewhat bewildered. While they were conversing, Yang Yufeng arrived with his father, General Hu Shao, and once again, pleasantries were exchanged. Soon, the royal relatives began to make their entrance, flowing through the right rear door of Qingda Hall, among whom was the figure of Princess Huafeng. As soon as she entered the Grand Hall, she eagerly scanned the second-tier martial arts district for Du Long, ultimately lowering her head shyly, unlike last year's New Year celebration when she rushed over. Instead, she obediently fell in line with the others, taking her position in the designated area for royal relatives. Du Long had already glanced over at her upon Su Luin's reminder when she entered the hall, relieved to see she hadn't sought him out for trouble this time. He certainly wished to avoid becoming the proverbial nail that sticks out, as he had during last year's New Year celebration when the Emperor had taken note of him. Alas, it seemed this time would not afford him such a reprieve. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. A sharp cry echoed through the hall, prompting all officials and their families to bow their heads in respectful greeting towards the incoming Emperor. This time, Du Long was determined not to repeat his previous misstep. He obediently lowered his head, hiding behind his parents to shield himself from view. Supporting the Empress's hand, the Emperor strode majestically towards the dragon throne as his gaze swept across the gathered officials. It eventually settled upon the second-tier martial arts district, where he spotted the figure attempting to conceal itself behind its parents. Despite Du Long's efforts to remain unnoticed, he could not escape the watchful eye of the Emperor perched above. Once the Emperor and Empress took their seats, the assembly erupted into a chorus of "Long live the Emperor." As they performed the highest form of reverence, Du Long, merely going through the motions, knelt along with the crowd, too lethargic to even part his lips. In his mind, he reasoned that, given the hall was filled with over 1,000 officials and their families, his silence would make little difference. Regrettably, what he remained oblivious to was that the sovereign seated high upon the dragon throne was glaring fiercely at him, taking in his irreverent demeanor with great scrutiny. Below, the court officials, having not received the Emperor's command to rise, could not help but steal glances upwards, only to witness the Emperor's wrath directed towards a particular direction. As the crowd followed his gaze, they anticipated witnessing another scene of someone standing out among the rest. Yet they were met with no individual bold enough to emulate Du Long from years past by refusing to kneel in such a setting. Nonetheless, many found their attention ultimately drawn to Du Long, who at that moment was cowering behind his parents, kneeling on the ground, seemingly without fault. Meanwhile, the couple, Du Zhentian and his wife, finally caught sight of the Emperor's furious gaze directed at them and instinctively turned to look at Du Long. Upon seeing him obediently kneeling, they breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that the previous year's incident had not repeated itself. The crime of disrespecting the Emperor could be pardoned once, but a second occurrence would be utterly unforgivable. Just as they pondered the reason behind the Emperor's ire towards their direction, the Emperor's deep voice resonated. All of you, rise. Having knelt for an extended period, Du Long kept his head bowed and did not dare to look up. Upon hearing the Emperor's command, he immediately beamed and stood up, only to be met with the resounding chorus of "Thank you, Your Majesty" from the assembled officials. Once again, despite his utmost caution, Du Long found himself standing out in stark contrast to the crowd. As he raised his gaze, he caught sight of the Emperor's murderous glare, realizing he had once again let his guard down. However, by this point, the court officials had already risen, leaving him no choice but to stick his tongue out discreetly and shrink back behind his parents, silently praying that the Emperor would overlook his unintentional slight. Alas, the Emperor had no intention of granting him such mercy. "That boy, Du Long," the Emperor called out, pointing emphatically at the figure nestled behind Du Zhentian and his wife. "Step forward and speak." Du Jintian and his wife nearly fainted from fright. What had their beloved son done to offend the emperor? Surely, His Majesty would not create trouble for us over such a trivial matter in this grand setting. Du Long lamented inwardly, bracing himself as he stepped out from the waiting area and made his way down the center aisle towards the base of the dragon throne. Below, murmurs began to ripple through the assembly of officials, their gazes towards Du Long filled with a peculiar curiosity. Clearly, after 2 consecutive New Year celebrations, this troublesome boy had once again been singled out by the emperor, leaving them at a loss for words. Those like Fan Tong and Zhao Lin, who bore ill will towards Du Long, secretly harbored hopes that he had indeed offended the emperor and would meet a fittingly grim fate. Your Majesty, your Empress, Happy New Year. I come to extend my greetings. Du Long arrived at the steps before the dragon throne, promptly donning a visage of utmost reverence as he knelt and proclaimed loudly, "Humph, you rascal, do not attempt to feign such joviality with me. Where was this deference just moments ago?" The emperor, clearly bemused by Du Long's cheerful demeanor, pretended to adopt a stern expression and huffed in mock annoyance. "I have heard. This year, not only have you joined the Haotian Royal Academy, but you have also achieved the remarkable feat of securing 3 first-place honors in the year-end assessments." The emperor, weary of continuing to engage in trivial matters, began to speak in a somewhat indifferent tone. How can His Majesty bring up such a trivial matter in such a significant occasion? Is there some hidden agenda behind this? A thought flashed through Du Long's mind. Yet he could only respond humbly with a smile. "I am but fortunate, that is all. Fortunate. No. The Haotian Royal Academy has always adhered to rigorous academic principles. There is no question of luck involved. This can only be attributed to your own prowess. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. On this joyous occasion, I have an important announcement to make. By the decree of the Grand Emperor, Princess Wufeng shall be wed to Du Long, the son of the second-rank General Zhongwu. Following the New Year celebrations, we shall select an auspicious date in the first month for the engagement, and as for the wedding, we may wait another year or so," the emperor declared. Within the Chengda Hall, where whispers had recently filled the air, a pin drop could now be heard. Even Du Long, who had just moments ago been smiling, now stood utterly dumbfounded, having anticipated a reprimand for disrespect, only to discover that he was to be granted a marriage. It is said that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Arriving with the expectation of punishment, he instead found himself unexpectedly rewarded. Such a stark contrast left Du Long in a daze, questioning whether he was still ensnared in a dream. Chapter 70. The future Sun-and-Law. In the Chengda Hall, silence reigned. The civil and military officials, along with their families, who had been engaged in hushed discussions, now mirrored Du Long's astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gaped at the unfolding scene, their expressions comically exaggerated. In the second-rank martial department, Du Jintian and his wife shared a similar reaction. Having prepared for their beloved son to face the emperor's wrath, they were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, feeling as though a grand fortune had suddenly fallen upon them, leaving them dizzy until their colleagues approached to offer congratulations. In the civil service first-rank department, Zhao Lin's face turned pale with horror. Over the past year, no matter how others labeled her as a woman lacking vision, she managed to endure. Even when her former fiancé displayed astonishing talent, she remained unfazed. However, the reality that the man she had once cast aside was now being bestowed with a royal marriage, destined to become a future son-in-law, shattered the fragile defenses she had built within herself. She could not fathom that the man she had discarded so carelessly had, in just a year or two, ascended to become a member of the elite within the Haotian Empire. In that moment, Zhao Lin was engulfed by profound sorrow, lamenting her regrettable decision. Yet regrettably, there is no remedy for such a choice in this world. In the civil service first-rank department, Fan Tong could scarcely believe his ears. The emperor had swiftly granted Princess Wufeng in marriage to that young man Du Long upon becoming a son-in-law. Du Long would instantly rise to the same level as himself among the elite, rendering Fan Tong's carefully laid plans to counter him utterly obsolete. After all, when it comes to resolving conflicts among the foremost young nobles, such matters must be approached with utmost deliberation. Upon his dragon throne, the emperor's gaze was fixed intently upon the handsome young man below, who appeared utterly dazed, as memories of the previous night's audience with the Grand Emperor flashed through his mind. "My son, the reason I have chosen to grant Feng'er's request is a decision reached only after considerable contemplation. It is not merely following the whims of that little girl. There are several reasons, which I shall elucidate for you. Firstly, as I have mentioned in the past, you have numerous offspring. and the marriages of other princes and princesses are entirely at your discretion. However, for my granddaughter Feng, I hope she may marry the man she loves. This you surely have not forgotten. Secondly, the Fan clan has been increasingly assertive and audacious in the court lately, forming factions that in such times, it becomes imperative to win the loyalty of the Du family's loyal martial forces, thereby balancing the power within the court and intimidating those with ulterior motives. This is of utmost urgency. Thirdly, not long ago, I unexpectedly encountered that young man from the Du family at the treasure pavilion. Can you guess what he was doing? That lad was actually selling top-grade spiritual liquid. As far as I know, he has sold this premium liquid to the treasure pavilion on more than one occasion. This suggests he must have a master alchemist behind him with at least first-grade prowess. Through my analysis of the quality of the spiritual liquid he sold, I determined that its quality is exceptional. Furthermore, considering the quantities he procured for his materials and the success rates, it appears the alchemist supporting him must possess at least second-grade skills. Based on this discovery, I dispatched people to investigate him and found that his cultivation methods are quite peculiar. Clearly not those known to the Du family. Hence, I surmise there is a mysterious mentor behind him, likely that second-grade alchemist, whose strength must be at least at the 6th tier of the Ji Ingden level. In summary, this young man's enigmatic master not only aids him in alchemical endeavors for profit, but also instructs him in advanced cultivation techniques. Otherwise, with his mere second-tier energy vortex strength, it would be impossible for him to defeat Fan Tong, the legitimate grandson of the Fan family. Considering the current state of the imperial court in conjunction with the power held by the Du family, it is indeed prudent to acquiesce to Feng'er's request, allowing her to grow closer to that young man from the Du family, thus uncovering the secrets behind him. Truly a multifaceted advantage. These were the words spoken by the Grand Emperor during his audience with the Emperor last night. And it is precisely why the Emperor felt compelled to publicly grant the marriage today. One must understand that even without the reasons cited by the Grand Emperor, the old man would have no means to interfere in the marriage of Princess Wufeng. After all, the Grand Emperor is the sole being of spiritual rank within the royal family. Should he choose to intervene, even a deposed emperor would have no power to counteract his words. This wretched boy is being given an undeserved advantage, the emperor mused inwardly, casting a complex gaze upon the dazed Du Long below. Noticing the lad kneeling there, seemingly oblivious, he could not help but scold. Wretched boy, do you intend to defy the imperial decree granted by the Grand Emperor? Upon being questioned sternly by the emperor, Du Long immediately regained his composure and hurriedly offered his respectful salutation, saying, Du Long expresses his gratitude to your majesty, the Taishang Huang, to speak candidly, while Princess Wufeng often presented a facade of arrogance. She was, in truth, a remarkably sensible and beautiful princess. Du Long harbored an indescribable sentiment towards her. In his previous life, he had endured considerable vexation at her hands, most of which stemmed from his own misdeeds being exposed, leading her to intervene in the name of justice. Thus, he felt he deserved the reprimands he received. In this new life, he had become less reckless than before and had developed a close relationship with this seemingly spoiled princess. Yet he was plagued by an innate sense of unworthiness, never daring to contemplate a deeper bond with her. Unexpectedly, he found himself destined to become her consort. Truth be told, Du Long did not resent the prospect of becoming her husband. The beauty and character of Princess Wufeng were beyond reproach, leaving him with an almost surreal feeling regarding their connection. As was customary, Du Jintian and his wife brought Du Long to offer a toast to the emperor and empress in celebration of the new year. This year, their family's toast instantly attracted countless envious glances. Ha ha, Jintian, you have indeed raised a fine son. Even the Taishang Huang himself has blessed the union between Wufeng and Du Long. The emperor jestingly remarked, honestly, as a father, I find it hard to part with my precious daughter to marry this rascal. Du Jintian responded with utmost respect. The spirited Princess Wufeng could hardly contain her excitement and quickly raised her glass towards Du Jintian's family, exclaiming, from now on, we are all one family. Come, let us drink this toast. With a playful giggle, the crowd looked on at Princess Wufeng, shaking their heads in amused resignation, while the emperor seized the opportunity to tease. Jintian, do you see? This girl is beyond even my control. Your family shall have their fair share of trials ahead. Ha ha ha, father. Princess Wufeng pouted, stamping her foot in a playful manner. Ha ha ha. Now, let us finish this drink. After downing her glass, she boldly approached Du Long, linking her arm through his, and beamed at Du Jintian and his wife, saying, I'm off to find some friends with Du Long. Go on, go on, Zhou Ruoshui replied with a warm smile. Truthfully, She genuinely adored the cheerful and sunny princess, who complemented her own introspective and gentle nature perfectly. In the youth gathering area, Dulong was naturally surrounded by a throng of friends offering toasts and congratulations. Even those who typically ignored him seized the opportunity to raise a glass today. Observing Dulong enveloped by admirers, those who had been at odds with him could only watch from a distance. Their eyes wide with envy, he had now ascended to the status of a top-tier young master, and they would likely be inclined to keep their distance in the future. In a secluded corner, Zhao Lin Air sat alone, drowning her sorrows in drink. Were it not for the New Year celebration requiring her presence, she would have long since fled this realm of gossip and intrigue. All the young people are well aware of her dismal mood today, and none would extend their sympathy towards her. Everyone avoids her as if she were a plague, and the area where she sits is deserted. With no one willing to linger even a moment longer, throughout the New Year's banquet, not only did Dulong become the center of attention, but the couple Du Jintian and his wife also found themselves inundated with well wishes and toasts from numerous officials. The couple was utterly exhausted, yet they could not disregard the goodwill of the crowd, and by the end of the evening, they were nearly overwhelmed by the drink. After finally managing to fend off the persistent guests, Dulong seized an opportunity to escape the banquet with Princess Huafeng, heading towards the Imperial Garden. With Princess Huafeng leading the way, the palace guards dared not obstruct them. Those in the know respectfully bowed and greeted. Greetings, Princess and Prince Consort. To this, Dulong could only helplessly shake his head and offer a wry smile, while generously bestowing gold coins upon these perceptive individuals, delighting the guards and drawing them closer to the affable Prince Consort. Among the guards who shared a closer bond, whispers circulated that Princess Huafeng was escorting her future husband to stroll through the Imperial Garden, prompting them to sweeten their words and anticipate the generous rewards of the Prince Consort's hospitality. Consequently, when Dulong later departed the Imperial Garden, he noticed that while only a handful of well-informed individuals had greeted him upon entry, now every guard he encountered on his way out offered their greetings. Before long, his stash of several thousand gold coins had nearly vanished, leaving him with only a pile of high-denomination banknotes, as the smaller notes had been lavishly squandered. Chapter 71. Comforting Princess Huafeng. Within the plum blossom garden of the Imperial Garden, Dulong, who had initially been brimming with questions, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Appearing somewhat hesitant, Princess Huafeng shyly remarked, "From now on, we shall be family. You may call me Fenger or Xiao Feng." Addressing me as Princess Huafeng feels overly formal. Upon hearing this, Dulong could not help but chuckle teasingly. Wasn't he someone who insisted I call her sister Huafeng in the past? How rude, protested Princess Huafeng, stamping her foot in playful objection. Gazing at the bashful beauty before him, Dulong felt a torrent of emotions. By a mere decree from the emperor, she had become the companion destined to share his life. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Well, I can guess the general idea, even if you don't say it, that I now finally understand why Sister Lu Yin inexplicably congratulated me earlier in the main hall before the emperor arrived. Haha. Noticing Huafeng's reluctance to speak, Dulong chose not to press her. That's Sister Lu Yin. She merely expressed her intentions, and it was she who spoke out of turn. Huafeng pouted adorably. One cannot blame Sister Lu Yin for speaking up. After all, she said nothing more than a congratulatory remark. Dulong quickly defended Su Lu Yin. Then, with a sudden shift in thought, awkwardly ventured, "Xiao Feng." Princess Huafeng blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing quizzically at the visibly embarrassed Dulong, waiting for him to continue. After a moment of hesitation, Dulong gritted his teeth and continued. Today's events unfolded unexpectedly. And you are aware of my relationship with Qing Lian. I was under the impression it was something of great significance. Princess Huafeng remarked with a relieved smile. I reside in the same dormitory as Qing Lian. We share a bond akin to that of sisters, and I am quite familiar with her character. Naturally, I can accept the relationship between you two. Dulong quietly exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at the understanding princess as he chuckled. Indeed, Qing Lian did not misjudge you. She previously attempted to play matchmaker for us, but I felt I was reaching too high. After all, you are of noble birth, while I am merely a second-generation scion, lacking in any remarkable virtues. Indeed, Dulong awkwardly replied, "My dear son, you truly amaze me," exclaimed Zhou Ruoxua, her face alight with excitement as she embraced Dulong's arm, ceaselessly praising him. From the very first moment I laid eyes on this little princess, I envisioned how wonderful it would be for such a beautiful and lovely girl to become my daughter-in-law. I never anticipated you would realize your mother's dream so swiftly. He, glancing at his mother, who was exuding the scent of wine, Dulong could only scratch his head in embarrassment, thinking how formidable his mother could be at times. That it was truly unjust to bear the blame. After all, it was the princess who had taken the initiative. Dulong could only mutter silently in his heart. It was clearly the princess who pursued me, wasn't it? Ha! Reflecting on the moment when the Emperor Emeritus suddenly announced the marriage decree. The astonished expressions of those elderly gentlemen were utterly amusing. What a delightful spectacle! As old Master Du recalled the scene from the gathering, he couldn't help but exclaim, especially that old fellow from the Fan family. His expression changed dramatically. It seems he has realized that the old emperor is no longer pleased with him. Has the Emperor Emeritus begun to distrust the Fan family? Du Jintian inquired, clearly seizing the implications hidden within the old man's words. Humph. The actions of the Fan family in recent years are evident to even the blind. Their ambitions are clear. They have simply been fortunate enough to lack evidence against them. This marriage decree from the old emperor serves not only to draw us closer to the loyal military corps, but also to send a warning to the Fan family. It remains to be seen whether the old man understands the situation. If he does, he ought to know to exercise restraint. Indeed, in recent years, the Fan family has overstepped their bounds. Their grasp on civil officials is no longer sufficient, and they have audaciously extended their reach towards military officials, having already enticed that fellow from the Li family. Du Jintian nodded in agreement. He, just as our Long'er has displayed remarkable talent in recent years. And with Princess Wufeng earnestly pleading, the old emperor decided to seize the opportunity, consequently benefiting our Du family. Old Master Du chuckled with a sense of pride. The dialogue between his father and grandfather stirred something within Dulong. It seems that with my rebirth, history is indeed shifting. Today's marriage decree subtly alters the balance of power at the pinnacle of the Haotian Empire. Du Mansion. Today's imperial marriage decree is a momentous event. All the core members of the Du family, both first and second generation, have gathered to discuss the arrangements for Dulong's engagement to the princess in the upcoming new year. The engagement of the princess must not be taken lightly. Starting tomorrow, the Du family must mobilize all their resources to arrange every detail of the engagement banquet, for any misstep in this process could result in a loss far greater than mere embarrassment for the Du family. It would also bring shame upon the imperial royal family, a consequence that would be utterly unforgivable. Although Dulong is the one directly involved, he is not required to concern himself with such matters. Instead, a few young individuals gathered in their residence's separate courtyard to continue their revelry and celebrate the new year. Upon learning that Dulong had been granted a marriage to the Fire Phoenix princess by the emperor and that the engagement banquet would soon be held, Su Jinbao and Yuan Yu were naturally elated for him. Having known him for over 2 months, they had already discerned the Fire Phoenix princess's feelings for him, but the swiftness of the engagement came as quite a surprise. Xia Qinglian, though striving to appear cheerful and frequently toasting Dulong with congratulations, could not conceal the faint glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Yet, no one dared to offer her any words of comfort at that moment. In this somewhat peculiar atmosphere, as the night deepened, Du Caney exchanged a knowing glance with Su and Yuan, and the three discreetly made their excuses to retire for the night. Just as Xia Qinglian was about to rise and leave, Dulong called out to her, "Qinglian, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you privately." Thus, the two entered the chamber where Dulong resided, and after taking their seats, he gazed tenderly at the delicate beauty beside him. Xia Qinglian bit her lip and forced a smile as she met his gaze. "Young master, is there something you wish to discuss with Qinglian at this late hour?" Seeing the pitiful woman before him, who concealed her profound grievances beneath a facade of forced cheer, Dulong felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Without thinking, he pulled her into his embrace and sighed softly. "Alas, you foolish girl." A simple statement caused Xia Qinglian to lose control of her emotions, and tears began to pour forth uncontrollably, soaking the front of Dulong's garments. He gently patted the trembling girl in his arms, remaining silent and allowing her to weep freely. After a considerable time, when he sensed that the enchanting figure was finally calming down, he spoke. "Silly girl, do you feel much better after crying?" Burying her head in Dulong's embrace, Xia Qinglian was too shy to lift her gaze. That Dulong continued with a smile. "In fact, tonight I made a special trip to the Imperial Garden to converse with the Fire Phoenix princess for quite a while, during which I made sure to mention you." Noticing the tension in her body, Dulong realized that she was evidently concerned about his words. Without holding back, he added, "The Fire Phoenix understands our relationship and expressed her happiness to have a good sister like you." "Is that true, young master? You are not deceiving me." Xia Qinglian finally raised her head, revealing her tear-streaked, exquisite visage. "Given my unworthy status, if the princess were to disdain me, I would willingly become your servant. As long as I could remain by your side forever, I desire nothing more." "Alas, Qinglian, why must you feel so ashamed?" Dulong gazed at her tear-stained face with a hint of sorrow. Do not let the opinions of others weigh on your heart. In conclusion, in my heart, you shall forever remain that flawless jade, the epitome of beauty. You must have confidence. With your innate talent, there shall come a day when you will shine brilliantly in this world. Whether the azure lotus can flourish is entirely bestowed by you, my esteemed gentleman. The azure lotus fears it may never repay your immense kindness in this lifetime. It can only wish to serve you as a humble maid for eternity. In gratitude for your great favor. Chapter 72. The engagement banquet on the 6th day of the first month in the year 1007 of the Starry Era. Today marks the joyous occasion of Princess Huofeng's engagement to Dulong. And the Du residence is adorned with festive decorations, radiating an atmosphere of celebration. Even before dawn, Dulong was roused from slumber and subjected to a flurry of preparations, far more arduous than the New Year festivities. The attire of the son-in-law demanded meticulous attention to detail, with every aspect, even the arrangement of hair, requiring strict adherence to the protocols set forth by the ceremonial officials dispatched from the palace. Su Jibao and Yuan Yu had already awoken to the commotion in the courtyard. After completing their morning routines, they hurried outside, eager to join their dear friend in celebrating this momentous engagement. Seeking out Yu Xiaoshang and others to prepare gifts. Early in the day, Du Kai and I arrived to whisk away Xia Qinglian, leading her out of the residence to meet with a gathering of close friends. Having received instructions from Dulong the previous night, she was determined to remain by Qinglian's side throughout the day, lest this sentimental young lady find herself idle and lost in her thoughts. After enduring a series of elaborate preparations, the prince consort Dulong was finally ready, clad in a resplendent scarlet robe adorned with purple python patterns, cinched with a jade belt, and crowned with a purple gold headdress. He appeared notably more majestic and spirited. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dulong mounted his steed without hesitation, offering his greetings to family and friends before riding forth on his grand stallion, leading the wedding procession toward the imperial palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Under the warm rays of dawn, the procession entered through the right side gate, making its way toward the main hall of the palace. Eventually, all members of the wedding party halted outside the noon gate, where Dulong, surrounded by the palace's ceremonial officials and maidens, proceeded to the Qian Kuan treasure hall. At that moment, the Qian Kuan treasure hall was filled with royal relatives. The emperor and empress sat regally upon the dragon and phoenix thrones, while the concubines occupied the left side and various princes and noble relatives gathered on the right. Dulong, not daring to be lax, strode confidently to the foot of the throne, bowing respectfully as he declared, "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty, the empress. Rise, my esteemed son-in-law." The emperor regarded Dulong with appreciation, a gentle smile gracing his face. Clearly having accepted this new son-in-law. "Thank you, your majesty." "Thank you, empress." Dulong respectfully bowed once more before standing upright. "Bring forth the princess at once," the emperor commanded cheerfully to the nearby ceremonial official. Yes, soon, a palace official hurriedly exited the grand hall, and before long, a procession of maidens appeared, escorting a figure clad in vibrant red into the hall, from the moment the prince consort entered the palace. News of his arrival had already reached Princess Huofeng, who, guided by the palace officials, was making her way to the Qian Kuan Hall, arriving almost simultaneously with Dulong, as their timings had been meticulously calculated. Within the grand hall, Dulong turned to greet the princess of the Fire Phoenix as she entered, his gaze swiftly captivated by the young princess. This occasion marked an engagement rather than a wedding. The Fire Phoenix princess adorned herself in an elegant yet striking red phoenix crown and flowing robes, exuding a newfound grace that surpassed her usual demeanor. With a gentlemanly gesture, he extended his right arm, and the princess shyly placed her delicate hand upon his arm. Thus, they strode forward towards the dragon and phoenix throne, under the watchful eyes of countless ardent admirers. What a splendid pair of golden boy and jade girl they were. Indeed, the discerning eye of our cherished princess is commendable. The empress, observing the enchanting couple from below, could not help but turn to the emperor with a smile, to which he nodded in agreement. Clearly endorsing her sentiments. In the lower left corner, seated in the foremost position, was a slightly disdainful concubine, the first among the emperor's harem after the empress. Surnamed Fan.A as the youngest daughter of the esteemed Fan family. She had always been at odds with the empress and appeared rather indifferent to the engagement. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude to my father and mother for their years of nurturing. Below the dais, the Fire Phoenix princess knelt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she performed a profound gesture of respect towards the emperor and empress. "Thank you, your majesty, for entrusting the princess to her husband." Dulong followed suit and knelt beside her. Soon, court officials approached, accompanied by two maidens bearing tea trays, guiding the groom and princess to present tea to the imperial couple, though merely an engagement ceremony. It bore the weight of a wedding, for according to the customs of this realm, once engaged, the princess belonged to the groom's family. This realization tinged the expressions of the emperor and empress with a hint of reluctance. Even though their beloved princess would not venture far, she was nonetheless departing their household. My dear Feng'er has finally grown up and is to be wed. Remember, dear, no more willful antics. You must harmoniously coexist with your husband. The empress, with eyes glistening, accepted the tea offered by the couple and, unable to suppress her emotions, held her precious daughter's hand as she imparted her advice, while the empress was thus engaged in counsel. The emperor was not idle either, casting a stern gaze upon Dulong. He warned, "You rascal, consider yourself fortunate this time, but remember, should you allow the princess to suffer any grievances, I shall hold you accountable." Faced with the emperor's overt threat, Dulong could only offer a resigned smile. "I would never dare, your majesty." After this admonition, Dulong led the Fire Phoenix princess to bid farewell to the emperor and empress, and under their watchful eyes, they exited the Qianquan treasure hall, joining the welcoming procession as they made their way to the Du residence amidst a cacophony of celebration that it was no jest. This was the engagement banquet of a princess, and none would dare remain at home in arrogance. Following the formalities, the Fire Phoenix princess was finally welcomed into the estate. At that moment, the square before the main hall of the Du residence was overflowing with guests. As officials of all ranks from the capital had gathered to extend their congratulations, numerous classmates and mentors from the Royal Academy, alongside families such as the Fan, Li, and Zhao clans, historically at odds with the Du family, had also sent representatives to celebrate the princess's engagement. This occasion was not only a moment of joy for the Du family, but also a significant event for the royal lineage. Who would dare abstain from attending? Among the throng, Xia Qinglian stood alongside Du Caney and a group of friends. She had come to terms with matters since the previous evening, feeling immense gratitude that Dulong had the audacity to address his intentions to the Fire Phoenix princess on the very night of the emperor's decree. Since her identity destined her not to become the legitimate wife of the Du family's legitimate heir, Lady Dulong was already quite content to marry a woman who would treat her kindly in the future. After all, such is the custom of this world. In the main hall of the Du residence, after the two newlyweds had paid their respects to their ancestors and presented tea to Elder Du and Madame Du Gentian, the intricate rituals of the engagement ceremony finally reached its crucial moment. Under the watchful eyes of the guests, the court official in charge of the ceremony approached the main seat, clutching a golden booklet. Members of the Du clan, along with the gathered guests, knelt in reverence, all aware that the moment of significance was at hand. The emperor has issued an edict. Today, the Fire Phoenix princess and Dulong are to be united in a splendid union. And thus the title of first-class viscount is bestowed upon Du Fu Ma, along with the fiefdom of Fengli County in the West Solid Prefecture. This is a decree, and we express our gratitude. The court official publicly announced the emperor's decree, and naturally, the Du family bowed in thanks, with Dulong personally stepping forward to receive the golden edict. With this, the entire engagement ceremony had reached its conclusion, leaving only the celebratory banquet. The enthusiastic invitation of Du Gentian, the guests took their seats, and countless attendants began serving wine and dishes, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled festivity. Grandfather, I know that West Solid Prefecture is located near the Beast Forest, but I've never heard of Fengli County. Is there enough wealth to be found there? Dulong inquired in a hushed tone, his expression one of curiosity as he leaned towards his grandfather. "Ha ha, you little rascal." Elder Du chuckled at his beloved grandson's bluntness, finding himself both amused and exasperated for Fengli County. "If you're asking about wealth, it's rather lacking. Is that so? Does my esteemed father-in-law, the emperor, not cherish the Fire Phoenix princess, to bestow upon her a fief devoid of wealth? Will the princess have to endure a life of hardship alongside me?" Dulong couldn't help but roll his eyes and murmur, "When I went to the palace to fetch the princess, I thought the emperor looked quite reluctant. I assumed he had a deep affection for Xiao Feng. Turns out it was all a fade. Little rascal, you must not speak such words carelessly. Elder Du quickly admonished him, lowering his voice. Though Fengli County may not possess much wealth, it is quite expansive. In terms of land area, it certainly ranks within the top 5 in the Haotian Empire. Oh, such a large county. Yet why is it lacking in resources? Du Long questioned, perplexed. Fengli County is the closest county in West Solid Prefecture to the Beast Forest, and a significant portion of its land extends into the forest itself. Villages in the vicinity often suffer from beast incursions, resulting in a relatively sparse population and, consequently, lower tax revenue. Thus, it is deemed a county with limited resources. Even so, why would the Emperor grant me such a barren territory? He sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Ha ha. Perhaps your father-in-law, the Emperor, holds you in high esteem and wishes for you to strive to enrich this impoverished place. As the grandfather and grandson exchanged whispers, the Fire Phoenix Princess, curious, approached them unnoticed. Upon hearing the last remark, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Feng. How unkind of you to eavesdrop on our conversation. Du Long was taken aback by the sudden laughter of Princess Hua Feng. And upon realizing that his private musings had been overheard, his face flushed with embarrassment as he lamented. I in the Starry Continent. Once the Emperor marries off a princess, her originally allotted stipend is ceased. To prevent the princess from living in poverty, it is customary to grant the prince consort a fief, which remains under the jurisdiction of the state. Many prominent families of the court also possess fiefs, relying on these lands to ascend to the ranks of the nobility, much like the Du family, who also hold lands outside. The taxes collected from these fiefs are divided, with half going to the royal treasury and the other half to the fief's lord. This is precisely why many nobles are particularly concerned about the location of their fiefs. The more affluent the area, the greater the profits. Furthermore, the lords of these fiefs are permitted to establish their own private armies within their territories. However, since these are private forces, all expenses must be borne by the lords themselves, and there are limits on their numbers. This is also why Du Long is so invested in the fief. It represents his future treasury and sphere of influence, warranting his utmost attention. Chapter 73. Drunken Revelry. Who asked you to start coveting my meager dowry before I even crossed the threshold? The playful demeanor of Princess Hua Feng clearly indicated that she was teasing Du Long. Her assertion was not without merit. This fief could indeed be regarded as part of the princess's dowry, albeit typically managed by the prince consort. I am not coveting your dowry. I'm merely a tad curious. That is all. Yes, it's definitely just curiosity. Du Long chuckled awkwardly, maintaining his facade. Tisish. Princess Hua Feng was unimpressed by his disingenuousness and feigned mystery as she asked, would you like to know why my father, the Emperor, granted us Fengli County? Do you, perchance, know the reason behind it? Du Long's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Naturally, Princess Hua Feng proclaimed with pride, it concerns this princess's future wealth and glory. Hence I inquired with the Grand Emperor yesterday about the best location for a fief, and he recommended this place. So it turns out you personally requested this godforsaken fief. Pray tell, the Grand Emperor wouldn't be deceiving you, would he? Du Long exclaimed in sudden realization. What do you mean by godforsaken fief? Princess Hua Feng clearly took offense at Du Long's choice of words, her lips pursing in indignation as she retorted. Humph, the Grand Emperor cherishes little Feng too much to deceive her. Dear Feng, do not be upset. I was merely jesting. Noticing her displeasure, Du Long could only respond with a smile. By the way, did the Grand Emperor mention why he recommended Fengli County as your fief? The Grand Emperor did say that all the prime locations have long been allocated over the years, and if one were to choose a mediocre fief, it would be wiser to select a place with greater potential. He also mentioned that Fengli County is vast and resource-rich, yet it has yet to be properly developed. Once a few key issues are resolved, it will undoubtedly become a lucrative locale. They, an elderly couple and 2 youngsters, were whispering earnestly about the matter of the fiefdom, and it was too long before someone could no longer contain themselves and approached to propose a toast. They had no choice but to temporarily set aside the topic. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead. Once one person took the initiative to raise a toast, others immediately followed suit. There were officials of various ranks from the current dynasty, numerous friends and relatives, as well as students and mentors from the Royal Academy. Not only did Zhao Man, the first-year head mentor of the martial arts department, attend, but even the esteemed dean of the Royal Academy and his wife graciously came to lend their support. When the 2 elderly individuals jointly approached to toast, Du Long, already flushed and tipsy, hurriedly took the stunned Fire Phoenix Princess by the hand and stood up to down a hearty cup with them. During this time, Dulong and Fire Phoenix managed to maintain a facade of polite smiles as they accepted toasts from the Fan, Li, and Zhao families. After all, they had graciously attended his engagement banquet despite past grievances. It would be unbecoming to appear unsociable, wouldn't it? In summary, throughout the entire engagement banquet, he was preoccupied with responding to the toasts of the guests, fortunately, having achieved the second tier of cyclone strength. His tolerance for alcohol had increased, allowing the alcohol to dissipate from his system rather swiftly. Darling, wake up quickly. The sun is already shining on your backside. A sharp voice pierced through the haze of his dreams. Jolting Dulong awake, shaking his still somewhat foggy head, he opened his eyes to see a large face blocking his view. Fire Phoenix Princess was gazing at him with an excited and silly grin. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Dulong asked in a dazed manner, his inquiry somewhat peculiar. Fire Phoenix, feigning indignation, pouted her lips and retorted, Humph, in the past, you would always shoo me away, not letting me stay by your side. Now that we are engaged, you still act this way. I'm quite upset, and the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing the word engaged, Dulong suddenly became alert, realizing that after being rejected by someone, he now had a fiancée, none other than the Fire Phoenix Princess herself. That is not the case. I just got engaged and haven't quite adjusted yet. Dulong quickly offered a smile, aware that he had inadvertently misspoken. Humph, it won't happen again. Fire Phoenix, who was merely pretending to be angry, had nothing more to say upon hearing his response, and urged him, hurry up and get up to wash up. You drank from the afternoon until the evening yesterday. Good heavens, you really can hold your liquor. You hardly paused for a moment, and when I advised you to drink less, you scolded me. Did I scold you? I don't recall that at all. Dulong feigned amnesia, though flashes of yesterday's toasts, where he had accepted every drink, and Fire Phoenix's loud refusal of his excessive drinking advice, danced through his mind. Forget it. I shan't hold a grudge against a drunkard. Fire Phoenix could only sigh, then proceeded to assist Dulong in getting up and changing his attire as a princess of noble birth. She had never performed such tasks, and despite her efforts, she found herself more of a hindrance than a help. Amidst this chaos, a thought crossed Dulong's mind, and he couldn't help but ask, Xiaofeng, last night we didn't you know, did we? He feigned disappointment in his tone. You little rascal, always with your mischievous thoughts. Humph, given your lecherous demeanor, confess honestly. Have you already done something with Qinglian? The princess of the Fire Phoenix's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. It was evident that should Dulong dare utter a single word, she would undoubtedly pounce upon him and rend him to shreds. Unexpectedly, a graceful figure entered the room. Just then, Xia Qinglian, carrying a basin of water for washing, stepped into the chamber. Upon comprehending the implications of the Fire Phoenix Princess's words, she appeared visibly startled, her legs almost giving way, nearly causing her to drop the basin she held. Qinglian, you have arrived? Dulong, facing the entrance, immediately noticed Xia Qinglian, her face flushed with embarrassment, holding the basin of hot water, at a loss for what to do. Seizing the opportunity to divert the topic and alleviate her discomfort, he continued, my dear, Qinglian has brought hot water for you to wash up. Xia Qinglian, with her head bowed, spoke in a voice so soft it was scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz, while she respectfully addressed the Fire Phoenix. Qinglian pays her respects to the Fire Phoenix Princess. Qinglian, you needn't be so formal. Xia Qinglian still seemed a bit restrained, wearing an expression of bashfulness. Qinglian, little Phoenix is right. We three share a bond of friendship. And now we have an additional layer of familial connection. There are no outsiders here, so you may simply call me by name from now on. It's not good to be overly formal. Dulong interjected with a comforting tone. Yes, my lord. Xia Qinglian nodded in response, yet her demeanor indicated she remained somewhat reserved. Clearly, it was unrealistic for her to immediately dispel the effects of Dulong's engagement from the previous day. It would take time. Come, Qinglian, come over and assist me in washing up. I am also quite hungry. Let us go out for a meal together shortly. In an effort to ease Xia Qinglian's lingering awkwardness, Dulong feigned nonchalance, inviting her to help with his grooming, allowing her to occupy herself and thus alleviate the tension. The Fire Phoenix Princess, understanding his intent, immediately responded with a bright smile, I shall assist as well. Consequently, the two young ladies collaborated in helping Dulong prepare, during which the Fire Phoenix Princess intentionally engaged Xia Qinglian in conversation, her sincere smile swiftly dispelling any lingering barriers in the latter's heart. gradually bringing a smile to Qinglian's face. That Du Long observed this with delight, his heart swelling with joy. Regardless of whether Xia Qinglian accepted his engagement to the Fire Phoenix Princess, the matter would inevitably wound her heart to some extent. However, with the princess's thoughtful understanding, it was certain that Qinglian's worries would soon dissipate. Once they had completed their washing, they exited the chamber to find Su Jinbao and Yuan Yu seated in the courtyard, both regarding Du Long with expressions of admiration. Although polygamy was commonplace in this world, it was quite a different matter for a prince, especially one not of imperial lineage, to take concubines. The reasons for this are well known to all. You both are here, just in time. Us brothers won't be dining at home today. Let's invite Sister Kai and I, and head out together to find a better restaurant for a proper meal. Du Long cheerfully proclaimed to Su and Yuan. You've been busy with your engagement to the princess lately, so it's understandable that you haven't had the time to treat us, Su Jinbao responded, understandingly patting Du Long on the shoulder before producing a palm-sized box, which he presented to Du Long. By the way, a small token of our appreciation to celebrate your engagement. This is a gift that Yuan Yu and I specifically selected from the treasure pavilion. You rascal, to think that one is wearing a spatial ring. It seems that the Su family is truly not an ordinary wealthy lineage. Su Jinbao conjured a box of gifts with a flourish, immediately catching Du Long's attention, who discovered that this young man was indeed wearing a spatial ring. In this world, spatial rings are a rarity. Even Du Long, who possesses one, dares not reveal it to outsiders. This clearly indicates that Su Jinbao considers them to be genuine friends, unperturbed by the fact that they know of his possession of such an extraordinary item. Wow, it truly is a spatial ring. Woe is me. I have long wished for my father to gift me one, yet he refuses, claiming he will only present it to me on the joyous occasion of my marriage to Du Long. Princess Wafeng exclaimed, her face a mask of envy. It is no surprise she would say such a thing, as everyone present understands the value of a spatial ring. Thus her words evoke no astonishment among them. Chapter 74. A journey. What? We are to visit your fief tomorrow, in an elegant private room at the World Kai Grand Hotel. Su Jinbao's exclamation rang out. Haha, with the school term commencing in just over 10 days. I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I shall accompany you for a stroll. I wish to join as well. Count me in. Humph. You, the king of skipping classes, still care about whether you will be late for the orientation. Do you? At worst, a few days of tardiness is inconsequential. Yesterday, Mentor Zhao Man and the old dean both attended your engagement banquet. Such trivial matters can surely be resolved with a word from you and the princess. Zheng Wan'er teased with a bright smile. Indeed, the others chimed in, and thus the plan to take a large group to the fief became nearly a certainty, as the young people began to discuss their journey to Fengli County with great enthusiasm over their meal. Upon returning to the Du residence, finding Du Jintian absent, Du Long approached his mother to express his desire to take advantage of the remaining holiday time for a trip to the fief with his friends tomorrow. Hee, no wonder you are my dear mother. You grasp everything so effortlessly. Du Long unabashedly flattered her. Silver-tongued rascal, Zhou Ruoxue, he chided playfully. I had already considered this matter when I learned on New Year's Eve that you were to be engaged to the princess. I have even identified a suitable candidate for you. What do you think of Uncle Fu? You mean our deputy steward, Uncle Fu from the Du residence? I have heard he was brought over by you from your family home. So he is certainly trustworthy. The only uncertainty lies in whether Uncle Fu would be willing to travel all the way to Fengli County to manage that multitude of affairs. Du Long's eyes brightened. Clearly satisfied with the prospect of Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu has spent several years in your grandfather's fief, making him well acquainted with the various matters therein. Sending him would be most appropriate. I mentioned this to him a few days ago, and he readily agreed. After all, being the overseer of a fief is far more prestigious than merely serving as a deputy steward in our Du residence, Zhou Ruoxue replied with a wry smile. Du Long immediately sensed a shift in his mother's expression and pressed on. Is it true that Uncle Fu is not content with his role as deputy steward in our Du residence? You little sly one, nothing escapes your notice. Zhou Ruoxue shook her head with a bitter smile. Indeed. You know that our Du residence is rather complex, with a large family living closely together without having divided the household. Uncle Fu has indeed found it quite challenging to work here. Upon hearing the suggestion of sending him to your fief, he immediately acquiesced with great enthusiasm. How delightful. Du Long, with a vigorous slap on his thigh, chuckled heartily. Haha, truly, it is heaven's assistance. Mother, please assign a few capable young subordinates to Fu Bo. In any case, I cannot guarantee much, but the remuneration will undoubtedly exceed twice what it is here. as long as they are sufficiently loyal. Thus, the mother and son promptly settled on their choices. That Du Long then rushed to find his grandfather and recounted the developments. The elder Du immediately exclaimed, "I wholeheartedly agree. Fu's loyalty is beyond question. Moreover, I shall send Lao Ma to accompany you, bringing along an elite squad of 100. Grandfather, you still require Lao Ma to manage your daily sustenance and protection during your seclusion. I cannot possibly take him away." Du Long promptly declined. "That in that case, I shall abide by your arrangements, grandfather." He consented with a nod. The following morning, Du Jintian and his wife, along with the elder Du, personally escorted Du Long and his entourage from the estate. Zhou Rua Shui grasped Du Long's hand, repeatedly offering her admonitions. In his previous life, Du Long's excursions of 3 to 5 days had never raised her concerns. Yet this time, she exhibited a mother's worry for her son embarking on a long journey. Clearly, her son had matured and assumed the esteemed title of the current prince consort, thus holding a much greater significance in the hearts of his parents. After enduring his mother's nagging, Du Long finally mounted his horse, exchanged greetings, and led over 100 individuals towards the southern city gate. Among those departing with him from the Du residence were Xia Qinglian, Du Kai, Su Jinbao, and Yuan Yu, along with the martial expert Lao Ma and a dozen individuals led by Fu Bo. Lastly, there was the elite squad of 100, all of whom were cultivated by the Du family as formidable retainers. Upon exiting the southern city gate, they encountered a waiting party of over a dozen individuals, including Yu Shaoshan, Zhang Wan Lin Shi, and Su Luyin, with even the third son of the Yang family, Yang Yunfeng, having joined. Each of them brought along 1 or 2 attendants or guards, with only Princess Wufeng and Lu Zixin yet to arrive. "Brother, in just one night, you have assembled such a grand entourage. Haha, you truly live up to your reputation as the prince consort." As Du Long led his impressive company through the city gate, Yu Shaoshan approached on horseback, his face alight with admiration. "I apologize for the spectacle, Shaoshan Gu," Du Long replied, clasping the reins with both hands and bowing with a smile. He then glanced at the somewhat distant Yang Yunfeng before turning to Du Kai with a mischievous grin. "Hee. Kai Jia, your flower protector has also come. Surely, you didn't specifically invite him last night, did you?" It was then that Du Long and the others realized how this unexpected individual had come to be present. Indeed, sometimes, serendipity is preferable to timeliness. You arrived quite early," chuckled Su Jinbao, who had long set his sights on the talented Zhang Wan and rode over to greet her. Zhang Wan, exasperated by his brazen demeanor, shot him a sidelong glance but chose to ignore him, pretending to engage in conversation with Lin Shi and Su Luyin, leaving Su in the lurch. Fortunately, the sound of urgent hoofbeats diverted everyone's attention, providing him with an escape from his predicament. The fiery Princess Wufeng led an elite contingent of imperial guards as they burst forth from the southern city gate, clad in resplendent crimson attire and astride a blood-red steed. She exuded an air of unyielding grace and vigor, her presence akin to a blazing inferno captivating the gaze of onlookers. "Why are you all here so early? Am I the only one missing?" Her melodious voice echoed even before her arrival, resonating through the crowd. "Apart from you, only Zixin has yet to arrive," Du Kai exclaimed loudly. As fate would have it, her prediction proved accurate. The assembly awaited Lu Zixin until the hour of Qin, and after an additional half-hour's wait without her appearance, they had no choice but to depart in formation, hastening southwest along the official road. This group of over 200 traveled with notable urgency along the thoroughfare, drawing the attention of numerous pedestrians who instinctively stepped aside, their curiosity piqued as they observed the imposing cavalry galloping past. In pursuit of time, Du Long and his companions had no alternative but to advance with such ostentation. The journey from the capital to Fengli County necessitated traversing the territories of 2 prefectures, spanning over 1,000 miles. Even with the formidable endurance of the war horses in this realm, a forced march would require 2 to 3 days to reach their destination. As the party ventured beyond the capital's boundaries, they were treated to picturesque landscapes. After all, this nation had enjoyed peace for many years, and its citizens thrived in tranquility amidst harmonious natural vistas. Following a midday meal and a brief respite in a quaint town, they replenished their steeds with ample food and water before resuming their rapid journey. Throughout the afternoon, they bypassed cities without pause, resolutely heading southwest for over 200 miles. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, they began to seek a place to rest for the night. Gathering together, they unfolded a map and, after a moment of deliberation, reached a consensus. Just ahead lay a village, a perfect spot for a night's respite. Chapter 75. Chun Jiazhuang, the troop of over 200, riding swiftly, had already stirred the villagers from their homes, many of whom emerged with curiosity to witness the sudden arrival of these elite cavalrymen. In the absence of conflict and with the proximity to the capital, the villagers felt little fear, instead gazing with intrigue at the gleaming armored riders as they entered the village in formation. Du Long reined in his steed and halted the procession, addressing the throng of villagers with a resonant voice. "Who among you is the village chief?" From the crowd, a sprightly old man stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Du Long as he replied, "I am the village chief of Chun Jiazhuang. How may I assist you, young sir?" "Esteemed elder, we are en route to Shigu Prefecture. Regrettably, we missed the last major city suitable for rest, and with nightfall approaching, we wish to seek refuge in your village for the night. Might this be possible?" Du Long inquired politely of the venerable chief. The elder hesitated, glancing at the sizable assembly of more than 200. Truth be told, their entire village lacked sufficient population to accommodate such a multitude. "Esteemed elder, we carry our own military tents. We merely request your assistance in preparing a meal for the evening. Of course, we shall compensate you accordingly." Du Long astutely discerned the old village chief's concerns and thus began to elucidate the situation. On this expedition, in order to hasten their march, they had not brought along an abundance of supplies. Each individual was equipped with only a modest amount of emergency rations if a delectable dinner were to be provided. Who would willingly gnaw on those cold, uninviting provisions? Very well. If that is the case, then it poses no problem that I shall gather the villagers at once. Fortuitously, our village hall is equipped with tables and chairs suitable for hosting a banquet. Accommodating over 200 guests should be quite manageable. The old village chief responded with enthusiasm, promptly instructing several young men nearby to summon the villagers at this juncture. Du Long led his team, accompanying the village chief into the village, arriving before a rather spacious ancestral hall. Upon raising his gaze to the entrance, he noticed a plaque inscribed with the words Chun Clan Ancestral Hall. Curiously, he inquired, "Elder, does everyone in your village bear the surname Chen? This ancestral hall is quite impressive." "My apologies, esteemed elder. This bag of coins shall serve as our dinner fund. I kindly ask that you accept it and distribute it among the villagers who have contributed their time and resources." Du Long extracted a pouch of gold coins, fully aware that in such a small village, presenting paper currency might incite fears of counterfeits, and it would be impractical to divide this for a mere ordinary dinner. "Is it truly necessary to offer such a substantial amount of gold?" the old chief exclaimed, his hands trembling as he received the weighty pouch. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the gleaming coins. There were no less than 30 to 50 pieces, enough to sustain their entire village for a year if spent judiciously. Ultimately, it was through the persuasion of Princess Huafeng and others that this simple old chief accepted the pouch of gold. Without delay, he set about arranging for the slaughter of pigs and cattle, dispatching a particularly indolent cow from the village. Thus, a remarkably sumptuous dinner was soon laid out. The village had its own chefs dedicated to banquets, and the dishes they prepared were indeed delightful. Du Long made a point to invite several of the village's elder residents to join him at the table, not merely out of respect for age, but out of a desire to glean the sentiments of the common folk regarding their noble lord, a newly appointed lord. He was eager to understand what constituted a commendable leader. Seeking insights from these villagers that would reflect the true state of affairs, from his spatial ring, he retrieved several jars of fine wine brought from the capital, and after a few rounds, the candid villagers opened up, sharing their innermost thoughts, prompting Du Long to nod in silent agreement. Across the realm, all lands belong to the sovereign. Hence, all must pay tribute. The villagers, who subsist by tilling the land, are required to remit half of their annual harvest in taxes, with 1/4 going to the national treasury and another to the local lord. Calculating the figures, it became evident that this levy was exceedingly burdensome, compelling many villagers to seek alternative means of sustenance, such as raising livestock or hunting in the mountains to supplement their income, lest their families face starvation. Of course, enduring hunger was preferable to the dire fate of a family succumbing to starvation. As long as the harvest was not excessively poor, the average farmer could still manage to eat their fill and keep warm. Upon learning that Du Long was the newly appointed lord tasked with overseeing the fiefdom of Fengli County in Shigu Prefecture, the old village chief shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "Young master, it is quite astonishing that at such a tender age, you have attained the esteemed title of a county lord. Regrettably, in my younger days, I had the opportunity to visit Fengli County and possess some understanding of its circumstances. Compared to the ordinary villages under the jurisdiction of Fengli County, the villagers of Chun Family Village at least manage to secure their basic needs each year, whereas the inhabitants of Fengli County endure a far harsher existence. Oh, how is that so, you ask? For Dulong, Fengli County can be aptly described as a place distant from the emperor, or even his grandfather. A seasoned general who has traversed the length and breadth of the land, holds little knowledge. In normal times, no one would venture to such a remote and backward county town in my youthful days. Like many young men, I dreamt of wandering the world, becoming a revered knight-errant. During that time, I wandered into the realm of Fengli County, where the villages not only suffered under heavy taxes, but also faced the constant threat of beasts emerging from the forest of demon beasts daily. Life there was truly unbearable. The old village chief gazed longingly into the distance, lost in thought that it was then that Dulong and his companions realized that this venerable village chief had once been a knight-errant in his youth. No wonder his energy fluctuations subtly approached the pinnacle of the cyclone level, revealing him to be a formidable martial artist. It is no surprise that, despite his advanced years, he still appeared vigorous and sprightly. Alas, such remote villages lack superior cultivation techniques, and many spend their entire lives merely achieving the completion of the cyclone level. In this world, the control over martial arts techniques is exceedingly stringent. Superior techniques are predominantly concentrated in the hands of prominent families. Even so, families like the Du clan do not possess the methods to break through to the spiritual level. Is it then true that Fengli County is devoid of any merits? Dulong appeared somewhat disheartened. No, the old village chief's eyes sparkled with insight. A significant portion of Fengli County lies within the forest of demon beasts, which is indeed a treasure trove. However, the resources within that treasure are either unexploited due to lack of strength or are clandestinely controlled by certain individuals, coupled with the corruption of the county magistrate and collusion from within and without. This has resulted in the impoverished state of Fengli County. Dulong's fierce expression elicited laughter from all present, and Princess Huofeng, shaking with mirth, exclaimed, my husband, I once thought Su Huobao was like someone who had fallen into a pit of gold. But now it seems I overestimated him. Compared to you, he can only be considered a petty money lover, while you are the true connoisseur of wealth. The laughter intensified in response to Princess Huofeng's jest. Not so, Su Jinbao chimed in with a smile. I find nothing wrong with being deeply entrenched in wealth. In this world, there exists the power of martial cultivation to its utmost, the strength to unify the realm, and another form of power that is universally applicable, money. A man needs only one of these, wealth, martial prowess, or the ability to protect his loved ones from harm, to be deemed a true gentleman. Indeed, the young gentleman speaks with great wisdom. The old village chief nodded, stroking his beard in agreement. Elder, could you perhaps elaborate on the valuable resources within Fengli County? If such resources exist, why does the county still bear the reputation of poverty? Dulong clearly remained concerned about the matters of his domain. Then allow this old man to share his insights regarding Fengli County. Due to the passage of many years, if there are any inaccuracies in my words, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed sir. The old village chief spoke modestly. In no matter, as long as it can serve as a reference, it is certainly preferable to a blind man groping an elephant. Dulong waved his hand dismissively. Speaking of the resources in Fengli County, they are indeed abundant. In Fengli County, there exists a quaint town named Jinshan Town, which, despite its proximity to the edge of the beast forest, attracts hundreds, if not thousands, of visitors each day. Jinshan Town truly lives up to its name. It is said that if one ventures from the town towards the beast forest, traveling just over 100 miles, one would encounter several gold mines, a veritable land of fortune. However, the journey is fraught with peril as powerful beasts roam the area. Thus, the authorities are unable to dispatch a significant number of soldiers for mining operations. After all, in the beast forest, an abundance of people is most unwelcome. Should a formidable beast be drawn to their presence, even a multitude would not suffice to avert disaster. Consequently, many adventurers form small teams to enter the beast forest from Jinshan Town. And fortunate individuals occasionally succeed in reaching the gold mines, emerging with vast quantities of gold, transforming their fortunes overnight. As a result, each day, Jinshan Town is thronged with numerous teams eager to risk their lives in pursuit of gold within the beast forest. Of course, many teams meet their demise within the forest, yet a fortunate few manage to locate the gold mines and become wealthy. Hearing this, Dulong could not help but interject. Is there truly no one to oversee this? Illegally mining the gold mines is a grave offense. Haha. Thus I was about to mention, the local governor is corrupt. With their backing, who would bother to intervene? The old village chief replied with a chuckle. I see, Dulong nodded, then continued to inquire. By the way, aside from gold mines, what other resources does Fengli County possess? The resources of the beast forest are plentiful. For instance, various precious spiritual herbs, which are no less valuable than gold mines. If one is fortunate enough to encounter rare herbs used in alchemy, it is undoubtedly far easier to obtain wealth this way. Of course, the more valuable the herbs, the more powerful beasts guard them. So success depends on both luck and strength. In addition to spiritual herbs, the demon cores found within the bodies of various beasts are also prized possessions. They can be used not only to concoct potions that enhance strength, but can also be fashioned into formidable weapons. Most beasts are treasures in themselves. Some hides are worth a fortune, and certain bones, blood, and other materials can fetch high prices. In summary, if one were to say that Fengli County is impoverished, it is both owing to and despite the presence of the beast forest.